The prodigious young girl Su Xiaoxiao found herself reincarnated as a stillborn infant within a fictional narrative, relying solely on her remaining extraordinary abilities to affect her own salvation. However, her devoted father would be unjustly branded a traitor and subjected to a gruesome execution. Her exceptionally talented and beautiful sister would be wed to a seemingly virtuous scoundrel, enduring relentless humiliation. Her refined brother would become a mere entertainer, while her maternal grandfather and his family would face horrific fates, male members torn apart, and women sold into bondage. As Su Xiaoxiao nursed, she lamented, "What a tragic fate for this family of cannon fodder." Before she could intervene, her mother, no longer naive, decisively dealt with the insidious machinations of her malevolent mother-in-law. Remarkably, her father not only escaped a brutal death, but rose to become a revered general defending the nation. Her sister drove off her unscrupulous husband and ascended to the role of a female official. Her brother, excelling in both literature and martial arts, achieved the highest honors in his examinations. The grandfather, who was destined for a dismal end, became the prime minister, while both uncles enjoyed prosperous careers. Little Su Xiaoxiao, clutching her tiny feet, mused, "This plot seems awry. How they all transformed into such formidable figures? It appears I have no part to play here." Exchanging knowing smiles, her family, attuned to her thoughts, resolved to cherish and pamper this remarkable child. Chapter 1. Reborn as the little girl in the tale. A thunderous calamity claimed Su Xiaoxiao's life at the tender age of 15. Her master, proclaiming her a rare talent bestowed with comprehensive abilities, had nurtured her extraordinary gifts. Initially skeptical, Su Xiaoxiao had been tossed about like a ball by her relatives since she could remember. At the age of 7, she was taken in by her master, joining her fellow disciples in rigorous training. Yet, rather than honing her powers, she found herself preoccupied with the mundane question of what to eat, for she had never truly known the satisfaction of a full meal. Within less than a year on the mountain, her prowess had nearly equaled that of her elder brother, and by 15, she could merge all her abilities, reaching the pinnacle of her potential. Her master foretold that if she survived this trial, she would become one of the 2 divine entities in the realm of abilities, the first being her master himself. If she failed, she would be reduced to ashes, returning to dust. In that moment of impending despair, Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes with composure, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips, reflecting on her perpetually unfortunate fate. Upon awakening, she found herself enveloped in darkness, amidst a cacophony of commotion outside. "Madam, what ails you?" inquired the anxious maid, Lian Xiao. The noble Lady Liu of the Duke of the State hastened forward, her voice laced with urgency. "Wan Yu, how are you?" After issuing commands for a physician, her tone was steeped in concern, yet her gaze towards the maid bore a hint of sinister delight. Recognizing the names mentioned, Su Xiaoxiao realized she was now inhabiting the role of the infant in the melodramatic tale her master had insisted she read. This elder matron, Lady Liu, was a duplicitous figure, veiled in sweetness while harboring malice. Over 30 years prior, Lady Liu, a concubine, had seized the opportunity to eliminate her rival and falsely claimed the child as her own, a child who would later become Su Xiaoxiao's father. Su Bowen. 3 years hence, she bore the Duke's second son, Su Boheo, though that child was fathered by her lover. Her ambition was to eradicate Su Bowen's family, ensuring her own son would inherit the Duke's title. Employing deceit, she had swapped the prenatal medicine intended for Zhao Wanyue, driving her to a premature labor that resulted in the death of both mother and child. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Su Xiaoxiao. She was the very infant in Zhao Wanyue's womb. What a travesty! While one was brought back to life, she had perished anew. Such an ordeal was intolerable for Su Xiaoxiao. Zhao Wanyue cried out in agony, "Mother, it hurts terribly. I fear the time has come to give birth. Please summon the doctor." How could she still call her mother when she seeks to bring about our demise? Contractions surged, and Zhao Wanyue, nearly losing consciousness, suddenly heard a small, innocent voice and briefly suspected she was hallucinating. There were no infants present in the room, and her mother-in-law had always treated her with greater affection than one could expect from a biological daughter. How could she wish? Her harem, the second daughter-in-law, Zheng Yaxian, leaned close and whispered, "Sister-in-law, there has been an incident outside the city, and all the reputable doctors have left to attend to patients. Boheo has scoured the city, but found not a single physician. Such nonsense. The doctors were driven away by your schemes, intending to doom both me and my mother. I have never known the warmth of a mother's embrace. With determination, Xiaoxiao grasped the umbilical cord, channeling her healing energy into her mother. Gradually, Zhao Wenyue regained her strength. Though uncertain of the source of the voice she had heard, she dared not dismiss it. She could not allow Lady Liu to remain in the room any longer. Grasping Lady Liu's hand, she implored, "Mother, I feel so unwell. Why has the doctor not yet arrived?" "Please go and check," Lady Liu replied soothingly. "Do not worry, Wenyue. I shall attend to it at once." With a discreet signal to her daughter-in-law, they departed. Now that the wicked old crone is gone, it is time to send the rest away. Only Lian Xiao and Bai Ji remained trustworthy. Zhao Wenyue commanded the other maids, "You should all wait outside. Only Lian Xiao and Bai Ji may stay." Though her current abilities were but a fraction of her usual strength, it sufficed to save a mortal. As the contractions grew ever more intense, the continuous flow of energy revitalized Zhao Wenyue. With a determined kick, Xiaoxiao thought, "Now is the moment. I shall emerge." Like a slide, she glided from the darkness, instinctively crying out, "Wah wah." "Madam, it's a girl," Lian Xiao exclaimed, cradling the suddenly delivered infant. Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around. "Wow, this family is quite grand. Alas, my father is wrongfully accused, my mother faces a perilous labor, and the male members of her family will meet a gruesome end, leaving the debauched Su Boheo to benefit from it all. By the way, is anyone going to cut my umbilical cord?" Hearing the child's thoughts, Zhao Wenyue's heart surged with emotion. Would they all share a tragic fate? It was Xiaoxiao's final thought that prompted her. "Bai Ji, please heat the scissors and cut the cord for the child." Bai Ji trembled, clutching the scissors. "Madam, I cannot. I shall fetch someone." Zhao Wenyue stopped her. Aware of the stillness outside, if her mother-in-law truly cared, she would not have left. Raising her voice, Zhao Wenyue insisted, "If I say to cut, then you shall cut." Do those of the Zhao family lack such resolve? Seeing her mistress's anger, Bai Ji, without further hesitation, gritted her teeth and decisively severed the cord. Lian Xiao swaddled the baby, while Bai Ji summoned a maid to tidy the room and ensure Zhao Wenyue was comfortable. Zhao Wenyue held her daughter close, saying, "Send a maid to inform the old matron that she need not worry about finding a doctor. This child, even before her birth, had saved her life. She was adorable and sweet-tongued, a source of immense affection." Zhao Wenyue spoke to her daughter. "Your father chose a lovely name for you, Xiaoxiao. Would you like to be called Su Xiaoxiao?" Su Xiaoxiao raised her somewhat clumsy little hand and thought, "What a delightful name. But alas, I am terribly hungry. What shall I do?" Suddenly, Zhao Wenyue sprang into action. The child had arrived a month early, and the nurse had yet to be summoned to the household. Thus, nourishment would have to come from her own efforts. With a calm demeanor, Zhao Wenyue lifted her garment and softly said, "You must be hungry, Xiaoxiao. The nurse has not yet arrived. Shall I feed you myself?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, thinking, "What? Milk? I refuse. I want cow's milk and goat's milk." Zhao Wenyue paused, fearing that Su Xiaoxiao might realize she could hear her thoughts, and deliberately leaned closer, saying, "Come now, eat." With tightly sealed lips, Su Xiaoxiao promptly turned away, refusing to look at her. Zhao Wenyue has also become a mother of 3, and her newborn child is still too young to turn its head freely. However, Xiaoxiao stands out as extraordinary, perhaps a prodigy. As the saying goes, one loves all that belongs to one's beloved. Zhao Wenyue firmly believes her daughter possesses exceptional talents. She sees no fault in her ability to hear her daughter's innermost thoughts, even feeling that this child is indeed special, as if their hearts are intertwined, and her daughter has come to convey a message to her. Chapter 2. Saving Mother. Su Xiaoxiao tightly shuts her mouth, refusing to nurse, which amuses Zhao Wenyue. This child seems to disdain her mother. Little did you know, your elder siblings never enjoyed such treatment. Please, I'm not disdainful, I simply cannot bring myself to suckle. I desire milk. Perhaps it is due to her transformation into an infant that Su Xiaoxiao's temperament has become more childlike. She truly cries from hunger. Liu Shi rushes in again, her steps noticeably more frantic than before. "Wenyue, how could you have given birth so smoothly?" Zhao Wenyue half-jokingly replies, "It sounds as if you were expecting my labor to be fraught with difficulty." Lu Shi's expression stiffens momentarily before she quickly responds with a smile. What a child you are. Do you not know how your mother feels about you? Old woman, do you not realize? Without me, mother would have perished, father would have died, and so would grandfather and uncle. How tragic. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts pierces Zhao Wanyue's heart like a needle. She regards Lu Shi as her own mother, yet Lu Shi has brought about such calamity for her family. Suppressing her inner fury, she forces a smile and says, Mother, I was merely jesting with you. Lu Shi smiles pleasantly. Oh dear, I can do nothing with you. At your age, still so mischievous. No wonder your younger siblings claim I show favoritism. Come, let me hold the child. Su Xiaoxiao rolls her eyes. You wicked old woman, if you wish to hold me, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Seeing her beautifully crafted granddaughter, Lu Shi feels a pang of resentment. How is it that this radiant child resembles a mere monkey? She remarks, oh dear, this child has such a lovely nose and eyes, truly beautiful, not at all resembling a premature infant. Zhao Wanyue. Is this even a sensible remark? Silence if you cannot speak wisely. Su Xiaoxiao wriggles, warm liquid spilling all over Lu Shi. Lu Shi frowns. Oh dear, how could she just urinate like that? Su Xiaoxiao stretches languidly and suddenly bursts into tears. Zhao Wanyue fights back laughter and hurriedly hands the child to Lian Xiao, saying, Mother, I apologize sincerely. Xiaoxiao is so naive and has soiled your clothing. Lu Shi glances at her damp attire, her heart aching. This exquisite silk garment is her only one. Had she known, she would never have held this troublesome child. However, she cannot let her role as a good mother-in-law falter. Lu Shi hands the child to Lian Xiao, forcing down her ire. It is nothing, you rest well. I shall change and have the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup for you. Zhao Wanyue lies on the bed, responding indifferently, Mother, take care. Once Lu Shi departs, Su Xiaoxiao's cries abruptly cease. Oh dear, I cannot cry anymore, I am so hungry. Zhao Wanyue gazes sadly at her daughter blowing bubbles and instructs, Bai Ji, go fetch the nanny goat from the backyard, let's see if Xiaoxiao will drink goat's milk. Before long, Bai Ji brings goat's milk, feeding it to Su Xiaoxiao in spoonfuls. Su Xiaoxiao greedily drinks, who knows how long she has been hungry. As she drinks, her eyelids grow heavier, and she tilts her head to sleep. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts fills Zhao Wanyue with unease. She is reluctant to entrust her child to anyone else, and thus settles her beside herself. Xiaoxiao's words leave her anxious, prompting her to instruct Lian Xiao to investigate the city doctors and dispatch Bai Ji to inquire about her meals from the previous day. This matter is significant. She must investigate thoroughly. Remember to be discreet. If you cannot manage it yourself, have the bodyguards of the Zhao residence assist. Lian Xiao looks puzzled. Madam, do you suspect? Zhao Wanyue dismisses it lightly. Last night's events were too strange. A little inquiry will bring peace of mind. Deep down, she refuses to believe that her kind-hearted mother-in-law would harm her. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Zhao Wanyue's mother, Madame Zhao of Jing'an Marquis, hurriedly arrives. Upon seeing her daughter and granddaughter safe and sound, she breathes a sigh of relief. Mother, what brings you here? I was just about to send someone to inform you of the good news. Madame Zhao rushes in. How could I wait? The entire city is abuzz with news that the Su family mobilized everyone to find a doctor for you. I feared something might happen to you. It is still a month prior. How could you suddenly go into labor? One must say, your mother-in-law treats you quite well. They have smashed several medical establishments in search of a physician. What good is that? Lu Shi is merely a smiling tiger. Your daughter nearly fell victim to her poison, yet you express gratitude. In the end, the entire Zhao family will be ensnared, with the men torn apart and the women sold. How tragic. Madame Zhao's expression falters, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Zhao Wanyue remains composed, observing the child on the bed as if she has heard nothing. Who is speaking such nonsense? Her daughter nearly died last night, and the Zhao family would also suffer. Just the thought sends chills down her spine. Is her granddaughter warning her? Madame Zhao, unwilling to bring calamity upon her granddaughter, strives to suppress her surprise. Zhao Wanyue is startled, as well seeing her mother's reaction only strengthens her conviction that she alone can hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Madame Zhao, upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words, quickly discerns the issue and asks, how strange there were no doctors to be found in the entire capital last night. Lu Shi suddenly enters. Oh, don't mention it. I had someone investigate today and learned that a wealthy family outside the city hosted a banquet. I don't know what they consumed, but over 100 people were poisoned, and by evening, all the doctors who could be found were summoned. Madame Zhao rises to greet her. They exchange pleasantries before sitting down. Liu Shi's eyes brim with concern. Thank heavens Wan Yue is blessed otherwise. How could I explain this to Bowen? It has been so long since he left, and there's been no word. I have heard that the bandits of Haiyanzhai are ruthless. I wonder if he is safe. As Liu Shi speaks, she unwittingly wipes away tears. Zhao Wanyue feels a pang in her heart at the sight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanyue feels relieved. Zhao Shi, holding Su Xiaoxiao while conversing with Liu Shi, cannot help but ask, Wanyue's pregnancy was stable. How could she have suddenly gone into labor? Before Liu Shi could respond, Zhao Wanyue interjects. The daughter finds it strange as well, which is why I asked Bai Ji to investigate my meals from yesterday. I wonder if there are any results. Liu Shi's complexion changes dramatically. The medicine she administered was potent, and the mother would surely suffer a hemorrhage. With Su Bowen absent, she thought Zhao Wanyue would undoubtedly perish and had not given any thought to the aftermath. Madam, this is the residue of the medicine you consumed yesterday. Some of the herbs appear rather peculiar. Liu Shi grips her handkerchief tightly, scolding, You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even recognize herbs? Could it be that someone in the Duke's estate would dare to harm your mistress? Chapter 3. The little money lover Zhao Wanwei observed her mother-in-law, who was feigning calmness, and her heart was already filled with understanding. She smiled faintly and said, Baiji only mentioned the peculiarities of the medicinal herbs. Since Mother has spoken, we must indeed investigate this residue. Has Dr. Cui been summoned? Su Xiaoxiao silently applauded in her heart. Mother is brilliant, capturing the thief with the evidence. Even if Liu Shi tries to distance herself, she must be held accountable. Zhao Wanwei spoke with grace. Dr. Cui, although I had a smooth delivery, I still feel uneasy. Therefore, I implore you to check my pulse. Additionally, please examine this medicinal residue to discern its purpose. Dr. Cui took the residue and examined it closely, stating, This is a formulation for invigorating blood circulation. The safflower, salvia, and chicken bloodvine contained within are all known for their blood-activating properties, particularly beneficial for women. The last flicker of hope in Zhao Wanyue's heart was extinguished. The mother-in-law she had treated with utmost sincerity was truly plotting against her. Suppressing her rising anger, she inquired, what would happen if a pregnant woman consumed this medicine? Dr. Cui was taken aback, exclaiming, If a postpartum woman ingests this, it is a poison that could claim her life, leading to premature labor and uncontrollable hemorrhaging. Suddenly feeling wronged, Zhao Wanwei burst into tears. Since marrying into the Su family, I have been cautious and respectful. Who is it that wishes to harm me? Madame Zhao, enraged, slammed the table and declared, What pulse to check? Sister, my daughter has been poisoned. No matter what, I implore you to uncover the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, as a frail woman with a daughter, I cannot dare to let her remain in the Duke's residence. Liu Shi attempted to deflect. This may very well be a misunderstanding. Madame Zhao, incensed, retorted, How coincidental. Just as she was administered poison, all the doctors in the city were summoned away. Such a coincidence is dubious. Perhaps they are merely trying to confuse us. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Grandmother is so astute, revealing the crux of the matter with just a few words. Liu Shi, tell me, are you feeling anxious? Hehe. The praise from her granddaughter filled Madame Zhao with warmth. Although the Su family held only a marquis title, the lord and several sons were vital officials in the court, far more illustrious than the now-defunct Duke of Guo. Her daughter had married down. With Liu Shi's favoritism towards her daughter, she addressed her as sister. Yet, as per Xiaoxiao's insinuations, Liu Shi harbored malicious intentions towards Wanwei, and even the family, which was intolerable. Liu Shi, maintaining her composure, replied, Sister, Wanwei has just given birth. She must not be agitated. Do not frighten her. I will investigate immediately and ensure Wanwei is not wronged. As for the doctors, I have already sent someone to inquire. It was truly an accident. You may ask Dr. Cui if you do not believe me. Madame Zhao retorted sharply, Then, sister, you must investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my temper." As Liu Shi laughed it off and exited, she secretly cursed these troublesome individuals for creating such a significant mess. Dr. Cui, still holding the medicinal residue, pondered. "Madam truly consumed this medicine. Let me examine you to see if there has been any fundamental harm." After checking her left hand, then her right, his brows furrowed deeper. Madame Zhao's heart raced. "Dr. Cui, is there something amiss?" Dr. Cui, astonished, remarked, "How peculiar. Your pulse indeed indicates that you have just experienced substantial blood loss. Given your condition, it is a matter of life and death. I wonder what kind of expert you have consulted, capable of reversing such a dire situation in such a short time and restoring your vitality to an even greater extent than before." Xiaoxiao, filled with glee, kicked her little feet and boasted, "This old man has some skills. Mother absorbed my energy, naturally transforming her. You wouldn't be able to fathom why even if you racked your brains." Madame Zhao gasped in surprise. "My goodness, my granddaughter is truly a fairy." Dr. Cui, knowing better than to pry further, assumed they were unwilling to reveal the identity of the mysterious benefactor. Once Dr. Cui departed, Zhao Wanwei promptly commanded, "Lian Xiao, send someone to investigate if anyone is raising dairy cows. I fear Xiaoxiao may tire of drinking goat's milk." Her daughter had indeed transferred energy to her, but she was uncertain if it would affect the child. For now, all she could do was ensure Xiaoxiao received ample nourishment. "Having a mother like you is wonderful. You even worry that I might tire of goat's milk. Mua, my beautiful mother, I love you." Wanwei was touched by her daughter's declaration, feeling sweeter than honey. Unable to suppress her smile, Madame Zhao, feeling displeased, remarked, "It's just a dairy cow. Why must the grandmother also receive affection?" She removed a white jade lotus bracelet from her wrist and slipped it onto Xiaoxiao's arm, saying, "Grandmother came in haste today and did not prepare a gift for you. Accept this bracelet as a congratulatory present. I shall bring more gifts tomorrow." Wow! Grandmother is not only imposing but also generous. This jade is so clear and luminous, it must be worth a fortune. I am so fortunate. Wanwei couldn't help but chuckle as she said, "Mother, this bracelet was passed down to you by grandmother. When I married, I asked you for it, and you were reluctant to part with it. Why now give it to Xiaoxiao, who is still so young? She cannot bear such an expensive piece of jewelry." Madame Zhao playfully chided, "Are you envious of your daughter? Our Xiaoxiao is both smart and beautiful. She can handle anything precious." Xiaoxiao wholeheartedly agreed. "Grandmother has a discerning eye. Not only am I intelligent and beautiful, but I also possess great skills. I will drink milk diligently to grow tall and protect you all." Seeing her granddaughter so considerate, Madame Zhao's heart melted. She took off her gold and ruby peony hairpin and placed it in Xiaoxiao's swaddling. She proclaimed, "This hairpin is for my granddaughter, the first hairpin in your life, naturally gifted by your grandmother." Wanwei glanced at her daughter's few strands of hair, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoxiao, however, was overjoyed, clutching the gold hairpin with her somewhat clumsy hands. "Oh my goodness, I Xiaoxiao now possess gold jewelry. There are even rubies on it. This must be worth a lot of money. Grandmother is simply my deity. I love you." Madame Zhao beamed with joy, saying, "Look at how Xiaoxiao clings to the hairpin. It shows she loves it. Tomorrow, grandmother will prepare dozens of sets of gold hairpieces for you." Zhao Wanwei thought to herself, "Thankfully, mother cannot hear Xiaoxiao's flattery. Otherwise, they would have to empty the treasury." Xiaoxiao wondered, "I wish I could sleep while holding these treasures. But what if my arms get tired? Will mother seize them while I am asleep?" Zhao Wanwei placed her forehead in her hand, exasperated by her daughter's fixation on wealth, feeling as though even her own mother was not to be trusted. She began to take away the jade bracelet and the gold hairpin from Xiaoxiao's hands, saying, "These items are too heavy. Let mother keep them for you. I will prepare a large box for you to store your treasures." Madame Zhao and Zhao Wanwei, upon hearing this, felt a pang of pity. This child must not have had family in her previous life. No, they must shower her with love. At that moment, Lian Xiao approached and announced, Madam. The old lady has already identified the poisoner, and there is also news from Baiji. Chapter 4. The Indomitability of Lady Zhao. Lady Zhao scoffed. I am curious to see who possesses such audacity to harm my daughter. Xiaoxiao also wished to accompany her, eager to observe who Liu intended to blame as a scapegoat. Unable to refuse, Lady Zhao instructed Lianxia to cover Su Xiaoxiao with a piece of gauze, declaring, I shall carry Xiaoxiao with me. Yet Zhao Wanyu was not at ease and insisted, it is evident that this matter is aimed at us. I cannot remain idle. You must inform the matriarch to come here with others for questioning. Before long, Liu entered with a kitchen maid named Chun Chao, clearly terrified. Chun Chao could only bow repeatedly, pleading, Madam, spare my life. The poison was my doing, and I am willing to die to atone for my sins. With that, she attempted to dash her head against a pillar. Su Xiaoxiao, infuriated, ground her teeth and flailed helplessly. Her extraordinary abilities were significantly depleted after saving her mother, rendering her powerless, a mere ordinary child now. Chun Chao, in a state of panic, implored, Sister, my sins are grave. Please, grant me mercy. Lianxiao disregarded her pleas and unceremoniously tossed her before Zhao Wanyu. Zhao Wanyu, unfazed, inquired, You claim the poison is yours, yet I harbor no enmity towards you. What benefit would I gain from your death? A barrage of questions ensued, further unsettling Chun Chao, who stammered, I. Zhang Yaxian. The second young mistress of the Su family seized the opportunity, declaring, What, are you now too ashamed to speak? You think yourself worthy of my brother? Sister-in-law admires him and cannot bear to see him favor you, hence she poisoned you in secret. Chun Chao shook her head in protest, I did not. Zhang Yaxian swiftly slapped Chun Chao twice, scornfully retorting, You wretched maid, even at death's door, you dare to be obstinate. Zhao Wanyu coldly remarked, Sister-in-law, do not rush. If she must die, let it be with clarity. Chun Chao, I ask you, that poison is quite costly. From where did you acquire it? Chun Chao glanced at Liu and Zhang Yaxian, lowering her gaze to mutter, I bought it from the apothecary. And how much silver did that poison cost? Under Zhao Wanyu's relentless interrogation, Chun Chao felt herself unraveling, continuously bowing. I do not recall. I truly remember nothing. Please, madam, end my life. Zhao Wanyu nonchalantly brushed off imaginary dust, stating, If you wish to die so fervently, what of your mother and younger siblings? Chun Chao's face turned pale. Had they not promised that if she took the blame, her family would be spared and her mother treated? How did the madam know? Madam, my family are simple country folk. This matter has nothing to do with them. I beg for your mercy. Zhao Wanyu observed Chun Chao with a languid gaze. Is that so? Alas, they were nearly buried alive. Chun Chao's terror peaked. No, they said that as long as I admitted, they would release my family. Stumbling to her feet, she grasped Zhang Mama's sleeve, pleading, You promised me. Zhang Mama recoiled as if from a plague, advising Liu, Madam, I believe Chun Chao has lost her wits. Best to take her away and beat her to death with sticks to avoid disturbing the young mistress and the lady. Zhao Wanyu retorted calmly, Why the hurry, Zhang Mama? Chun Chao, why not plead with me? Baiji fortuitously saved a few individuals. They claimed to be your family. Liu was taken aback, realizing Zhang Mama had executed her plan with precision. Chun Chao's family, it seemed, was already in dire straits. Yet Chun Chao, filled with hope, crawled to Zhao Wanyu, bowing repeatedly, Madam, I am but a lowly maid, responsible for menial tasks, never even seeing the medicine pot. The poison was not of my doing. It was Zhang Mama who captured my family and coerced me into confessing. Please save my family. Do not slander me. Zhang Mama attempted to strike Chun Chao again, but was pushed aside by Lianxiao. Lianxiao remarked dryly, Could it be that Mama feels guilty for her deeds? Zhang Mama, suppressing her unease, questioned, You seek evidence? Do you remember these individuals? Behind Baiji stood an elderly woman and 2 children, all covered in dirt and disheveled. Mother, brother, sister. Chun Chao wept as she rushed towards them. If not for this young lady's assistance, you would never have seen me again. In truth, Zhao Wanyu had long instructed Baiji and the Zhao family guards to monitor Liu's movements, keeping her every action under surveillance. Zhang Mama, do you have anything further to say? Wan Yu's voice was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhang Mama, glancing at Liu, realized there was no way to deny her involvement. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated this. Everyone believes you are kind-hearted. Yet they do not know you are a venomous and jealous woman. My niece Qiuping merely spoke a few words with the heir, and you sold her to a brothel, leading to her untimely demise. I seek your ruin. Liu exclaimed furiously, you wretched creature, how can you commit such treachery? For a mere servant girl, you would endanger my granddaughter's life? Guards, seize Zhang Mama and administer 20 lashes, then expel her. Mother's combat prowess is astounding. She can eliminate Liu's accomplices in an instant. We must eradicate the roots of this issue, especially Zhang Mama, who has brought numerous people into the household, particularly her own offspring. They cannot remain. What? Dare you touch my children? Though these events had yet to unfold, Zhao Wanyu felt a piercing pain. Mother, to hastily expel them will embolden the servants to plot against their masters. Steward, summon all individuals related to Zhang Mama for a thorough investigation. Search their quarters meticulously. Nothing associated with the Su family shall leave. Liu, wishing to contain the situation, urged, Wanyu, why take such offense over a servant? Rest assured. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Wanyu firmly replied, it is not that I distrust you, mother. Rather, since I have taken on a new life, I have relinquished the authority of the steward. Numerous incidents have transpired, and now, if I do not rectify this harshly, outsiders may say you are secretly complicit, taking advantage of my husband's absence to mistreat your daughter-in-law and tarnish your good reputation. Chapter 5. The legitimate daughter, the ever-docile Zhao Wanwei abruptly transformed her demeanor. Liu, feeling guilty, had no choice but to acquiesce to her. Consequently, within the quarters of Grandma Zhang and her family, numerous valuable items were uncovered. In the room of Grandma Zhang's daughter, Zhao Wanyue's dowry from her private treasury was found. With a smile that barely concealed her disdain, Zhao Wanwei inquired, Mother, you haven't entrusted the key to my private treasury to some lowly servant, have you? You once claimed that the household was in dire straits, and that as a dutiful daughter-in-law, I willingly surrendered my possessions to you. How is it that my belongings have ended up in the hands of a wretched maid? Madame Zhao was equally relentless, retorting, Mother-in-law, you are from a prestigious national duke's household. Relying on your daughter-in-law's dowry for sustenance is one thing. But how can you demean my daughter in such a manner? Wanwei replied obediently, I knew you would keep your word, mother. I simply need a brief moment of liquidity. I assure you my belongings will remain untouched. Please return the key to my private treasury. I will have Lianqiao and Baizhi take inventory. As for these items, they are already sullied, so just convert them into cash for me. Liu forced a smile, saying, I do not have the key on me at the moment. I will personally deliver the items to you after I count them. Ha ha ha, mother is formidable. Liu is now ready to sell everything to replenish mother's dowry. Her biological daughter from Baiwa Lane must be infuriated. Her prize has flown away. Mother, maintain this momentum and bring Liu down. Baiwa Lane, the biological daughter? Zhao Wanwei vaguely recalled that Xiaoxiao had mentioned Liu intended to bequeath the title to her biological son. Could it be? Wanwei dared not contemplate further. The Duke of Jingua had succumbed to illness on the battlefield and had been bedridden for many years. The Duke's household was sustained by Liu and her husband, and Su Bowen was deeply attached to Liu as his mother. If her suspicions were indeed true, how would Bowen endure such a revelation? Liu, anxious that Grandma Zhang's family might expose her, insisted on administering punishment herself, leaving Zhao Wanwei to enjoy her leisure. All she needed to do was keep watch and discern Liu's ulterior motives. Madame Zhao had not anticipated the Duke's household to be in such disarray. With only Lianqiao and Baizhi, two reliable individuals, at her daughter's disposal, she pondered and suggested, Your second sister-in-law has a fine batch of shadow guards. Shall I borrow a few for your use? Wanwei could not have wished for more, but contemplating her mother's relationship with her second sister-in-law, she could not help but ask, would second sister-in-law be agreeable? Madame Zhao replied with irritation, That is my concern. She wished to hear Xiaoxiao's opinion, but noticed the little one had already fallen asleep. She affectionately patted the swaddled infant, saying, "Xiaoxiao, be good. Your grandmother will prepare a full moon gift for you." Not long after Madame Zhao departed, Li Yunshu's secret guards arrived. Zhao Wanwei assigned them tasks, awaiting her husband's return with peace of mind. Since Xiaoxiao claimed her husband was safe, she was confident he would be unharmed. Soon, the shadow guards reported that Liu had indeed ventured into a large residence in Baiwa Lane under the cover of night. The owner of that residence, surnamed Sun, was a minor official in the Ministry of Personnel. Curiously, the matron of the Sun household addressed Liu as mother, and it appeared they were embroiled in a dispute over jewelry. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. That must be the child Liu had with her lover. Father is the legitimate son born of grandfather's official wife. Alas, grandmother was killed by Liu, and both grandfather and father remain in the dark. Zhao Wanwei trembled slightly. If Bowen was not Liu's son, but rather the child of his legitimate mother who had been murdered by Liu, the implications were overwhelming, and she struggled to process this revelation. Within Baiwa Lane, Sun Caidie watched helplessly as gold and silver jewelry were packed into Liu's carriage. Unwilling to yield, she implored, "Mother, at least leave me some. Many of these items were purchased with my own contributions." Liu coaxed gently, "Do not fret, daughter. Once I have dealt with that little minx. As long as you remain obedient, everything in the household will eventually belong to you." Upon hearing this, Sun Caidie exploded, "Mother, you are deceiving me again. Even if those two perish, the items over there belong to your son. I will be condemned to languish in Baiwa Lane, relying on your meager charity for survival." Liu felt discomfort in her heart. Although she had always supported her daughter, compared to the Duke's household, Caidie had indeed lived a life of hardship. Sun Caidie grasped Liu's hand, pouting, "The shop is certainly fine, but you ought to leave something for Yingying to remember you by. This gold bracelet is something you always wore. Surely it need not be returned to that wretched woman." Though Liu felt a pang of regret, she could only shake her head helplessly. "At your age, still pouting like this, just like your father. I truly cannot handle you." Daughter-in-law Zhang Yaxian, seizing the opportunity to pay her respects, entered and gazed at the room filled with treasures, her eyes widening. With a thinly veiled sarcasm, she remarked, "Is mother really going to give all of this to elder sister-in-law?" Liu, feeling the pinch, retorted irately, "What do you want? Should I forcibly take back what her family provided as dowry?" Zhang Yaxian replied, "Mother, that is not what you should say. Since we have married into the Su family, we naturally ought to alleviate your burdens. What is it for elder sister-in-law to contribute a little to the public affairs? Her family is affluent. If she desires something, the Zhao family will surely provide it again." Liu sighed, "I have already promised Madame Zhao in front of her. What else can I do?" Zhang Yaxian smirked cunningly. "If mother does not give it, can elder sister-in-law just take it by force? She is always dutiful. With elder brother absent and her requesting items at this time, all you need to do is mention elder brother, and what can she say?" Liu smacked her thigh, exclaiming, "Why did I not think of that? It seems you are not as foolish as I thought." Zhang Yaxian rolled her eyes internally, but maintained a flattering smile. "Mother, in a few days, it will be my mother's birthday, and I do not have a single decent piece of jewelry. I fear it will embarrass you." Liu scolded angrily, "If you want jewelry, go ask your husband. Do not come here to take advantage of me." Zhang Yaxian immediately feigned tears. "Mother, Bowen has not been seen for 3 days. Where am I to find him?" Liu looked at her second daughter-in-law with disdain and chose to ignore her. At that moment, the steward announced, "Old Madam, the first madam has arrived." Liu selected the smallest hairpin from the box and handed it to Zhang Yaxian, saying, "Take this. Be perceptive later. You know what to say. Do you not?" Chapter 6. The Return of the Dowry. Zhao Wanwei greeted Su Xiaoxiao with a gentle bow, saying, "As your daughter-in-law, I have brought Xiaoxiao to pay my respects to you." Liu Shi, with a face full of affection, replied, "The child is still young. You must take good care of her. We are family, so there's no need to fuss over formalities." Suppressing her inner fury, Zhao Wanwei obediently responded, As your daughter-in-law has completed her confinement, she has not seen her mother in some time and is concerned for your well-being, which brings her peace of mind. Liu Shi smiled faintly, logically. During your confinement, your mother should have visited you more often, but the affairs of the household have kept me occupied. With a meaningful glance at Zheng Yaxian, the latter quickly interjected, Sister-in-law, you are unaware of how busy mother has been lately, working tirelessly to complete your dowry. She has even lost weight in the process. Zhao Wanwei feigned innocence. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by complete? The dowry was merely lent by mother for temporary use. Even if the Ho family is affluent, mother would never take a single thread from me. The items taken by Zhang Mama were deemed unclean by me, and I only requested mother to replace them. I have caused her unnecessary trouble. Reflecting on how she had forcibly removed her granddaughter's warm golden necklace to return it to Zhao Wanwei, Liu Shi felt an unsettling frustration. She could have easily used the complications of childbirth as a pretext to rid herself of Zhao Wanwei, reclaiming the dowry in the process. Yet, she could not show a hint of this. She needed to appear magnanimous, saying, "It was my failure to recognize the situation which nearly caused you harm. I have completed the dowry and it is over there. Count it. Not a single item is missing." Mother, sister-in-law was confused at that moment. And with the items in your possession, there should be no concerns. If you insist on returning them now, others may think there is discord between you two, which would only invite ridicule from outsiders. Moreover, my elder brother has always been filial. With him away, it would only lead to gossip about you personally coming to retrieve items from your room, casting a shadow on my sister-in-law's character. That old hag clearly seeks to covet mother's dowry. Mother, please wake up. She covets your very life. Zhao Wanwei, gazing at her daughter who was playfully spitting, felt a wave of softness in her heart. With Xiaoxiao's reminder, how could she naively allow Liu Shi to torment her any longer? With tears brimming in her eyes, she expressed her gratitude. Mother always thinks of me, willing to bear the burden herself to shield me from gossip. How can I only consider my own well-being? Allow me to handle these troublesome matters. Lianqiao, Baiji, take these items away. Without waiting for Liu Shi to react, Lianqiao waved her hand, and a throng of maidservants streamed in, carrying boxes and trays, swiftly clearing away the items in mere moments. Liu Shi's face turned a ghastly shade of purple, rendered speechless for a time. Zhao Wanwei, feigning concern, asked, Mother, what is the matter? Are you unwell? I shall summon a doctor for you immediately. Haha, splendidly done. As long as Mother remains sharp, dealing with her is more than sufficient. With the items taken, let us depart. Thinking this, Xiaoxiao burst into loud tears. I'm crying. Mother, can't you see? Do you truly wish to remain here serving her? After saying this, she turned her attention to soothing Xiaoxiao. Dear, you must not cry here. Grandmother fears the noise. Liu Shi struggled to catch her breath, her face turning a shade of green as a maid hastily assisted her in regaining her composure. This wicked woman, how dare she defy me so brazenly? Liu Shi, in her fury, overturned the teacup on the table. Hearing the shattering of the cup brought Zhao Wanwei a sense of relief. As Lianqiao tucked her in, she could not resist teasing, Madam, look at Miss S' sleeping posture. Does it not resemble someone meditating? Zhao Wanwei smiled wryly. Who can argue with that? Since the day she was born, she has slept with her little legs crossed and her hands together, and if I try to adjust her, she simply returns to this position. There's nothing to be done. I'll just let her be. Since entering the narrative, Xiaoxiao had diminished in her abilities. She could not afford to languish idly, especially considering her family's propensity for disaster. She needed to cultivate diligently to protect her kin. Yet, as she struggled to sit upright, she could only dream of her training. Alas, at such a tender age, unable to even control her bladder, she was tasked with mastering her dreams, a formidable challenge for such a young child. As Xiaoxiao drifted off to sleep, Zhao Wanwei remained vigilant. After giving birth to Xiaoxiao, so much had transpired that she had scarcely had a moment's rest, yet her spirit was more vigorous than ever, all thanks to her daughter. With Xiaoxiao not yet a month old and already contemplating how to safeguard her family, Zhao Wanwei realized she could not merely wait for her daughter to grow up to protect her. Opening a letter delivered by her shadow guard, she felt a chill run down her spine. Liu Shi was indeed ruthless. She had thought Liu Shi refrained from selling Zhang Mama and her family out of some semblance of loyalty, but was instead plotting their demise. The boat carrying Zhang Mama's family had sunk in the river's depths. It was clear that Zhang Mama harbored deep, dark secrets, yet the letter indicated that she had not yet regained consciousness, leaving her fate uncertain. Ao Wanhua sighed. Only she understood Liu Shi's venomous intentions. Her husband, Su Bowen, held Liu Shi in high esteem and would never believe she could harm him or their child. Su Bowen was not Liu Shi's biological child, but the offspring of the legitimate wife of the Duke of the State, a fact she had learned only through Xiaoxiao's insights. Without evidence, how could she overthrow Liu Shi? Moreover, in the Deshua dynasty, filial piety governed the realm, and any act of disloyalty was deemed a grave sin. If she acted too hastily, Liu Shi could easily brand her with accusations of unfilial behavior, jeopardizing her husband's future and handing the duke's title to Su Boheo. Rubbing her temples, Zhao Wanwei resolved that her husband's campaign against bandits must not be disturbed. This matter required careful deliberation. For now, she could not afford to confront Liu Shi directly. Nevertheless, this would not prevent her from dealing with irrelevant parties, ensuring Liu Shi experienced the pain of familial betrayal. Chapter 7. The relatives of the Duchess Zhao Wanwei dismissed the shadow guard with a smile and said, "Lian Qiao, it has been ages since we last ventured out. Let us go to the Nanju Pavilion for a stroll. Bai Shi, keep an eye on the young lady at home." At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao, who was thoroughly engrossed in her milk, suddenly found it unappetizing. How could her mother go shopping without taking her along? It was simply outrageous. She flailed her little hands, accidentally knocking over the milk Bai Shi had handed her, babbling away. "Shopping? I also want to go. I've never been outside. Mother, look at me. Your most adorable little darling." Zhao Wanwei stifled a laugh, pretending not to hear. Although the weather was warm, Xiaoxiao was still too young to be taken out. However, Su Xiaoxiao was determined to go outside. "So you're not taking me, huh? Then I'll cry for you. I'll cry and cry. The kind that one to be soothed." Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoxiao summoned all her strength and began to wail, her cries echoing throughout the courtyard. Bai Ji quickly brought forth Xiaoxiao's favorite little bell, shaking it in front of her, but Xiaoxiao wouldn't even glance at it and continued to cry loudly, her voice filling the yard. Lian Xiao remarked, "Madam, the young lady has never cried like this before. Could it be that she knows you are going out and is reluctant to part with you?" Zhao Wanwei sighed, helplessly saying, "Perhaps this is what they call a mother-daughter connection." She then took Su Xiaoxiao in her arms and gently patted her, causing her to cease her cries instantly. Bai Ji seized the opportunity, extending her hand. The young lady had stopped crying, allowing the madam to proceed with her errands. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Bai Ji, determined to avoid staying at home. Zhao Wanwei, resigned, said, "Very well, let us take the young lady with us. Bai Ji, gather her essentials." "Yay, we can go shopping," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, kicking her little feet in joy. Bai Ji and Lian Qiao were astonished, remarking, "The young lady truly is clever, even at such a tender age. She knows how to ask for a day out." Nanju Pavilion is one of the premier jewelry shops in the capital, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and innovative designs, cherished by noble women. This shop was part of Zhao Wanyue's dowry. It was well known that Nanju Pavilion prospered immensely, and Sun Caidie was no exception. She had long desired to acquire the shop from Liu, yet Liu was unyielding. Frustrated by her inability to obtain the shop, Sun Caidie reasoned that if she could not have the store, she could at least procure jewelry. Liu had previously taken her there several times, allowing her to select items on credit. She frequently visited, bringing Liu's token to collect various items, all charged to the account, never having paid in cash. The shopkeeper had mentioned this to Liu several times, but Liu simply responded, "It's just a few pieces of jewelry. Let her have them." However, today she had set her sights on a set of pure gold embellished with gemstones, a headpiece that Zhao Wanwei wore on her wedding day. Just days prior, she had ordered it to be sent to the store as a display piece. The shopkeeper, speaking in a conciliatory tone, implored, "Miss Sun, why not choose something else? This headpiece truly cannot be sold." Accustomed to wielding her family's influence, Sun Caidie was incensed and retorted, "I want this one. Just because it's displayed doesn't mean it's not for sale. Is the shop taking advantage of me?" Her loud protests drew the attention of all customers in the store, curious heads peering in from outside. The shopkeeper, unable to express his indignation, responded gently, "Miss Sun, I assure you it is not my intention to disregard your request. This headpiece was worn by our esteemed Duchess on her wedding day. The intricate designs were personally crafted by my lady, and it is clearly marked, 'This item is not for sale.'" Upon hearing that it was Zhao Wanyue's wedding piece, Sun Caidie's desire only intensified. The child of a mere concubine, Su Bowen, had the audacity for his wife to possess such a fine item, while she, the legitimate daughter of the Duke, was forced to live in obscurity, akin to a rat in a gutter. Everything Zhao Wanwei enjoyed should rightfully belong to her. Jealousy clouded Sun Caidie's judgment as she angrily shoved the shopkeeper aside and reached for the headpiece herself. The shopkeeper, nearly terrified, pleaded, "Miss Sun, please refrain. This item is truly not for sale." Onlookers could no longer stand by in silence, murmuring, "How can she act so brazenly? It is clearly marked that this is not for sale. You know nothing. The Duchess is my relative. This headpiece is promised to me. I will take it." Sun Caidie proclaimed defiantly, already clutching the headpiece and preparing to leave. The shopkeeper, disregarding his own discomfort, shouted to the attendant, "Quick! Stop her!" Just then, Zhao Wanwei appeared. Elegantly attired in a light purple silk gown, exuding both grace and poise, her presence commanding the attention of all around her. With a radiant smile, she said, "Since this lady so desires it, let us sell it to her." "Lady?" The shopkeeper gazed at Zhao Wanwei in disbelief. She had not visited in years. "But this is your beloved item." Zhao Wanwei, cradling her child, replied with a bright smile, "No matter. If this lady loves it so dearly, I shall part with it. Please wrap it up and let this lady proceed to payment." Seeing Zhao Wanwei's resolve, the shopkeeper ceased his objections and led Sun Caidie to the counter, politely stating, "Miss Sun, the total comes to 5,860 taels." Sun Caidie nonchalantly replied, "As per our usual arrangement, charge it to my account. I shall settle it another day." Lian Xiao snatched the headpiece away, fuming, "Our shop does not allow credit, payment must be made up front." Sun Caidie, humiliated and enraged, retorted, "I am a relative of the Duchess. Do you think I would default on payment? It is customary to settle later." With Zhao Wanwei present, the shopkeeper found some courage. "Miss Sun, you have outstanding debts with us that remain unpaid for years. This headpiece is exceedingly valuable. It is best to pay up front." The onlookers could no longer contain themselves, with one person exclaiming, "Madam, it is clearly stated that it is not for sale. You cannot force a purchase. The owner is graciously willing to part with it. Why must you insist on credit? If you cannot afford it, do not embarrass yourself here." Indeed, how could such a crude person disrupt the tranquility of Nanju Pavilion? Sun Caidie felt the sting of humiliation, wishing to boldly place her money on the counter to dazzle those meddling in her affairs. Yet, she lacked the funds. Sheepishly, she said, "Shopkeeper, I am not a stranger here. Given my relationship with the Duchess, do you truly fear that I would default?" Chapter 8. The misfortune of imprisonment. The shopkeeper displayed a troubled expression and said, "Miss Sun, I cannot take responsibility for this matter. Our lady is here. You may speak with her." Wanwei, with a smile in her eyes, looked at Sun Caidie and remarked, "This lady claims to be my family relative. Forgive my ignorance, but I do not recognize you. What relation do you bear to my mother-in-law?" In front of others, Sun Caidie could still put on a facade, but in the presence of Zhao Wanwei, she found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she stammered, "I am a distant relative of the Duchess. If the young lady does not recognize me, I shall come to pay my respects in person next time." With that, she attempted to leave. Lianqiao stopped her, saying, "Madam, please wait. Nanju Pavilion does not allow credit. Regardless of whether you are a distant relative or not, even if you have personally selected items, payment must be made in full." "Steward, have you lost your senses? How could you allow her to deceive us under the name of the old lady and take away so many goods without payment?" "Madam, please settle the account first." Sun Caidie clutched her box tightly and insisted, "I truly am a relative of the old lady. If you do not believe me, ask the shopkeeper. The old lady brought me here herself." Awanwei cast a cold glance and replied, "My mother-in-law is kind-hearted and may occasionally offer you a few favors. But your greed knows no bounds. Steward, bring the account book. Let us see how much our relative owes." The shopkeeper hesitantly reported, "Madam, she has accumulated a debt of 15,000 taels, not including the accessories." Zhao Wanwei, holding her child, sat down and said, "Since she is a relative, let us waive the small change. You may pay 20,000 taels." Sun Caidie, taken aback by the realization of how much she had taken, nervously set down the box and stammered, "I do not want the accessories. I will pay the money tomorrow." Lianqiao subtly extended a leg, causing Sun Caidie to stumble and fall unceremoniously. Bai Shi, unfazed, remarked, "Madam, if you wish to leave now, it is too late. Please settle your payment first." The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Humiliated and enraged, Sun Caidie muttered, "I did not bring any money?" Awanwei scoffed, raising her brows and said, "No money? Are you trying to amuse us? Guards, take this fraudulent deceiver to the office of the capital magistrate." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 agile attendants bound Sun Caidie and escorted her directly to the magistrate's office. Sun Caidie was brought in by the Duchess's daughter-in-law herself, with signed records of her debts serving as irrefutable evidence. How could the magistrate let her off lightly? She claimed to be a relative of the Duchess, yet Zhao Wanwei clearly stated she had never seen this woman. Unable to articulate her relationship with the Liu family, she was charged with deceiving an official. The magistrate slammed the gavel and sentenced her to 30 lashes. Sun Caidie's cries echoed as the lashes broke her skin, leaving her bloodied and battered, until she could no longer plead for mercy. After the punishment, she was ordered to repay the full 15,000 taels owed to Nanju Pavilion within 3 days. Due to the substantial debt, the magistrate expressed concern that she might flee and had her imprisoned in the magistrate's jail, even sending someone to her family to inform them that she could be released only upon payment of the debt. Sun Caidie, nearly unconscious from the beating, fainted upon hearing about her imprisonment. Meanwhile, the quiet Xiaoxiao grinned and said, "That was splendid. They beat the villain until she cried out, 'Mother is truly remarkable.'" Zhao Wanwei expressed her gratitude to the magistrate, and Lianqiao discreetly arranged for the jailers to take good care of Sun Caidie. Consequently, as soon as Sun Caidie was thrown into her cell, she was doused with a bucket of chilly salt water. The sting of the salt penetrating her wounds was unbearable, awakening her in agony. Having never endured such suffering, Sun Caidie lashed out, "You blind dogs! I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. When my mother arrives, I shall have your heads for this." The jailers laughed heartily. "Then we shall remain here to obstruct this esteemed young lady's view. Off we go." They took their torches and left, plunging the damp cell into darkness. Sun Caidie felt something creeping closer to her. It was the various insects of the cell, crawling all over her, greedily feasting on the residual salt. Her screams and wails filled the air, yet the jailers seemed oblivious to her plight. Once outside the magistrate's office, Zhao Wanwei felt elated and joyfully rushed to inform Liu. She sat beside Liu, fuming with indignation. "Mother, I am truly infuriated. I intended to select a few hairpins at Nanju Pavilion for you, but instead encountered a swindler. I do not know what trick she employed to deceive the shopkeeper so thoroughly, allowing her to charge 15,000 taels. When I demanded payment, she claimed to be your relative and said you allowed her to charge it." "What? 15,000 taels? Liu had always felt guilty towards her daughter. When the shopkeeper mentioned son Caidie's debts, she thought it was merely a few pieces of jewelry. After all, Zhao Wanyue's property would eventually belong to her. So she paid little heed. She was shocked to learn the amount was so staggering. Feigning ignorance of Liu's concern, Zhao Wanwei continued, indeed. Not only did she deceive us, but she also slandered you, claiming you were complicit in her theft. I could not tolerate it and had her taken to the magistrate's office. What? You sent her to the magistrate? Liu gasped, her teacup dropping to the floor. What kind of family are we? We cannot just report someone to the authorities. You must tell the magistrate to withdraw the complaint. Liu was terrified, imagining how a frail girl like Caidie would fare in the magistrate's office. Zhao Wanwei felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing Liu was finally concerned after deliberately causing harm to others without a second thought. She asked incredulously, Mother, the guilty party is someone else. We are the victims. What is wrong with reporting to the authorities? I truly wish to see what kind of shameless parents could raise such a daughter. They will surely meet their downfall. Mother, you are unaware. But this person is of an age similar to Bowen. Think carefully. Do we have any relatives of that age? Meanwhile, Lian Xiao, holding Su Xiaoxiao, nearly burst into laughter. Mother is not only clever, but also quite adept at scolding. That wicked old woman must be furious. Liu's nails dug into her palms as she struggled to maintain her composure, impatiently replying, I have no such relatives. You are listening to her nonsense. Zhao Wanwei, ignoring Liu's embarrassment, sighed with relief, as long as she is not a relative of yours. The magistrate is known for his disdain for evil and punished her with 30 lashes. You should have seen it. She was left bloodied and battered, her skirts torn apart. Truly, a pitiable person must have their own faults. With good health, why resort to deceit? Now she awaits her family to come and redeem her from the jail. Chapter 9. The disempowerment of Liu. Lian Xiao exaggeratedly remarked, 15,000 taels. Judging by her demeanor, she likely cannot muster such a sum. I reckon she will perish in prison within 3 days. A rogue like her, if she dies, it will merely mean our debts are lost. Upon hearing that son Caidie had endured torture and was in peril, Liu felt a surge of anguish, spitting out old blood in her distress. She was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yet dared not reveal her true feelings. Fortunately, Zhao Wanwei, in her naivety, assumed Liu was merely worried about financial matters. With a forced smile, Zhao Wanwei anxiously suggested, Mother, you've coughed up blood. Perhaps it would be wise for your daughter-in-law to fetch a doctor. Liu, desperate to rescue her daughter, wished for Zhao to leave immediately, patiently stating, I was merely agitated. A little rest will suffice. It's nothing serious. You should hurry along. Wanwei, not so easily reassured, insisted, Mother, are you truly all right? My heart is in turmoil. Shall I stay with you tonight? Go on, go on. Liu felt as if her heart were in her throat while Zhao Wanwei continued to dawdle. A well-trained daughter-in-law could become a burden in such moments. Liu barely restrained her rising ire, softly insisting, I am indeed fine. Xiaoxiao is still young. You must tend to her. Liu felt as if she might perish from despair, yet had to feign affection, smiling warmly at Zhao Wanwei. Wanwei took a few steps, then halted again. Liu quickly donned a smile, asking helplessly, what now? After a brief exchange, Zhao Wanwei hastened her departure, soon exiting Liu's courtyard. Liu felt an overwhelming desire to weep. Where could she possibly find 15,000 taels to secure her daughter's release? In the prison. Son Caidie lay on the filthy ground, infested with vermin, moaning as mosquitoes and fleas greedily consumed her blood. Rats scurried over her body, and she felt her spirit wane. Unable even to cry out. Her only hope rested on her mother, Liu, procuring the funds for her release to liberate her from this hellish existence. Though Liu was entirely focused on saving her daughter, she could not allow anyone to discover the nature of her relationship with son Caidie. Liu was powerless to utilize her connections as the wife of a nobleman. She could only gather the funds honestly. The thought of son Caidie brought her immense sorrow. Her biological father had always looked down upon her for being a daughter, fearing exposure would ruin his prospects, neglecting both children and even avoiding Liu. The sweet words he had once uttered now left Liu feeling profoundly disheartened. Driven to desperation, she had discreetly sent him a letter the previous day, begging for assistance to secure her daughter's release, lest she perish in jail. To her dismay, he completely disregarded their familial bond, advising her that it was a karmic entanglement and perhaps it would be best to let nature take its course, allowing her to escape suffering and seek a better life in the next incarnation. Liu tore his letter to shreds, having humbly sought his aid only to receive the cold retort, "As the wife of a third-rank noble, you ought to maintain your dignity." With a son poised to inherit his legacy, he viewed Liu and her children as mere thorns in his side. Swallowing her bitterness, Liu resolved that even without assistance, she could elevate her son to a position of prominence. "You are all veterans of the household. I shall not say much more. I will only state this: my household does not harbor idlers. Those who are capable and willing should work diligently. I shall not treat anyone poorly. If you prefer to remain idle, you may leave now with dignity. The recent dismissal of certain individuals should serve as a warning." The stewards exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. It was Nan Zhuge's steward who broke the silence. "Madam, I have a question that troubles me. Should the opinions of you and the old lady ever diverge, whose counsel should we heed?" This was a matter of great concern to all the stewards, for the dismissed individuals had merely acted on the old lady's directives. Zhao Wanwei lifted her gaze, her expression revealing no emotion. The old lady is aging and kind-hearted, which invites manipulation. To prevent unnecessary losses, the old lady has instructed me to replace the tokens. From now on, we shall recognize the tokens and not the individuals. Even if the old lady herself were to come, she must present my token. Do you all understand? It was unclear why their young lady seemed transformed since marrying into the Sun family, commanding respect for Liu, while the shop descended into chaos and their treatment diminished significantly. Now that the young lady was in charge, it seemed the days of hardship had come to an end. Indeed, after Zhao Wanwei's admonishment, she did not forget to offer a glimmer of hope. This year, the shop has suffered severe losses, however, with a few months until the new year. If everyone works hard, we can all enjoy a bountiful celebration. Zhao Wanwei's clarity in reward and punishment was well known, given the current circumstances. It appeared the young lady was resolutely determined to implement changes, and none would dare be negligent. After addressing external matters, Zhao Wanwei focused on reorganizing the household. The vast estate of the nobleman required over 1,000 taels monthly merely for expenses, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that more than a dozen individuals were receiving monthly payments without fulfilling any duties. Zhao Wanwei decisively halted their payments, dismissing some and selling off others. This marked the second time Zhao Wanwei had taken such action since giving birth. Those serving in the household were astute enough to recognize the shifting tides. It was clear that the young mistress now held authority, and the old lady and Liu appeared to be at odds. No one dared to curry favor with the old lady any longer, as Liu was now completely sidelined. Chapter 10, whose child is not a child. She struggled to find someone to run errands for her, fearful of directly visiting son Caidie in prison. She heard from Zhao Wanwei that people were stationed at son Caidie's doorstep, making her hesitant to approach Baiwa Lane while son Caidie's man was raising funds. Instead, she resorted to sending a message through son Caidie's husband, Zhou Quan, requesting his assistance in gathering money. Liu's private funds had long been given to Zhao Wanwei to repay her dowry, leaving her with very little. Reluctantly, she turned to the treasury for silver. Despite Zhao Wanwei having changed her tokens, Liu believed she could manage to secure at least 10 to 20,000 taels. However, after searching every shop and estate, no shopkeeper dared to act on her behalf, insisting they needed to see the tokens of the young master's wife first. Zhao Wanwei, with a cordial demeanor, said, "Mother, what are you saying? If you need silver, you should come to me directly. Why endure frustration at the treasury? Haven't you just been deceived by that thunderstruck fool?" I have already reprimanded those shopkeepers. They wouldn't dare provide you with silver." Desperate to save her daughter, Liu softened her tone and said, "Very well. Lend me 15,000 taels. I have an urgent need." Zhao Wanwei gasped, "Mother, you are asking for my life. I have already depleted my private treasury to cover your losses. I have not even 1,000 taels left, let alone 10,000. Xiao, go fetch the small pouch of silver from my bedside. If mother does not mind, take this." "Zhao Wanwei, are you sending me off like a beggar?" Liu exclaimed as she overturned the pouch onto the floor. Zhao Wanwei, feeling wronged, replied, "Mother is being quite unreasonable. I was saving this for Xiaoxiao's longevity lock. Since you find it insufficient, Xiao, take the money back." Xiao had been waiting for this moment and quickly picked up the pouch, leaving the room without a word. Liu considered calling out, but her pride held her back and she could only mutter curses. "Just wait. I will accuse you of abusing your mother-in-law and commit you for your filial impiety." With a voice tinged with grievance, Zhao Wanwei replied, "If that is the case, mother, feel free to file your complaint. Your daughter-in-law will accompany you. If the magistrate does not support you, we shall seek the Empress for justice regarding your lost tens of thousands of taels." Liu dared not expose such disgraceful matters and swallowed her anger, determined to find a solution. She still possessed some valuable items, but even though she was pressed for money, the prices were too low, leaving her in tears. However, she was still far from the 15,000 taels she needed. With no word from Zhou Quan, she inevitably returned to Baiwa Lane. To her dismay, Zhou Quan had no funds and complained that the household had suddenly cut off the monthly wages for the maidservants, leaving him surrounded by demands for their pay. There was no one to cook meals, clean the house, and even the little Yingying was left unattended. Liu, filled with anger, could no longer be manipulated by him. She struck him across the face, exclaiming, "If it weren't for me, you'd still be selling sweet potatoes. If anything happens to Caidie, you still think you can play the gentleman? Get the family funds out." Zhou Quan was a weak man, but he had grown accustomed to Liu's monthly contributions. With money flowing like water, he reluctantly gathered all he could, which amounted to less than 1,000 taels. Coupled with Liu's amount, it still fell short. Gritting her teeth and struggling to maintain her composure, Liu continued to seek solutions, ultimately focusing her attention on the house before her. The residence was hers, with the property deeds still in the estate. If she wished to save her daughter, she would have to sell this house. Finally, on the third day, Liu sold the house at a low price and rented a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city to accommodate son Caidie's family. The small house and her tight finances compelled Liu to dismiss all the servants, retaining only an elderly woman to care for son Yingying. Zhou Quan, surveying the modest courtyard with only 3 rooms, felt uneasy. With just an old woman to attend to the unconscious son Caidie and none of the lively maidservants left to assist him, he now found himself responsible for the child. With only a young girl around, he found little joy in the situation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked the cradle hard, causing the child within to wail. Frustrated, he picked her up and haphazardly fed her some rice soup, not out of kindness, but because he would need her and Liu to provide him with money in the future. Zhao Wanwei fulfilled her obligations as a daughter-in-law, hiring doctors and procuring medicine. Yet she was too busy to visit. Even Zheng Yaxian, who regularly gauged son Caidie's condition, had not come, leaving Liu feeling deeply aggrieved. Reminded of her daughter's comatose state, her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. All of this was due to Zhao Wanwei, and she regretted not recognizing earlier that Zhao Wanwei was not the obedient little cat she appeared to be, but rather a tiger with sharp fangs. Upon receiving the report from the Shadow Guard, Zhao Wanwei felt a whirlwind of emotions. Liu had indeed done much for her daughter. Yet it was evident that even a heart as venomous as hers would go to great lengths to protect her child. Reflecting on the voices she had overheard from Xiaoxiao, where all 3 of her children met unfortunate fates, Zhao Wanwei felt an overwhelming urge to consume Liu's heart. With a cold glint in her eyes and fists clenched tightly, she thought, "Your child is a child. yet mine is not? You shall experience the pain of losing a loved one. In the end, she arranged for a physician to attend to son Caidie, providing him with a pouch of money, instructing him to procure any necessary medicine. If the woman were saved, a substantial reward awaited him. Though Liu and her daughter were detestable, they were also evidence of Liu's wrongdoing. It was not yet time for them to perish. Let them linger a while longer in their suffering. Chapter 11. Summoning spirits. The Liu matriarch, after such tribulations, found herself utterly incapacitated by illness. Zhao Wanwei, determined to seek the finest physicians, ultimately even appealed to the crown princess, bringing forth the imperial doctors from the palace. Today marked the 100th day since Xiaoxiao's birth, and Zhao Wanwei disseminated the news that the old matriarch was gravely ill. Thus, the celebration of the child's 100-day feast would be modest, and the Duke of Xingua's household would decline visitors. In the capital, noble women envied Liu's fortune, having a virtuous daughter-in-law who was both kind-hearted and respectful towards the elderly. To allow her mother-in-law to recuperate in peace, she had even sacrificed the grand celebration for her daughter's milestone. Zhao Wanwei, filled with remorse towards Xiaoxiao, expressed, "Xiaoxiao, forgive your mother for not organizing a proper feast for you. This token is my humble compensation." As Xiaoxiao beheld the array of exquisite treasures laid before her, her joy was palpable, and she clapped her tiny hands, exclaiming in her own way, "Abba, Abba, Abba. Not at all wronged, not at all wronged. With so many wonderful things, who cares about a 100-day feast? Mother truly understands me, love you dearly." Hearing Xiaoxiao's cheerful sentiments, Zhao Wanwei felt her heart lighten. While Xiaoxiao felt no grievance, the Zhao family considered it a significant injustice. However, the envoy sent to collect the child encountered the crown princess's attendants, who, like them, were concerned about Xiaoxiao's well-being and insisted that Zhao Wanwei bring her to the crown princess's residence for a personal visit. Zhao Wanwei was touched. Despite her mother-in-law's cruel nature, she was blessed with a family that cherished her and friends who thought of her welfare. The encounter between the messengers was somewhat awkward, and Zhao Wanwei felt conflicted, reluctant to refuse any goodwill. Only Xiaoxiao was jubilant. "Hooray, hooray! We can go out. First to see the lovely and kind-hearted crown princess, then to visit grandma for gifts. The world is so wonderful, la la la." Zhao Wanwei chuckled, realizing Xiaoxiao's cleverness. Who said one cannot have both fish and bear's paws? She instructed Lianxiao to present a silver ingot to the envoy from the crown princess's residence, courteously saying, "Thank you for making this journey. Please inform the crown princess that we shall arrive shortly." Zhao Wanwei adorned Xiaoxiao beautifully, dressing her in a red front-closing jacket paired with a matching sheer skirt, complemented by tiger head shoes crafted from white silk. Lianxiao had even intricately styled her hair into 2 little buns, adorned with a red between her brows and a resplendent golden necklace around her neck, making her resemble a cherubic figure beneath a deity, festive and delightful. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao, the crown princess could hardly avert her gaze. "Your mother's title as the most beautiful in the capital is about to be usurped. This child is 100 times more enchanting." Zhao Wanwei smiled politely, respectfully bowing to the crown princess before responding, "Your Highness, you flatter me. She is merely an ordinary little child." The crown princess rolled her eyes at Zhao Wanwei, taking the child from her arms and grumbling, "You are such a stickler for decorum. There are no outsiders here, so what need is there for such formalities? Come here. My dear, let Auntie hold you. How can you be so adorable?" Was Xiaoxiao an ordinary child? She eagerly smiled at the crown princess, her mouth widening in delight. The crown princess's heart swelled with warmth. This child, at merely 100 days old, already knows how to bring me joy. Alas, my Yutong has yet to smile at me. Zhao Wanwei sensed an impending mishap. The crown princess had only one son, who had been born with difficulties and was somewhat simple-minded. She hastily apologized, "Your Highness, I did not consider this. I should not have brought Xiaoxiao to trouble you." The crown princess forced a smile, saying, "Wanwei, this is fate, beyond our control. I would never take my displeasure out on you. However, do bring Xiaoxiao to see me often. It brings me joy. Understanding the crown princess's sorrow, Xiaoxiao endeavored to cheer her up, clumsily laughing and playfully splashing at her, finding various ways to elicit her delight, and eventually, the crown princess's brow relaxed. Reluctant to part with Xiaoxiao, she insisted they dine together and summoned her son, Liyu. At first glance, Xiaoxiao recognized the weakness in his fate. He had lost 2 souls and 6 spirits at birth, leaving him somewhat vacant. In her eagerness to help, Xiaoxiao waved her tiny hands, yearning for Liyu to hold her. The crown princess felt a pang of sorrow. Xiaoxiao likes her brother Yutong, but alas, he cannot hold you. Exhausted from her efforts, Xiaoxiao sighed. I lack the spiritual power. Without touching him, I cannot summon his souls. The crown princess had sought countless renowned physicians and high monks to heal Liyu, yet to no avail. Zhao Wanwei was skeptical of Xiaoxiao's abilities. Nevertheless, seeing the crown princess as a sister, she was willing to give it a try. They say children are drawn to the purest and kindest souls. Let Yutong hold Xiaoxiao, and may she share her light with him. I shall merely observe. The crown princess, encouraged by her words, refrained from further obstruction, positioning herself beside Zhao Wanwei on either side of Liyu, protecting Xiaoxiao. In a moment of clarity amidst his confusion, Liyu suddenly perceived a radiant light before him and instinctively extended his hands, securely cradling Xiaoxiao. The crown princess was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. After 15 years, her son had finally shown a voluntary reaction. Xiaoxiao was indeed a celestial being beneath the deity. Let Yutong hold her longer. Zhao Wanwei was equally astonished. Her daughter was truly remarkable. Xiaoxiao grasped Liu Tong's wrist, marveling. The handsome brother possesses remarkable potential. With just 1 soul and 1 spirit, he can perceive divine light. If his souls were restored, he would be a genius. Of course, he still pales in comparison to me. Zhao Wanwei, captivated by her daughter's words, was momentarily lost in thought until Xiaoxiao's final line shattered her reverie. The child certainly was not lacking in audacity. Handsome brother, can you see me? With a gaze both vacant and pure, Liu suddenly bowed his head and stammered, Sister. Chapter 12. The bracelet space. The princess was filled with a mixture of astonishment and joy, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement as she stammered, Wanwei. Did you hear? My Yutong has spoken. Zhao Wanyue's eyes also glistened with tears. Your Highness, I heard it. After all these years, you have finally witnessed the clouds parting to reveal the moon. In her heart, she felt a weak protest. Do not rejoice too soon with my current abilities. I can only induce minor instinctive movements. Achieving clarity is still a distant goal. Nonetheless, Zhao Wanwei felt genuine happiness for the princess, though it pained her to see Xiaoxiao in such distress. Tenderly, she took Xiaoxiao from the princess, saying, Yutong must be weary. Allow me to hold my sister. Liu had spent a decade in the oppressive darkness, and Xiaoxiao's arrival illuminated his existence like a beacon. He refused to release her from his embrace. Wanwei, let Yutong hold Xiaoxiao a little longer. After all, Xiaoxiao is the fortunate one spoken of by Master Eating. This bracelet shall be a gift for you. With that, the princess gently helped Liu to sit down, retrieving a bracelet tethered with a string from his arms and placing it into Xiaoxiao's hands. Setting aside the bracelet's exceptional quality and considerable value, its significance as Li Yutong's cherished possession rendered it immensely precious. Zhao Wanwei hastily declined, Your Highness, this is far too valuable. Xiaoxiao cannot accept such a gift. Upon seeing the bracelet, Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity as she cradled it in her hands. Examining it closely, Heavens, is this not the bracelet space from my cultivation days? I thought it had perished during the tribulation. I never imagined it would accompany me here. The bracelet appeared even more translucent than before, radiating a subtle, ethereal glow. Could this be my spiritual energy? The princess interjected, halting Zhao Wanwei. Wanwei, this bracelet was a gift I obtained from Master Eating. He said that its destined owner could save Tong, and Xiaoxiao is indeed that destined one. In the illustrated narrative, Liu Tong was healed by the female protagonist, but upon regaining his sanity, he became exceedingly cruel and brutal, transforming into a weapon for her. The princess subsequently fell into despair, succumbing to illness and passing away prematurely. Liu Tong's spirit was pure. He could not possibly be an embodiment of malice. It seemed the protagonist had not merely summoned his soul, but had overtaken it entirely. Through this connection, the protagonist not only acquired the bracelet's magical artifacts and spiritual energy, but also ascended to a position of prominence within the royal court. Xiaoxiao felt a surge of indignation at the thought that her years of diligent cultivation had been appropriated by another. Determined, she resolved to absorb all the spiritual energy at once. Ignoring Zhao Wanyue's conversation with the princess, she closed her eyes, focusing intently on drawing in the energy from the bracelet. Zhao Wanwei was still attempting to decline when the princess pointed at Xiaoxiao, asserting, "Look, Xiaoxiao adores the bracelet. Yutong's ability to speak is entirely thanks to her. I could offer her not just this bracelet, but the entire princess's residence." At that moment, Xiaoxiao completed her absorption of the spiritual energy, feeling invigorated as the glow surrounding the bracelet gradually dimmed. She stretched, her body now more agile. She then pressed her thumb against Liu Tong's forehead, murmuring incantations. Liu Tong suddenly trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The princess gasped in alarm, calling out, "Tong, what is the matter?" Zhao Wanyue's concern shifted to Xiaoxiao, rushing to embrace her. As Xiaoxiao continued chanting, she complained, "Don't disturb me, mother. This is a critical moment. Whether the handsome brother regains his sanity hinges on this." The princess regained her composure, realizing that for Liu Tong, this trembling was indeed a positive indication. Thus, the two mothers anxiously observed their children. After a brief moment, Liu Tong gradually calmed, and Xiaoxiao exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering her hand. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted." At last, the handsome brother's 3 souls and 7 spirits have realigned, but he has lingered in chaos for too long, so his spirit remains unstable. Caution is still required. Zhao Wanwe quickly took the child, while the princess approached Liu Tong, asking, "Tong, are you all right?" "I am your mother." Liu Tong gazed at her with bewilderment, tilting his head as he murmured, "Mother?" The princess could no longer contain herself, embracing Liu Tong and weeping uncontrollably. 15 years. I have awaited this moment for 15 long years. Amidst her tears and laughter, the princess proclaimed, "I know it was my sister who saved you. From now on, Xiao shall be our family's great benefactor." Understanding the implications of drawing attention, Zhao Wanwei quickly countered, "It is all thanks to young Master Tong's immense fortune. Xiaoxiao is but a mere child. How could she possess such power?" Xiaoxiao felt anxious that the bracelet, now infused with her energy, might slip away again, for she had many treasures contained within it. Swiftly, she donned the bracelet upon her wrist. "Mother, I am quite capable. This bracelet belongs to me." Zhao Wanwei sighed, pondering how this child had become so materialistic, wondering from whom she had inherited such traits. The princess found amusement in Xiaoxiao's antics and, retrieving a token from her waist, presented it to Xiaoxiao. "Good child, from now on, the princess's residence shall be your home, and I shall be your affectionate aunt." Xiaoxiao examined the token before nonchalantly tossing it aside. "What use is this small token? The feast before us is a sight to behold. It makes me so hungry." Exhausted and famished, she grumbled, "Allow the handsome brother some respite. To activate these years' memories, I must perform my spell 3 more times." Zhao Wanwei, overhearing, discreetly suggested, "Your Highness, after waiting 15 years, why rush? Let Tong take his time. After all, he must be hungry too." The princess nodded in agreement. "You are right. There is plenty of time ahead. Let us dine." The princess had the kitchen prepare cheese, and as the sweet, creamy delicacy melted in her mouth, Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in bliss. What a rare delight! Finally, I can savor solid food. And you truly understand me. Wanwei couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaoxiao's enchanted expression. It was then that the princess remembered the reason for summoning Zhao Wanwei, asking with a playful glint in her eye, "Wanwei, what performance are you and your mother-in-law putting on?" Chapter 13. Benefiting from Xiaoxiao's favor, Zhao Wanwei smiled. For she had recently been embroiled in lawsuits and managing shops. While others might overlook her struggles, the princess would certainly not. Nothing escapes the princess's discerning gaze, however. These were merely trivial family matters that she could handle. The princess furrowed her brow, expressing hope that Wanwei could indeed manage. I have long warned you that Liu is not as accommodating as she appears, and she has been rather harsh towards your esteemed son. In any case, be vigilant. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall stand by you and Xiaoxiao. The princess had previously remarked on Liu's peculiarities, advising Wanwei to remain cautious, claiming that her experience in court had made her suspicious of everyone. Wanwei felt foolish for having been deceived by Liu all these years. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao's reminders, she might still have thought ill of the princess. Gratefully, she looked at the princess and said, "Rest assured. With such a good confidant as you, who would dare to bully me? The princess is indeed quite considerate. After your father passed, she was the first to seek your brother, but alas, she arrived too late, allowing Liu to take action. For that, she has felt guilty her entire life." Upon hearing of the princess's loyalty, Wanwei resolved to frequently bring Xiaoxiao to the princess's residence, hoping for the swift recovery of Liyu. Xiaoxiao, having summoned Liyu's spirit, was thoroughly exhausted and fell asleep after consuming a little food. The princess bestowed upon Xiaoxiao numerous gifts, earnestly urging Wanwei to bring Xiaoxiao to visit Liyu more often. Wanwei bid farewell to the princess and made her way directly to the residence of the Duke of Jing'an. Her father, Duke Zhao Antai, and her mother, Lady Su, were already waiting outside with her brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Antai jested, "At last, you have arrived. Your mother has been fretting since early morning. If you had delayed any longer, my ears would have developed calluses. Why are you all still outside?" "I was merely engaged in conversation with the princess, causing a slight delay. I apologize for making you wait, father, mother, and brother, and sister-in-law. Are you not eager to see your granddaughter? Come, let me hold her." Upon hearing this, Lian Xiao promptly handed Xiaoxiao to Zhao Antai. "This is my grandfather, who confronts the heavens and challenges the officials. It is a pity that his unwavering commitment to the country ultimately led to his tragic demise, with both of his brothers suffering the same fate." Except for the two daughters-in-law, everyone paused, curious to learn how the Duke of Jing'an had fallen into misfortune. However, Xiaoxiao, with her childlike innocence and erratic thoughts, pondered. "The princess gifted me a bracelet. I wonder what my grandfather and the others will give me. I am so excited." Wanwei remarked, "Here we go again." Thank goodness father and mother cannot hear her, otherwise they would think I have given Xiaoxiao nothing of value. Zhao Antai laughed heartily. "Xiaoxiao, come. Let us see the gifts your grandfather and grandmother have prepared for you." Wanwei gazed in astonishment at the several gleaming large boxes before her, realizing that compared to her parents' gifts, she had indeed given Xiaoxiao nothing of significance. With such grandeur, how could her sisters-in-law not harbor thoughts of jealousy? Father, mother. Xiaoxiao has only reached her 100th day. There is no need for such extravagance. Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. This must be my foolish and opportunistic aunt. After all, the evidence of the conspiracy against my grandfather and father is hidden in the Duke's residence. When trouble arose, she forced my uncle to divorce, absconding with the family's riches. Now the entire family, except for her second aunt, Liyu, was aware that the Qian family was the source of their troubles. Liyu, straightforward and cheerful, remarked, "In our family, we have a bunch of rascals, and only Wanwei has given birth to 2 daughters, which must be cherished." Qian, pouting and speaking sarcastically, responded, "Yunshu. So what if she has 2 daughters? It is not as if no one else has sons. Wanwei has at least given birth to a long river of them." Li Yunqiu felt extremely embarrassed, regretting her bluntness, as she genuinely envied Zhao Wanwei for having 2 daughters. Father, mother, Wanwei, that was not my intention. Li Yunqiu felt that her words had only worsened the situation, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Xiaoxiao's second uncle, Zhao Hongjing, scolded sternly, "If you cannot speak properly, then do not speak at all. Why must you be such a source of worry?" Xiaoxiao thought to herself, "Uncle, you are the one causing worry. You are fixated on that white moonlight. Do you not know that after the Duke of Jing'an's troubles, she fled with her child? It was Aunt who risked her life with all her hidden guards to save several children of the Zhao family. Let me see Aunt in her glorious form." As Xiaoxiao thought this, she stretched her neck to look for Li Yunqiu. Zhao Antai, seeing her struggle, handed the child to Li Yunqiu, saying, "It seems our Xiaoxiao wishes to be held by her second aunt." "Yunqiu, why are you in a daze? Do you not know how to hold a child?" Li Yunqiu, taken aback, hurriedly accepted Xiaoxiao with great care. Now that Xiaoxiao's hands had become quite nimble, she cupped Li Yunqiu's face, inwardly marveling, "Aunt is truly beautiful. She can even fight valiantly, a heroine who rivals men. Of all the characters in books, you are my favorite. Let me give you a kiss." Thinking this, she leaned in and bestowed a sweet kiss on Li Yunqiu. "Hongjing, Xiaoxiao has kissed me. Daughters are truly affectionate." Li Yunqiu nearly lost her composure. "Aunt is perfect in every way except for being blind. Why are you infatuated with uncle? After he is gone, so many wish to marry you, even willing to raise Zhao's children for you. Yet you choose to remain loyal to him, toiling alone to care for Zhao's children, while soon uncle will be drunk and let that white lotus climb into bed." Zhao Hongjing shuddered at the thought. He had intended to take in a concubine and give her a title. Zhao Antai, aware of his son's sordid intentions, could only shoot him a disapproving glance. The already uneasy Zhao Hongjing was nearly scared out of his wits, almost stumbling to the ground. "How can you stand so unsteadily? You cannot accomplish anything like this. Hurry and take your sister inside." Zhao Antai now found his youngest son increasingly displeasing. Lady Su shot her second son a disapproving look, gently saying, "Yunqiu, do not just stand there. Take Xiaoxiao inside. It is cold outside." Li Yunqiu, startled, dared not move. When had her mother-in-law ever spoken so kindly to her? Zhao Hongjing, feeling guilty towards his wife and fearing reprimand, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Did you not hear, mother? Quickly take Xiaoxiao inside." Lady Su pushed her son aside, vexed. Of course, Yunqiu must take her time holding the child, unlike you, who rushes about carelessly, without a hint of awareness. "Yunqiu, let us go. Do not mind him." Li Yunqiu suddenly understood. She was indeed benefiting from Xiaoxiao's favor. Zhao Hongjing, utterly bewildered, thought, "What have I done to deserve this?" Chapter 14. The obtrusive uncles. After hearing Su Xiaoxiao's heartfelt sentiments, the Zhao family was enveloped in a heavy silence, each member burdened with their own thoughts yet hesitant to reveal them. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Fortunately, Su Xiaoxiao, with her clever and endearing nature, brightened the mood with her cheerful antics, playfully requesting hugs and seeking out various family members for attention. She particularly adored Li Yunqiu, who was pleasantly surprised to present her with a jade pendant engraved with plum blossoms. "Aunt, I don't have much of value, but this was passed down from my mother, and I would like you to have it as a token of our meeting." Qianshi scoffed dismissively. "Did you not see the gift your mother prepared for Xiaoxiao? Your trinket hardly compares." Zhao Hongya, who had been suppressing his frustration, shot a glare at Qianshi and rebuked her, "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. All you do is stir up trouble. I find the gift from my sister-in-law quite admirable. And what about you? Surely you haven't come empty-handed." Qianshi, hailing from a prestigious lineage as the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, was somewhat domineering. Zhao Hongya, with his gentle disposition, had always indulged her, never once raising his voice in reproach. Feeling wronged, she retorted, "You dare to chastise me? Mother, look at Hongya. He is being unreasonable." Su Shi, with a stern countenance, interjected, "Is Hongya not speaking the truth? The value of a gift lies in its sentiment. Yunshu offered her cherished jade pendant, demonstrating her genuine affection for Xiaoxiao. As the elder sister-in-law, you should not constantly undermine your younger siblings. Do you think I, as your mother-in-law, am of no consequence? Xiaoxiao eagerly grasped the pendant, struggling to fasten it around her neck. Aunt's gift is truly splendid. It can summon all my hidden guardians. Aunt's generosity is commendable. Once I grow older, I shall support you in seeking a considerate husband, perhaps even persuading you to part ways with the second uncle. Zhao Hongjing found himself in disbelief, contemplating his niece's bold remarks. As your beloved uncle, I beg you to show restraint. I cannot bear the thought of losing such an exceptional daughter-in-law. Zhao Wanwei quickly attempted to mediate. Sister-in-law, this gift has certainly found favor in Xiaoxiao's heart. She wishes to wear it now, does she not? Here, let me assist you. As Xiaoxiao donned the pendant, her heart swelled with pride, and she chattered animatedly to Liyu. And you are so unfortunate, always being bullied. If you did not genuinely care for the second uncle, how could the Duke's residence possibly hold you captive? I promise to support you in the future. Her words left the Zhao family feeling embarrassed, as Li Yunshu, raised in the martial world with a mother who led a mysterious organization, had fallen for Zhao Yunqing at first sight and nearly lost her life saving him. Zhao Antai, concerned for her reputation, had arranged for Zhao Yunqing to marry her. However, Zhao Yunqing harbored affections for another, treating Li Yunshu with cold indifference, while Su Shi disapproved of Li Yunshu's martial demeanor, often regarding her with disdain. Zhao Antai, while finding Li Yunshu admirable, had not paid much attention to matters within the inner chamber. Today, he learned that his son intended to take Bai Shuangshuang as his wife, which incensed him greatly. Yunshu, you may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with Wanwei. And you two rascals, come to the study as well. Li Yunshu, understanding the situation, entrusted the child to Zhao Wanwei and exited. Zhao Antai had always prided himself on his parenting skills, but today he discovered that his elder daughter-in-law was not only sharp-tongued, but also the mastermind behind the family's troubles. His second son, neglecting a perfectly suitable wife, was foolishly pursuing a widow, which was enough to infuriate him. Although these events had yet to unfold, Zhao Antai felt compelled to discipline his two sons in advance. You two shall kneel outside the study. Do not rise until I call for you. After reprimanding them, he softened his tone. Wanwei, please join your mother in the study for a moment. Zhao Hongya and Zhao Hongjing exchanged glances, feeling that their father was being exceedingly biased, as though only their sister was truly his child. What had they done wrong? Su Shi, who favored her children dearly, perceived both sons as foolish and inept. And as she passed by, she kicked Zhao Hongjing's back, muttering, "You are such a fool. Both of you are fools." Zhao Hongjing, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "Brother, even mother has turned against me. You deserve it. Keep your distance from Bai Shuangshuang. You lack any discernment." Zhao Hongya was preoccupied with concerns about Qian Shi's potential mischief, leaving no time to comfort his brother. Zhao Wanwei was uncertain how to convey the situation to her father. She could manage matters with Liu Shi, but the threat to their household was far more pressing. She poured a cup of tea for Zhao Antai and offered it to him, saying, "I can handle mother. But father, you're known for your integrity and your disdain for evil. You have offended many with your daily remonstrations against officials. Could it be that someone bears a grudge against you, which might endanger our family?" In the past, Zhao Antai would have vehemently defended himself, asserting, "I fear no shadows when my conscience is clear. I denounce only the treacherous." However, upon hearing the fate of the Jing'an marquis residents from Xiaoxiao, an unsettling feeling settled in his heart. While he himself was unafraid of death, he could not ignore the potential consequences for the Zhao family. Zhao Antai took a sip of tea and replied, "You speak wisely. I shall be more vigilant in the future. I am considering having your second sister-in-law assign a guardian to each member of our family, both to ensure our safety and to eliminate any opportunities for malice." A sense of relief washed over Zhao Wanwei. She had been at a loss regarding how to warn her father about the treacherous Qianshi. With the second sister-in-law's guardians in place, every move Qianshi made would be monitored, allowing them to preemptively address any threats. Indeed, experience brings wisdom. Grandfather possesses the foresight to recognize the reliability of the second sister-in-law. This way, any evidence of Qianshi's schemes against the Jing'an Marquis residents can be swiftly uncovered. Zhao Antai, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. If he were truly as capable as he wished to be, their family would not have faced such dire straits. Su Shi's heart remained heavy. Although affairs within the residence were stabilizing, the situation with Wanwei was still perilous. Though she suspected that her mother-in-law was deliberately making things difficult for her, she remained unaware of Liu Shi's true intentions. Unable to confront Liu Shi directly about her deceit, Su Shi pondered deeply and decided to investigate events from decades past. She subtly remarked, "Wanwei, do not solely fret for us. I sense that your mother-in-law is not one to be trifled with. Some matters are truly beyond imagination. Mother, have you discovered something?" Chapter 15. Blindness. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. Realizing that someone had finally noticed the truth, Liu had murdered Tang in her quest for the title of matriarch. And since her father was a child of the Tang family, she would not hesitate to eliminate him for the sake of her own son's title. What further discoveries had grandmother made? Zhao Antai felt a sudden chill in his heart. He had thought it was merely a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But now a grave secret had emerged, placing the daughter and son-in-law's family in peril. Zhao Wanwei shook her head helplessly, saying, "It is unnecessary. Granny Zhang's family perished when their ship sank. Everyone is gone. How could it be so coincidental? Was someone manipulating events behind the scenes?" Su was frustrated. With the sole witness deceased, unveiling Liu's true nature would be increasingly difficult. After all, she was a lady of the third rank. And mishandling the situation could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhao Wanwei, resigned, remarked, "The secret guards have investigated. Someone had drilled a hole in the ship and plugged it with mud. After being submerged for too long, the mud fell away, causing the ship to sink and everyone aboard to perish. None of the secret guards survived. I had underestimated Liu's ruthlessness, and in doing so, lost our only lead. It is infuriating." Su angrily swished her sleeves. Zhao Wanwei comforted her mother, saying, "Dear mother, there is no need for concern. Now that I am aware of my mother-in-law's murderous intentions, I will tread carefully. She may be a lady of the third rank, but I am still the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jing'an. We cannot afford to openly confront one another. Meanwhile, what of my two brothers? They must have knelt until their legs are numb, and yet father still does not allow them to rise?" Only then did Zhao Antai remember his two ineffectual sons still kneeling outside. He bellowed, "You two, get in here this instant." Zhao Hongya and Zhao Hongjing, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly crept into the study. "Father, what is your command?" they asked in unison. "Kneel." Zhao Antai glared at his sons with discontent. Though the brothers were puzzled, their bodies acted before their minds, and they knelt in unison at their father's command. Zhao Wanwei, feeling pity for her brothers, attempted to mediate, saying, "Father, they are grown men. How can you impose such punishments? What will your grandsons think of your authority?" Zhao Hongya, with a grimace, added, "Indeed, father. Your son is dull-witted and unaware of his transgressions. Please enlighten me." Zhao Hongya quickly acquiesced, inwardly lamenting that his father had already discerned the issues with Qian. Realizing he had been overly indulgent, he could tolerate her arrogance, but plotting against family members was entirely unacceptable. Zhao Hongjing, reveling in the misfortune, caught Zhao Antai's steely gaze and was promptly chastised. "You, the second son, how dare you stand? Kneel." Zhao Hongjing was nearly in tears. "Father, why must I kneel again? Had I known, I would have remained seated. What have I done to incur your wrath? My elder brother and sister-in-law have displeased you. Why must I be punished?" A woman with a child, alone and helpless, sought refuge here. "I could hardly turn her away. We have many rooms, after all. I consulted with your mother about this." He was primarily infuriated with himself for failing to recognize character. Initially, he had considered keeping Bai Shuangshuang in the household as a concubine for his second son, only to discover that the most unassuming Li Yunshu genuinely cared for his son. Zhao Hongjing clutched his head and exclaimed, "Did mother not say that Yunshu had a rough demeanor, uncouth and insufferable? How can she now claim that her temper has improved?" "I shall speak as I please," Su snapped, having struck a nerve. Zhao Antai felt a headache coming on. "Listen well, second son. Today you shall send Bai Shuangshuang away. Then, you must properly apologize to Yunshu. If I catch you harboring any ill intentions, I will break your legs." Zhao Hongjing, having heard the sentiments of Su Xiaoxiao, feared that Li Yunshu might come to perceive his feelings and scorn him. He had no inclination to pursue Bai Shuangshuang, yet he found it difficult to cast her aside. He swore, "Father, I shall avoid Bai Shuangshuang's courtyard from now on, and I will treat Yunshu with the utmost respect. To cast out a widow and her child would bring disgrace upon our family. Should you avoid her, Bai Shuangshuang will surely pursue you. She is merely coveting the wealth and prestige of the Duke of Jing'an's household. Once the estate declines, she will seek new affections elsewhere." Madame Zhao, upon hearing this, smacked Zhao Hongjing on the head. "You are concerned about our family's reputation? A widow living under our roof is a disgrace. You are to send Bai Shuangshuang away immediately." But the book said grandmother favored Bai Shuangshuang most of all. How could that be? Grandmother is far too astute to be deceived by a white lotus. Su was nearly beside herself with anger. How had she been so blind as to keep such a person? Thankfully, only she could hear Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Otherwise, their family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. She remained oblivious to the complex expressions that flickered across her family's faces. Zhao Hongjing too had come to realize that Bai Shuangshuang's coy demeanor had been intentional, and he was grateful he had not crossed the line. Otherwise, she would have become an unremovable burden. "Mother, what if she refuses to leave?" Zhao Hongjing lamented, knowing that he was weak-willed. Whenever Bai Shuangshuang cried, he became utterly helpless. Zhao Wanwei, understanding her brother's softness, volunteered, "If you trust me, brother, I will accompany you." Chapter 16. The White Lotus in order to fulfill Su Xiaoxiao's wish. Zhao Wanwei suggested, "Let us invite second sister-in-law as well, so Bai Shuangshuang can understand that our second brother is a married man." Zhao Hongjing cast a resentful glance at his sister, remarking, "You truly have a knack for scheming against yourselves. Inviting her is fine, in front of Li Yunshu. She'll see that there has been no impropriety between Bai Shuangshuang and me. With such a formidable wife, I would rather avoid any misunderstandings." Li Yunshu, however, felt a bit uneasy. Although Zhao Hongjing did not voice it, he surely blamed her for marrying him, believing it hindered his ability to soar freely with the one he cherished. This was also the reason Li Yunshu had tolerated Zhao Hongjing's presence. "I shall not go. I am not eloquent and would only bring chaos to your gathering." She could hardly believe Zhao Hongjing would let Bai Shuangshuang leave. Zhao Wanwei tugged at her arm, saying, "Second sister-in-law, second brother is a big man, rather careless. Just accompany him this once. I will be here regardless." Go, let us all go." "Xiaoxiao wants to join too," exclaimed Xiaoxiao, stretching out her little hands, seeking to be held by Li Yunshu. Zhao Wanwei felt a twinge of envy at Li Yunshu's affection for Xiaoxiao, teasingly saying, "Even Xianxiao wouldn't let Xiaoxiao be with second lady. Look, Xiaoxiao wants you to go." Seeing that she could no longer decline, Li Yunshu hugged Xiaoxiao and followed them to Bai Shuangshuang's courtyard. Upon hearing that Zhao Hongjing had arrived, Bai Shuangshuang dashed out without even donning her outer garment, clutching a newly embroidered pouch. She slowed her pace at the door, stepping out with a gentle, willow-like grace, lowering her eyes as she said, "Brother Jing, you've come." Zhao Hongjing, struggling to find words, replied, "Madame Wu, you should take care of your health and wear more clothing." Bai Shuangshuang felt puzzled. He used to call her Miss Bai, and now addressing her as Madame Wu felt distant. Suppressing her unease, she smiled sweetly, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Zhao Hongjing, teasingly saying, "Brother Jing, why are you still so formal? Didn't I say you could just call me Shuang like when we were children?" In earlier days, such words would have sent his heart racing. However, today, her demeanor felt discordant. She was already a mother, and her coyness seemed unconvincing. How had he once fallen for such innocence? Zhao Wanwei, lagging behind with Li Yunshu, remarked nonchalantly, "Sister Bai is already someone else's wife. And my second brother has long settled down, now a father of two. It is only proper to refer to you as Madam Wu. How can we still address you as we did in our youth?" She cast a provocative glance at Li Yunshu, as if to imply that she belonged to a different world. Xiaoxiao, infuriated, shouted, "White Lotus, do you not realize you are an outsider? How shameless!" Bai Shuang, oblivious to Xiaoxiao's words, merely smiled. "This must be your daughter. She is truly lovely. Come to auntie. Embrace you? I see you are just trying to win over my foolish second uncle, you wanton woman, how disgraceful," Xiaoxiao thought, making a terrified expression and retreating into Li Yunshu's embrace, bursting into tears. Li Yunshu, confused, anxiously comforted Xiaoxiao. Zhao Wanwei secretly chuckled. Her daughter was cleverer than a lotus seed pod. She affectionately pulled Li Yunshu closer, saying, "No need to worry, second sister-in-law. Xiaoxiao is fastidious and must have seen something unsettling." She directed a pointed look at Bai Shuang. Li Yunshu, straightforward by nature, was taken aback. Zhao Hongjing felt his face flush with embarrassment. This mother-daughter duo had sharp tongues. "Mother understands me best. I cannot stand that filthy thing. Hurry and chase her away," Xiaoxiao declared, and upon hearing her daughter's words, Zhao Wanwei ceased her banter, stating bluntly, "Sister Bai, the truth is, my mother has found you a new place to stay, already prepared. It is best you move out from here to spare you any discomfort." Bai Shuang felt utterly at a loss. Why must she leave? Who said she was uncomfortable? She was waiting to take Li Yunshu's place. With a pitiful gaze directed at Zhao Hongjing, she lamented, "Brother Jing, have I done something wrong? Are you really going to drive us away? We are but a mother and daughter. Are you truly so heartless as to leave us to wander the streets?" As she produced a handkerchief, tears streaming down her face, Zhao Hongjing, feeling conflicted, looked to Zhao Wanwei for guidance. Zhao Wanwei, maintaining her composure, interjected, "Sister Bai, to be frank, we are merely neighbors, not bound by kinship. You mentioned you were facing difficulties and would only stay temporarily, yet nearly a year has passed. While you may not care for your reputation, our household still values its dignity. If you continue to reside here without justification, it will undoubtedly affect my second brother's career. My mother has already procured a small courtyard for you and will provide you with some funds to sustain yourselves." Zhao Wanwei spoke plainly, but Bai Shuang feigned ignorance. Her tear-filled eyes locked onto Zhao Hongjing as she pleaded, "Brother Jing, if I have caused you trouble, just say the word and I will leave at once. Alas, my foolish uncle will undoubtedly hesitate and may even allow her to remain as a secondary wife, ultimately leading to his own disgrace. How pitiful my second aunt must be." Bai Shuang lamented, "Brother Jing, this cannot be your true sentiment. They are forcing you, aren't they? You cannot tolerate me, can you?" With that, she lunged towards Li Yunshu. Chapter 17. Not an ordinary child. Bai Shuang lunged at Li Yunshu like a mad dog. And fearing for the safety of the little one in her arms, she nimbly sidestepped, causing Bai Shuang to miss her target entirely and crash to the ground. Her pristine dress was now soiled with dirt, and her face contorted with rage, resembling a vengeful spirit. Zhao Hongjing shuddered. How could the ethereal Bai Shuang behave so rudely? Akin to a shrew? He wondered how he had been so utterly enchanted by her. With a look of despair, Bai Shuang turned to Zhao Hongjing, exclaiming, "Brother Jing, they are bullying me. What a disgrace. It was you who attempted to attack my aunt, foolish girl. Aunt is a formidable expert. You brought this humiliation upon yourself." Zhao Hongjing firmly asserted, "Madam Wu, It was you who attacked my wife just now. It is a miracle she refrained from retaliating. Bai Shuang, flustered with anger, pointed at Zhao Hongjing and exclaimed, Zhao Hongjing, you would not abandon me, yet you defend that fierce woman. In a fit of rage, she declared, Zhao Wanyu, as a married woman, what right do you have to command authority in the residence of the Duke of Jing'an? What are you even worth? Li Yunshu, with a composed demeanor, replied, she is indeed the esteemed aunt of the Duke of Jing'an. By Shuang, you may have insulted me, but you nearly harmed my niece and spoke disrespectfully to my sister-in-law. Out of respect for my husband, I grant you a brief moment to vacate the Duke's residence, or you shall meet the same fate as this tree. Upon finishing her words, Li Yunshu deftly unfastened the whip from her waist and with a mere flick, snapped a tree trunk the size of a bowl. Not only by Shuang, but even Zhao Hongjing and Zhao Wanyu were left speechless in shock. Aunt is so formidable. With such prowess, why would she willingly endure the indignities from my second uncle? If it were me, I would not hesitate to put an end to him. Zhao Hongjing finally understood that he was but a foundling, while Li Yunshu was the true heir. Despite having neglected her for many years, she remained unscathed, a stroke of fortune indeed. It was not that Zhao Hongjing wished to be a coward, but upon this encounter, the childhood illusions had shattered. After more than a decade, everything had changed, and it was he who could not see clearly, still trapped in the past. Thanks to Xiaoxiao, he realized that his feelings for Bai Shuang were not genuine. Rather, it was the pressure of the marriage Li Yunshu imposed upon him that he resented, and he was reluctant to acknowledge Li Yunshu's superiority. Brother Jing? Bai Shuang cried out in despair. Madam Wu, please maintain your dignity. My wife, though magnanimous, deserves your respect. I shall arrange for 1,000 taels of silver to be sent to you as a token of our childhood friendship, ensuring you and your daughter live in comfort. In the future, please refer to me as young Master Zhao. Upon finishing, Zhao Hongjing eagerly reached out to embrace Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, come here to your second uncle. Your aunt must be weary. As Zhao Hongjing held Xiaoxiao tenderly, he gently said, Yunshu, let us take our leave. Dao Wanyu secretly smiled, pondering how her second brother would feel if he learned that Xiaoxiao often wished to change her uncle. Ultimately, Bai Shuang could not maintain her bravado. With a forced smile, she moved into the courtyard that the Zhao family had purchased for her, pocketing the 1,000 taels of silver, and harboring a deep resentment for Zhao Wanyu and Li Yunshu. That is another matter. For now, let us speak of Xiaoxiao, who beamed with joy at her grandfather's home, receiving many delightful gifts, her smile unwavering. The family shared laughter and warmth, creating an atmosphere of harmony. With a hint of melancholy, he remarked, as colleagues, it is only natural to pay respects. Hongya, Hongjing, you both shall accompany me. While he spoke, Xiaoxiao was muttering to herself, oh no, Shintinyo's son has died. That means Su Boheo, born from his affair with Liu, is the only male heir of the Shin family. To secure his son's inheritance, he will join forces with Liu against my father. The Zhao family was shaken to the core, realizing that Liu not only swapped children, but also committed adultery, bearing a child. The Duke of Zhenghua, a once great warrior who roamed the battlefield for decades, had been so easily manipulated by his own brother and concubine, tragic and lamentable indeed. Zhao Hongjing anxiously touched his head, relieved by Xiaoxiao's warning. Otherwise, his fate would have mirrored that of the Duke of Zhenghua, becoming a mere laughingstock. The entire family awaited Su Xiaoxiao's account of how Shen Tianyu would confront Su Bowen, eager to prevent any unforeseen calamities. Instead, they heard Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Shen Qingyu must be Shen Tianyu's granddaughter, but has the female protagonist truly crossed over? Zhao Antai, upon hearing this, inquired, are there others in the carriage? How are the two granddaughters of Minister Shen? The female protagonist must have crossed over at this moment, relying on her halo. She collaborates with the Prince of Qi to falsely accuse the Crown Prince of treason. My father and grandfather were ultimately harmed by her schemes. Concerned for the lives of Zhao's family and Su Bowen, Xiaoxiao disregarded her hesitations and resolved to confess to her father about her ability to hear Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, as matters of the court required her father's guidance. She entrusted the child to Liyu and said to Zhao Antai, "Father, I have something important to discuss with you privately." Zhao Antai, eager to offer his daughter a warning, followed her to the study. Once inside, Xiaoxiao closed the door and solemnly stated, "Father, Xiaoxiao is no ordinary infant." Chapter 18. The sister has returned. Zhao Antai looked at his daughter with a bewildered expression. "Wanwei, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Wanwei, disregarding the formalities, blurted out, "Father, something terrible is about to happen to Bowen, and our Jing'an Marquis residence is also facing impending disaster." Zhao Antai was momentarily taken aback. "How do you know this? Can you hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts as well?" He had always assumed that as the head of the family, he alone could comprehend Xiaoxiao's innermost feelings. Wanwei gazed at Zhao Antai in astonishment and asked, "Can you? Does father possess such abilities too?" Mother must have heard something as well, since she suddenly decided to investigate Liu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Antai felt even more disheartened, realizing that all three women in his family could perceive Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. "Call your mother and ask her." Zhao Antai constantly reassured himself that as the head of the family, it was only natural for Wanwei, being Xiaoxiao's mother, to hear her thoughts. As Su Shi entered the room, Zhao Wanwei immediately inquired, "Mother, why have you suddenly decided to look into my mother-in-law's past? Who is investigating?" "It's just a conversation that turned to that topic. Be cautious. You and Bowen treat her like a mother, but she is far from virtuous." I could hardly contain my disdain for her. Su Shi's anger flared at the mention of Liu, expressing her contempt for a woman who, in her pursuit of becoming the matriarch, had committed unforgivable acts, including murder and infidelity, ultimately raising an illegitimate child. She lamented that had she known better, she would never have allowed her daughter to marry into such a family. Zhao Antai, disregarding the propriety of the moment, asked directly, "How do you know Liu is unvirtuous? Did Xiaoxiao tell you? How could Xiaoxiao, at her age, possibly say anything?" Su Shi vehemently denied it but suddenly caught on, retorting, "How do you know it was Xiaoxiao who spoke? Can you hear her too?" Zhao Wanwei hastily attempted to comfort her mother, understanding her feelings all too well. Otherwise, she would not have disclosed this matter to Zhao Antai. Zhao Antai stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating the situation. "This little rascal seems to be spreading the news far and wide." He cautioned, "We must keep this matter to ourselves. Letting outsiders know could endanger Xiaoxiao. Moreover, we must shield her from this burden, or she will no longer think freely." Su Shi shot Zhao Antai a glare. "Do you need to remind me? For 100 days, I have not uttered a word to you. Xiaoxiao's safety is of utmost importance." Zhao Antai pondered, "Your sister-in-law has spies keeping watch. For the time being, there should be no trouble. Good news has arrived from Bowen. I will quickly draft a letter and send it swiftly, urging him to be cautious." The critical issue lay with Shen Tianyu, who oversaw military affairs. If he aimed to harm Bowen, he could easily fabricate charges against him. Zhao Wanwei, her expression gloomy, remarked, "Shen Tianyu commands a formidable force, and his guards are exceptionally skilled. Ordinary spies would struggle to approach him." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Antai declared, "Call your second sister-in-law. We shall rely on her." Su Shi, now aware of Liyu's capabilities, had no objections. Liyu, understanding her father-in-law's character, promptly dispatched 2 capable individuals to monitor Shen Tianyu. As for Liu's misdeeds, lacking evidence meant they could only endure her antics for the time being. However, the truth would eventually reveal itself. Zhao Wanwei fanned Su Xiaoxiao gently while peering outside, her heart lifting with anticipation. Rising, she exclaimed, "I have prepared something special for you. I will have Baizi bring it to you. Please watch over your sister while I check on the kitchen. It has been 5 months since we enjoyed our home-cooked meals, and we must be starving." Su Lingxi, having left her mother's embrace, gazed at the chubby child beneath the grape trellis, whose cherubic face was adorned with jingling golden bells, undeniably adorable. She pinched Su Xiaoxiao's cheek and said, "Sister, I am your elder sister. May I hold you?" Drowsily, Su Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, her gaze brightening at the sight of her sister. "Wow, you are so beautiful, even more so than mother." The legendary beauty of Deshua truly lives up to her reputation, but sadly, you married a heartless scoundrel who tormented you to death. Su Lingxi was momentarily stunned. Where did that voice come from? Realizing she was alone, she deduced that it was the thoughts of her younger sister, who gazed at her with a silly smile. Just then, Baiji approached, beaming, and said, "Miss, your favorite sour plum soup has arrived." Su Xiaoxiao was instantly captivated, extending her chubby little hands to receive it. "Sour plum soup? I want some too." Chapter 19. The conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Su Lingxi was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. However, Su Xiaoxiao, still a child, was completely captivated by the thought of sour plum soup, her mind consumed by all things related to it, leaving Su Lingxi with no choice but to abandon her inquiries. Yet, this matter lingered in Su Lingxi's mind. She could only hope that one day Su Xiaoxiao would recall that person's name, allowing her to avoid him. As Su Lingxi and her mother played with Su Xiaoxiao, a boy appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old suddenly appeared, his youthful face adorned with a smile. "Mother, sister," he exclaimed. When you dropped the bowl in her hand, recognizing the voice of her son, Su Changhe, mischievous since childhood. He had been sent to Yulin Academy at the age of 12 and had rarely returned home since. Su Changhe explained, "The teacher has given us a holiday in advance to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and participate in the poetry gathering, so we can broaden our horizons. My little sister is so adorable. I've finally become an elder brother." Su Changhe exclaimed joyfully, "From now on, I will protect you." Su Xiaoxiao lifted her eyelids and coldly retorted, "You can forget about it. With your mischievous nature, you spend every day mingling with those unrefined young rascals, ultimately becoming their plaything and suffering humiliation." Su Changhe was momentarily stunned. Was his sister actually speaking? But she hadn't even parted her lips. Yet, the disdainful look in her eyes led him to believe she was indeed judging him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyu grew anxious and quickly changed her demeanor. "What have you learned at the academy? Have you caused any trouble for the teacher?" Su Changhe replied, feeling wronged, "Mother, the rules at Yulin Academy are extremely strict, and the teacher is particularly stern. How could I possibly cause any trouble? As for my studies, I have made some progress." Su Lingxi, understanding her brother well, had also caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Concerned for her brother, she felt it necessary to admonish her sister. "Changhe, as the only son in our family, you must be diligent in your studies. The future of the Su family relies on you. If you continue to be mischievous, your elder sister will be the first to oppose you." Zhao Wenyu arranged a lavish dinner, while Lu Shi feigned illness to avoid attending, and Zheng Yaxian had quarreled with Su Boheo, sulking alone in her room. Thus, the 4 women enjoyed a pleasant meal together. With Lu Shi absent, Su Lingxi and Su Changhe felt compelled to pay their respects to her. Upon seeing the 2 siblings, Lu Shi's frustration boiled over. Su Bowen held the title of heir to the duke's residence, living a life of luxury, while her own Caidie had endured so much suffering, still residing in such a small courtyard. Being older and more sensible, Su Lingxi sat beside Lu Shi and said, "Lingxi knows that grandmother cares for me. But since the Empress Dowager has spoken, there is nothing mother can do. I have learned so much from the Empress Dowager during these days." In contrast, Su Changhe had been spoiled by Lu Shi since birth, developing numerous bad habits. Otherwise, Zhao Wenyu would not have sent him so far away to study. After a year at Yulin Academy, he had corrected many of his bad behaviors and had even begun to study diligently. Lu Shi, feeling discontented, was soon approached by Su Boheo, who sought to take advantage of her. With a cold expression, she said, "This money is not impossible to give you, but you must do something for me first." Upon hearing this, Su Boheo saw an opportunity and hastily agreed without inquiring about the task. "Mother, whatever you need me to do, I will accomplish it, even if it means facing danger. However, Su Boheo's face displayed hesitation. But mother, the place I am going to is not suitable for a little kid. Liu Shi scolded. Then it is also not suitable for you to ask for my money. Reluctantly, Su Boheo conceded. Fine, 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 I will take him with me. But if my sister-in-law gets upset, you must bear the consequences. Being merely a child. Su Changhe was delighted at the prospect of playing with his uncle and set off with Su Boheo that very night. The next day, Awanyu came to fetch him, but Liu Shi did not even allow her to enter, stating that Changhe was tired and needed to rest for a few days. Feeling uneasy, Zhao Wanyu barged in, only to find no trace of Su Changhe in Liu Shi's courtyard. Inquiring with a servant, she learned that Su Changhe had been taken by Liu Shi to play with Su Boheo. Furious, Zhao Wanyu confronted Liu Shi directly. Mother, Changhe is already mischievous. He has finally learned some discipline at Yulin Academy. How can you allow my second brother to take him out to play? Liu Shi, unrepentant, retorted defiantly, Zhao Wanyu. For all these years, I have regarded you as a good person, but I never expected you to be so malicious, scheming to seize control of the family affairs. You even deny me the right to see my own grandson. Are you so eager to claim the title of Duchess? If so, come and kill me. The position will be yours. Worried for her son, Zhao Wanyu, disregarding everything else, retorted fiercely, Why are you being so unreasonable, mother? If you wish to manage the household, then starting today, I shall no longer oversee the Duke's estate or its expenses. As for Changhe, he is my son, and I will raise him as I see fit. You need not worry about him any longer. Chapter 20. Sowing discord. Zhao Wanwei, in a fit of irritation, inquired. Where on earth has Su Changhe been taken by Boheo? He is just a child. How can he be wandering aimlessly with Boheo? Boheo, intending kindness, had merely taken Su Changhe out for some amusement. How could that be deemed aimless wandering? Have you lost all semblance of a sister-in-law? If you wish to know where he has gone, I genuinely do not know. Worried for Su Changhe, Wanwei had no time to engage in verbal sparring with Liu Shi, so she hastily dispatched someone to search for Su Boheo's usual haunts. They ultimately located Su Changhe in a gambling house, where he was reveling in the excitement. Big, big, big. Su Changhe shouted hoarsely, his gaze fixed intently on the dice. The proprietor, Manager Xia, observed Su Changhe with interest and casually asked, Is this the legitimate son of young Master Su? With a sly grin, Manager Xia remarked, You dare bring him to such a place? Are you not afraid that young Master Su will flay you alive? Su Boheo, seemingly indifferent, replied, My elder brother is not here, so worry not. This lad is naturally inclined towards games of chance. He has won quite a bit tonight. If I bring him here a few more times, I can settle my debts. As Su Boheo calculated his gains, a steward from the estate approached and whispered in his ear. The steward, with no other choice, said quietly, The young mistress has declared that if you do not take the young master out soon, she will expose your debts to the old mistress. Cornered, Su Boheo reluctantly called Su Changhe to leave. Still in high spirits, Su Changhe pleaded, Second uncle, my luck is exceptional. Please let me play a few more rounds. Upon hearing this, Su Changhe's mood soured, and he angrily boarded the carriage, immediately blaming Zhao Wanwei. Mother, how could you find me here and make me a laughingstock? Zhao Wanwei, her expression cold, remained silent. Su Changhe, oblivious to the tension, continued, Why are you not speaking, mother? Stop trailing behind me. My luck is just right. Suppressing her rage, Zhao Wanwei gritted her teeth and said, Su Changhe, I am sparing you from punishment out of respect, but if you utter another word, I shall discipline you right here on the street. Understanding that his mother was serious, Su Changhe promptly fell silent, though he felt unjustly treated, having merely sought a bit of fun and even won some money. This scene was observed by a man in a brocade robe upstairs, who smirked and ordered, Make sure Su Boheo loses even more. His nephew's worth is far greater than his. Upon returning home, Su Changhe received a thorough reprimanding, his backside sore from the chastisement. He swore never to return to a gambling house again, and only then did Zhao Wanwei relent. Liu Shi, upon hearing the news, waited until Su Chang'e had been disciplined before coming to see him. With tears in her eyes, Liu Shi lamented, "It is all my fault, dear grandson. I merely wished for you to have a moment of respite from your studies, so I asked your second uncle to take you out. Your mother was too harsh. How could she be so cruel to her own son? It is also my fault. I am old now and with your father gone. Your mother has grown too bold and disdainful of me." Though mischievous, Su Chang'e had a kind heart and consoled Liu Shi, "Grandmother, do not think too much of it. Mother simply has high expectations for me and fears I may stray from the right path. She holds you in the highest regard." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi wept even more sorrowfully. "Chang'e, you do not understand the burden I bear. Now that your mother is in charge, I must seek her approval for any assistance I need. This morning, she even came to my courtyard demanding I hand you over. I am too old to protect you now, so you must be cautious and avoid her wrath." Su Chang'e turned to Liu Shi's maid and asked, "Did mother truly come to trouble grandmother?" Due to Zhao Wanyue's strict nature, he was not particularly close to her, whereas he had a stronger bond with Liu Shi. Angered, he declared, "Grandmother, rest assured, I shall confront her. She teaches me about propriety and respect, yet fails to reflect upon her own actions." Liu Shi, having achieved her goal, gently coaxed Su Chang'e, "My dear grandson, with your words, I feel fulfilled. Just promise me not to confront your mother. Her temper is fierce, and you would only end up in trouble again. If you wish to play, tell grandmother, and we shall go secretly." Su Chang'e, touched by Liu Shi's concern, replied, "Grandmother, I have grown up now. I have just discovered a way to earn money. Once I recover, I shall earn for you." Liu Shi beamed. "Then I shall eagerly await the blessings of my dear grandson." Su Chang'e felt immensely proud. He was maturing, yet his mother still regarded him as a child, imposing restrictions upon him. It was his grandmother who understood and believed in him. He was determined to win enough to make his mother see him in a different light. With these thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwei lay awake, troubled. Chang'e was undoubtedly gifted, yet his temperament was far too unruly. He had caused several teachers to quit in frustration at the academy. If it were not for this, she would not have sent him so far away to Yulin Academy. "Ling Qiao," she said, fuming, "the old mistress is simply outrageous. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still her grandson. How could she allow the second master to take him to such a place?" Zhao Wanwei, fully aware of Liu Shi's intentions, feared that she would ruin her child and their family, making way for Su Boheo. With a heavy heart, she murmured, "Chang'e is deeply loyal and particularly close to his grandmother. After this incident, I fear he may grow estranged from me." Bai Ji attempted to comfort her. "Young master is inherently kind. He will eventually understand that you only wish the best for him." Zhao Wanwei felt a bitter pang in her heart. Life was fraught with dangers, and she could not afford to wait. Su Xiaoxiao, noticing her mother's distress, felt disheartened herself, finding even milk unpalatable. Brother truly does not understand. How could he confuse friend from foe? No wonder he could be sold as a performer. Mother is saddened, and I too feel sorrowful. Tonight, I shall craft a dream for him to witness his bleak future. Perhaps then he will wake up. Determined, Su Xiaoxiao incessantly beamed at Zhao Wanwei. "Mother, I have smiled so much my cheeks ache. Are you not even a little bit happy?" Zhao Wanwei felt her heart warm. How fortunate she was to have such a clever and capable daughter. Chapter 21. Brother awakens. Su Chang'e swiftly drifted into a dream, envisioning himself commanding the casino. Yet the wealth he amassed slipped through his fingers. However, the scene shifted dramatically. He found himself destitute, being dragged to the governor's mansion to settle debts, only to behold his father shackled and led to the execution grounds. He watched helplessly as his father faced a brutal punishment, while he himself was reduced to a half-wreck, sold to a southern tavern, becoming a mere entertainer trampled by the masses. "No!" Su Chang'e awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Yet it felt so real, as if he had lived through it. He reassured himself that his father would not perish, that his grandmother would not cause him harm, and that he would never end up like that. He pondered the absence of his mother, sister, and younger sibling in the dream, shook his head, and chuckled at his own seriousness over a mere dream. You're awake. I truly didn't notice. Su Changhe, you have indeed grown capable, even able to venture into gambling establishments? Su Lingxi, cradling Su Xiaoxiao, remarked with a frosty demeanor. The moment Su Changhe heard his sister's admonishment, irritation surged within him. He retorted, I know you all look down upon me. Everything I do is wrong. Grandmother only cares for me, yet even my mother cannot tolerate me. Your grandmother cares for you, but you should possess some discernment. Is that really a place for you? These two are truly naive, thinking Liu is a good person. If it weren't for me, their mother would have perished long ago at Liu's hands. Alas, while I can save their mother, I cannot rescue this foolish Su Changhe. As Su Changhe simmered in frustration, even his younger sister regarded him with disdain, calling him a fool. Su Xiaoxiao continued her critique, keep acting foolish. When our father is falsely accused of treason and sister marries a scoundrel, you can become the star of the Southern Tavern. Su Changhe realized that his dream echoed Xiaoxiao's words. The absence of his mother and sister in the dream suggested they were fated to perish, while the lack of his sister indicated she was married. He still refused to believe that his grandmother would harm them. Su Lingxi shared this sentiment, noting Xiaoxiao's penchant for expressing her thoughts based on their conversations. Suddenly inspired, she provocatively inquired, Changhe, have you noticed how distant our mother has become from grandmother? I wonder what caused that. What caused it? Because Liu is not your true grandmother. She nearly caused our mother's demise, and next, she aims to eliminate our father and you. Brother, you are such a simpleton, completely oblivious to Liu's schemes. Su Lingxi had been puzzled as to why grandmother insisted on taking Changhe out with their uncle at night, given their uncle's notorious reputation. And now she began to suspect that grandmother intended to lead Changhe astray. Su Changhe remained skeptical. How could his once-loving grandmother wish him harm? Yet the haunting dream and Xiaoxiao's revelations compelled him to reconsider. Determined, Su Changhe decided to test Liu's intentions his own way. Once he felt slightly better, he approached Liu's courtyard with a serious demeanor, declaring, Grandmother, after resting these past few days, I have finally come to a realization. Liu's eyes sparkled with delight. Changhe, what have you understood? I indeed made mistakes before. Mother was right to punish me. I have resolved to be diligent henceforth, ensuring I do not bring shame to the governor's mansion. Liu's expression stiffened momentarily. This obstinate child had not spoken like this days prior. She forced a laugh. My dear, you are still quite young. You cannot handle such hardships yet. We shall discuss diligence later. For now, you should enjoy good food and play. I have scolded your uncle for taking you to the gambling house. Take this money and find your old friends. Go have fun. Su Changhe's former companions were just as unruly as he was. If grandmother truly wished for his downfall, then her malevolence towards his mother and sister must also be genuine. Chilled to the bone, he pondered, was that dream a reality? Changhe, what are you thinking? Liu inquired, noticing his dazed expression. Feigning fear, Su Changhe replied, I was considering that if I seek out those friends, Mother will surely scold me for my lack of ambition and will strike me again. Liu, with a shrewd glint in her eye, said, Silly child. Just say you're going to study with your classmates. Your mother will be pleased. Your words are indeed wise. I shall take Chaqing with me. Unexpectedly, Liu's demeanor shifted. Her voice turning cold, Chaqing cannot go to such places. Realizing her mistake, she quickly added, Chaqing is still young. If he accompanies you, what fun will you have? Grandmother is merely worried about you. Su Changhe felt as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. He had been so foolish, believing grandmother truly cared for him, when in reality she merely indulged him to the point of ruin. Had it not been for his mother's vigilant interference, sending him to Yulin Academy despite her own pain, the consequences would have been utterly dire. With a bitter smile, he said, You speak the truth, grandmother. I shall go out and play now. Go on, have a good time," Liu replied, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Upon leaving Liu's courtyard, Su Changhe felt a chill run down his spine. Reflecting on his past actions towards his mother, he wished he could slap himself. He hastily made his way to his mother's quarters, throwing himself into Zhao Wanqing's embrace, sobbing profusely, "Mother, I realize my mistakes. I promise to never again act foolishly and upset you." Zhao stood stunned, marveling at her son's sudden change of heart. It seems brother is not as foolish as he appears. He has finally disowned Liu's duplicitous nature. Mother truly seeks his best interest. Embarrassed, Su Changhe buried his head. Even his younger sister perceived the truth more clearly than he did. As the son of the family, he resolved to amend his ways, vowing to protect his mother and sisters. It dawned on Zhao Wanqing that Xiaoxiao must have played a pivotal role in this transformation. Following this incident, Su Changhe grew notably more introspective, no longer reckless, but genuinely dedicating himself to his studies. Zhao Wanqing beamed with pride. Now that her daughter was thoughtful and her son responsible, she awaited the return of Su Bowen, who was away on official business. Since Xiaoxiao's 100th day celebration, Zhao Wanqing had taken her to the princess's residence once more. Now Liu Tong was fully recovered, returning to his former self. According to Xiaoxiao, given time, he would surely recall the past 15 years and remember the kindness shown to him by the princess and her husband. However, an urgent message from the princess's residence arrived, claiming that Liu Tong had suddenly fallen ill again, prompting Zhao Wanqing to rush to the princess's residence with Su Xiaoxiao. The princess had already arranged for someone to meet them outside the residence. Zhao Wanqing, wishing for Xiaoxiao to grasp the situation, inquired of the awaiting matron, "Didn't you say that young Master Yu Tong had fully recovered? What has happened now?" Chapter 22. Conflict. At this moment, Liu Tong's face was contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with malice as he incessantly clawed at himself, shouting, "Get out, leave." The usually composed Grand Princess was now flustered, helplessly exclaiming, "Wanwei, you have finally arrived. I am utterly at a loss." She hesitated to let Zhao Wanwei take Su Xiaoxiao to Liu Tong, for in his current state, even a mere infant like Xiaoxiao could be harmed grievously. "Oh my! Who could be so cruel as to drive my brother Yu Tong's soul to the brink of oblivion?" To make matters worse, a malevolent spirit now seeks to obliterate the remaining essence of him, aiming to completely seize his body. Zhao Wanwei was equally distressed, looking at Xiaoxiao and pleading, "What must we do to save Yu Tong?" Su Xiaoxiao waved at Liu Tong, babbling in a language only she could comprehend. "Let me in quickly. Brother Yu Tong's soul is losing its battle. If we delay any longer, he will be lost forever." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanwei, suppressing her heartache, carried Su Xiaoxiao closer. The moment Xiaoxiao grasped Liu Tong's hand, he instantly fell silent. "Brother Yu Tong, Xiaoxiao has come to rescue you. Let them all leave." Liu Tong, his expression pained, insisted, "You all must go. Close the door." The Grand Princess, filled with concern, implored, "Yu Tong, give Xiaoxiao to me. She must not be put in danger for the sake of my son." Su Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Liu Tong's hand, her heart racing. "If we wait any longer, brother Yu Tong will perish. What are we hesitating for? Hurry!" Zhao Wanwei recognized her daughter's abilities. Though apprehensive, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Only Xiaoxiao can calm Yu Tong. We must leave." With that, she shut the door firmly. The Grand Princess anxiously inquired, "What about Xiaoxiao?" Zhao Wanwei reassured her, "Xiaoxiao is destined for good fortune. I believe Yu Tong would never harm his sister." Yet, despite her words, her heart ached. Suddenly, anguished cries emanated from within. "I must see." Both Zhao Wanwei and the Grand Princess fretted. But the door was secured. Zhao Wanwei was unaware of who had locked it, but she sensed it was Xiaoxiao's doing. She stopped the Grand Princess, saying, "Your Highness, let us trust the two children this once." Anxiously, everyone waited outside, the cries within fluctuating, interspersed with the sounds of shattering objects. At last, serenity enveloped the space, and the door creaked open. All gazes turned as Liu Tong appeared, weary but alive, cradling a similarly fatigued Xiaoxiao in his arms. Yutong. Xiaoxiao. Liu Tong, looking down at the little one in his embrace, expressed gratitude. Mother, I am unharmed. Thanks to Xiaoxiao. The Grand Princess could scarcely believe her ears. Yutong, what did you call me? Do you recognize me? Liu Tong nodded. I remember everything. Thanks to Mother's devoted care over the years. Taking a step forward, the Grand Princess enveloped both Liu Tong and Xiaoxiao in an embrace. Wonderful. Xiaoxiao is truly our family's treasure. Bring forth the jade bracelet from the Empress's reward, and also the entire set of ruby jewelry. The Grand Princess felt that nothing could adequately express her gratitude towards Xiaoxiao. Liu Tong, unhurried, remarked, Gold. Xiaoxiao loves gold. With a grand gesture, the Grand Princess proclaimed, Then let us add 10,000 taels of gold and silver. Xiaoxiao lifted her drooping eyelids, looking contentedly at Liu Tong. You still remember to thank me with gold. It was worth exhausting so much spiritual energy to save you. Such a promising child. Awanwei couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's adorable demeanor, teasing. You feasted well, thanks to Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, with all the treasures and delicacies, I fear you wouldn't be able to move. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanwei felt a mix of emotions, touched yet amused, until Xiaoxiao spoke again. Zhao Wanwei, hearing Xiaoxiao's query, turned to the Grand Princess. Your Highness. Wasn't Yutong fine just recently? How did he suddenly end up like this? Did he encounter something unclean? The Grand Princess, upon saying this, summoned a servant and inquired. Where did you go yesterday? Did you see anyone suspicious? That Miss Shin heir? The Grand Princess asked. Yes, she is the second granddaughter of Minister Shin, named Shin Qingyu. She mentioned that if anything were amiss with young master, he should seek her at the Shen residence. I thought a mere child would not be serious. The servant grew increasingly anxious, fearing the Grand Princess would hold them accountable for young master's condition. Shin Qingyu, indeed. It makes sense, in the original tale. She relied on my bracelet's powers to gain an advantage. She intends to expel all of Brother Yutong's souls, allowing that malevolent spirit to take over. Not only would Brother Yutong become her puppet, but she would also gain rightful access to the jade bracelet. Unfortunately for her, I arrived first, haha. Upon hearing of this Miss Shin heir, Zhao Wanwei perceived her to be nefarious and casually remarked, Is Yutong in conflict with this Miss Shin heir? Otherwise, how could a well-behaved person end up like this? Chapter 23. An unfavorable start. Upon hearing Zhao Wanwei's words, the Grand Princess found herself harboring a faint disfavor towards Shin Qingyu. She began to perceive her as an ill-omened individual. Zhao Wanwei, incredulous, remarked, Such matters necessitate caution. Young Master Yutong has just recovered from a severe illness and should remain vigilant. The Grand Princess wholeheartedly concurred, believing that regardless of the veracity of the rumors, her Yutong could not afford any further misfortune. Xiaoxiao clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Mother, your prowess is remarkable. With just a few words, you've instilled a sense of aversion in the Grand Princess towards our heroine. She has already lost her advantage. Conspiring with the male lead against our family will not be an easy feat now. Initially, Zhao Wanwei felt that fabricating a tale about an orphan child was somewhat excessive. However, upon discovering that this child was the instigator of her family's troubles, she regretted her earlier lightheartedness. Liu Tong, having endured this recent calamity, found himself unexpectedly blessed. He had regained his faculties and recalled the myriad events of the past years. His gaze lingered curiously on Xiaoxiao each time he experienced the torment of purgatory. She seemed to guide him out of the darkness, and amidst the chaos, he could almost hear her voice. She would say, I have expended so much spiritual energy to save you, you must reward me generously with gold. Lost in this thought, Liu Tong couldn't help but smile. Yutong, what brings forth your smile? Is something amiss? The Grand Princess inquired, her tone laced with concern. Liu Tong lifted his gaze, his eyes shining with vigor, enhancing his commanding presence. Mother, I have never felt better. All of this is thanks to Sister Xiaoxiao. Wanwei, your Xiaoxiao is indeed a prodigy. We owe her a great deal. The Grand Princess exclaimed, clasping Zhao Wanyue's hand. Zhao Wanwei, with a hint of worry, replied, Your Highness, Xiaoxiao is merely a child. How could she possess such capabilities? It is all due to young Master Yutong's extraordinary fortune. I have one request. Let us keep Xiaoxiao's involvement between us. I wish for her safety. The Grand Princess smiled reassuringly. Fear not, I am well aware of the situation. At that moment, a servant arrived with news. Your Highness, Miss Shen is outside, claiming to have a way to save our young master. Liu Tong frowned. Did we encounter that young lady yesterday? There was a sinister aura about her. I felt uneasy in her presence. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess grew increasingly convinced that Liu Tong's ailment was linked to her and felt a surge of displeasure. Her brows furrowed. What insolence! Is she cursing our Yutong? Tell her that he is quite well now. If she dares to spread further rumors, she shall be dealt with accordingly. Shen Qingyu, oblivious to the misalignment of events, recalled that in her previous life, the Grand Princess's residence had promptly posted notices seeking those who could save Liu Tong. She had driven away his last remaining spirit and seized his dwelling for her own use, ultimately acquiring the ancient artifact, the jade bracelet, which had significantly enhanced her spiritual power. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Liu Tong had healed on his own. After lying in wait for so long, she had finally found the opportunity to inflict malevolent spirits upon him, expecting him to be in excruciating agony. Alas, her plans had gone awry, and she had been expelled from the Grand Princess's residence, leading to a critical misstep. Shen Qingyu considered herself destined for greatness. She dismissed this minor setback with indifference, believing that ultimately the space and the world would belong to her. However, lacking the Grand Princess's connections, she would need to devise alternative strategies to forge a bond with the second prince. Lu's schemes extended beyond merely corrupting Su Changhe. She was eager to eliminate Su Bowen and had now secured a formidable ally. In a dim chamber, Lu gazed at the suddenly aged Shen Tianyu, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to set Boheo on the right path, Shen Tianyu said with a tone of deference. Lu snorted coldly. Now you acknowledge Boheo as your own son? Who was it that insisted we not dwell on the past? Boheo's position as a wealthy idler in the Duke's residence is a stroke of luck. Let me remind you, Shen Tianyu, that without you, I can still secure my son's inheritance of the Duke's title. Shen Tianyu remained unfazed, responding patiently, Li Myong, this is not the time for quarrels. Su Bowen has achieved a resounding victory against the bandits, earning the Emperor's favor. Meanwhile, Boheo languishes in idleness, indulging in frivolity. If we do not devise a solid plan now, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, Lu ceased to sulk, recognizing that times had changed. Even Zhao Wanwei was no longer under her control. To discreetly remove Su Bowen from the equation, she required Shen Tianyu's assistance. Lu softened her tone. What do you propose? With a hint of concern, Lu inquired, that young man is quite skilled. My previous attempts to deal with him in secret have failed. Can your people succeed? Shen Tianyu confidently replied, this time, we are deploying top-tier experts. They will undoubtedly succeed. However, Boheo cannot continue in his current state. If he is granted a duke's title, he will not be able to uphold it. Lu, aware that her indulgence had led her son to this state, dared not retort, merely stating, I've scolded and punished him to no avail. He remains obstinate. Shen Tianyu sighed in resignation. From today onward, you will cut off his allowance and have him report to the Ministry of War. I shall personally instruct him. Lu's face brightened at this, realizing that as his father, Shen Tianyu was considering the long-term future. If he was to learn a skill, he must start from the basics. Let him begin as a minor officer in the Ministry of War. Lu, however, quickly lost interest. Without even a rank, he may not be willing to go. Shen Tianyu's expression turned stern as he retorted, then we shall bring him here by force. A person destined for greatness must endure hardships. I have already shown leniency by not sending him to the military camp. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. While you may claim the son, You cannot neglect the daughter. She has fallen under Zhao Wanwei's influence and has suffered punishment at the Jingzhao Yin's residence, now unable to leave her bed, and has even mortgaged her home, Liu lamented, wiping her tears in distress. Could Zhao Wanwei have discovered something? Xin Tianyu felt a lingering unease. How could that be? She merely seeks to collect her debts. Will you not manage your daughter? Liu said, her voice tinged with irritation. Let the courtyard endure a bit of hardship for now. Changing her residence at this moment would surely attract unwanted attention. Does she not have a son? The Yulin Academy is relocating to the capital. Let him attend there. Chapter 24. The summer banquet. Xin Tianyu was reluctant to assist his daughter, yet he at least expressed concern for his grandson's education, which greatly pleased Liu Shi. After the death of Xin Tianyu's legitimate son, he found himself with only 2 granddaughters, neither of whom could carry on the Xin lineage. His aspirations to maintain the family name and establish a foothold in the court depended solely on his son and grandson's academic success. Otherwise, he would not have endured Liu Shi's reprimands. It was imperative to note that only the offspring of the affluent could gain admission to Yulin Academy, thus bringing him one step closer to achieving prestige. In stark contrast to Sun Yulin's elation, Su Boheo was far less enthusiastic. With a dismissive gesture, he reclined in his chair and declared, I refuse to go. What use is it to endure the hardships of a low-ranking official with a meager monthly salary? Why should I subject myself to such torment? Liu Shi, exasperated, retorted, You wretched child, do you intend to drift through life like this? Were it not for your father's sake, your uncle Xin would not have taken you in. With an air of indifference, Su Boheo replied, That's fine by me. I have no desire to owe him a favor. With my elder brother supporting me at the Duke's residence, I shall not bear that burden. Very well. From this day forth, all your allowances are revoked, and you shall not partake in meals. Reflect on your actions within the confines of the estate, Liu Shi proclaimed, before sweeping out of the room. Regardless of Su Boheo's protests, she remained steadfast, letting him go hungry for 3 days before finally sending him to the Ministry of War. Now, she awaited the good news from Xin Tianyu, hoping the title of heir would naturally fall to Su Boheo. Meanwhile, Su Lingxi, who was playing with her younger sister Su Xiaoxiao, cheerfully remarked, When will father return home? It has been months since I last saw him. What if there are assassins on the road? Though he survived, he must be gravely injured. How can I alert mother? Su Xiaoxiao could only fret in silence, wishing she could speak. Su Lingxi shared her concerns for their father, and as her sister remained voiceless, she devised a plan to inform their mother. At that moment, news from the hidden guards arrived, revealing that Xin Tianyu had dispatched 6 elite warriors to the southern county. Zhao Wanyu, upon receiving the secret letter, calmly remarked, Reports indicate that the routes from the southern county to the capital are perilous. I must ask your second and to send some individuals to escort your father. Su Lingxi quickly interjected, Mother, it is said that the bandits in the southern county are particularly ruthless. Please have aunt send formidable individuals. We cannot risk any oversight. Zhao Wanyu readily agreed, which reassured Su Xiaoxiao, allowing her to continue blowing bubbles. With aunt's hidden guards, father should be safe. Seeing that Su Lingxi still harbored worries, Zhao Wanyu comforted her, Do not fret. Your father is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, and with your aunt's guards, he will be fine. At tomorrow's summer banquet, keep an eye on Changhe. Ensure he does not cause any trouble. A banquet? I want to go. I am going to suffocate from being cooped up at home. Dear sister, please persuade mother to take me along. Su Xiaoxiao thought, her face lighting up with a smile as she beamed at Su Lingxi, revealing her pink gums. Zhao Wanyu, feigning ignorance, thought it absurd for a 4-month-old infant to attend a summer banquet. Yet, Su Lingxi, swayed by her sister's pleading, leaned in and said, What does your silly giggle mean? Little one? Do you wish to accompany me? Only one who understands me, dear sister. Su Xiaoxiao laughed even more joyfully, her little face expressing a desire to please. Unable to refuse her sister, Su Lingxi implored, Mother, the weather is splendid. I shall take my sister with me. Zhao Wanyu, however, was hesitant and quickly rejected the idea. Xiaoxiao is far too young. The crowd is thick with people. What if she gets hurt? At that moment, Su Changhe appeared, pleading. Mother, please allow my sister to join us. I will take care of her alongside my sister. I truly wish to have fun. I am going to mold away from boredom at home. Xiaoxiao wants to help catch bad people as well. Since absorbing the energy from her bracelet, Su Xiaoxiao had grown considerably more capable, yet her temperament had regressed to that of an infant, and she struggled to remember many things from the books. She vaguely recalled that her sister's tragic fate began at the summer banquet, and she was determined to witness it for herself. The matters concerning her children weighed heavily on Zhao Wanyu's mind. Having witnessed Xiaoxiao's abilities firsthand, she reluctantly agreed for the sake of Su Lingxi. On the following day, Su Changhe, Su Lingxi, and Xiaoxiao, accompanied by Xiaoxiao, laden with various garments and milk, boarded a carriage to attend the Chushui Lushang poetry gathering. All under Zhao Wanyu's numerous instructions. The summer banquet of the Great Xia dynasty took place annually during midsummer by the lakeside of the eastern suburbs. At this time, the lotus flowers were in full bloom, creating a breathtaking scene with endless emerald leaves reaching towards the sky and the radiant blossoms reflecting the sun's brilliance. This event served as an occasion for young men and women to showcase their talents and forge new friendships. Originally intended for age-appropriate youth to meet and evaluate potential matches, families would arrange marriages for those deemed suitable. Thus, the day was marked by a relaxed attitude toward the propriety of young men and women. Over time, it evolved into a rite of passage for scholars seeking mentorship. Those who made a name for themselves at the summer banquet could secure a place under a renowned teacher, laying the groundwork for the upcoming imperial examination in spring. While Su Changhe drove the carriage, Su Lingxi sat inside with Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao. At 13, Su Lingxi was wise and gentle, having long admired the deep bond between her parents. Now, having reached an appropriate age, she sought a trustworthy heir to the duke, hoping to settle into the role of a devoted wife and mother. Outside, the streets bustled with people, filled with the lively discussions of men and the charming laughter of women. Su Xiaoxiao, confined within the carriage, felt increasingly restless. I wish to see what the outside world is like. Noticing her sister's discontent, Su Lingxi lifted her up and opened the curtain, saying, Xiaoxiao, let us take a look outside. With that, she gently guided her sister's little head toward the window. So many people. And look at those candied hawthorns. I want to taste one. Su Xiaoxiao gazed longingly at the sparkling treats, drooling with desire. Su Lingxi smiled. Knowing her sister was too young to indulge in such sweets, as her diet consisted mostly of milk and cheese, she would have to wait for another opportunity. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as a striking young man clad in white galloped past. It was the heir of the Dunqin Wang family. The outside world erupted in exclamations from the young women. The young heir truly possessed extraordinary grace and remarkable poise. Hearing their remarks, Su Lingxi felt her cheeks flush, her gaze dropping slightly. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled that her sister was to marry this very heir. She rolled her eyes, thinking, he is a bad person. Su Lingxi assumed Xiaoxiao was merely disapproving of his brashness in riding through the city, though she felt a twinge of discontent. She couldn't help but worry about her own future. Abruptly, the carriage came to a halt, and Su Changhe grumbled, Sister, the front road is blocked. We must disembark and walk. Following him were two young boys, one about 10 years old and the other 6 or 7, both exuding an air of confidence and distinction. Chapter 25. Unable to endure a little, Su Lingxi's expression froze as she realized the two individuals beside Liyu Tong were none other than His Highness the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince. She hastily bent to offer her respects, but was swiftly preempted by Su Changhe, who embraced Liyu Tong with fervor, exclaiming, Brother Yutong, you truly have recovered. How splendid! Liyu Tong, slender in stature, made Su Lingxi genuinely concerned that Changhe might crush him, yet Changhe remained oblivious. The Crown Prince Gu Huayu, with an air of composure, stepped forward to draw Su Changhe aside, elegantly stating, This must be the young master of the Zhenguogong mansion, What a pleasure to meet you. Su Changha, unabashed, replied, so it's brother Huayu and brother Huayan. Since you are cousins of brother Yutong, you are henceforth my brothers as well. Su Lingxi felt her eyelids twitch in alarm. This boy had begun to call the crown prince and the 9th prince his brothers. She quickly intervened, Changha, do not be disrespectful. This is His Highness the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince, quickly pay your respects. The Crown Prince gently interjected, Miss Su, there is no need for excessive formality. This is not the palace. Addressing one another as brothers is quite agreeable. Su Xiaoxiao regarded the striking young men before her with curiosity, exclaiming, so this is the frail Crown Prince and his little brother, both exceptionally handsome, yet alas, rumored to have short lives. Su Lingxi and Su Changha felt a chill run down their spines. The Crown Prince and the 9th Prince appeared amiable enough. How could they be doomed to an early demise? They resolved to pay heed to Xiaoxiao's sentiments and seek ways to avert such fates. Liu Tong affectionately took Su Xiaoxiao into his arms, saying, come here, let your brother hold you. As soon as she was in his embrace, the Crown Prince gazed longingly and remarked, is this not the cherished Xiaoxiao, whom my esteemed aunt praises endlessly? Indeed, she is adorably delightful. Come here. Brother Yu wants to hold you. Su Changha felt displeasure rising. He was, after all, Xiaoxiao's true brother, and now so many were attempting to claim her. He stepped forward, asserting, Xiaoxiao is shy, let me hold her. To his surprise, Xiaoxiao simply grinned in Su Huayu's arms. It seems the Crown Prince's aura is somehow suppressed. Explaining his frail demeanor, your kindness has accumulated much virtue, allow me to heal you. Su Changha, though skeptical that holding Xiaoxiao could cure ailments, found the Crown Prince unwilling to relinquish her, thus he acquiesced. Gu Huayan, standing on tiptoe, implored, brother, Xiaoxiao is so adorable. I wish to hold her too. Gu Huayu tightened his grip and reassured, you are still too small to hold her, you must eat well to grow strong enough to embrace her. Their aunt mentioned that the youngest daughter of the Zhenguogong mansion was remarkably capable, having cured Liu Tong's long-standing affliction simply by being held. Gu Huayu had been skeptical but, upon seeing her, found her enchanting and irresistibly wanted to hold her. To his astonishment, this embrace indeed felt different. The inexplicable pressure he carried began to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. The group proceeded with understated elegance, yet the striking youth cradling a plump, rosy-cheeked child in crimson attire drew the attention of many, their gazes lingering upon the ensemble. Local officials had prepared seating arrangements, with the upper section adorned with pavilions, fruits, and refreshments, while the lower section offered only simple tables and a pot of tea. This discrepancy was understandable, as the funding for the summer banquet was provided by noble families and those of lesser status awaited this occasion, hoping to shine with their poetry and take the first step towards social advancement. Despite being merely 9 years old, Crown Prince Su Huayu exuded a composure and grandeur that commanded an innate sense of authority, causing those around him to instinctively part to make way. Isn't that the son of the Grand Princess? It was said he was a simpleton, yet he appears quite normal now. Rumors had circulated that the Grand Princess found a recluse who miraculously restored him. That little girl must be the youngest daughter of the Zhenguogong mansion. Indeed, it was said that the Grand Princess cherished her dearly, even gifting her a protective bracelet she obtained from Master Yidang. The man, boasting of a few relatives in the noble circles, spoke with pride, completely oblivious to the seething resentment of Shenqingyu behind him, who clenched her handkerchief tightly, her eyes swirling with overwhelming hatred, unable to comprehend how she had been bested by a mere infant. Su Xiaoxiao, however, was far too preoccupied to notice the envious or jealous glances directed her way. She was wholly focused on her milk bottle, savoring every drop, observing her delight. The usually stoic Gu Huayu could not suppress a slight smile. To avoid any misunderstandings, Su Lingxi purposefully lagged behind with Lianqiao, maintaining a respectful distance. As they approached the main table, noticing that Gu Huayu still held on to Xiaoxiao, she bowed and suggested, Your Highness, you have worked hard on your journey. Why not allow me to take Xiaoxiao to the ladies' area to sit? Gu Huayu, maintaining an indifferent expression, replied, Miss Su, you may bring your maidservant over. Xiaoxiao shall remain with us, and let young Master Su accompany us as well. Liyu Tong was quite fond of Su Xiaoxiao and naturally reluctant to part with her. Su Chang'e hoped his sister would focus on composing poetry, as he was more intrigued by Xiaoxiao's sentiments. Having finished her milk, Su Xiaoxiao let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, Hooray! Being with Brother Crown Prince means I can sit in the best spot and gaze at the beautiful sisters across the way. Su Lingxi. Su Chang'e. The district magistrate, upon seeing Liyu Tong, was taken aback and, upon noticing the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince at his side, fell to his knees in greeting. I pay my respects to your highness the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince. Su Huayu, unfazed, replied, There is no need for excessive formality, Magistrate Gao. We are merely here to enjoy the festivities. Please proceed with the proceedings. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Magistrate Gao announced today as topic, Eternal Lotus, and promptly signaled for the gong to be struck. Those seated began to write attentively. In the original tale, the Crown Prince did not attend the banquet. It was Liyu Tong who brought Shen Qingyu along, winning the top prize with the line, The endless green of the lotus leaves meets the sky, while the lotus blooms radiate a different kind of red. This garnered the attention of the Grand Prince, leading to the initial encounter between the protagonists and the start of their tumultuous journey. The so-called antagonists were, of course, the Crown Prince's faction, while the Zhao and Su families merely served as collateral damage in Liu's schemes. The neglected illegitimate daughter and the overlooked Grand Prince's son experienced a rise to prominence, which had been thrilling to witness. Now, having become collateral damage herself, Su Xiaoxiao could only exclaim, Those scoundrels, I shall not allow you to have your way. Chapter 26. A clever ruse. Listening to Su Xiaoxiao's gritted voice, Su Chang'e couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. His sister was rather fierce. At that moment, Shen Qingyu had completed her fan, adorned with lotus leaves and flowers. Fortunately, the original owner, Shen Qingyu, was proficient in the arts, or else she would have struggled to manage such pretentious embellishments. Just as she intended to inscribe her name, her half-sister, Shen Qing'ao, snatched the fan away, sarcastically declaring, You must understand, everything that is yours is mine, and brazenly wrote her own name on it. With her eyes cast down, Shen Qingyu suppressed her anger, adopting a submissive demeanor as she replied, Understood, elder sister. Shen Qing'ao smiled with satisfaction. At least you know your place. She gracefully rose and hung the fan on the ancient locust tree. When the gong sounded again, hours had passed. Su Xiaoxiao had already shifted from the prince's embrace to Liyu Tong's arms and had even taken a light nap. As everyone rose, a lady from the right side crossed the small bridge, moving elegantly towards the opposite bank, where the gentlemen's poems were displayed neatly in a row, awaiting appreciation. Simultaneously, the men meandered downstream to gather beneath the old locust tree, where the ladies' poems were hung. Each person possessed a red ribbon. Those who favored a poem could tie their ribbon to it, and the one with the most ribbons would claim victory. Su Xiaoxiao yawned and chuckled. Now's the moment. With a mischievous blink, a sudden gust of wind sent several fans tumbling into the river. Yet, in an instant, the wind ceased, and Shen Qingyu watched helplessly as her and her sister's fans were swept away by the rushing waters. It was too late to retrieve them, and with time already past, rewriting was out of the question. Shen Qingyu could only stamp her feet in frustration. Delighted with her 2 lines of poetry, Shen Qing'ao anticipated her name to be among the top 3, only to find it absent. Shen Lingxi, having casually penned a few lines, ended up with the most ribbons, causing the crowd that had gathered around Shen Qing'ao to rush over to congratulate her. Shen Qing'ao was infuriated, pulling her sister close and twisting her waist, questioning, Did you not promise that as long as I brought you, you would ensure my selection? Shen Qingyu winced in pain but held back her tears. A keen observer noticed her discomfort and inquired, Sister Shen, is your younger sister unwell? Shen Qingao quickly linked arms with Shen Qingyu, affectionately saying, "Today is merely for fun. Do not be upset." After soothing her sister, she explained, "My half-sister has overly high aspirations. She insisted on securing first place today, and now she is quite disheartened." She deliberately raised her voice and emphasized the term half-sister, drawing the attention of many. Miss Shen is truly kind, not only bringing her half-sister, but also being so considerate. It is a pity she lost her father at such a young age. What a shame. Did you not know? Master Shen was cursed by this half-daughter. An entire ship of people perished, yet she remained unscathed. Indeed, it is said that Miss Shen is a harbinger of doom, having claimed her mother's life at birth and now her father's as well. How commendable of Miss Shen to defend her. These rumors were all spread by Shen Qingao, who suppressed her elation and shielded Shen Qingyu, asserting, "Silence. My sister is no harbinger of doom. The deaths of our mother and father have nothing to do with her." Seeing Shen Qingyao's unwavering protection of her sister, everyone praised her. Miss Shen is truly a rare gem. Whoever marries her will have found an extraordinary fortune. Shen Qingyu was nearly driven to fury. She was not the submissive original owner. She broke free from Shen Qingyao's grasp and slapped her hand back, exclaiming, "You, venomous woman, are the true harbinger of doom. Your entire family is cursed. You stole my poetry. Teacher, do not believe her. Let me recite it for you." The lotus leaves stretch endlessly, reflecting the sun. Before Shen Qingyu could finish her recitation, several attendants rushed to maintain order. Pinning her to the ground, "Your Highness is present. How dare you act recklessly?" What a display. Merely a dog-eat-dog scenario, not a single decent person in the Shen family. Your fall from grace is largely thanks to them. They deliberately belittle the half-sister to elevate their own status. Su Changhe, having heard Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts, sensed the underlying machinations but was unsure how to alert the prince. However, he noted that the Shen family was not to be trusted. Unexpectedly, the prince's gaze sharpened. What a clever ruse, seizing Miss Su's spotlight while garnering a favorable reputation for herself. Minister Gao, reward these two winners with jade pendants. Su Changhe's mouth fell open. No wonder he was the prince. He could see through the essence of the matter at a glance. Liyu Tong merely smiled in silence, seemingly already aware. The young prince truly is remarkable. With a single stroke, he has caused the Shen sisters to falter. Such brilliance wasted on an early demise. How blind fate can be. With the prince's command, no one paid heed to the Shen sisters any longer, rushing to congratulate Su Lingzi. The victorious gentleman was named Kong Luan, hailing from a humble background. He had never imagined he'd capture the prince's favor. Now, holding the jade pendant, his heart raced with excitement as he thought, "Mother, your son has succeeded." Kong Luan? He is quite the figure. It was his strategy that secured the Qi prince's position on the throne of the new Deshua Empire. He cannot fall into the wrong hands. Su Xiaoxiao felt disheartened, her enthusiasm waning. Su Changhe, recognizing Su Xiaoxiao's distress, began formulating a plan. Shen Qingyao's carefully cultivated attention was shattered by the prince's light remark, and all her frustration was directed at Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu, however, was unwilling to accept this outcome. Things were not as they appeared. Since her arrival in this world, she had repeatedly dreamt of the same scene. Using the soul-switching talisman she held tightly upon awakening, she ventured to the princess's residence to swap her soul with Liyu Tong's, thereby acquiring the bracelet space. Relying on the ancient poetry she had learned from her textbooks, she successfully encountered the male lead and began her journey to success. At the last poetry gathering, Liyu Tong had stood beside her, supported by the princess's residence, while Shen Qingao was only worthy of fetching her shoes. Yet now, everything was amiss. Even the identity of the mysterious male lead in her dreams eluded her. Chapter 27. Caught red-handed. The crown prince, Su Huai, stood atop a distant platform, his gaze as frigid as ice. He harbored an ominous premonition that his destined companion was among the crowd. However, the two victors of the day were of no assistance to him. In particular, Su Lingxi, whose maternal grandfather Zhao Antai was an unwavering supporter of imperial power, was as obstinate as a stone in a cesspit. Her parents maintained a close friendship with the crown princess, both of whom were staunch allies of the crown prince. Thus, he found himself compelled to place his bets on Kong Luan, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he inquired, "What of Kong Luan's progress?" The attendant beside him whispered, "He possesses some talent, having excelled in both the academic and provincial examinations, yet his humble origins render him a mere impoverished youth devoid of any notable background." Xiaoxiao had disrupted the plans of the Shen sisters and cast them aside, seizing the rare opportunity to venture out for a thrilling escapade. Her eyes darted around until they finally rested on a small grove nearby. Suddenly, she pointed excitedly towards the grove, babbling incessantly. "Shall we venture into the grove to catch some wild mandarin ducks? Are any of my 4 elder brothers perceptive enough to grasp this?" Liyu Tong and the crown prince exchanged puzzled glances, with expressions that suggested concern. "Xiaoxiao, is there something amiss?" Unable to embrace his sister, Su Huai took the initiative. "Did you not see her pointing at the grove? She too finds this place dull and wishes to explore over there." Su Changda appeared bewildered, astonished that one could audaciously seize the opportunity in such a manner. Could it be that he could also hear Xiaoxiao's voice? Unwilling to concede, Su Changha declared, "We've sat here long enough. It is time to attend to Xiaoxiao's needs." The crown prince and Liyu Tong exchanged glances, finding merit in Su Changha's reasoning. Xiaoxiao was merely shy and desired to venture into the grove. Thus, the usually composed crown prince hastily departed, while the 4 handsome youths swiftly carried Su Xiaoxiao away. As they ran, they apologized. "Forgive us, Xiaoxiao. It was our oversight. Please bear with us." Su Xiaoxiao had never experienced such shock. Was it truly the case that these 4 intended to collectively attend to her needs? Overwhelmed, she thought, "Must my dignity be sacrificed?" Seeing the crown prince rush off, the chief of the high office followed suit, adjusting his official hat. "Quick, protect the crown prince." Su Huai halted, his countenance cold as frost. "You lot, cease this instant. No one is permitted to approach." "Fools! Do you not realize that Xiaoxiao needs to relieve herself?" The chief of the high office could only command the guards to maintain a distance. Su Changha, feeling that he had been sidelined in the matter of his sister, believed that such a task should not fall to others. Yet, the crown prince and Liyu Tong were already preoccupied, one cradling the child while the other hastily unfastened her trousers. Su Changha rushed forward, grasping Xiaoxiao's hand. "Crown prince, allow me to assist." Su Xiaoxiao was distraught, thinking, "Did I express a need to relieve myself? This is absurd. I absolutely refuse to allow you all to witness such a private moment." Determined yet thwarted by her own body, she realized she could no longer control her needs. Su Huai felt a sense of accomplishment as he remarked, "Xiaoxiao is splendid. Quickly dress her to prevent her from catching cold." Su Xiaoxiao felt despair wash over her, crying inwardly, "I am no longer pure. I cannot face anyone." Su Changha lightly touched her trousers, assuring her, "They're quite clean. You haven't soiled yourself." Despondent, Su Xiaoxiao spread her arms, lamenting the state of her life. "No. I came here to catch mandarin ducks. I must focus." She shook off her dismay and perked up, listening intently to the sounds around her. "Aha. Just as I thought." Su Huai also caught the commotion, tilting his head to ask, "Brother, what are those 2 up to?" The group turned their heads to investigate. They beheld Guchen, the son of the duke, embracing a young woman while speaking lewdly. "You flee upon seeing me, are you that eager?" The woman, feigning shyness, retorted. "Su Lingxi has taken the lead. Why not commend her instead of pursuing me? Jealous, are we?" "Su Lingxi is merely a wooden beauty. She cannot compare to your allure," Guchen said, pushing the woman against a tree and becoming increasingly forward. "Guchen, you scoundrel!" Su Changha's face reddened with anger as he clenched his fists and struck Guchen squarely in the face. Guchen's demeanor turned ferocious. "Dare to ruin my fun? I shall deal with you today." However, being younger, Su Changha found himself easily lifted by Guchen. Su Huai's voice turned cold. What are you intending to do with whom, young master? Only then did Guchen notice Su Huai and his entourage glaring at him. He hastily set Su Changhe down, stammering, Your Highness, I was merely jesting with him. Su Huai sneered, Such playful antics, young master. Su Huai, with utmost seriousness, pointed at the disheveled woman and admonished, Cousin, you must not engage with her. You are already betrothed to Miss Su. Su Changhe, furious, declared, I shall make it known to all how unworthy Guchen is of my sister. With that, he prepared to raise his voice, but Guchen fell to his knees, pleading, Your Highness, I acted foolishly. Please spare Su Gongzi's wrath. Su Changhe retorted with disgust, Who is your brother? Do not tarnish my name. Someone, come. Young Master Gu is consorting with someone in the grove. Let everyone witness this. Guchen repeatedly bowed his head, Your Highness, if my grandfather learns of this, he will surely be enraged. He is ill at present, so please urge Su Gongzi to cease. Remembering the elderly uncle, Su Huai felt a pang of compassion. Yet, he could not allow such transgressions to go unpunished, thus ensuring the Su family could rightfully annul the engagement. This matter cannot be overlooked, he resolved. Guchen, stripped of his previous bravado, realizing the crown prince would not assist him, turned to Su Changhe, bowing low, Su Gongzi, I truly acted out of momentary folly. This incident will tarnish your sister's reputation. Su Xiaoxiao huffed indignantly, his indiscretions have nothing to do with my sister. Let him suffer the consequences. Su Changhe shared the sentiment, determined to ensure the entire world knew of Gu Chen's disgraceful behavior. Let him go, Changhe. Su Lingxi, having arrived unbeknownst to them, maintained a serene expression devoid of emotion. Guchen, overjoyed, expressed gratitude, Thank you, Miss Su. He turned on his heel, ready to flee. However, Su Huai called out to him, his voice cold, Cousin, since you are aware of the Duke's frailty, you ought to exercise restraint and prudence. Today, it is Miss Su's magnanimity that grants you reprieve. In the future, you may not be so fortunate. With a final glare at Guchen, he led his group away. They have escaped too easily this time. But as long as my sister remains unscathed, I shall devise countless ways to deal with that scoundrel. Chapter 28. Who is assisting him? Su Xiaoxiao pondered that although her sister appeared calm on the surface, she must surely be distressed within. How could a woman not feel anger upon witnessing her fiancé brazenly flirting with another? I must console my sister, Su Xiaoxiao thought, shaking her novel and babbling incomprehensible words to Su Lingxi. Touched by her sister's affection, Su Lingxi quickly took Su Xiaoxiao into her embrace. Sister, don't be upset. Xiaoxiao is here to comfort you, Su Xiaoxiao thought, pressing her face against Su Lingxi's. A warmth surged within Su Lingxi. With such a caring sister and a brother who stood up for her without hesitation, what reason did she have to feel sorrow? Gu Huaiyan, enviously, inquired, Why does my sister only cuddle with Su? I wish to cuddle with her too. Peeking while others use the restroom and still wanting to cuddle? Dream on. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up, clearly infuriated. Su Lingxi, Su Changhe. What a simplistic matter. Yet it is perceived in such an outrageous manner. Su Xiaoxiao was unconcerned with their thoughts. She was genuinely upset, and this matter could not be overlooked. You all were peeping, and now you must face the consequences. Su Lingxi stifled her laughter, recognizing how vengeful Su Xiaoxiao could be. After a day of turmoil, Su Xiaoxiao grew weary and, after consuming half a jug of milk, fell asleep in Su Lingxi's arms. After all, she was still a child, capable of drifting into slumber anywhere. Although the Crown Prince and the Ninth Prince were meeting Su Xiaoxiao for the first time, they found her inexplicably charming and endearing, compelling them to instinctively want to protect her. In an effort to ensure Su Xiaoxiao's comfort, the Crown Prince relinquished his spacious and comfortable carriage, insisting that Su Lingxi and Lian Qiao take Su Xiaoxiao in his carriage while the rest of them squeezed into the Su family's carriage. Su Changhe considered protesting, asserting that their own carriage was equally fine. However, upon lifting the carriage curtain for Su Lingxi, he changed his mind. Your Highness, perhaps I should remain here with my sister to care for Xiaoxiao. Su Lingxi firmly pried his hand away. It is more suitable for you over there. As the carriage moved slowly forward, Lian Xiao, appearing as though she had never seen luxury before, exclaimed, "Miss, this carriage of the Crown Prince is truly extravagant." Su Lingxi smiled slightly, not to mention the lavish interior. Even the basin of ice was remarkable. Su Xiaoxiao slept soundly in the cool carriage, drooling slightly. Gu Huaiyan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Brother, didn't you instruct someone to prepare ice? Where is it? It's so hot." Gu Huaiyu replied unperturbed, "The ice is for Xiaoxiao." Su Chenghe increasingly regretted not insisting on staying in the Crown Prince's carriage. As they continued on, the horses pulling the Crown Prince's carriage suddenly became startled, rearing up and neighing loudly. Simultaneously, a throng of people surged into the street, jostling and toppling roadside vendors, trampling on others' shoes. Worst of all, they trapped the Crown Prince's carriage in the middle of the road. The Su family carriage could not inch closer to the Crown Prince's. Alarmed, Gu Huaiyu exclaimed, "This is bad. There are assassins. Protect Xiaoxiao." No sooner had he spoken than countless arrows flew from all directions, aimed at the Crown Prince's carriage. The Crown Prince's guards and the Su family's hidden protectors sprang into action, but the deluge of arrows was overwhelming, impossible to fend off. It seemed the carriage would be turned into a sieve. "Xiaoxiao, sister!" Gu Huaiyu and Su Chenghe cried out in despair. They lamented their lack of wings to fly over and shield them from the arrows. Shortly after, masked assassins descended from the heights around them, all struck by arrows. Gu Huaiyu, momentarily stunned, immediately commanded, "Protect the carriage." The guards complied, forming a protective barrier around the carriage as Gu Huaiyu and others pushed through the crowd into the carriage. Su Lingxi and Lian Xiao shielded Xiaoxiao with their bodies, daring not to move, while the slumbering Su Xiaoxiao had one small hand boldly extended outside. "Sister, are you all right?" Su Chenghe was on the verge of tears. Seeing that Su Lingxi and the others were unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. He questioned in confusion, "Sister, what just happened in the carriage?" Su Lingxi, equally bewildered, could not explain. Xiaoxiao had been sleeping soundly when the horses were suddenly spooked. In that moment of chaos, she had prepared to sacrifice herself alongside Lian Xiao, forming a human shield against the onslaught of arrows. To their astonishment, just as the arrows were unleashed, the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted something, though indistinct. Her anger was palpable. With a wave of her small hand, a surge of power erupted forth, and then all returned to calm. Even the startled horses became tranquil once more. Su Lingxi tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, bewildered. "Is everything all right outside? We truly were frightened. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao was asleep and did not get scared." Gu Huaiyu glanced at the still sleeping Su Xiaoxiao, her small face still bearing traces of anger, and his anxious heart settled. He gently reassured them, "All is well outside. You have been startled." Liyu Tong, however, was still unconvinced, neglecting to maintain any pretense. "Is Xiaoxiao truly unharmed?" Gu Huaiyu's eyelids twitched. Even in her sleep, she could repel enemies effortlessly. This child was indeed extraordinary. Yet, who would believe such a tale? Thankfully, Su Xiaoxiao was fortunate. Otherwise, Gu Huaiyu would bear guilt for a lifetime, for the assassins had clearly aimed for him. Before long, a guard reported that although the arrows had not struck any vital areas, the assassins had all committed suicide, leaving no survivors. The Crown Prince seemed to have anticipated this, calmly stating, "Check for any injured civilians, assess the losses of the vendors, and compensate them at cost. The funds will come from my account." One by one, the people knelt in reverence. "Thank you, Your Highness." Who would have thought the Crown Prince, at such a tender age, would manage affairs with such thoroughness? Who can argue otherwise? The first order of business after an assassination attempt was to reassure the populace. Even adults might falter in such a task. The current emperor is benevolent, and the Crown Prince truly cares for the people. We are indeed fortunate to live in such times. Who, indeed, is assisting him? Chapter 29. Thunder Strikes, the meticulous Gu Huayu did not forget to instruct the Golden Guards to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the assassin in the high tower. Xiaoxiao and her companions had not returned for quite some time, leaving Zhao Wanwei in a state of anxious anticipation at the gate. Su Changhe looked aggrieved, exclaiming, "Mother." "I did not." Still daring to be defiant, Zhao Wanwei threatened to strike. Gu Huayu stepped down from the carriage with a composed demeanor, apologetically stating, "Madam Zhao, please do not blame your son. We encountered an assassin, and it was thanks to Xiaoxiao that we escaped calamity. We were delayed on our way. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me." Upon recognizing His Highness the Crown Prince, Awanwe was seized by a cold sweat at the mention of an assassination attempt, and she hastily offered her respects, saying, "Your Highness, you speak in jest. It is our duty to alleviate your burdens." After bidding farewell to the Crown Prince, Zhao Wanwei settled Su Xiaoxiao before inquiring about the day's events. "How could you encounter an assassin? Were you harmed?" The thought still sent shivers down her spine. Su Changhe, overflowing with excitement, recounted, "Mother, the situation was dire. Hundreds of arrows were aimed at the prince's carriage while my sister and Xiaoxiao were inside." "And then?" Zhao Wanyue's heart raced. Miraculously, the arrows seemed to shift direction, striking down the assassins instead. Su Changhe's eyes widened at the memory. Awanwa looked at Su Lingxi with a questioning gaze. Is what Changhe said true? Alarmed, she wished to keep Xiaoxiao's extraordinary abilities a secret, asserting, "It is the crown prince who possesses great fortune, not Xiaoxiao, who is but a child." Su Changhe, still preoccupied with his sister's broken engagement, swiftly changed the topic. "Mother, the most pressing matter is not who is fortunate, but rather to annul my sister's engagement swiftly." Zhao Wanwei furrowed her brow. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister's betrothal to the Duke of Dun's son was long established. There will be no annulment." Su Lingxi bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. Unfazed, Su Changhe continued, "That scoundrel Gu Chen was caught in the woods today, entangled with the daughter of the Minister of Rights. I even gave him a punch. If it weren't for my sister's mercy, I would have made their scandal known to all." Awanwa, pulling Su Lingxi close, said with heartfelt compassion, "Lingxi, I am sorry you have endured this. Tomorrow, I shall go and annul your engagement." Upon hearing her mother's intention, Su Lingxi's eyes brightened before dimming again. "Mother, the Duke of Dun is the Emperor's uncle. Will they agree to annul the engagement?" Dao Wenyue's resolve was unwavering. "Gu Chen's character is questionable. His private dealings will bring you nothing but suffering. This reason suffices." Xiaoxiao had often mentioned that Lingxi might be ground down to nothing by her in-laws, and Zhao Wanwei had long wished for the engagement to be annulled. If not now, when? Su Lingxi felt both moved and anxious. "Mother, it is my fault for causing you trouble." Zhao Wanwei gazed tenderly at her daughter. "Silly girl. Is it not my duty to protect you? Had it not been for Xiaoxiao, she could very well have perished." The thought pierced Zhao Wanyue's heart. The next day, Zhao Wanwei, accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao and Su Changhe, made her way to the Duke of Dun's residence. The Duke, now in his 60s, had entrusted the household affairs to his daughter-in-law, the Duke's consort, Gu Chen's mother. The maidservants ushered Zhao Wanwei and her party through the lengthy corridors and various courtyards until they reached the consort, who feigned a smile and said, "Madam Zhao, you have arrived. Please sit down. I happen to have some fine tea. Do help me taste it." Zhao Wanwei coldly replied, "Your Highness, I shall forego the tea. I have come today to annul my daughter Su Lingxi's engagement." At this, the consort's demeanor soured immediately. "What does Madame Zhao mean by this? To brazenly come to the Duke's residence to annul an engagement? Do you think my Duke's house is a mere plaything?" Zhao Wanwei responded calmly, "Your Highness, the Duke's son was caught in broad daylight engaging in inappropriate behavior with another, witnessed by His Highness the Crown Prince and my child. It is only the kindness of Lingxi that spared the Duke and your family embarrassment. All we seek is an annulment. I implore you not to be so aggressive." The consort scoffed. "Madam Zhao, you speak slanderous words, tarnishing my son's reputation. What is your true intention?" Suppressing her rising anger, Zhao Wanwei said, This was not only witnessed by my child, but by His Highness and young Master Yu as well. Shall I summon the Crown Prince as a witness? I saw it myself, and I even struck him. He still bears the marks. Su Changhe felt this was a compelling piece of evidence. What? My Guchen was struck by you? The consort interjected. Very well. Since we are in-laws, I shall overlook this matter. Madame Zhao, do not misunderstand. Guchen merely exchanged a few words with Miss Wu. What of it? A man having multiple wives is quite normal. Rest assured. The position of the rightful wife will surely belong to your Lingxi. Awanwei was taken aback by the consort's knowledge of the affair and her blatant defense of Guchen, rendering her speechless. Your Highness, do you not understand the proprieties? The Duke's residence is a prestigious household. Must we lack even basic decorum? I am determined to annul this marriage. The consort did not back down. If you wish to annul the engagement, it is not impossible, but Guchen must come to your residence to do so. So that all may know it was he who rejected your daughter. Though merely a word apart, the distinction between annulling an engagement and being rejected was vast, especially for a woman. The mere gossip would be enough to torment her, not to mention the damage to her reputation. In Zhao Wanyue's arms, Su Xiaoxiao's face had already turned red with indignation. This vile woman. When Guchen humiliated my sister, she offered no word of justice and has only deepened my sister's suffering. I am furious. Seeing the consort's unreasonable stance only solidified Zhao Wanyue's resolve to annul the engagement. She proclaimed, Your Highness, do you not fear retribution for such twisted reasoning? I shall give you 3 days. If you do not agree to the annulment, we shall seek the Emperor and Empress to arbitrate. Su Xiaoxiao thought, retribution is indeed in order. In a sky of clear blue, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, a thunderclap resounding as it descended upon the consort, leaving her charred and blackened. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chamber, Guchen found himself in disarray, half the structure crumbling as the walls collapsed, exposing him and the maidservant to the world. Chapter 30. The broken engagement. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of all nearby. The thunder struck in a most peculiar manner. Could it be that someone had angered the heavens? It was aimed at the Duke of Duanqin's residence, and curiosity beckoned us to investigate. The onlookers, sharing an unspoken understanding, watched as Su Changhe seized the chaos to slip away through a broken wall. Before long, several little beggars were scurrying about, spreading the sensational news. The Duke's young heir had been caught in an inappropriate rendezvous with a maid during daylight, provoking divine wrath and being struck down in his bed. How exhilarating! The curious crowd flocked from all directions. Some, wary of the noble household, hesitated to pry, but the little beggars offered a helpful reminder. Avoid the main entrance. The east courtyard wall has collapsed, and the young heir resides in the eastern wing. At a critical moment, Guchen was paralyzed with fear, rendered immobile. Before he could call for help, he found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Mother, save me! Guchen cried out weakly, akin to a monkey on display. His mother, Su Shi, appeared disheveled, her hair singed, preoccupied with her own troubles. Awanyu glanced at her youngest daughter, who was engrossed in her milk, anxiety coursing through her. Thunder indeed struck true. This incident had nothing to do with Xiaoxiao, and she refused to believe it. Your Highness, with such scandalous behavior from your son, we cannot wait 3 days to annul this engagement. I implore you to present the marriage contract and destroy it publicly, so that our families may go their separate ways henceforth. Zhao Wanyu stated, her voice steady. Zhao Wanyu was rendered speechless. It seems one thunderstrike is not enough. Oh heavens, please assist once more. Su Xiaoxiao mused while sipping her milk. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck with perfect precision. Seeing that she was unharmed, Su Shi was momentarily pleased, only to find that her husband's courtyard wall had also collapsed, exposing him and 2 beautiful maidens dressed quite inappropriately. Guling, did you not say you were exhausted and needed to rest? Is this how you choose to recuperate? Alongside these hussies? Su Shi's expression darkened, resembling a vengeful spirit. Zhao Wanyu remarked coolly, Princess, let us halt here. Perhaps it would be wise to retrieve the marriage contract. Who knows if a third bolt of lightning might strike? After all, the heavens are not blind. With that, she tore the marriage contract to shreds and left with Su Changhe and Su Xiaoxiao, brimming with confidence. Once they boarded their carriage, Zhao Wanyu's anxious heart finally settled. While she claimed to annul the engagement, she harbored no certainty. The Duke of Duanqin's residence was immensely prestigious, and should they refuse to retract, she would indeed seek the Grand Princess's assistance to enter the palace. This was a case of karma. Wicked deeds would inevitably lead to retribution. The more Zhao Wanyu reflected, the more vindicated she felt. Mother, I believe my sister is extraordinary. She helped the Crown Prince evade assassination yesterday, and today she successfully annulled the engagement. I believe Xiaoxiao played a significant role. Su Changhe dared not reveal that he could hear his sister's thoughts. Seizing the moment, Wanyu advised earnestly, indeed, Xiaoxiao is our family's little treasure. You must strive to excel and avoid mingling with dubious companions who might tarnish our sister's reputation. Indeed, brother must excel, otherwise he might end up as the top performer at the Southern Wind Pavilion. Su Xiaoxiao wholeheartedly agreed. Su Changhe turned pale at the thought, grateful that his mother could not hear his sister's musings. Otherwise, where would he hide his face? Recalling that nightmare, he shuddered, vowing never to let such a thing occur. Zhao Wanyu glanced at her son, her concern rekindled. While her daughter's affairs were settled, her son's troubles persisted. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Su Changhe felt uneasy and helplessly admitted, Mother, I understand. You had better truly understand. Starting tomorrow, you are forbidden from leaving the house. Focus on your studies until Yulin Academy commences, Zhao Wanyu declared, unable to trust him. Mother, why? I have not been mischievous lately. Su Changhe lamented, on the verge of tears. The instigator of the chaos, meanwhile, was comfortably nestled in Zhao Wanyu's embrace, happily sipping her milk. Upon learning of the successful annulment, Su Lingxi was overjoyed. Her engagement had been orchestrated by her grandmother, who had sung the praises of the Duke of Duanqin's esteemed lineage, assuring her that marrying into such a wealthy family was a blessing. She had been led to believe that Gu Chun was unparalleled, and Zhao Wanyu, treating Liu Shi as a mother, had unhesitatingly acquiesced to the arrangement. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Gu Chen's reckless behavior, unsure if her mother could advocate for her. Considering that men from prominent families often had numerous concubines, a rarity like her father was nearly extinct. Thank you, Mother. Su Lingxi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Su Changhe, with a knowing look, added, this success cannot be attributed solely to Mother. Indeed, I must also thank you for accompanying Mother on this errand. Su Lingxi smiled. Su Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Sister, that is not my intention. The one who deserves gratitude for this successful annulment is the Thunder God. Why thank the Thunder God? You should be thanking me. I summoned him. Su Xiaoxiao chimed in, playfully. Su Lingxi continued, very well, we must also thank Xiaoxiao. Sister has sewn you a lovely little dress at home today as a token of gratitude. Is that acceptable? Baiji, bring forth the garment to see if it fits. Baiji hurriedly presented a set of exquisitely woven garments. The top was a small jacket with a front opening, and considering that Xiaoxiao often sat or lay down, the ensemble included both a skirt and pants. Upon seeing the fabric, Zhao Wanyu exclaimed, isn't this the brocade awarded to you by the Empress Dowager? Why use it to make clothes for Xiaoxiao? As Su Lingxi dressed Su Xiaoxiao, she explained, Sister, you are always sweating. This brocade is not only soft but also lightweight, making it perfect for keeping you cool. Dressed in her new clothes, Su Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Before meeting her master, her garments had been tattered. Now, she wore blue robes like her brothers. How beautiful! It is wonderful to have a family. Mother and sister make me lovely clothes. Brother gives me sweets, and master, I am cherished. Su Changhe listened to Xiaoxiao's heartfelt thoughts, nearly shedding tears. To avoid revealing his emotions, he feigned jealousy, saying, Sister is so biased. I contributed too. It was I who hired the little beggars to spread the news throughout the city, spending 100 coins. Zhao Wanyu chided. Must you compete over everything? Your sister only received 1 bolt of brocade. Besides, with such vibrant patterns, do you think you can wear it outside? Chapter 31. Entering the palace, both Zhao Wanyu and her son were taken aback. Liu Shi held a prestigious title, and Zhao Wanyu had accompanied her to the palace on several occasions for ceremonial banquets. In haste, Zhao Wanyu changed her attire and, with Xiaoxiao, boarded the carriage sent by the palace. Lingxi, filled with concern, remarked, "Mother, could it be that the Duke of Dun's residence has lodged a complaint? It is all my fault." However, Chong he remained relatively calm, asserting, at the poetry gathering, both the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince witnessed Gu Chen's actions. Today, a significant portion of the city's populace is aware of Gu Chen's true nature. Regardless of their royal connections, the emperor cannot shield them from scrutiny. Zhao Wanyu felt a surge of anxiety, having specifically instructed that a young child accompany them, yet she could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Nevertheless, she refrained from revealing her trepidation in front of the children, as it would only amplify their worries. With a gentle smile, she reassured them, "Do not worry. The emperor is wise and benevolent. Everything will be well. Why fret? I am here. Did I not just say I am your little lucky charm? Now that we have a mother, Xiaoxiao will certainly protect her," she thought, instilling some comfort in Lingxi and her brother as they watched their mother's carriage grow distant. "Do not worry, sister. Mother will be fine." Chong he declared confidently. "Xiaoxiao will look after her." Lingxi fixed her gaze on Chong he and inquired, "How do you know Xiaoxiao can protect mother? Can it be that you too? You can hear her?" They both exclaimed in unison. While this revelation should have been a cause for celebration, Chong he felt a lingering unease. Since they could all hear her, perhaps their mother could too, leading to the entire family being aware of the incident at the Nanfeng Pavilion. Although the event had yet to transpire, Chong he had altered his demeanor, feeling an awkward exposure. However, Lingxi's thoughts were elsewhere. She asked, "You are aware that grandmother is not aligned with us, correct?" Chong he nodded, vaguely aware that their father was not grandmother's biological child. "I understand you are close to grandmother, but you must recognize that without Xiaoxiao, we would be orphans. Be cautious of her." Since learning of their grandmother's actions towards her family, Lingxi had become reluctant to refer to her as such. Chong he, now not only diligent in his studies, but also practicing martial arts daily, recalled his father's previous teachings. In his youthful ignorance, he had not taken them seriously, but now, as the sole man of the household, he felt compelled to strengthen himself to protect his family. At that moment, the carriage arrived at the palace gates. Zhao Wanyu adjusted her hold on Xiaoxiao and prepared to disembark. According to palace protocol, they were not permitted to enter by carriage. Yet the vehicle showed no sign of stopping. Zhao Wanyu, hesitant to act out of turn, respectfully inquired, "Master Yang, are we not to disembark?" Master Yang replied kindly, "The emperor is considerate of your situation with the child and has permitted the carriage to take you directly into the palace." Xiaoxiao, fidgeting with her fingers, sighed. "Last night I noticed the Z-Way star dimming. Surely, the crown prince is ill. How curious that they know I can save him." Zhao Wanyu felt her heart race. The crown prince was unwell? And they were counting on Xiaoxiao for salvation? This seemed ludicrous. She acknowledged her daughter's exceptional abilities, attributing them to mere fortune. Healing the crown prince was implausible. After all, Xiaoxiao was just over 4 months old, and he was the crown prince. Wanyu could only hope that Xiaoxiao was speaking nonsense, but fate had other plans. Upon disembarking, she discovered they had stopped outside Chonglu Palace. Her heart sank. The crown prince, only 9 years old, had yet to establish his own residence and resided in Chonglu Palace. To her surprise, the Grand Princess was also present. In the palace, where any misstep could be fatal, Zhao Wanyu quickly bowed. This humble servant pays her respects to the Grand Princess. "Wanyu, you have arrived. Come with me," the Grand Princess commanded, ushering Zhao Wanyu into Chonglu Palace. Time is of the essence, so I will be brief. The Crown Prince has been afflicted with a chronic ailment, suffering unbearable pain intermittently, and the imperial physicians are at a loss. I thought Xiaoxiao could save you, Tang. Perhaps she could also save the Crown Prince. Bao Wanyu halted. Grand Princess, this matter is of grave significance. It cannot be taken lightly. If the imperial physicians cannot assist, what can Xiaoxiao possibly do? This could lead to our family's ruin. The Grand Princess understood her apprehensions and reassured her. The Emperor and Empress are wise individuals, and they too have run out of options. You need only allow Xiaoxiao to try. I have already sought the Emperor's grace. Regardless of the outcome, you shall not be held accountable. Besides, the Crown Prince has expressed a desire for Xiaoxiao. By the time they reached the main hall, the Emperor and Empress were anxiously pacing outside, devoid of the usual regal authority they commanded, merely concerned parents worried about their son. Bao Wanyu had no choice but to bow again. This humble servant, Su Zhaoshi, pays her respects to the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor's gaze swept over the smiling child in her arms, and a chill ran through him as the ruler of a nation. How could he place his faith in an infant who could barely speak to save the Crown Prince? Su Xiaoxiao, observing the Emperor's stern expression, felt discontent. What does that look mean? Does he disdain me? The Empress, however, cared little for appearances. She was willing to try anything for a glimmer of hope. Is this Xiaoxiao? You can save Huaiyu, can't you? Su Xiaoxiao beamed with satisfaction, nodding her little head, as if to affirm her capability. The Empress has discernment. This Emperor is quite intimidating, and his expression seems rather unwelcoming. Bao Wanyu felt cold sweat trickle down her back, thinking to herself that only her precious daughter could so openly critique the Emperor's demeanor in his presence. Will you agree to help Huaiyu? The Empress asked, nearly moved to tears with excitement. How can she save him? Emperor Xiaoda understood the Grand Princess's desperation, but felt the request was rather excessive. The Grand Princess, suddenly struck with clarity, exclaimed, "Let the Crown Prince hold Xiaoxiao." Yu Tang felt better after just a few embraces with her. Dear aunt, you make it sound easy. But I sacrificed 3 years of spiritual energy to save Yu Tang. Bao Wanyu felt a pang of concern. How could Xiaoxiao, only 4 months old, have sacrificed 3 years of energy? If she knew that Xiaoxiao had absorbed over 3,000 years of energy from her bracelet, she would have been far less troubled. Su Xiaoxiao was placed beside the ailing Gu Huaiyu, who was in such agony he could barely muster the strength to cry out. With a small wave of her hand, she grasped one of his fingers. Indeed, Gu Huaiyu quieted down, and the pallor of his face gradually regained a hint of color. This merely alleviates his pain temporarily. This ailment cannot be cured by a mere embrace. Chapter 32. Am I a medicine? The Emperor and Empress were filled with great joy, yet Bao Wanwei was beset by worries. As Xiaoxiao had stated, this ailment could not be cured merely by a hug. The Emperor, delighted, proclaimed, "Sister, you are correct. This child indeed brings fortune. Huaiyu shall be saved. And so shall the great Xia. Su Zhao, you have raised a remarkable child." In haste, Zhao Wanwen knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, Xiaoxiao is merely an ordinary child. There is nothing magical about her." She then presented a gold medal to Xiaoxiao, gently saying, "Xiaoxiao and we share a bond. Keep this medal as a plaything. And do visit the palace often." Xiaoxiao clutched the medal tightly, exclaiming, "Is it made of gold? It must be very valuable." Zhao Wanwei sighed internally, recognizing that it was the Empress's personal waist token. Holding this token conferred the same authority as the Empress herself, allowing one to roam freely within the palace. Xiaoxiao was overjoyed with the medal, beaming at the Empress, who was nearly melted by the child's adorableness, and thus she lifted Xiaoxiao into her arms. Zhao Wanwei hesitated, pondering that she could not allow her Xiaoxiao to remain beside the Crown Prince indefinitely. Xiaoxiao had noted that her presence would only alleviate pain. Was she to stay there until the Crown Prince was fully recovered? Xiaoxiao murmured, "What is this? Am I being used as a medicine?" Alas, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root of the problem. The Grand Princess perceived Zhao Wanwei's concerns and, recognizing the impracticality of the situation, spoke up, "Your Majesty. We cannot let Xiaoxiao remain beside Huayu indefinitely. She is but an infant." The Empress, understanding Zhao Wanwei's apprehensions, reassured her, "Madam Zhao, I realize this may seem a bit demanding, but if there were another option, we would not resort to this. Please allow Xiaoxiao to stay in the palace for a few days. Rest assured, I shall personally care for her. If you are uneasy, you may also reside here with her." Zhao Wanwei felt she could not stay overnight in the palace. A woman remaining in the palace typically implied she had been favored by the emperor. Though her intentions were to care for Xiaoxiao, the gossip would surely drown her, tainting both the State Duke's manor and the Jing and Marquis's house. Yet, how could she leave Xiaoxiao alone in such a place? The Empress had used the term please, but it was an imperial decree. To refuse would be to defy it. Caught in a dilemma, Zhao Wanwei gazed at Xiaoxiao, lamenting her inability to protect her daughter. "Staying in the palace? How wonderful! This way, I can administer the medicine to the crown prince in the stillness of the night. I do hope they remember to bring me milk. My supply is running low." Seeing Zhao Wanwei relent, the Empress was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Of course." Zhao Wanwei approached the crown prince's bed, holding Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, "Xiaoxiao, you will stay in the palace for a few days, and your mother will come to fetch you soon. Be good." The more she spoke, the heavier her heart felt, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xiaoxiao reached out a tiny hand, gently wiping away Zhao Wanwei's tears. "How shall I tell mother that we need not be apart for long? Tomorrow I can cure the crown prince. If I smile more, mother should feel at ease." Xiaoxiao grinned broadly, putting forth great effort to smile. Wanwei kissed Xiaoxiao's cheek, saying, "Mother knows Xiaoxiao is the best." Reluctantly, she released Xiaoxiao's hand, sought permission, and meticulously instructed the palace maids about Xiaoxiao's preferences before departing the palace. Xiaoxiao lay obediently beside Gu Huayu, playing with her tiny hands and nibbling on her toes, while the Empress remained by her side, not leaving for a moment. With Xiaoxiao's continuous infusion of energy, Gu Huayu finally stirred from his slumber. "Mother, what time is it? Have I been unconscious for a day and night?" Gu Huayu felt that this time, the wait was not so arduous, and the pain was not so intense. It was still the third watch of the night, and thanks to Xiaoxiao, he had endured much less suffering. "You were right. Xiaoxiao truly is a lucky star." The resplendent Empress, having stayed up half the night, appeared somewhat haggard. Gu Huayu gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xiaoxiao. Feeling a pang of guilt, she had not only averted an assassination attempt for him, but was now leaving her mother to lie beside a sickly person. The Empress's gaze was intense. "Huayu, with Xiaoxiao here, your ailment shall surely be cured." Gu Huayu forced a smile. He had ceased to harbor hope. Yet he could not let his mother worry. Unable to suppress a laugh, he remarked, "Is it truly necessary for you to watch her sleep? I am here, and there are so many palace maids and eunuchs outside. Mother, you oversee the 6 palaces, and there is much to attend to. You should rest. If you remain here, how can I possibly sleep?" The crown prince tucked Xiaoxiao in and, filled with remorse, said, "I am sorry, little one. I shall make it up to you in the future." With no trace of sleepiness left, he instead took a book and sat on the bed to read, eventually drifting off without realizing it. Xiaoxiao stretched widely, thinking that dreaming was quite exhausting. Fortunately, the crown prince had already fallen asleep. She activated her bracelet's face, rummaging through it for a long while until she finally found a pill. This is it, the 9-turn Xian Wang elixir. Now that she had found the medicine, she realized she could not crawl and thus could not feed it to Gu Huayu. After several failed attempts, Xiaoxiao grew somewhat frustrated, thinking, "Are they teasing me? I have other abilities too, humph." Ultimately, she used her mind to control the pill and successfully fed it to Gu Huayu. Xiaoxiao yawned. For an infant, this was indeed a considerable endeavor. All set, now we await the Emperor to locate the altar suppressing the Crown Prince's dragon energy, and the task will be complete. As soon as she thought this, she fell sound asleep. The following day, as Xiaoxiao continued to slumber, Gu Huayu was late for his morning lessons for the first time. When Xiaoxiao finally awoke, it was already noon. Gu Huayu set down his brush, smiling, "Little lazy cat, you have finally awakened." Xiaoxiao retorted indignantly, "You are the lazy cat. I toiled half the night to discover the altar's location. You must be hungry. Come and have some milk." Upon seeing a full jug of milk, Xiaoxiao's irritation vanished instantly. Just as she was enjoying her drink, an inner servant arrived to announce, "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you and Miss Xiaoxiao. He claims to have found the root of your illness." Chapter 33. The secret altar. Gu Huayu was utterly bewildered, pondering the root of his ailment. Xiaoxiao chuckled. The Emperor is not entirely foolish. Now the Crown Prince will truly be cured by medicine. A servant had already prepared a small cart, and Gu Huayu pushed Xiaoxiao toward the Mingda Hall. Upon their arrival, they heard the impassioned lament of Prince Dun. "Your Majesty, my uncle has lived for so many years without ever enduring such humiliation. That Suzhou family dared to come to our door, coercing the princess to present her marriage certificate and announce the annulment of the engagement. This is not merely a cancellation. It is a slap in the face to the royal family." Prince Dun dismissively retorted, "Guqin is the heir to the prince. Having a few concubines is quite normal. Suzhou is making a mountain out of a molehill." The emperor, seething with rage, shot back, "Making a fuss? Enduring 2 bolts of divine retribution for no reason at all is a trivial matter. The father and son flaunting their debauchery, and the petitions against them are piled higher than a mountain." Prince Dun felt a pang of anxiety and then played the family card, "Your Majesty, Gu Ling has guarded the imperial tomb for 20 years, enduring hardships and seldom reuniting with his wife and children. It is only natural that Gu Qin, lacking proper guidance, would act out. Over these years, our royal household has not been without its sufferings." The emperor, while still holding some regard for Prince Dun, was instantly incensed upon hearing the mention of the imperial tomb, exclaiming, "How dare you bring up the tomb? Our ancestors' graves are on the verge of being desecrated, and Gu Ling remains blissfully unaware. Summon Gu Ling. Let us see the fruits of his labor." A senior eunuch had discreetly informed Gu Huayu of the situation. The Ministry of Works has discovered a secret chamber near the imperial tomb, containing an altar. The offerings made upon it include your birth date and childhood garments. Both the emperor and empress believe this is the cause of your affliction. The imperial tomb? An altar? The more Gu Huayu listened, the more absurd it seemed. Surely, his father and mother could not believe that an altar could render him utterly miserable. Regardless, the emperor personally led the crown prince and the minister of works, along with craftsmen from the ministry, to the altar. Xiaoxiao was also brought along. There was no way around it, as the ancestors had decreed that she must accompany the crown prince for fortune to favor him. Indeed, the emperor and empress had both dreamed the same dream last night, one featuring the founding emperor of the Dashua dynasty. Had it not been for the ancestors' divine intervention, they would have remained oblivious to the impending desecration of their ancestral graves. Gu Huayu was initially skeptical, but as he drew closer to the altar, an overwhelming discomfort washed over him, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao grasped his finger, preventing him from succumbing to the pain. The secret chamber was located on the eastern side of the tomb, modest in size yet filled with an otherworldly ambience. On the wall before them was a painting depicting a young dragon being trampled by an unsightly monster. Directly facing the wall was a stone table, upon which lay an infant's garments and a wooden plaque inscribed with birth details. Beside it, a glazed bottle contained a drop of crimson liquid. The crown prince suffered from his affliction every 45 days, each episode lasting a full day and night, a coincidence too conspicuous to ignore. Even Xiaoxiao remarked, "What a formidable death trap. If it weren't for the crown prince's royal fortune protecting him, he would have been sacrificed long ago." The emperor's countenance darkened. The ancestors' words rang true. The crown prince of the Dashua dynasty had indeed been offered as a sacrificial victim to a malevolent spirit. The ancestors proclaimed that had it not been for the arrival of a destined maiden, last night would have marked the crown prince's demise. the Minister of Works, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the eerie atmosphere, inquired, "Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Shall we dismantle this altar?" Given the Emperor's temperament, he would undoubtedly order its destruction. Yet the ancestors had insisted that all must heed the destined maiden's counsel. The Emperor glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was engrossed in her milk. Yearning to summon the ancestors to question, how can such a child provide guidance? Yet he dared not oppose, fearing the consequences of neglecting their wishes. As the Emperor hesitated, Xiaoxiao finally finished her milk, placing the bottle aside and animatedly pointing at the stone table. The Emperor dismissed the attendants, leaving only himself, the crown prince, and Xiaoxiao in the chamber. "Father, Xiaoxiao seems to want to go forward." Gu Huayu hesitated, feeling an indescribable pressure within the chamber. Each step he took required immense effort. Little did he know that had it not been for Xiaoxiao's earlier administration of a miraculous elixir, he would have already succumbed. His spirit shattered. The crimson liquid upon the table was his heart's blood. The malevolent spirit, sensing the arrival of its offering, eagerly sought to emerge and partake. Xiaoxiao finally reached the glazed bottle, just as the chamber shook violently and the massive dark spirit materialized, extending its clawed hand toward Gu Huayu. Gu Huayu's body stiffened. "Standing tall, come forth. I fear you not." Yet his diminutive frame could not withstand the spirit's oppressive force, causing him to collapse. The Emperor shouted for help, but his voice could not escape. Drawing his sword, he struck at the spirit, but it did not inflict even a scratch, and instead, the spirit seized his throat. With a resounding crash, the glazed bottle shattered in Xiaoxiao's grasp, shards slicing into her finger, causing crimson droplets to spill forth, mingling with the blood within the bottle. That blood suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, illuminating the chamber as brightly as day, akin to a sword piercing the malevolent spirit's form. The enormous spirit was instantly riddled with wounds, seemingly in excruciating pain, cradling its head as it let out a muted wail. The Emperor swiftly scooped up Xiaoxiao in one arm and Gu Huayu in the other. They had to escape. At just the right distance, she was able to bring her bleeding finger to Gu Huayu's lips, and in his unconscious state, he instinctively began to suck greedily. "You are truly the luckiest person in this world. My blood not only renders one immune to all poison, but also subdues all malevolent spirits. Now that your heart's blood is mingled with mine, no evil spirit shall harm you." Gu Huayu felt a miraculous energy coursing through his limbs, abruptly opening his eyes to find Xiaoxiao's finger in his mouth. He awakened, and the malevolent spirit, riddled with golden wounds, gradually transformed into a puddle of dark water. The wall's mural shattered, and the stone table splintered. The Emperor gasped, "This is bad. The chamber is collapsing." He hurriedly carried one child in each arm. Xiaoxiao internally lamented, "My milk bottle is still in the cart." Gu Huayu thought he had imagined it, yet he swiftly grasped the cart. Just as the three of them exited the secret chamber, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Chapter 34. She can bear it outside. The guards and the Minister of Work stood in astonishment, having been vigilantly observing the hidden chamber, yet not a sound had reached their ears. The minister had been troubled about how to dismantle the chamber. Despite its small size, it was remarkably sturdy, making manual removal exceedingly difficult. And he feared that the use of explosives could jeopardize the imperial tomb. Just as he was consumed by worry, the chamber collapsed unexpectedly, defying reason. Kneeling before the Emperor was a throng of officials, their faces etched with anxiety. "Your Majesty, we have arrived too late to offer our assistance. We beseech your forgiveness." The Emperor cast a disdainful glance at the gathered multitude. Ascending the throne at a tender age, he had perpetually maintained an image of gravity and authority to command the respect of his ministers, treating even his own children with the same stern demeanor. In Gu Huayu's recollection, his father had never embraced him. This was the first instance he felt the strength of his father's arm. In that fleeting moment, they forged a connection akin to that of any ordinary father and son. Ignoring the supplicants on the ground, the Emperor gently set down the two children and inquired with concern, "Huayu, how do you feel?" Gu Huayu took a few breaths of Xiaoxiao's blood. feeling as though he had been reborn, his mind clear and his body invigorated. He obediently replied, "Father, I believe I am quite well now, significantly improved from before." "Indeed. Having consumed a celestial pill last night, and now having drunk my blood, it would be strange if you did not feel better. My master has proclaimed that my blood is a treasure of time, and you have benefited from it. However, in light of your rescue of the milk bottle, consider this a fortunate exchange." Hearing that familiar childish voice once more, Gu Huaiyu was certain he could now hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Yet, he pondered why he had been unable to hear them before. Perhaps the events that transpired in the hidden chamber had forged a bond between them. Gu Huaiyu picked up Xiaoxiao's milk bottle, carefully cleaned it, and handed it back to her, sincerely stating, "Your great kindness shall not go unthanked. I shall ensure your safety henceforth." The emperor felt a surge of joy within. His ancestors had indeed spoken the truth. Something had suppressed the dragon's aura here. And it was thanks to the destined maiden that his son had narrowly escaped calamity. However, he seethed at the thought of who dared to brazenly erect an altar above the imperial tomb, subjecting his son to years of torment. Fuming, he commanded, "Gu Ling, come here at once." The already trembling Gu Ling, who had been kneeling, dared not rise and obediently crawled to the emperor's feet. The emperor, already in a furious state, looked down at Gu Ling's cowardice and, in a fit of rage, kicked him in the chest. "You wretched fool, is this how you guard the imperial tomb? While others sacrifice to the dragon's aura above our ancestors' graves, you remain oblivious. If it were not for..." He hesitated, pondering whether to say if it weren't for Xiaoxiao, but fearing the implications for the child, he altered his words, "If it were not for our ancestors' protection." "Could you still be crawling before me?" He continued, "Go to our forebears and pay your respects immediately. From this moment on, your title as duke shall be revoked, and your ineffectual son shall also lose his status as heir." Gu Ling clutched his chest, pleading, "Your Majesty, consider our shared upbringing and spare my title. Otherwise, my father will surely perish from anger." "Do not invoke the Duke of Dun's name," the emperor retorted. "A son's failings are his father's fault. If not for the fact that you are my uncle, your head would have been forfeit long ago. I make it abundantly clear, the Duke of Dun's fortunes have come to an end. You shall live with your tail between your legs from now on." After dismissing Gu Ling, the emperor took Xiaoxiao from the crown prince's arms and gently said, "Xiaoxiao, your brother has wronged your sister, and I shall take up your cause. The emperor is magnanimous. I like him." The crown prince halted momentarily, astonished by his father's newfound humility, all in deference to a mere child. Little did he know, the ancestors had decreed that only the destined maiden could dismantle the sacrificial array. Otherwise, the Great Shu dynasty would meet its end. The benefactor of his son's salvation and the protector of the Great Shu's legacy. He found no shame in bowing low. After concluding his conversation with Xiaoxiao, the emperor raised his head, once again embodying the dignified ruler everyone revered. He turned to the Minister of Works, Zheng Yi, and commanded, "Quickly ascertain whether the collapse of the hidden chamber has caused any damage to the imperial tomb." Then, addressing the commander of the imperial guards, Lin Feng, he ordered, "Send men to scour the vicinity of the tomb for any suspicious activity." Meanwhile, the empress anxiously awaited in the palace. She had shared the same dream with the emperor the previous night, wherein it was revealed that Xiaoxiao was the destined maiden, and her son would finally be liberated from his dreadful torment. The greater her anticipation, the more her fears multiplied, rendering the day agonizingly unbearable. Upon seeing the crown prince descend from the carriage unscathed, she excitedly forgot her decorum and blurted out, "Did it succeed?" The emperor nodded. "The altar has been destroyed. The scourge has been vanquished, and my son is no longer bound by others." The emperor's countenance brightened, and he generously bestowed numerous rewards upon the Duke of Zhengua's household. He even removed the jade pendant from his waist and personally fastened it onto Su Xiaoxiao's attire, lovingly stating, "Good child, you are truly a fortuitous star. This jade pendant is a gift for you." Su Xiaoxiao, still clumsy with her hands, tilted her head in an attempt to glimpse the pendant, but alas, she could see nothing. The jade pendant bestowed by the emperor must be of considerable worth. I wonder how it compares to the empress's gold medal. Both the emperor and the empress are splendid, yet the crown prince seems a tad stingy. After consuming my celestial pill and drinking my blood, he has offered no token of gratitude. The crown prince felt a pang of guilt. Xiaoxiao had a point. He, the greatest beneficiary, had indeed shown no sign of appreciation. Thus, he took the dark jade pendant from his waist and adorned Xiaoxiao with it. Before he could utter a word, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Is this family addicted to gifting jade pendants? Is there no one to care for my well-being? This milk bottle has been empty for ages." Gu Huayu suddenly realized the oversight. After securing the jade pendant, he hurriedly instructed the palace servants to prepare milk, adding, "The royal aunt has mentioned that Xiaoxiao enjoys cheese. Prepare ample amounts." Only then did Xiaoxiao's anger transform into delight. Now that feels right. The crown prince suppressed his laughter. There was no doubt that Xiaoxiao was a true gourmand. In high spirits, the emperor arranged for the royal kitchen to serve a banquet, gathering the empress, the crown prince, and Xiaoxiao at the same table. The crown prince carefully fed Xiaoxiao cheese, but as she gazed upon the sumptuous spread of delicacies, she suddenly found the cheese less appealing. "Is that roasted suckling pig? It smells divine. I long to take a bite. If not, I would settle for gnawing on a bone. It has been ages since I had meat. Oh, how I yearn for it." Xiaoxiao stared longingly at the roasted pig, drooling uncontrollably. Gu Huayu shook his head, gently wiping away her drool, and explained, "You are still too young. You cannot eat meat just yet. As you grow older, we shall feast on meat together." The emperor and empress regarded Gu Huayu with approval. This child was truly deserving of his standing. Chapter 35. The contest for rewards. Xiaoxiao was indifferent to titles or nobility. Her sole desire was to indulge in delectable food. "Isn't the roasted suckling pig utterly delicious? Are you all not going to have a taste? Such extravagance is a waste." The emperor hesitated, contemplating whether to take Xiaoxiao to meet Bowen. Surely, a daughter as soft and delightful as her would be greatly anticipated. Just as he was about to reach out, he reconsidered. With a multitude of mischievous children in the palace, and not a single princess, why should Bowen be so fortunate? Perhaps he should wait a little longer. Xiaoxiao flashed a bright smile at the empress, seizing a piece of roasted suckling pig and swiftly stuffing it into her mouth. This is the taste of my dreams. I never imagined I would savor an authentic roasted suckling pig in this lifetime. It has all been worth it. Sob sob. The empress was taken aback, her complexion paling. Xiaoxiao had yet to grow any teeth, and that bite could lead to serious trouble. She could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor and rushed to intervene. Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks, tightly closing her mouth, her eyes darting towards the empress. "I won't open my mouth even if you beat me. How could I let the roasted suckling pig slip away?" Gu Huayu found her both amusing and endearing. "Xiaoxiao, please open your mouth. Once you turn 5 months old, your elder brother will have the royal kitchen prepare meat porridge for you, all right?" He genuinely worried she might swallow that piece of meat whole. Xiaoxiao continued to suck on the morsel until only scraps remained, then finally opened her mouth. The empress retrieved the remnants, letting out a sigh of relief. "This child nearly frightened me to death." Xiaoxiao giggled again, still holding onto some meat. However, fate had other plans. Gu Huayu intercepted the meat just as it was nearing her mouth. Watching the morsel being taken away bit by bit, Xiaoxiao felt as though the sky was collapsing. "My meat." With a pout of grievance, tears began to roll down her cheeks, eventually transforming her quiet sobs into loud cries. "It's so unfair. They won't even let me have a bite." The crown prince observed Xiaoxiao's lamentation, his eyelids twitching. This was a formidable task to soothe her. Indeed, the empress, the crown prince, and a host of palace maids and eunuchs took turns trying to console her, yet her cries persisted. "Mother, perhaps we should feed her some meat broth?" Gu Huayu suggested, unable to bear the thought of her crying any longer. The empress nodded. This child certainly had a talent for crying. Upon hearing that meat broth was on the way, Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted slightly, and her sobs began to subside. "Jiao Wanwei, Having not seen her daughter for an entire night, was consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep, standing anxiously at the door like a stone statue yearning for her daughter. After a prolonged bout of crying, Xiaoxiao was exhausted and fell asleep in the carriage. Gu Huayu entrusted her to Zhao Wanwei, instructing servants to carry the bountiful rewards into the mansion. Zhao Wanwei, feeling a surge of anxiety, hesitantly inquired, "What are these?" The crown prince gratefully replied, "Thank you, Madame Zhao. Xiaoxiao is a benefactor of the royal family. These items are a token of our appreciation." "Oh!" And Xiaoxiao has 2 jade pendants at her waist for her to play with. Understanding Zhao Wanyue's longing for her daughter, Gu Huayu made a hasty exit. Zhao Wanwei instructed Lianqiao and Baiji to place the rewards the crown prince had brought into her private treasury, and she eagerly embraced Su Xiaoxiao, showering her with kisses. Su Changhe marveled at the 2 jade pendants, exclaiming, "Mother, the jade pendant from the crown prince is already priceless, yet she possesses one from the emperor himself. This is extraordinary. I must ensure I remain close to Xiaoxiao." Zhao Wanwei merely smiled in silence, withholding the fact that Xiaoxiao had also received a golden medal from the empress, allowing her unrestricted access to the palace. Su Lingxi was equally delighted. The Duke of Dun's sons had been stripped of their titles, demonstrating the emperor's fairness and integrity. She no longer had to worry about how her engagement might affect her parents. Liu Shi, seething with resentment over son Caidie's incident, fell ill and required numerous doctors to tend to her. The unending concoctions and countless needles brought her immense suffering. Had the physicians not been reputable, she might have suspected Zhao Wanwei was intentionally tormenting her. During her days confined to bed, son Caidie sent messages daily, lamenting her dire circumstances, stating that son Yingying could not even afford a wet nurse. Zhao Wanyue's dowry had been tightly controlled by Liu Shi, and after a quarrel, Zhao Wanwei had ceased to manage household matters, leaving all expenses to Liu Shi. Liu Shi, unable to voice her frustrations, was truly enraged. Her second daughter-in-law, Zheng Yaxian, hurried in to announce, "Mother, the crown prince has sent many rewards, several large chests. If you do not act quickly, she will take them all for herself." Liu Shi slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "How dare she? These rewards are for the Duke of the State, not for a mere woman without official status to claim as her own. Let us go see for ourselves." Lianqiao and Baiji had anticipated this turn of events and hastily moved the items, locking them away just as Liu Shi arrived. Liu Shi stormed in, commanding, "Open the door." Lianqiao responded calmly, "Madam, this is our mistress's private treasury. It cannot be opened at will." Liu Shi retaliated with a slap across Lianqiao's face. "You insolent wretch. Do you dare to defy me? Open the door at once and bring out the palace rewards." Lianqiao, feeling wronged, had always been treated kindly by her mistress and was shocked by Liu Shi's aggression. Ignoring the sting on her face, she firmly declared, "These items were bestowed upon the mistress and young lady by the emperor. They rightfully belong in the mistress's private treasury. Even if you kill me, I will not open the door." Liu Shi, undeterred, had come prepared and commanded her people to seize the keys. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Baiji rushed to inform Zhao Wanwei. "What?" She struck Lianqiao. Zhao Wanwei leaped from her chair, hastily making her way to the courtyard. Zheng Yaxian, wielding her authority, threatened, "You little servant, hand over the keys, and you need not suffer this punishment." Lianqiao steadfastly refused, causing Liu Shi's face to turn a deep shade of purple as she pointed at Lianqiao, berating her, "You, a mere servant, dare to defy me? Seize her and beat her to death." Ao Wanyue's voice rang out coldly, "Stop. I challenge anyone to lay a hand on her." Liu Shi had been anticipating this moment, eager for Zhao Wanwei to confront her openly. This would shatter her image of a virtuous wife and mother, and, at that point, she could wield her influence over Zhao Wanwei, who would be vulnerable to public scorn and accusations of disloyalty. Chapter 36. Kneeling Lianqiao was Zhao Wanyu's handmaid, treated like a sister by Zhao Wanyu. Witnessing her distress, Zhao Wanyu felt more anxious than if she herself were wronged. Liu Shi snorted coldly. What is all this fuss about? Where is your dignity as the mistress of the household? This little vixen has taken all the gifts bestowed by the emperor and stashed them away for herself. Shouldn't she be punished? In the past, if Liu Shi had shown even a hint of displeasure, Zhao Wenyu would have fretted excessively, seeking to placate her and offering valuable gifts to ease her mood. Zhao Wenyu expressed her astonishment. Mother, these gifts were given to Xiaoxiao as rewards for her service in the palace, to please the emperor and empress. Surely, you wouldn't stoop so low as to claim my granddaughter's belongings. Is it that you find yourself short of funds? No, that cannot be. Aside from my dowry, all the other properties have been entrusted to you, and I have even compensated for previous losses. Even considering your expenses for the Caidie family, you should be quite well off. Originally, the Duke's estate had numerous shops, but recently it seemed as if they were cursed. Customers had dwindled terribly, and several longtime patrons had vanished. Whether it was issues with the supply chain or quality problems with the goods, they had lost more than they gained, leaving nothing but losses. To cover the gaps, she had sold several shops at rock-bottom prices, were it not for her dire financial situation. She wouldn't need to contend with a mere child over rewards. Zhao Wenyu's words were quite harsh, yet Liu Shi could not afford to be angry. Instead, she softened her tone. Wenyu, it seems you have been growing distant from me lately. I understand your grievances regarding my management of the servants, especially when you felt wronged during childbirth. However, that was long ago. Why do you still hold onto it so tightly? It is unbecoming. I do not covet such trifles. But without the name of the Duke's estate, you would not even have the chance to meet the Emperor, let alone receive rewards. If others were to learn that you have hoarded these gifts for yourself, they might think there is discord between us, which would reflect poorly on Bo Wen and the household. Listening to this, Zhao Wenyu feigned understanding, and with difficulty, she produced the prince's jade pendant from her sleeve. Mother, it is not my intention to offend you, but His Highness has expressly instructed that these items are to remain with Xiaoxiao. He even left this jade pendant for reassurance. Surely, you, with your vast experience, understand that seeing the pendant is akin to seeing the crown prince himself. At these words, Bai Ji knelt down, kindly reminding Liu Shi, old madam, failing to kneel before the crown prince is a grave act of disrespect. Zheng Xian, timid as ever, followed suit and knelt, enviously gazing at the jade pendant in Zhao Wenyu's hand, asking, is this truly the crown prince's personal pendant? Indeed. The crown prince has a fondness for Xiaoxiao and insisted on giving this to her, Zhao Wenyu said, deliberately waving the pendant in front of Liu Shi. Though Liu Shi felt resentful, she dared not act out, ultimately kneeling in frustration. Su Bowen, renowned for his filial piety, was already flustered upon seeing his mother weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Wenyu remained noncommittal. The emperor has granted some rewards, and the crown prince has clearly instructed me to keep them safe for Xiaoxiao. If you do not believe me, I shall present the crown prince's token for your inspection. Zheng Xian, knowing Su Bowen was exceedingly filial, added fuel to the fire. You are clearly trying to make things difficult for mother. Could she possibly be coveting those meager rewards? Understanding Su Bowen's character, Zhao Wenyu recognized his current anxiety for his mother, unaware of the underlying issues. If the situation escalated, it could lead to a painful confrontation. She said, since the matter is clarified, I shall take Lian Qiao to tend to her injuries. That slap was no trifling matter. Her face is swollen. Lian Qiao grimaced in pain but bravely declared, Madam, I am tough-skinned and not in pain. I merely wish to let her know that we only heed your word. However, the heir's ignorance of the situation, coupled with his deep respect for the old matriarch, could very well sow discord among them. Zhao Wenyu was indeed concerned. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though she was being excessively aggressive. Yet, Liu Shi held no tangible evidence against her, making it impossible to confront her directly. She knew she would have to employ considerable rhetoric to navigate this. She hurriedly prepared a change of clothing for Su Bowen, who had just returned from his military attire, looking utterly exhausted from his arduous journey. As he entered, he said, somewhat apologetically, Madam, you have endured much these days. My mother is aging, so please be more accommodating towards her. To her astonishment, there was not a hint of reproach on his face. Zhao Wanyu felt a rush of emotion. Her father had merely mentioned sending skilled assistance for Bowen, not realizing her brother and sister-in-law had come in person. Worrying that familial concerns would distract Bowen, she refrained from telling him. Regardless of her age, her parents and brothers still treated her like a child. Leaning into Su Bowen's embrace, Zhao Wanyu playfully said, I see, otherwise, wouldn't you be glaring at me right now, blaming me for disrespecting your mother? Let me tell you, I am inherently petty. Having danced with death has only intensified this. Those rewards? No one shall take them from me. I will keep them for Xiaoxiao. Su Bowen's expression faltered. He had promised his mother that today's rewards would be placed in the public treasury under her management. And now he found himself unable to speak. Suddenly, a small, fierce voice rang out, Pervert, let go of my mother. Chapter 37. How wonderful it is to have a father. Zhao Wanwei and Su Bowen were both startled, instinctively recoiling as if shocked. Zhao Wanwei hurriedly made amends. Bowen. Xiaoxiao has woken up. I will go take a look. Speaking of their daughter, Su Bowen momentarily set aside his curiosity about the earlier noise. Their daughter was over 4 months old, and he had yet to see her. He gazed at the chubby little figure in the crib, his heart melting. And once again took Zhao Wanyue's hand. Xiaoxiao is truly adorable. When she grows up, she will undoubtedly be as beautiful as you. A sudden realization struck Su Bowen, and he released Zhao Wanyue's hand. Could that sound have come from their daughter? He extended his arms. Come, let father hold you. Father? Wasn't he supposed to be a dashing gentleman? Why does he look like a rugged man with a scruffy beard? Surely mother isn't trying to fool me. Every cell in Su Xiaoxiao's body was filled with resistance. Zhao Wanwei felt a pang of exasperation. This little ancestor was indeed her daughter. Thinking so critically of her mother. Surprisingly unfazed by the fact that he could hear his daughter's thoughts. Su Bowen pondered how he could meet the lofty standards of charm and elegance she had described. Having tidied himself up, Su Bowen lovingly said, Xiaoxiao. Can father hold you now? Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Father truly is handsome. That rugged man just now thought he could be my dad. What a joke. Zhao Wanwei sighed in frustration. Her daughter was a little beauty snob. She worried that one day, Xiaoxiao might be swayed by good looks and led astray. Su Bowen, cradling his soft, tender daughter, was unable to contain his affection, his voice now filled with warmth. Xiaoxiao, let father take a good look. Our Xiaoxiao has grown so much. As he spoke, he instinctively planted a kiss on Xiaoxiao's cheek and lifted her high before gently bringing her down. Xiaoxiao giggled with delight. So this is what being lifted high feels like. Now, if any little brat dares to mock me, I can proudly declare that I have a father and a mother, and my father lifts me high too. Su Bowen's heart ached at his daughter's words. Who would dare to mock his daughter? He would drag them to the army and train them until they couldn't stand. Zhao Wanwei also felt a pang of sadness. From the snippets of information Xiaoxiao occasionally revealed, it was evident that her previous life had been filled with hardship. This time around, they must make amends for her. As Xiaoxiao was tossed high and caught securely by Su Bowen's strong hands, she laughed incessantly. This is so fun. Do it again? Zhao Wanwei frowned, admonishing him. Be careful. Xiaoxiao is a girl and precious. Don't frighten her. The family of 3 was enveloped in warmth and laughter, radiating joy. Xiaoxiao had never laughed so heartily before. Just as she was reveling in the moment, a maid from Lu's household rushed in with alarming news. My lord, something terrible has happened. Madam has fainted from excessive sorrow. Su Bowen halted, handing the child to Zhao Wanwei. I will go check on her. Xiaoxiao huffed in annoyance. That old witch is up to no good again. Silly father. Don't fall for her tricks. Zhao Wanwei shared this concern and asked the maid, Have you summoned a doctor? Should I accompany you? The little maid stammered. Old madam fainted but has since regained consciousness. She specifically instructed only the young master to go. Su Bowen sighed, turning to Zhao Wanwei. Then I shall go. What if mother becomes overly agitated again and faints? I knew she wouldn't be up to any good. Take me with you. I want to see the drama unfold. Xiaoxiao was eager to witness how Liu would manipulate her dutiful father. Su Bowen, still reluctant to part with Xiaoxiao, thought that seeing his granddaughter would surely bring joy to the old lady. I will take Xiaoxiao with me. Hooray! Off to see the drama. Xiaoxiao's excitement was palpable. Su Bowen's brow furrowed. Drama? Can Xiaoxiao already eat solid food? What is there to eat in this drama? Wanyue's lips twitched. This girl thrived on excitement. Eager to witness the commotion, but it was also beneficial. With Xiaoxiao present, her inability to hide her thoughts would ensure that Liu's words would be fully revealed. Liu lay on the bed, a hot towel on her forehead, moaning melodramatically. In Su Bowen's memory, his mother was a strong and stern woman, making it difficult to reconcile that image with the frail figure before him. Mother, are you feeling any better? Su Bowen felt a pang of sorrow. Bowen. Mother has been wronged. Liu sobbed. You have seen how I treated Wanwei all these years, yet she has turned against me, guarding herself from me. My heart aches more than 1,000 needles. Su Bowen's eyelids twitched. He had always felt fortunate that his mother and wife shared a close bond, allowing him to remain an outsider and free from conflict. However, it seemed that youth had blinded him, and the inevitable was finally upon him. Mother, didn't Wanwei explain? That was the Crown Prince's intention. No matter how wise the Crown Prince may be, he is still just an 8-year-old child. If he were to truly inquire one day, it wouldn't be impossible. Wanwei can place her things wherever she pleases. Zhao Wanwei had nearly faced a life-threatening delivery. It was only natural for her to feel aggrieved. Su Bowen was beginning to understand. His mother's temper would settle with some coaxing. Su Bowen, you ungrateful wretch. Have you truly forgotten your mother after marrying? Is this even your concern? Your wife has taken control of her dowry and estate. Does she intend to split from me? Liu's resentment boiled over as she recalled the sacrifices she had made for her son. Su Bowen was taken aback. Zhao Wanwei, raised in privilege, had always regarded wealth with disdain. How could she have acted in such a manner? Zheng Yaxian added fuel to the fire. Mother went to the cabinet to fetch some silver, only to be rudely turned away. This has left her so furious that she has been ill for months. Hearing this, Su Bowen felt a surge of anger. His expression darkened. Such a thing has occurred? Wanwei is usually generous. How could she stoop so low? This family should not be divided so starkly. Chapter 38. Shadows of Childhood. You regarded the Liu family as kin. While they took advantage of your absence to harm your wife and daughter, using my mother's money to support their own daughter. Had it not been for my mother's decisive action, they would have completely drained us. Su Xiaoxiao was seething with rage. Su Bowen's heart sank. He understood her words all too well. His mother intended to harm Wanyu? And what of this so-called daughter? His mother had only given birth to him and his brother. He assumed it was merely the fanciful talk of a child, yet doubt lingered in his heart. After more than a decade of marriage, he knew Wanyu's character well. Moreover, his sister-in-law had shamelessly rushed to the Duke of Dunqing's residence to call off the engagement, bringing disgrace upon the Jingwood Duke's household. If she hadn't prevented Su Boheo from taking his brother to the gambling den, could my mother have restrained him? That wicked old woman. Unable to harm my father because he isn't her biological child, seeks to ruin my brother instead. Upon hearing this, Su Bowen could no longer remain seated. His mother had always been strict and adhered to decorum. Even Zheng Yaxian, with all her audacity, would not dare to prattle on before him without permission. What manner of person did Su Bowen consider himself to be, that they could deceive him so easily? He was certain there was a deeper intrigue at play. His mother's ailment appeared to be feigned, yet he refrained from confronting her, saying, "Mother, I understand your concerns. You are unwell, so I shall not disturb your rest." Without his affirmation, how could Liu Shi allow her to depart? She seized Su Bowen's arm, weeping profusely. Why is my fate so cruel? I have toiled to raise 2 sons, and in the end, I must endure the ire of my daughter-in-law. Bowen, my heart is heavy. Su Bowen, flustered by Liu Shi's tears, hastily reassured her. Mother, Wanyu is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes and burst into loud sobs. The old and the young both wept. leaving Su Bowen at a loss as to whom to comfort first. Xiaoxiao, genuinely worried for her father, exclaimed, "Oh dear father, if we do not leave now, do you intend to stay for the new year?" Even a man who had battled on the front lines like Su Bowen was taken aback by such a fierce gaze from his mother. What deep-seated grudge could elicit such a look? His thoughts were in disarray. Xiaoxiao spoke of Liu Shi raising her own daughter while claiming he was not her biological child. It was all too absurd, leaving him utterly bewildered. Seeing Su Bowen's dazed demeanor, Zhao Wenyu realized that Liu Shi had spoken ill of her to him. She took Su Xiaoxiao into her arms and gently remarked, "Bowen, I have placed you in a difficult position. Father is remarkable. Liu Shi and the second madam are trying every trick to frame my mother, yet you do not believe them. Liu Shi even attempted to bully you into submission. But I cried louder than she did, and you managed to escape unscathed." Su Xiaoxiao thought triumphantly, shaking her little feet in delight. Zhao Wenyu felt touched by Su Bowen's defense of her, yet Su Xiaoxiao's final comment almost made her laugh aloud. Eager to ascertain what had transpired at home, Su Bowen called for Lian Xiao, instructing, "Take the young miss downstairs for her milk. I have matters to discuss with my wife." Su Xiaoxiao grew anxious, her little legs kicking restlessly. "What are they going to say? Let me listen. Is there anything I cannot hear?" Zhao Wenyu sighed, realizing that this child, barely able to control her bladder, had an insatiable curiosity. Despite her affection for Xiaoxiao, she knew she must send her away to shield her from the truth, gesturing for Lian Xiao to escort her out. Su Xiaoxiao pouted for some time, but her spirits lifted upon seeing Bai Ji with a full jug of milk. Su Bowen, his mind in turmoil, struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Wenyu, I can hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. What she said is too far-fetched for me to believe." Zhao Wenyu grasped Su Bowen's trembling hand and replied softly, "So you are aware. I too can hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. She seems to possess knowledge of future events. Otherwise, I would have perished at Liu Shi's hands long ago and never laid eyes on you again." Su Bowen felt as if struck by lightning. It was impossible. How could he not be Liu Shi's biological child? She was the mother who had nurtured him since childhood, instilling in him discipline and guidance. No, this could not be true. If he were not her son, then who was he? Su Bowen murmured helplessly. Zhao Wenyu wrapped her arms around Su Bowen's waist, soothing him gently. "Do not fret. Let me explain everything to you." After hearing the full story, Su Bowen still found it hard to believe. Memories of the distant past flooded his mind. Su Bowen's gaze grew distant as he recalled, "My brother was different. He lived with our mother since birth. She always favored him, held him close. When he broke a servant's head with a stone, she praised his aim. I always thought I was lacking. It turns out I am not her son." Su Bowen rambled on, and Zhao Wenyu remained silent, simply holding him close. The childhood of Su Bowen was marked by a profound absence of love and unrelenting sorrow, a burden he had carried for long. Though he was exceptionally talented, he had always felt inferior. He needed to reconcile with his past self. "Wenyu, I realize now that I was not an unlovable child. It was never that I was not good enough." At this moment, Su Bowen was that 3-year-old boy once again, seeking his mother's embrace amidst the falling snow. With tears in her eyes, Zhao Wenyu patted his back, saying, "It is not your fault. Had your mother been alive, she would have held you close, proclaiming you the finest child in the world." Chapter 39. The Disappearing Noble Mother? Su Bowen felt helpless and anxious. Could it be true that my biological mother is of the Qin clan? The legitimate wife of the Duke, Madame Qin, died in childbirth, while only the pregnant concubine, Liu, was present at home. They did not report the death to the Qin family, and by the time someone from the Qin household arrived, the coffin had already been sealed. Zhao Wanwei dared not speak too definitively. She had been investigating for over 30 years without substantial evidence. "Bowen, what are you doubting? Your appearance is a mirror image of your father-in-law. Right now, our concern should be about how to protect the children." She had been secretly listening to Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, and whenever she thought of the children's tragic fates, she felt as though she could hardly breathe. Su Bowen suddenly awoke to the realization that he was now Wen Yue's husband and the father of 3 children. He needed to grow stronger to protect his family. There was no time for melancholy. Zhao Wanwei recounted the events of that day once more. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, they could not deny that Su Xiaoxiao was indeed extraordinary. Su Bowen repeatedly cautioned, Xiaoxiao is too young. We must not mention her talents to outsiders, lest we give ill-intentioned individuals the opportunity to exploit her. At that moment, the crown prince was in a secret chamber within the estate, his eyes bloodshot. He pointed at the frail Taoist on the ground and angrily exclaimed, Did you not say that with the crown prince's heart's blood, you could gradually torment him to death? Even the emperor would be gravely weakened. Why is he still alive and well while you are suffering the backlash? The Taoist turned pale, his face filled with disbelief. Though the crown prince's fate is resilient and cannot be swiftly extinguished, I specifically set up an altar and offered his heart's blood to the evil spirits. They should have been consuming his spiritual energy day by day. He should have been extinguished by now. I do not know what overpowering force is at play, allowing even the evil spirits to be easily vanquished. The crown prince, enraged, spoke without restraint. I regard you as a father. How can I know if you are truly assisting me? The old Taoist felt the weight of the crown prince's words, which stung more than the prior spiritual backlash. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, trembling with fear. My lord, my loyalty to you has been as constant as the sun and moon. For 14 years. You have been everything to me. Reflecting on the past, the crown prince's expression softened slightly, though he coldly replied, Enough. What use is mere loyalty? After 9 years. You have yet to eliminate a mere 9-year-old child. It is embarrassing to even speak of it. The old Taoist's eyes rekindled with hope. My lord, I have calculated. The noble one has revealed herself, though I cannot ascertain her exact location due to some obscuring force. However, she is indeed within the capital. Later, in frustration, he dispatched elite assassins to eliminate the crown prince. Yet, the arrows seemed to have a will of their own, circling in the sky before striking the very assassins he had sent. 10 elite assassins, he had spent a fortune on them. And Gu Huaizhi still felt the sting of loss. The noble one, was she truly blind? Exiting the secret chamber, Gu Huaizhi suppressed his anger and donned a harmless, genteel facade. He concealed his true self well, aside from the Taoist. No one in the estate had witnessed his loss of composure. The Taoist, who had just performed the ritual, now donned the attire of a servant, cleaning the stables. The noble one he awaited was currently kneeling in punishment at the residence of the Minister of War. Shincheng Yao, the legitimate granddaughter of Minister Shin Tianyu, pointed a finger at her half-sister Shinqingyu, scolding, That was a white jade vase given to me by father. Did you intentionally shatter it? Father and mother have both been harmed by your actions, and now you cannot even tolerate the things left to me by father? Shinqingyu suppressed her fury, lowering her head submissively. Elder sister, I truly did not mean it. The vase was too slippery. Shincheng Yao was furious, rebuking, still daring to argue? Someone, slap her. A strong and burly maid stepped forward and delivered a series of slaps to Shinqingyu's delicate face. Elder sister, spare me. I truly did not do it on purpose. Shinqingyu pleaded, but her nails dug deeply into her flesh, her eyes flashing with malice. In a moment, Shinqingyu's fair face was swollen and red. The pain caused her to break into a cold sweat. Yet, Shincheng Yao was still unsatisfied with her punishment. Instructing her maid, take this second miss away for a thorough wash. She reeks of commoner's filth. Shinqingyu was drenched and thrown into a room. Despite it being a summer night, she shivered from the cold. Shinqingyu could not fathom how things had escalated to this point. Just before waking, she had experienced a long dream in which a towering black giant placed a soul-switching talisman in her hand, urging her to unveil the secrets of the princess's residence. She affixed the talisman to Liu Tang, and the dazed Liu Tang regained his senses. The princess bestowed upon her a bracelet, unlocking its power, granting her the ability to summon storms and become a divine being. She even became a favored guest of the royal family, captivating the charming princes while the cruel and bloodthirsty Liu Tang obeyed her every command, with all men of the Deshua dynasty bowing at her feet. Together with the princes, she conspired against the emperor and empress dowager, eliminating troublesome officials until she ascended to the throne of the Deshua dynasty. However, after so much time had passed, none of those dreams had come to fruition. Desperately, she pressed the soul-switching talisman to Liu Tang, but he remained unscathed. Despite her efforts at the summer banquet to compose renowned poetry, it fell into the water before her teacher could see it. She attempted to befriend the Grand Tutor's legitimate grandson, only to be beaten by her elder sister, leaving her without the strength to retaliate. Why? Why? Xinqingyu silently screamed. Where was the beloved one who had once joined forces with her? Thus, Xinqingyu fell asleep on the ground. Finally, the black giant from her dreams reappeared. After speaking, the giant vanished, and Xinqingyu awakened, feeling an inexhaustible power within her. She was no longer the girl who had to rely on charm and flattery to approach the core figures. She now housed the soul of a saintess from a demonic sect, with ambitions far grander than mere superiority. Her previously blurred memories crystallized, and she recalled that the one she had joined hands with in the dream was the crown prince. This time, she would shine even more brilliantly than in her past life. Chapter 40. The Divine Maiden appears with a graceful flick of her sleeve. Xinqingyu placed her handkerchief at the doorstep of Xinqingyao's night watch maid. The slumbering Xinqingyao had yet to awaken in fury when her throat was seized. If you wish to live, you'd better be a compliant and obedient sister from now on. Otherwise, even your status as a legitimate daughter cannot be preserved. Xinqingyao, who was accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, was terrified and kept her distance, submissively nodding her head. However, that was far from sufficient. Not enough. Not enough. How could such a meager amount of milk suffice? Xiaoxiao glared at the half jar of milk handed over by Lianxiao, her face flushed with indignation. Just yesterday, there had been a full jar and now only half. Was this a form of child abuse? Su Bowen and Zhao Wanyu exchanged amused glances. This girl was solely interested in food and wealth. Fuming, Su Xiaoxiao declared a hunger strike in protest. She would not touch her breakfast unless she received a full jar of milk. Now able to sit steadily, she cast longing glances at Zhao Wanyu, her eyes sparkling with determination. Mother should notice my displeasure, right? If she fails to understand, I might just starve until noon, which doesn't seem worth it. But why the sudden reduction? Has the family gone bankrupt? Furrowing her brow and clenching her tiny fists, Su Xiaoxiao found herself baffled. Noticing her distress, Su Bowen quickly scooped her into his arms, saying, "Today marks our Xiaoxiao's 5th month. We can introduce solid food now. Your mother has arranged for the kitchen to prepare meat porridge for you. Come, let father feed you." Su Xiaoxiao's tense little face instantly relaxed. "Oh, you frightened me. I thought I was about to go hungry again. What a close call." Unbeknownst to her parents, they had only heard the words "go hungry" and were alarmed by the thought. What kind of life had their sweet and adorable daughter endured in her past life, that she could ever experience hunger? Su Bowen felt a surge of heartache, nearly brought to tears. In this life, whatever Xiaoxiao desired, they would procure. Before the first spoonful of meat porridge could reach her lips, the doorman announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Zhao Wanyu's eyelids twitched. The Crown Prince was of such high status, rarely visiting the homes of ministers. It had only been a few days. Why was he here again? Su Bowen hastily led his wife and daughter to receive him. After a brief separation, Gu Huayu appeared rejuvenated, as if nourished by sunlight and rain, brimming with vitality. The Su couple bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We welcome your highness." With a humble demeanor, the Crown Prince replied, "Seventh young master, madam, please rise." "I merely stopped by to see Xiaoxiao." He then handed a food box to Zhao Wanyu. "Madam Zhao, I promised Xiaoxiao that when she turned 5 months, I would treat her to meat porridge. This morning, I had the imperial chef prepare venison porridge, and it should still be warm." Feeling a strong sense of urgency, Su Bowen realized he hadn't even fed Xiaoxiao a single bite of meat porridge, yet the Crown Prince had already brought meat porridge. He quickly said, Your Highness is quite busy. How could we trouble you with such trivial matters? You are too kind. Didn't I save his life? Isn't it only natural for him to bring me meat porridge? The Crown Prince is remarkably trustworthy, always keeping his promises. I appreciate that. Hearing this, Gu Huayu's eyes sparkled, already eager to see Su Xiaoxiao, yet feeling awkward without a proper reason to visit. Finally, the moment had arrived. It seemed he had come at the right time. Come here, dear Crown Prince. Let us see if our Xiaoxiao has grown taller. Without hesitation, Gu Huayu scooped Su Xiaoxiao into his arms as they entered the courtyard. The Crown Prince personally fed Su Xiaoxiao nearly half a bowl of meat porridge before setting it aside, smiling as he advised, "That's enough for your first day. Eat sparingly, or it may not sit well." Wah, wah. Su Xiaoxiao began to cry in frustration. Why is he so stingy? There's still plenty left. This little bit won't even fill the gaps between my teeth. She could not quite comprehend why she had burst into tears. It was simply that Gu Huayu had ceased feeding her the porridge that led to her emotional outburst. She also realized that as she grew older, her memories of her past life were becoming increasingly vague, with many things only recalled in fragments. Moreover, her disposition was becoming more childlike. Now, she had more pressing concerns. Porridge could become tiresome, and nothing compared to gnawing on a big bone of meat. After a month of eating and sleeping, she had reached the half-year mark. And her gums were itchy, making her long for something to chew on constantly. The most frustrating part was that her teeth had yet to emerge. But the drooling was incessant. Whenever she was awake, saliva flowed from her mouth like rain, and Baiji had to change her drool bib 10 times a day, leaving her neck damp. Zhao Wanyu was also puzzled. It's normal for babies to drool more during teething, but Xiaoxiao's is excessive. If we're not careful, the Duke's residence may be flooded. Su Bowen laughed heartily while holding Su Xiaoxiao. If only it could rain. We'd be able to save the crops from this drought. He had crafted a wooden teething stick from Sichuan pepper for her. Let us see how well it works. Is this really about the teething stick, or is it because my little mouth craves meat? Though she thought this, Su Xiaoxiao eagerly stuffed the teething stick into her mouth. Just then, Su Changhe burst in, breathless. Mother, why are you still sitting? Hurry and go see the divine maiden summon the rain. Awanyu wiped the sweat from his brow, chiding, What divine maiden? Speak sensibly. Do you not know? The divine maiden is the granddaughter of the Minister of War, the one who recently froze the iron sludge to save Uncle Shenqingyu. She is now performing rituals to summon rain in the east of the city. Su Bowen's expression darkened. It has not rained for several months. If that mission can indeed summon rain, it would be a fortunate event. In just a month, she had gained considerable fame in the capital. If she succeeded in her endeavor, she might overshadow even her grandfather. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the gathering dark clouds overhead, chewing on her teething stick, and mused, Shenqingyu, isn't she the main character who brought ruin to our family? Summoning rain? Heh, take me to see. The casual conversation among the group turned serious, for the Shen family and the Liu family had colluded due to a secret agenda. Not only were they nurturing Su Boheo, but they were also doing everything to suppress Su Bowen and the Su family line. In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, she sensed that this Shenqingyu was formidable, and they ought to proceed with caution. Yet, her extraordinary abilities were beyond their capability to handle. With a bright smile, Su Xiaoxiao reached out her hands towards Su Changhe, her face brimming with anticipation. Su Changhe felt that Su Xiaoxiao's smile held some mischievous intent, but if she spoke, perhaps she could summon thunder itself. She might even be more impressive than the lofty divine maiden. Mother, please let me take Xiaoxiao with me. My classmates all envy me for having such a lovely sister. I want to show her off. Yes, let us go and see. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaping towards Su Changhe. Chapter 41. Mud Rain. Su Changhe successfully took Su and Xiaoxiao out, and Zhao Wanyu felt reassured knowing that with Li Yunshu's hidden guards, there was nothing to worry about. If she didn't allow them to go, it was likely she would cause a ruckus. Don't ask how she knew. The last time Su Xiaoxiao was unable to go out with her sister, even the dogs in the yard couldn't rest easy. People were flocking towards the eastern part of the city. Vendors had ceased their sales, and shops were in no rush to welcome customers. The goddess was descending to bring rain, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that simply could not be missed. It was said that Miss Shin had awoken to divine protection, possessing the ability to summon the winds and rain, turning droplets into ice. How could they have mocked the unfortunate Miss Shin just a while ago? Could she truly call forth the rain? Just look at those ominous dark clouds. It was surely going to rain. If Miss Shin truly succeeded in summoning rain, she would become a benefactor for the entire Deshua. I would certainly offer her a longevity tablet. Along the way, people were extolling Shin Qingyu's remarkable talents. Su Changhe felt his steps grow heavier. After all, Shin Qingyu was merely 10 years old, yet already so formidable, while he himself still faced criticism from his teacher for his studies. How could he protect his family? Su Xiaoxiao, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, looking around curiously. On the high platform, Shin Qingyu sat cross-legged, surrounded by offerings of chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and various fruits and vegetables. With one glance, Su Xiaoxiao noticed the thick, malevolent aura enveloping her, and even the clouds seemed to carry a heavy darkness. Holding a milk jug in her left hand and a teething stick in her right, Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself, Shin Qingyu has connections with the demonic sect. I can't see it. If she wishes to summon rain, I might as well lend a hand. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing with so many people around. With that thought, she tugged at Su Changhe's sleeve, pointing towards a nearby tavern. Brother, let us go to the tavern to take shelter. Su Changhe was puzzled, but he always complied with his sister's wishes, responding with a smile. Do you want to go there to watch? Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Without further ado, Su Changhe steered clear of the crowd and led them to a private room on the tavern's top floor, where they could see Shin Qingyu chanting below. The crowd gazed earnestly at Shin Qingyu performing her ritual, including many officials from the court. Sir Shin, you are truly fortunate. Your granddaughter has divine protection, a skill that even men cannot match. Indeed, once Miss Shin successfully summoned rain, she would become a benefactor for the entire capital, and the emperor would surely favor her family, who were already esteemed officials. Minister Shin Tianyu engaged politely with the crowd, standing tall, never expecting that he would one day bask in the glory brought by his granddaughter. Just days ago, he was viewed as a pitiful figure among his peers, having lost his only son and left with just 2 granddaughters, unable to preserve his lineage. Now, with a gifted granddaughter, who wouldn't he envy him? Had he known this illegitimate child possessed such talent, he should have treated her better in the past. Shin Qingyu fervently chanted her incantation, while Su Xiaoxiao busily observed the sky, babbling her own words. Heavenly Emperor Qinglong, let your light and wind spread forth, bestowing moisture and assisting the thunder god. Swiftly, as the decree commands. Upon finishing her final incantation, Shin Qingyu stretched her arms wide and passionately proclaimed, "Come forth, sweet rain." As soon as the words left her lips, a whirlwind stirred, and the dark clouds descended ominously low. Witnessing this, the people knelt down, worshipping Shin Qingyu, exclaiming, "It's truly going to rain. The goddess is mighty. The goddess is mighty." From her lofty perch, Shin Qingyu looked down upon the kneeling masses, feeling a swell of pride as she awaited the torrential downpour. Before long, large raindrops indeed began to fall, growing heavier and more torrential, drenching the people below. Shin Qingyu laughed heartily, only to suddenly have her mouth filled with a foul-tasting substance. Strangely, the rain was not what she had anticipated. It was thick and stinking. Shin Qingyu retched, spitting out a clump of muck. How could this be mud? She was now covered in filth, utterly disheveled. The people below were not faring any better as the foul-smelling black mud rained down upon them, turning them into muddy figures. The crowd, while fleeing, grumbled, "What goddess? More like a demoness. This is not a life-saving rain, but a deathly mud. What goddess? Just a charlatan seeking fame." Minister Shin, is your granddaughter playing a trick on us? Look at her. Minister Shin, without the skills to summon rain, you should meddle in such affairs. You are a high-ranking official. How could you let your granddaughter act recklessly? Shen Tianyu felt an indescribable bitterness as he recalled Shen Qingyu's demonstrations of summoning wind and rain. How could this have happened? He had no choice but to apologize repeatedly as he observed Shen Qingyu's flustered state on the platform, his gaze filled with resentment and disdain. The people knelt on the ground for a long while, only to receive a shower of mud. Who could endure such humiliation? All their earlier piety dissipated, and they hurled rotten vegetable leaves, foul eggs, and cow dung at Shen Qingyu. Overcome with revulsion from the muck filling her mouth, Shen Qingyu sat on the platform, retching incessantly, swaying precariously amidst the chaos. Anger surged within her as she scanned the crowd, searching for the one who had sabotaged her efforts. Her gaze fixed on the window of the tavern across the way, where a child with sparse yellow hair was laughing unabashedly while clutching a milk jug, radiating a blinding light. Was it her? Shen Qingyu refused to believe that she had been bested by a mere child, yet she recognized that light all too well. It was the so-called righteous light of merit which had forced their kin to hide in the shadows, only daring to act under the cover of night. Though she now possessed a mortal body to shield her, her eyes still ached from the radiance. She turned her face away in humiliation, vowing that this grudge would be avenged in due time. Grandfather Dragon King is truly powerful. He comes when needed. Let us offer him a spirit stone. Xiaoxiao mused as she buried her head, rummaging through her belongings until she found a pendant, feeling it in her hands. She casually tossed it into the air, and a massive, ethereal dragon head subtly emerged in the east, opening its mouth wide to swallow a glimmering object from the sky, roaring a few times before gradually vanishing. Once again, a large crowd knelt, and within the palace, Emperor Xiaoda also knelt with everyone, praying for the Dragon King to bestow sweet rain. Unfortunately, the dragon's form was fleeting, and the sky returned to its tranquil state. Shen Qingyu fixated on the pendant, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't he at the space bracelet imbued with millions of years of spiritual energy? As Xiaoxiao played with the pendant, she felt a pang of regret. She had only thought that the bracelet was too heavy to carry, and now it had shrunk so much, surely worth far less than before. She wept inconsolably, prompting Zhao Wanyu, seeing her attachment to it, to tie a red string around her neck. Chapter 42. Retrieving a person. Xiaoxiao tucked her pendant away and smiled at Shen Qingyu, completely unfazed by her piercing gaze. Su Changhe glanced at the chaotic square and then at the instigator, realizing that his sister was quite formidable. Even the Dragon King of the East Sea would heed her words. This matter could no longer be concealed. He had to inform their parents of his sister's extraordinary abilities. Little did they know that someone had already set their sights on the pendant in Su Xiaoxiao's possession. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao was prudent. As the muddy rain fell only around Shen Qingyu, drenching Shen Tianyu's colleagues and her followers, yet the foul stench lingered. Not long after they had departed, a shadow guard whispered into Su Changhe's ear. With a raised eyebrow and a smile, he realized he had found the perfect opportunity. He affectionately ruffled Xiaoxiao's sparse hair and said, "Xiaoxiao, shall we take a detour to retrieve someone?" Su Xiaoxiao, munching on a teething stick, beamed at Su Changhe in agreement. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at Wenlin Street, a hub for scholars where students traveling to take the imperial examination often resided. At that moment, the road ahead was blocked by a crowd, the din of voices incessant. Su Changhe disembarked and squeezed through the throng with Su Xiaoxiao, only to witness Kong Wan, the victor of the recent poetry contest, being brutally beaten on the ground. A fierce-looking attendant growled, "How audacious! To dare steal from our young master! Beat him to a pulp." Beside them stood a man clad in a dark blue brocade robe, leisurely fanning himself, feigning concern as he proclaimed, "Kong Gongzi, if you are in need of money, do not hesitate to ask me for assistance. How could you engage in such thievery, bringing disgrace upon our scholarly reputation? Alas, since we are acquainted, if you return my heirloom, I shall overlook this incident." Su Changhe raised an eyebrow, finding the man utterly vile. If Kong Wan were to admit to the theft, it would tarnish his reputation. Regardless of his talents, his examination results would be nullified based solely on this accusation. On the ground, Kong Wan was battered and bloodied, his appearance a picture of misery. Bystanders pointed and remarked, "Young Master Zhou is indeed magnanimous." If this matter were reported to the authorities, Kong Gongzi would face severe punishment, perhaps even imprisonment. Kong Gongzi, just admit it to avoid the consequences. Kong Wan defiantly replied, "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I confess? I did not take that item." The attendant, resolutely asserting, "But you were the only one who entered our young master's chamber today, and now the family heirloom has vanished. Is it possible it sprouted legs and fled?" Kong Wan closed his eyes, aware of his humble beginnings. He had toiled as a scribe, earning a meager sum to find shelter at the Zhuangyuan building. He had gone to deliver a manuscript to young Master Zhou, but the attendant had informed him that young Master Zhou was away, instructing him to leave the manuscript on the table. Such an obvious frame-up was clear to Kong Wan, yet he regretted not being more cautious and entering that room. Having won the summer banquet, he believed he had gained leverage, only to find he had gained numerous enemies. Who among them truly wished for his peaceful examination? "I did not steal. Even if you beat me, I will not confess. If young Master Zhou wishes to report this, let him do as he pleases." Kong Wan understood that today's accusation of theft was firmly established, but the integrity of a scholar would not allow him to be intimidated. Sue him. Save him. He is a treasure. Otherwise, he will be robbed by others. Xiaoxiao recalled that in the book, this person was later taken under the wing of the Crown Prince, providing strategies to undermine the Crown Prince and his family, plans devised by him. Su Changhe smiled slightly. During the summer banquet, Xiaoxiao had subtly mentioned that Kong Wan was an exceptional talent. To prevent him from becoming an adversary, it was best to befriend him. Yet, Kong Wan was exceedingly intelligent and stubborn, and Su Changhe awaited an opportunity, which soon presented itself. Young Master Zhou looked at Kong Wan with feigned sympathy and said, "Kong Xiong, I understand you may have your reasons. If you return the heirloom to me, we shall consider this incident as if it never happened. With your exceptional talents, success in the imperial examination is surely within your grasp." Su Changhe cast a scornful glance at young Master Zhou, inwardly cursing him. He had already made it known to all the scholars that Kong Wan was a thief. How could Kong Wan still take the examination? Kong Wan's eyes blazed with anger. "I have never seen any heirloom. How can I return it to you?" Young Master Zhou addressed the assembly, "Esteemed gentlemen, it is not my intention to make things difficult for Kong Xiong. If it were merely a matter of money, I could easily let it go. However, this heirloom is a family treasure and of utmost importance. If Kong Xiong refuses to cooperate, I shall have to conduct a search." Those eager to ingratiate themselves with young Master Zhou began clamoring, "Kong Wan is truly ungrateful. Let us search him and see how he denies it. Search, search, search." The cries grew louder and more fervent. Stepping forward, a 10-year-old boy, his youthful innocence evident, spoke loudly, "Young Master Zhou, I would like to inquire, what if nothing is found?" Young Master Zhou, confident, replied, "If nothing is found, I shall personally apologize to Kong Gongzi." Su Changhe scoffed. "Kong Gongzi lies bruised and battered, publicly labeled a thief. A mere apology from you is far too lenient. What do you suggest, young brother?" Young Master Zhou asked, somewhat irked. Su Changhe, abhorring bullies, resolved to teach him a lesson. "If nothing is found, you, young Master Zhou, must not only cover Kong Gongzi's medical expenses, but also crawl under Kong Gongzi's legs while shouting 3 times, 'I framed Kong Gongzi.' What say you?" "Agreed, as this young brother suggests." "The items were hidden by my attendant. They cannot possibly be missing." They searched Kong Wan thoroughly, finding nothing, and proceeded to his humble abode. Young Master Zhou's attendant rushed there, yet found nothing amiss. Panic surged within him. He had clearly placed the heirloom here. How could it be gone? He remembered sweating profusely as he led the group to scour every corner of the shabby shelter, but still, nothing was discovered. Trembling, he approached his master, "Young Master, the item is missing." "What? How could this be?" Young Master Zhou nearly exploded, realizing that while the heirloom was invaluable, He had sworn to apologize to Kong Luan if it could not be found. Now, what was to be done? Search thoroughly. I refuse to believe it. Young Master Zhou's face contorted with anxiety. The searchers combed through the shelter once more, yet found nothing. Young Master Zhou helped Kong Luan to his feet, cautiously saying, Kong Xiong, this is a misunderstanding. You are magnanimous. Please forgive me. I will ensure you receive the best doctor, and from now on, no more sheltering in a shed. I will secure the Zhuangyuan building's second-best room for you. Kong Luan, laboriously rising, looked frostily at young Master Zhou. Though I am poor, I possess a modicum of pride. Please honor the promise you made to this young master. Chapter 43. He is fainting from hunger, seeing that Kong Luan was unwilling to relent. Young Master Zhou threatened in a low voice, Brother Kong, do you know what I am capable of? I advise you not to drink to excess, and then face the consequences. Besides, this is merely a misunderstanding. How could you possibly prove that I have framed you? Su Chang'e stood on tiptoe, tilting his head to eavesdrop on Zhou's words. Zhou, noticing, deliberately sidestepped, causing Su to stumble and nearly fall. In a reflexive action, he reached out and grasped Zhou's trousers. Before anyone could react, Su had yanked Zhou's pants down. Zhou felt a sudden chill on his backside, his face flushing with embarrassment. On the carriage, Su Xiaoxiao frowned, covering her eyes and peeking through her fingers. A servant rushed over, cursing, You must be tired of living. How dare you toy with my master like this? Su Chang'e feigned innocence. I truly did not intend for this to happen. With his pants down in front of everyone, Zhou had no choice but to leave in shame. Su grabbed him, tugging at his belt, repeatedly apologizing. My lord, I assure you, it was unintentional. Get away. Zhou seethed, wishing he could slay Su Chang'e on the spot. The jade pendant Zhou sought lacked any markings, save for the character Zhou inscribed on its ornamentation. In the midst of the commotion, Su Chang'e unexpectedly pulled a jade pendant from Zhou's bosom. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. This is it. Young Master Zhou showed this to us not long ago. Su Chang'e feigned realization. Oh, so the pendant wasn't lost after all. You all deliberately framed young Master Kong. Out of jealousy for his superior knowledge, fearing he might outshine you in the upcoming examination. Who would have thought that Zhou Qinya, appearing so dignified, would harbor such base intentions, plotting to wrongfully accuse Kong Luan of theft? This was clearly an attempt to prevent him from taking the exam. Even though Zhou's family was affluent, his academic prowess was mediocre. Without Kong Luan, he might still not succeed. Who knows, apart from Kong Luan? If he has other targets in mind, given his wealth. What you say makes sense. Just a few days ago, he called me brother. Perhaps he was already concocting a scheme against me. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Their earlier support for Zhou now turned to vehement disdain. Zhou Qingya, surrounded by the fabric sent by the servants, stammered, It's not like that. How could the pendant be with me? Sanbao, did you have a hand in this? The servant knelt. My lord, I assure you, I wouldn't dare. I clearly placed the pendant under Kong Luan's bed. How could it end up in your possession? The servant, oblivious to his mistake, drew a weary sigh from Zhou Qingya. You foolish donkey. Now, who could possibly misunderstand the unfolding events? The onlookers sympathized with Kong Luan. And before Su Chang'e could further incite the crowd, someone shouted, The young master just said that if Kong Luan is wronged, he must crawl under Kong Luan's legs. Zhou, stop dragging your feet. Hurry, hurry, it's almost mealtime. Don't delay our dinner. Zhou Qingya was at a loss. Truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Kong Luan, aware of his lowly origins, had always been cautious and kind to others. Yet he was now subjected to such schemes. Burdened with frustration, he spread his legs and declared, A man's word is as heavy as a mountain. I implore you. Young Master Zhou, fulfill your promise. Do not forget to shout 3 times that you have wronged me. Zhou's servant, Sanbao, knelt down. Young Master Kong, please show mercy and allow me to crawl through. Su Chang'e retorted coldly. Why not ask your master if he would allow you to become his superior while he becomes your servant? Young Master Zhou, after all, Kong Luan has been praised by the crown prince. You cannot claim injustice. With the mention of the crown prince, Zhou Chengya dared not protest further. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "A true man can endure humiliation." He crawled between Kong Luan's legs, shouting 3 times that he had framed him. Upon hearing this, Kong Luan burst into laughter, feeling a sense of relief he had never known before. Yet, whether from his injuries or the exertion of laughter, he suddenly collapsed on the street, unconscious. Seeing Kong Luan unresponsive, the crowd dared not approach, preferring to keep their distance from trouble. Su Changhe leaned in to check Kong Luan's breath. He was still alive. Su Xiaoxiao, holding a milk jug, was momentarily taken aback by Kong Luan's state. Is he simply overjoyed? Or is this a case of joy turning to sorrow? Su Changhe, disregarding many things, remembered that Xiaoxiao claimed Kong Luan was a formidable character and should not be underestimated. He summoned his attendants to carry Kong Luan onto the carriage. Kong Luan lay motionless, and Su pleaded, "Please do not die on my carriage. I am trying to save you. Do not bring misfortune upon me." Su Xiaoxiao, comfortably sipping her milk, thought to herself, "He won't die. He is resilient. And in situations like this, it's merely a trivial matter." Zhao Wanyu, seeing the man on the verge of death, hastily ordered the houseboys to carry him to a side room and summon the physician. The doctor examined him, declaring that the injuries were not severe, merely superficial wounds, without any vital damage. Frustratingly, chatty Su Xiaoxiao was now as silent as a chicken, failing to offer any justification for herself. The physician stroked his beard, frowning. "This shouldn't be the case. Allow me to apply a few more needles." In a matter of moments, Kong Luan's head resembled a porcupine, yet he remained utterly still. The physician, feeling awkward, pondered for a while before suggesting, "Perhaps it is an internal injury. Let me prescribe another remedy." Finally, unable to contain herself, Su Xiaoxiao pointed out, "Can't you hear his stomach rumbling? He has fainted from hunger. If you continue treating him, he might truly sustain internal injuries." Su Changhe suddenly realized, exclaiming, "So, it was hunger that caused this?" Upon seeing the physician look at him as if he were foolish, he scratched his head and explained, "Listen, his stomach is growling." After consuming 3 bowls of ginseng soup, Kong Luan finally stirred awake. He smacked his lips, saying, "What a delightful dream. I was feasting on delicious food all along." Outside, Su Lingxi skeptically asked Su Changhe, "Are you certain he will become a great strategist one day? He doesn't appear particularly bright." The siblings spoke earnestly, completely oblivious to Zhao Wanyu, who was sweeping furiously, her face a mask of anger. Chapter 44. Clinging to power, Su Changhe instinctively took to his heels, and despite his seemingly frail appearance, his sweeping broom wielded with remarkable vigor. Of course, Su Changhe was not without merit. He engaged in activities that were beneath the dignity of the young scions of noble families, scaling rooftops and fishing in the river. As Su Changhe sprinted ahead, Awanwa pursued him, and it was only after 3 laps around the courtyard that Su Changhe realized he had done nothing wrong and had no reason to fear. "Mother, please, hold your hand. Hear me out. Have you not always taught me to be brave and righteous? Young Master Kong was wronged, and I merely acted in good faith as I happened to pass by," Su Changhe declared, casting a proud glance at Zhao Wanwei as if expecting her to praise him. Zhao Wanwei, however, with a stern expression, retorted, "Happened to pass by? Kneel before me." Su Changhe's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "Mother, I truly did not deceive you." Awanwei raised an eyebrow. "Su Changhe, our home is in the south. Yet you found it convenient to venture to the West City Gate? You took Xiaoxiao along for the excitement, did you not?" The smile on Su Changhe's face froze. "No. Mother, you must listen to my defense." No. You must hear my explanation." "What explanation?" "The one about how you secretly mobilized the shadow guards. Or the one about your righteous act at the Scholars Building." "Mother, how do you know everything?" Su Changhe's face fell in defeat. "Now, tell me, what is this Kong Luan's background that warrants such effort on your part?" Zhao Wanwei was all too aware of her son's clever schemes. Who knew what mischief he had in mind? Su Changhe hesitated. "That is hard to say." Awanwei raised the broom in her hand again. Hard to say, is it? Then allow me to loosen your skin a bit. Mother, please do not frighten me, Su Changhe fretted. Uncertain if his mother would accept that he could eavesdrop on his sister's peculiar insights, Zhao Wanwei's gaze was indifferent, exuding an aura that suggested she would make him miss tomorrow's sunrise if he did not comply. What did Xiaoxiao say? Zhao Wanwei's brow furrowed, realizing that even Su Changhe could hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Mother, you may not believe me, but my sister and I can hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. She knows what is to come for our family. Wanwei interrupted. No wonder your temperament has changed so suddenly. It turns out our entire family can hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. What? You and father can hear as well? Both Su Changhe and Su Lingxi were taken aback. Not just us. Your maternal grandparents and uncle can hear as well. Anyone related by blood to Xiaoxiao can hear her thoughts. This matter is of great significance. We must keep it to ourselves and not let Xiaoxiao find out. At that moment, Baizhi entered to report, Madam, young Master Kong has eaten 3 bowls of rice and insists on thanking you and the young master. Zhao Wanwei promptly went out to greet him. Young Master Kong, you are injured. It was merely a small effort on my part, no need for such formality. Kong Luan smiled, I am fine. But I have not eaten for 3 days and am a bit weak. These injuries are inconsequential. If it were not for young Master Su's righteous intervention, I would have been burdened with the reputation of a thief for life. Such a great kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. I shall take my leave now. He bowed deeply and began to hobble away. Indeed, it was quite an effort to save you. I nearly paid a hefty price. Wanwei felt sympathy for his plight and urged, Young Master Kong, please stay and recuperate before leaving. I see you are humble and courteous. It would be beneficial for you to stay a few days and assist Changhe with his studies. Kong Luan felt gratitude swell within him. Such prominent families seldom lacked tutors, and Madame Zhao was clearly trying to ease his burden. With warmth in his heart, he agreed, then I shall take my leave and impose for a while. Su Changhe affectionately assisted him. Brother Kong, do not stand on ceremony. I noticed many books in your room while they searched. You must be a lover of literature. My study is filled with a great number of books. Let me show you. Kong Luan's eyes sparkled, glancing at Zhao Wanwei. Madam, may I? Kong Luan appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, still a youth in Zhao Wanwei's eyes. She smiled brightly. Go on, Changhe. But do not tease young Master Kong. Brother, you can indeed contribute. Kong Luan is a true bibliophile. Congratulations, you have successfully latched onto a valuable ally. Su Changhe had not considered such implications. He genuinely admired Kong Luan's perseverance. However, he was pleased with the outcome, for who would not welcome a powerful patron? Meanwhile, at the residence of Minister of War Shen Tianyu, a different scene unfolded. Shen Tianyu sat in his grand chair, his expression stormy. Shen Qingyu knelt on the ground, despondent, and the entire household was permeated with an unpleasant odor which incense could not mitigate. The situation arose because the Shen family had collectively attended to witness the brilliant moment of Shen air, resulting in all but the watchdog being thoroughly drenched in mud. Qingyu, did you not claim that everything was foolproof? Not a single drop of rain fell, only mud. Fortunately, the extent of the mess was limited, sparing them from a more severe calamity. Otherwise, the Shen family would have faced utter ruin. Even so, the Shen family was in dire straits. The capital prefect Xiaoxiao, responsible for the affairs of the city, was a straightforward man. He directly reported to the emperor, accusing Shen Tianyu of allowing his granddaughter to employ malevolent methods to unleash filth upon the city, thus compromising its beauty and causing illness among the populace. He petitioned the emperor to decree that the Shen family personally clean the streets and compensate the afflicted citizens. The emperor, eagerly awaiting rain, was overwhelmed by the stench wafting through the capital, with rumors circulating that he was unworthy of his position and that divine retribution had struck. Innocently caught in the crossfire, the emperor, filled with ire, was presented with this opportunity to vent his frustration. Thus, Shen Tianyu was compelled to personally lead his 2 granddaughters in cleaning the streets. Whenever he attempted to rest, the chief eunuch Yang would cover his nose and remind him, Master Shen, The emperor has decreed that no one may stop until everything is spotless. Shen Tianyu felt wronged. Who had he offended? He had merely come to convey the emperor's orders, yet he was forced to supervise this humiliating task, suffocating in the stench. Mission, you are sweeping, not embroidering. Second mission, are you not capable? Hurry up and sweep. Their mere presence incited his irritation. Most officials from the court had been summoned by Shen Tianyu to witness the miraculous event, only to be drenched in mud, requiring several washes before they could barely cleanse themselves, yet they still bore the lingering odor. Many had slept in the courtyard the previous night. Unable to return indoors due to their wives' disdain, they had to detour to see Minister Shen sweeping the streets. This incident had brought Shen Tianyu to the brink of disgrace, humiliating him before all. Chapter 45 The Scapegoat. Emperor. He sighed deeply, reflecting on the ease with which he had traversed the earlier part of his life. Now, with half his life buried beneath the earth, bereft of his son, the esteemed Minister of War found himself wielding a broom to sweep the streets, mocked even by passing children. Mother, why is that old man so incapable of sweeping the ground at his age? Truly useless. A woman hurriedly covered her child's mouth and hastened away. The Minister of Revenue, Gong Jiaping, pinched his nose and remarked, "At least Lord Shen is at ease, not having to attend court. One can't help but feel envious." Minister of Works, Lu Quan, responded, "Why must you kick him while he is down, Gong? This misfortune has befallen the minister without cause. Yet, it is said that his granddaughter possesses some skill. She can summon mud, and in time, she will surely achieve great things." Gong Jiaping fanned the flames. Heaven forbid. This time she summoned mud. What if next time it is a blade? But the minister is not an ordinary man. He can endure it. Shen Tianyu's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale. Those of lower rank, fearing to mock him directly, looked on from a distance, deriving some satisfaction from his disheveled state. Shen Qingao shot a glance at her sister, Shen Qingyu, and whispered with disdain, "What a harbinger of misfortune. She has brought unrest to our entire family. Even our grandfather is subjected to public humiliation." Shen Qingyu, her expression impassive, replied, "Sister, do you believe I am the bringer of misfortune? The next broom to sweep will surely be yours." Shen Qingao instinctively took a step back, softening her tone. "I was merely speaking out of turn. Grandfather has never endured such humiliation. Sweeping the streets has already stripped him of his dignity. I fear he may even find himself sidelined in the court." Shen Qingyu scoffed. "Are you truly concerned for grandfather? Or are you merely worried he might lose his influence and be unable to find a suitable match? Your words are so grandiloquent." Shen Qingao opened her mouth to retort, but ultimately said nothing. Even if she were not a divine maiden, Shen Qingyu was not one to be trifled with. Shen Qingyu, uninterested in furthering the argument, felt the awakening of the bloodline of the demon tribe's saintess within her. The rain-summoning talisman had proven effective time and again. This failure could only mean that her nemesis had also arrived. The thought sent a chill down her spine. She realized that deeming that person her rival might be an overestimation of her own significance. For millennia, she had never stood a chance. Yet, she chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. In her previous life, the demon sect had mobilized completely at the onset of an upheaval, annihilating her entire clan. She had long since been reduced to ashes. This time, she was determined to seize the bracelet and rescue the demon tribe from the depths of despair. The Shen family's lineage was weak, and Su Boheo was inept. The family required an ambitious individual to assist him. She gradually approached Shen Qingyu, her aged visage betraying no hint of sorrow or joy. Shen Qingyu smirked. This time, Shen Qingyu was doomed. Shen Tianyu did not reproach her, but instead smiled. "Failure is not to be feared. Grandfather believes in you. One day, those who mock us today will pay the price. Sometimes a shift in perspective is necessary. While it is indeed splendid to shine like the sun, if that is unattainable, one may also thrive as a spirit in the night." Shen Qingyu stood frozen, feeling as though her grandfather had seen through her. Dealing death to her adversaries was her forte. "Thank you for your guidance, grandfather." she exclaimed, finding a newfound respect for the cunning old man. In essence, they were cut from the same cloth. How could we possibly be the same? Gu Huaizhi fumed, pounding the table. He is nothing but a charlatan. In contrast, Chu Xiao, garbed in a Taoist robe, did not share such sentiments. The malevolence he had sensed that day was even more potent than the malevolent spirit he had venerated for years. Yet, this power emanating from the 10-year-old Shen Qingyu was unexpected. Perhaps the noble they sought was indeed her. Gu Huaizhi disagreed, yet could not deny that Shen Qingyu's failure to summon rain had inadvertently aided him significantly. He spread rumors far and wide, claiming that the current emperor was unworthy of his position, inciting the wrath of heaven, which led to the continuous disasters throughout the great Shua realm. 3 years prior, a flood in the south. 2 years ago, an earthquake in the west. Now, half the territory of Great Shua faced drought, and the request for rain had only yielded mud. All of this was a divine warning. Only by selecting a worthy ruler could Great Shua transform calamity into fortune, achieving peace and prosperity. Curiously, the rumors spread rapidly. Overnight, children began to chant a nursery rhyme. Bright Lord, neither bright nor dim, heaven is furious, and men tremble within. South floods, west shakes, no rain falls from any place. Seeking sweet rain, only mud to gain, only a bright ruler can bring peace again. The name of the filial and virtuous emperor was Gu Minglang, and this rhyme attributed all the natural disasters to him, even evoking sympathy for the divine maiden Shen Qingyu, who was said to be entangled in the emperor's woes. Who could have imagined that the incident of mud rain, which had stirred such chaos in the city, would ultimately lead to the emperor bearing the blame? He crumpled the paper containing the rhyme and hurled it at the head of the Minister of Justice, Xia Yicheng, exclaiming, "Useless! Is your salary merely for show? It has been days. Where did this rhyme originate?" Xia Yicheng, too afraid to breathe, knelt and replied, "Your Majesty. This rhyme has spread from outside the capital, sung almost simultaneously across the east, west, south, and north. We could not trace its source." Duke Xiaoxiao of Jing'an, holding a tablet, stated, "Your Majesty, this rhyme is clearly a weapon designed to manipulate public opinion. Though it is nonsense, it connects the disasters of recent years, leaving the populace vulnerable to deception. The immediate priority is to quell the people's anger, to assure them that you are a benevolent ruler." Some disagreed. Duke Zhao speaks lightly. "This rhyme has gained widespread circulation. How can we quell it? Surely we can't sew the mouths of the people shut. We must find the source of the rumor. With reason and evidence, the slander will collapse on its own." Gong Jiaping, the Minister of Revenue, shot a glance at Shen Tianyu, saying, "It must be noted that it is your granddaughter's rain summoning that has caused this mess. If she hadn't stirred the pot, this filth would not have splashed onto the emperor." Shen Tianyu remained silent, fearful that someone might connect the dots. Gong Jiaping, true to form as his adversary, was clearly stoking the flames. Now he found himself even more of an eyesore in the emperor's sight. Zhao Antai persisted amidst the chaos of the court. "This is not the time to assign blame. We must swiftly find a way to appease the people's grievances." How to appease? Unless the emperor personally requests rain, this burden will surely fall upon him, interjected the ever-composed Prince Dunqin. He had been deeply dissatisfied since the emperor had stripped him of his hereditary title. The emperor knew the prince spoke out of anger. However, if he were to succeed in summoning rain, those rumors would surely dissipate, and he was genuinely inclined to give it a try. Chapter 46. Feast of Meats. Emperor Xiaoda gazed upon the bickering ministers in the court, feeling a heavy sense of discontent within. Some among them likely believed that the calamities besetting the realm were a consequence of his rule, entirely forgetting the diligent efforts he had exerted to stabilize the faltering Shua and the 10 years of prosperity following his ascension. Now, due to a few natural disasters, he had been unjustly branded as an inept ruler unworthy of his title. Suppressing his agitation, he cast a glance at the Grand Eunuch Yang, who proclaimed in a resounding voice, "If there are matters to discuss, please speak. If not, the court is dismissed." Yang Shun, attending closely, quietly lit a calming incense and discreetly remarked, "Your Majesty, today marks exactly 45 days since the Crown Prince fell ill. Given that he appears to be in good health, it seems the heavens have favored him and he is recovering." The mention of the Crown Prince alleviated some of the Emperor's burdens. Typically, at this hour, the Crown Prince would be confined within the palace, enduring excruciating pain alone. Today, however, he had rested for half the day and, finding himself well, had proceeded to his studies, for the Crown Prince was always diligent. A palace servant soon reported that the Crown Prince had left his lessons and gone directly to the imperial kitchen. The imperial kitchen? The Emperor inquired, surprised. This certainly sounds like something young Joe would do. Yang, ever respectful, replied, "The Crown Prince has been frequenting the imperial kitchen of late. He has instructed the chefs to prepare baby food to send to the young lady of the Zhengguo Duke's residence." The Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. That child is indeed charming. Su Bowen is fortunate to have 2 daughters. Tell the Crown Prince to stop sending food and instead bring that child to the palace. I wish to see her. Such was the burden of being an emperor. Confined to the palace, should he venture out, it would require an entourage that would incite chaos. Yang Shun's expression brightened. "I shall attend to it at once. I knew your Majesty had the young lady in your thoughts. Please, let the Crown Prince in," he called. "I'll notify her mother." The Crown Prince was surely coming to see the third miss, who would be with her mother. Zhao Wanyu was puzzled. Although the Crown Prince was merely 9 years old, he hardly seemed so idle, appearing at their residence every few days with treats for Xiaoxiao. It felt as though he were competing with her own cook. When they served beef soup, the Crown Prince would arrive with fish puree. When they prepared snow fungus porridge, he would bring bird's nest soup. Rarely did the Crown Prince come empty-handed, and Zhao Wanyu couldn't help but smile. How delightful it was. Gu Huaiyu, with a beaming expression, said, "Madam Zhao, today the imperial kitchen has prepared several melt-in-your-mouth dishes for infants, and father has asked me to bring Xiaoxiao to the palace to taste them." Zhao Wanyu replied, "Why not bring a food box instead? Does His Majesty and the Crown Prince have nothing better to do than to think of my daughter daily?" At home, she had little hope, for her mother was always preoccupied with her meals, ensuring that even the meat was finely minced. With a cheerful smile, she extended her hand toward the Crown Prince, urging, "Let us go quickly. I'm tired of meat porridge." Gu Huaiyu lifted Su Xiaoxiao, noticing that she seemed a bit heavier this time. It took some effort to carry her. He thought to himself that she needed to eat more, lest he struggle to lift her. Upon arriving at the palace, the Crown Prince led Su Xiaoxiao straight to the Hall of Governance. Along the way, he mused aloud, "Father has been in a poor mood lately. I hope seeing Xiaoxiao will bring him some joy." Gu Huaiyu was certain that Xiaoxiao could bring happiness to the Emperor, as he himself felt an overwhelming contentment upon seeing her. Su Xiaoxiao, playfully nibbling on her fingers, thought, "If the food is delectable, I shall reluctantly charm the Emperor." Gu Huaiyu's eyelids twitched. She was indeed audacious, demanding only the finest cuisine. In all of Deshua, perhaps only she dared to be so forthright. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, Emperor Xiaoda felt a cloud of gloom lift, for the child radiated warmth like a little sun, always bringing a sense of springtime to those around her. With a loving smile, he took Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, exclaiming, "Your mother has raised you splendidly. It has been over a month since our last meeting, and you have grown so much." Though he was not particularly fond of interacting with children, having been raised in the royal family where affection was scarce, he had never truly experienced a father's love. Thus, he often wore a stern expression that intimidated others. The last time he had held his son had been an unusual occurrence for him. Yet, inexplicably, holding Su Xiaoxiao made the world seem a little more tranquil. Su Xiaoxiao craned her neck, inquiring, "What delicious food do you have? I want to eat big bone stew and large chicken legs." Gu Huaiyu was taken aback by her lofty demands. "Father, I believe Xiaoxiao is quite hungry." The Emperor suddenly grasped the situation. Yes. Bring forth the food." Seeing the Emperor's expression soften, Gu Huaiyu knew it was all thanks to Xiaoxiao and energetically began to describe the dishes. "This is a white jade and jadeite soup. The primary ingredients are tofu and cabbage. What? You brought me all the way here just to eat tofu and cabbage? How unfair. Xiaoxiao pouted, resembling a child on the verge of tears. Gu Huayu hurriedly reassured her, do not be deceived by its ingredients. This broth has been simmered for a long time with old mountain hen. 12 hens were used to create this bowl of broth, capturing all the essence. Xiaoxiao licked her lips, her mouth watering uncontrollably. 12 hens? What a waste. Wouldn't it be better to roast them, stew them, or serve them as poached chicken? You're making it sound so extraordinary. Let me taste. Gu Huayu pretended not to hear her complaints, continuing, this dish is rich and aromatic, melting in your mouth, combining the savory essence of chicken with a refreshing finish. Enough of the chatter. Hurry and feed me. Xiaoxiao lamented, wishing her arms were longer to grab the food herself. At barely 6 months old, she was astounded by the amount of praise heaped upon the dish, as if she could comprehend it all. The emperor had never realized how verbose his son could be, resembling a simpleton in his earnestness. The crown prince smiled awkwardly, unable to admit that Xiaoxiao understood. He quickly scooped a spoonful and offered it to Xiaoxiao. As she squinted her eyes in delight, the flavor surged down her throat and into her mind, causing her to instinctively hum in approval. Oh my goodness, how can this be so delicious? Is this truly just tofu and cabbage? It's exquisite. More, please. Xiaoxiao beamed, looking up at Gu Huayu with eager anticipation. The emperor felt his heart melt at the sight. How adorable she was even when eating. Such a charming child. If only she were born in the palace. He could relish in watching her eat every day, prolonging his own life. Try this as well. It is equally delightful, the emperor said, personally feeding Xiaoxiao a spoonful of yam puree. Yang Shun mentioned that it is good for the spleen, aiding digestion. Xiaoxiao sampled each dish. But her little belly was already full, yet her eyes roamed the table, searching. I haven't had any real meat. This is unacceptable. Chapter 47. The poor Emperor Gu Huayu felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. It seemed they had not yet dined satisfactorily. Last time. The absence of meat had caused Xiaoxiao to weep for several hours, only to be calmed by a bit of meat broth. It appeared that his well-meaning intentions had inadvertently led to a misfortune. Must you always compel me to cry? It is truly exhausting, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes darting around until they settled on the crispy yet tender duck leg before her. This one. With lightning speed, she reached out her small hand, but alas, it was in vain. Gu Huayu had anticipated her movement, deftly capturing her hand before she could grasp the duck leg. Oh no, watching her coveted meal slip away. Xiaoxiao's disappointment was palpable. Her lips quivered as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls cascading from a broken string. This was sheer injustice. The emperor erupted into hearty laughter, finding delight in the girl's tears, for no child had ever dared to weep so unabashedly before him, not even infants. He recognized that Xiaoxiao was indeed a true gourmand. He knew she could not be appeased without meat. Bring it forth. The emperor, in high spirits, spoke to eunuch Yang with a softened tone. No sooner had he uttered the command than a servant presented a plate of glistening chicken feet, the claws expertly prepared, leaving only the sturdy leg bones, with the skin and flesh simmered to perfection. The crown prince expressed concern. Father, Lady Zhao mentioned that Xiaoxiao can only consume meat broth. Will chicken feet be suitable? The emperor, with a sense of pride, replied, I have inquired with the kitchen, and they assured me that these are excellent for her gums, perfect for Xiaoxiao. With that, the emperor personally picked up a chicken foot and, with an eerie tone, declared, Xiaoxiao, should your mother deny you food, come to the palace, and your uncle emperor shall provide for you. From duck legs to chicken feet, you truly are stingy. Xiaoxiao pouted. Yet she wasted no time in seizing the chicken foot and stuffing it into her mouth. At home, she could only consume meat puree. And though the chicken feet were scant in meat, it was better than nothing. To her surprise, the humble chicken foot was delectable. Xiaoxiao savored it greedily, joyfully swinging her little feet, reveling in this ethereal experience. The crown prince admired his formidable father, astonished that the emperor himself was concerned for Xiaoxiao's meals. To prevent further commotion from Xiaoxiao, he swiftly ordered the removal of the tableware, leaving only 3 chicken feet, barely sufficient meat, which should not pose an issue. As the emperor observed Xiaoxiao gnawing on the chicken feet, Eunuch Yang approached with a report. "Your Majesty, the supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, Cheng Xingzhua, requests an audience." The crown prince, aware that his father needed to attend to state matters, prepared to escort Xiaoxiao away. However, the emperor clung to her, allowing her to smudge oil on his imperial robe. "No matter, let her stay." The emperor's brow furrowed with worry as he spoke. "The crops are now at the stage of growth and are beginning to sprout. If the rain does not come soon, the common folk may suffer a total loss." He turned to Cheng Xingzhua. "Does the Astronomical Bureau possess a solution?" Terrified, Cheng Xingzhua immediately knelt. "Your Majesty, I am utterly inept." The emperor pondered whether personally beseeching the heavens for rain might stir divine compassion to bestow nourishment upon the fields and alleviate the people's urgent plight. Recently, he had been troubled by the thought that perhaps his own irreverence towards the deities had provoked continuous calamities. Cheng Xingzhua bowed once more. "Your Majesty, this matter must not be taken lightly. According to my calculations, the earliest rain may not arrive for another 6 months. It would be wiser to wait until then for your ritual." With rumors swirling, as the supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, he should have devised a timely resolution. Yet, with disasters recurring, he felt powerless. Furious, the emperor bellowed, "In 6 months, the seedlings will have turned to hay. You worthless fool, get out." Had he not been holding Xiaoxiao, he might have personally ejected Cheng Xingzhua. A dignified supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau could only propose such a dreadful idea. Cheng Xingzhua scrambled from the Hall of Governance, dispelling the notion that this was an easy position, a prestigious job with minimal duties and respect. It was a perilous existence, akin to dancing with a sword, with his life on the line. He resolved to visit the library to seek methods for invoking rain. "Is it so difficult for Uncle Emperor to request rain? I can simply speak with the Dragon King. Last time, he obliged when I asked him to bring mud." Xiaoxiao mused, unaware that it was merely a month away and questioning why it should be such a challenge for her mother to provide meat. Gu Huayu's mouth fell agape. Xiaoxiao was indeed remarkable. If only his father knew he was shouldering the burden for her, perhaps he would feel a bit better. Immediately, Gu Huayu approached the emperor with a conspiratorial tone. "Father, perhaps there are alternative methods to summon rain." The emperor sighed. What other methods could there be? The Astronomical Bureau has been rendered helpless. Perhaps the fate of the great Shua was truly exhausted. He had believed that by healing the crown prince, circumstances would improve. Yet here they were. Noticing his father's lack of enthusiasm, Gu Huayu hurriedly got to the point. "Father, Xiaoxiao can contend with malevolent spirits. Perhaps she can also invoke rain." "Xiaoxiao?" The emperor's eyes brightened. "Of course, how could I have overlooked that?" He gently placed Xiaoxiao on the table and bent down to ask, "Xiaoxiao, you can deal with malevolent spirits, so you can summon rain, can't you?" Xiaoxiao handed the chicken bone to the emperor, pointing at the plate with her tiny finger. The emperor, comprehending her intent, promptly replenished her with a fresh piece. With the chicken bone in hand, Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. "If you give me meat bones, I will ensure it rains." Gu Huayu inquired, "Will it rain in 3 days?" Xiaoxiao, obedient, nodded again. "The Dragon King and I are quite familiar. I can summon rain whenever I wish, for however long I desire." Though Xiaoxiao was indeed well acquainted with the Dragon King, she could not recall when they first met. It surely wasn't he in her past life, where she was a cultivator. Her master had claimed she possessed extraordinary talent and could ascend to immortality, yet she had ended up here. Pondering how she might have met the Dragon King left her perplexed. She had encountered many deities and was unsure how those encounters had come about. Never mind, she thought. Thinking too much is tiresome. A well-behaved child should not overthink. It is enough to relish the bone. The emperor, puzzled, asked, "Why not summon rain now? Why wait for 3 days?" Gu Huayu shivered. His father always commanded authority, never bending to plead for anything. Yet, with Xiaoxiao it was a different story. And he found himself unaccustomed to this tone directed at him. He quickly clarified, "Your Majesty, the ritual for summoning rain is a significant matter, ordinarily. The National Academy would require at least 3 months of preparation. Given the urgency, 3 days is the minimum." The Emperor nodded in agreement. "Those fellows at the Astronomical Bureau have been too comfortable for too long. It is time they had some work to do." He glanced at the small child on the table, diligently gnawing on the chicken bone, his heart filled with trepidation. "Xiaoxiao, do you truly possess the ability to summon rain for Uncle Huang?" Xiaoxiao earnestly nodded, feeling a twinge of sadness. Does Uncle Emperor truly have poor eyesight? He has asked so many times. How pitiable, so young yet destined for blindness. Gu Huayu felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaoxiao certainly dared to think boldly. Thankfully, the Emperor could not hear her thoughts, or he might have been driven to a fit of anger. Chapter 48. Affectionate indulgence. Cheng Xingzhua held the imperial edict in his hands, feeling utterly despondent. 3 days hence, the Emperor would personally conduct a sacrifice to heaven in hopes of rain. What was the Emperor thinking? Had he not made himself sufficiently clear? Rain would not come for another 6 months. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor's act of personally beseeching the heavens, regardless of its success, would exemplify his paternal affection for his subjects. Yet now, amidst the rise of a certain nursery rhyme that had captured the belief of countless people, coupled with the inexplicable mud rain, the Emperor's authority had already diminished. To insist on performing a sacrifice at this juncture was, quite frankly, an endeavor fraught with peril. Of course, Cheng Xingzhua could only mutter complaints in the recesses of his mind. How could he possibly thwart the Emperor's reckless intentions? For 3 consecutive days and nights, he, along with the officials from the Astronomical Bureau and the Ministry of Rites, toiled tirelessly to prepare for the event. Su Xiaoxiao, still half asleep, was roused by Zhao Wanwei to change her attire. Su Bowen, watching his daughter, who could sleep even while seated, felt a pang of heartache. Such an event should be attended by the officials and noblewomen of the court. Why must little Xiaoxiao be dragged along? Zhao Wanwei shared his sentiments. The Emperor had decreed this event, indicating it was not a mere whim but a deliberate arrangement. After all, ever since Xiaoxiao had met Liyu Tong and the Crown Prince, their ailments had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps the Emperor sought merely to invoke good fortune. As she dressed Su Xiaoxiao, Wanwei remarked, "The Emperor's personal sacrifice to beseech rain is for the sake of the people of Deshua. It is an act of accumulating merit. Xiaoxiao should partake in this duty." Su Bowen remained apprehensive. The Emperor was not particularly fond of children, and as he was not a close advisor, there was no reason for the Emperor to favor his child. Though he had saved the Crown Prince, the rewards had already been bestowed multiple times. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread that the Emperor might covet his daughter. Wanwei dressed Xiaoxiao in a green gown, adorned her forehead with a floral ornament, and placed a gold necklace around her neck, making her look even more plump and endearing. Despite the commotion, Su Xiaoxiao remained blissfully asleep on the soft chair. After tying a cloak around her, Zhao Wanwei handed her to Su Bowen. "You hold Xiaoxiao. I shall check if my mother is ready." Madame Liu, being of high rank, naturally had to attend such an event. Observing Zhao Wanwei in her finery, she felt a twinge of irritation. Xiaoxiao is still so young. You should stay at home and watch the child. I will take Yisian with me. Zhao Wanwei, lacking a rank, could only attend as an accompanying person. Previously, to demonstrate her generosity towards her daughter-in-law, she always brought Zhao Wanwei along. Now, it seemed as if Zhao Wanwei had suddenly grown wise, beginning to act independently. Madame Liu seized this rare opportunity to exert control over her. Zheng Yaxian, a girl from a humble background, had never been favored by Madame Liu. She had only married Su Bowen because of his family's reputation, as other noblewomen sought to avoid him. This was the first time her mother-in-law had voluntarily invited her to enter the palace, so she had spent a sleepless night in excitement, ready early in her mother-in-law's courtyard. Zhao Wanwei understood the implications, but chose not to explain, quietly watching as Zheng Yaxian assisted Madame Liu into the carriage. Turning, she embraced Su Xiaoxiao and boarded the carriage sent by the crown prince. Su Bowen rode alongside, guarding the carriage, relieved to not travel with Madame Liu. He still felt uncertain about how to interact with her. After all, there were over 30 years of mother-son bonds between them. He had also discovered that his biological mother, Tang, had always been in poor health. Had it not been for her actions, Madame Liu would not have needed to be so ruthless. However, he could not bring himself to address her as mother as he once had. The sacrificial ceremony was grand and solemn, even before dawn. A multitude of carriages had gathered outside the altar. The altar was a sacred site, accessible only during significant events, where officials and noblewomen had to dismount and proceed on foot, allowing the carriages to park orderly aside. As Liu and Zheng Yaxian exited the duke's carriage, they spotted Zhao Wanwei carrying the child, preparing to descend from another carriage. Zheng Yaxian, feeling envious, remarked, "Sister-in-law is quite unreasonable, coming here without her mother." Madame Liu scoffed. A noblewoman could only bring one female companion. What did it matter if she came here? Soon, there would be no place to sit. And carrying a child would only embarrass her. Zheng Yaxian, furious, stamped her foot, her excitement at attending the sacrificial ceremony evaporating. "Lady Liu, you are truly fortunate. Your granddaughter has saved young Master Tong and the crown prince. The emperor has even summoned her for the sacrifice, such immense fortune. Why did the lady not accompany her daughter-in-law? It would save her the trouble of this long journey." That carriage had been specially dispatched by the crown prince for the third young lady of the Su family. Lady Liu was merely benefiting from her daughter's fortune. It was improper for her to go. The women chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with envy. Zheng Yaxian muttered under her breath, "If only I had known that sister-in-law was inviting us, I would have let her finish." A carriage sent by the crown prince was something she could boast about for a lifetime at her family home. Madame Liu snapped silence. Zhao Wanwei, leaning against her daughter, boarded the crown prince's carriage, entirely unaware. If the emperor truly favored that wretched child, it would be even more difficult to dethrone Su Bowen's position as heir. She regretted not leaving him behind. If Caidie had been raised in the duke's residence, all this opulence would belong to her granddaughter, Sun Angying. Zheng Yaxian, though she had given birth to a son, lacked ambition, and Madame Liu felt suffocated with frustration. Others remained oblivious to the rift between her and Zhao Wanwei, their words betraying their envy. Lady Liu is indeed fortunate. She married into a distinguished family, and her daughter-in-law is obedient. Now, with a granddaughter in the emperor's favor, it is not impossible for her to be raised in the palace. Madame Liu felt like a mute consuming bitter herbs. Her grievances remained unexpressed, and she walked away with a cold demeanor. The other noblewomen lamented their own misfortunes, wishing they had a daughter-in-law and granddaughter like hers to flaunt. Zhao Wanwei anxiously traveled in the carriage until they reached the altar, where numerous matrons and palace maids awaited them. A matron, smiling, said, "Madame Zhao, the crown prince is concerned that it may be inconvenient for you to carry the third young lady, so he has sent us to assist you. As it is still early, please rest with the third young lady for now, and we shall summon you when the time is right." Zhao Wanwei felt unworthy. This was the emperor's and the prince's resting area. How could she presume to rest here? Simply being spared the trouble of carrying Xiaoxiao on foot was already a tremendous favor. Grateful, she thanked the matron, but continued to hold Xiaoxiao in the carriage, while others shivered in the dawn's chill. Her treatment was already the best. "The emperor has arrived." A powerful voice announced the commencement of the day's sacrificial rites. Chapter 49. The Dragon King prefers vegetarian fare. The emperor cast a glance at Gu Huayu and inquired, "Have you checked if Xiaoxiao has arrived?" His heart felt unsteady in her absence. Even with her presence, he found little solace. He must be mad to believe that a mere infant could summon life-giving rain for the Deshua. Yet even the slightest chance compelled him to act. For the rivers and canals lay parched, and should the heavens withhold rain, the people would surely suffer hunger. Should his plea for rain succeed, all troubles might be resolved. But if it failed, he would merely solidify his reputation as a foolish ruler. There was little more to lose. As the hour approached, Zhao Wanyu roused Su Xiaoxiao from her slumber. Awaken quickly. Today is the day of the heavenly sacrifice. Xiaoxiao must not sleep any longer, for that would be a grave disrespect to the divine. Sleepily, Su Xiaoxiao stirred, recalling, I nearly forgot. The emperor promised me meat, and I agreed to pray for rain on his behalf. Zhao Wanyu felt a pang of anxiety. Trusting Xiaoxiao to summon rain seemed a grand gamble for the emperor. The crown prince, adorned in his formal court attire, personally came to escort Su Xiaoxiao. Madam Zhao, Xiaoxiao possesses a noble destiny. My father has instructed me to bring her to the altar to pray for rain. The empress expresses her gratitude to you and Xiaoxiao. Please sit beside her to care for Xiaoxiao. The crown prince's words were impeccably crafted. And in such a significant setting as the altar, Zhao Wanyu, concerned for Xiaoxiao, felt relieved to be closer to her. She bowed in gratitude and allowed the matron to lead her to the empress's side. Surrounding the empress were esteemed ladies of high birth, while even someone of loose stature could only find a place in the last 3 rows. Zheng Xian, visiting for the first time, was filled with curiosity, her eyes darting around in wonder. Suddenly, she tugged at Lu's sleeve and whispered, Mother, is that not our elder sister? Where is that matron taking her? Lu raised an eyebrow. There are but 2 positions for ladies in our household. Naturally, she has been brought forth. But wait, she is being taken to the empress. The empress even reached out to her. Zheng Xian's envy was palpable. Lu was taken aback. How could that be? In the empress's presence, what significance did she hold? Yet, Zhao Wanyu sat there with an air of dignity, drawing admiration from the surrounding noblewomen. As the morning bell tolled, the emperor, cradling Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, ascended the steps with the crown prince at his side, exuding solemnity and grandeur. The crowd turned their gazes, murmuring, Who is that child? We have heard no word of a little princess in the palace. It was an immense honor for the emperor to personally carry her during such a sacred occasion. Su Bowen and his father-in-law, Zhao and Tai, exchanged glances. How did Xiaoxiao end up there? I do not know. After a silent exchange, both felt their hearts leap into their throats. The emperor's conspicuous display made it impossible for them to conceal Xiaoxiao any longer. As the emperor stood with Su Xiaoxiao, he emanated an aura of unyielding resolve. Cheng Xingzhua, with a grave demeanor, began to recite the rain prayer, though internally he was in turmoil, fearing for his own life. Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes and surveyed the offerings upon the altar, muttering to herself, Why present the Dragon King with poultry and fish? He prefers a vegetarian feast. Cabbage, greens, and large radishes are his true favorites. The crown prince paused, incredulous. Which household would use cabbage as an offering? Yet, he seized the opportunity to whisper a few words to the emperor. The emperor remained unflappable, retorting, Perhaps you should suggest they add more. The more, the merrier. In moments of desperation, one often overlooks such details. Despite the gravity of the occasion, the court officials and noblewomen could hardly contain their amusement, and the previously hushed crowd erupted into a mild commotion. The empress, however, remained composed as ever, prompting Zhao Wanyu to reflect, Indeed, the empress embodies extraordinary grace. The empress smiled serenely. With Xiaoxiao present, there is assuredly no error. In her heart, the empress believed Xiaoxiao to be more divine than any deity, for she had healed her son. Zhao Wanyu thought, You dare to dream grandly. She wished to distance herself from the empress. She lacked such confidence. The emperor leaned down, patiently asking, Xiaoxiao, may we have rain now? Su Xiaoxiao took a sip of milk and nodded obediently. Then, tilting her head back, she began chattering, Dragon King, please help us with some rain. The emperor said if it does not rain soon, the people's crops will perish. How much should fall? She continued, It must soak the crops thoroughly. Oh, and that it's sugarcane, isn't it? Tasty, right? I shall ensure it is provided for you from now on. The crown prince's expression remained neutral, though he feared he might burst into laughter. This was not a prayer for rain but a casual chat with the Dragon King. The emperor, cradling her, approached the altar and knelt alongside the crown prince. We beseech the heavens to bestow rain and bless the populace. Seated upon the altar, Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a wave of distress. She had not relieved herself before leaving home that morning. Oh no, I cannot hold it any longer. This is so embarrassing. The crown prince gasped, but before he could lift Xiaoxiao from the altar, a puddle formed beneath them. At that moment, thunder roared. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and torrential raindrops began to plummet from the sky. The emperor, with reverence, bowed 3 times and lifted Xiaoxiao, exclaiming, "Xiaoxiao, you are my lucky star. A single mishap has resolved my dire dilemma." Cheng Xingzhuo was left speechless. Had the prayer for rain truly succeeded before he could complete the incantation? Calculating in his mind, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The rain would last for 5 days and nights. Just that morning, he had divined a portent of no rain, none at all. Truly a miracle, surely. It was the emperor's sincerity that had moved the heavens. He bowed deeply before the emperor, proclaiming, "Your Majesty cares for the people, showing compassion for all. The heavens have been touched by your benevolence, bestowing rain upon us. You are the true dragon son of Deshua." The crowd knelt in unison, chanting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The emperor then declared, "Today we have received the heaven's grace, bestowing us rain, a blessing for Deshua and its people. Let it be known throughout the land, all regions affected by disaster shall be exempt from corvée labor for 3 years, allowing the people to restore their livelihoods and live in peace." The ministers bowed once more. "Your Majesty is wise." This time, they believed the words of the astrologers. The emperor was indeed the true dragon son, and none could deny his kindness, feeling immense pride in serving him. Yet, there remained one who knelt in discontent, the crown prince, whose eyes brimmed with resentment, for he had labored to build his influence, only to have it overshadowed by the emperor's newfound reputation for wisdom. Chapter 50, Misfortune awaits. Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wanwei were invited to the imperial palace where the empress resided. There, Xiaoxiao changed her attire, and the emperor and empress reluctantly bade them farewell as they boarded the carriage. The emperor, with a glint of envy in his eyes, inquired of the empress, "Zidong, what do you think of adopting Xiaoxiao as a cherished daughter of the court and bestowing upon her the title of princess? We have so many sons. Surely we cannot allow such good fortune to go to waste." The empress responded with a formal smile, her thoughts echoing loudly enough to be heard from miles away. Why should they take care of someone else's daughter? Su Bowen, gripping Zhao Wanyue's hand anxiously, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that the emperor's gaze upon me is rather peculiar. Does he intend to take our daughter away?" Zhao Wanwei shared his unease. The saying goes, "To serve a monarch is to accompany a tiger." Excessive favor can lead to undesirable outcomes. A torrential rain fell for a day and night, and from the following day forth, a pattern emerged: clear skies during the day and rain at night. Almost all regions of the Great Xia experienced 10 consecutive days of rain, which alleviated the drought. The populace expressed their gratitude, proclaiming that the rain was a blessing, as it did not hinder their daytime labor and sufficiently irrigated the parched earth, restoring vitality to the fields of Great Xia. Strangely, the rain seemed to possess a consciousness, for neighboring Lingzhi kingdom received not a single drop. Everyone praised Emperor Xiaoda's wisdom and virtue, believing he had moved the heavens to grant rain upon Great Xia. Furthermore, with Emperor Xiaoda's amnesty of 3 years of corvée labor, his popularity among the people had never been higher. Emperor Xiaoda was aware that this was all due to Xiaoxiao's influence. He recognized the talents of Cheng Xingzhu, whose predictions had never been wrong. Indeed, Xiaoxiao was truly a fortunate and blessed child. This rain was timely, otherwise, how many lives would have been lost? As Su Bowen conversed with Zhao Wanwei, he cast glances at Xiaoxiao, who was seated on a mat, drinking from a milk jug as if her concerns were worlds away. Countless merits flowed towards the Duke of Jinggua's residence, all coalescing around Xiaoxiao. Her master had taught her that to cultivate immortality, one must perform good deeds, for only through virtue could one's spiritual power flourish. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Pondering whether she had done any good deeds lately, she seemed to have only indulged in eating and sleeping. You summoned the Dragon King to reign, saving countless lives. That is why you have accumulated such merit, chimed a voice from the pot of orchids on the flower rack. How do you know this? Xiaoxiao asked, skeptical of the flower's ability to possess such knowledge. It was told to me by the swallow, the orchid confidently replied. Bowen chuckled at Xiaoxiao's animated conversation with the flower, remarking, what is Xiaoxiao chattering about? One might think she is quarreling with that orchid. Xiaoxiao herself was bewildered by her sudden ability to converse with the flower, attributing it to her growth. Today, she could sit steadily without assistance. Zhao Wanwei, noticing the distressed expression on Bowen's face, inquired, are you truly going? Shen Qingyu had rescued Su Boheo from the Ministry of War, and Liu wished to invite Shen Tianyu and his 2 granddaughters to their home for a meal to express gratitude. In the past, Su Bowen would have seen no issue in this. After all, Shen Tianyu had been a long-time subordinate of his father and had cared for him during his illness. However, now he found it impossible to face Liu, let alone share a meal with her and her paramour. Frustrated, Su Bowen muttered, what do they mean by this? Must they flaunt their familial ties before us? Zhao Wanwei also found the situation perplexing. Over the past few years, Shen Tianyu had distanced himself from the Duke of Jinggua's household, seemingly avoiding any appearance of favoritism. Why, then, did they dare to visit now? She urged. You should go and see what they are truly after. Su Bowen had no choice but to comply. As a matter of propriety, Shen Tianyu was his superior, and personally thanking the man who had saved his brother's life was an obligation he could not neglect. Liu was likely eager to catch him in a moment of perceived disloyalty. Su Bowen lamented his inability to find evidence against Liu and Shen Tianyu to dismantle their influence. Accepting Liu as a mother was repugnant enough. He did not wish to further humiliate himself by groveling before them. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and Su Bowen felt as if his feet were encumbered by lead, heavy and immovable. A maid from Liu's household, unable to wait any longer, rushed in to urge him. Young master, the old lady says that Lord Shen is on his way. You must hurry. She also mentioned that she misses the 3rd miss and wishes for you to bring her along. Upon hearing her name, Xiaoxiao dropped the orchid and extended her hand towards Su Bowen, exclaiming, she misses me? What a joke! Does she wish for my demise? If she wants me to go, then I shall go, but what is her intention? Xiaoxiao's hand hovered in the air. Is mother going to make me wet my pants again? That would be inappropriate. I am already a young lady. But poor father. He must endure a meal with the paramour of the woman who harmed his own mother. Su Bowen's furrowed brow deepened. Haunted by thoughts of his father's condition, wasn't he supposed to be recovering from a serious illness at the hot springs? Calm as ever. Zhao Wanwei felt a shiver run down her spine, nearly pricking her finger with her embroidery needle. She quickly set down her work, tenderly grasping Su Bowen's clenched fist. Gazing into his eyes as she said, the time is not yet right. You must endure a little longer. Xiaoxiao, with a playful smile, closed her eyes and quipped. Does father not wish to go because he wants to be close to mother? Tonight I shall sleep with sister again. Zhao Wanwei and Su Bowen exchanged glances, both realizing what this meant. She knew everything. No wonder she was always so obedient whenever Lingxi came to take her to bed. A flush crept onto Zhao Wanwei's cheeks, while Su Bowen's face turned crimson with embarrassment. They quickly turned away, their earlier shock and anger morphing into awkwardness. I will take Xiaoxiao with me, he declared, scooping her up and striding towards the door. Zhao Wanwei felt an unsettling anxiety. Could their father also be a victim of Liu's schemes? Could Su Bowen restrain himself from acting out? Earlier, she had felt relieved not to face any outside men, but now she wished she could stay by Su Bowen's side to prevent any impulsive actions. Upon encountering Shen Tianyu and his granddaughters, Xiaoxiao felt discontented, exclaiming, It's because you delayed my parents from having more siblings that I am so furious. How utterly detestable. Su Bowen, observing his daughter's indignant demeanor, sensed that misfortune was imminent. Chapter 51. A world of ice and fire indeed, the moment Shen Tianyu stepped into the Duke of State's residence. He stumbled over something and fell flat on his face before Su Bowen. Su Bowen exchanged a meaningful glance with his daughter and expressed his concern. Lord Shen, are you all right? Yet remained motionless. Seeing the dark smoke swirling above his head, Su Xiaoxiao understood that this man had committed numerous misdeeds. Bad old man. Kneel more often to atone for your sins in front of my father. Shen Tianyu felt a sudden, piercing pain in his knee and, with the assistance of Su Boheo, slowly rose to his feet. He asked with genuine concern, Lord Shen, are you all right? Shen Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, no harm done. The sisters Shen Qingao and Shen Qingyu followed closely behind. Shen Qingyu's face was alight with anticipation, especially when her large, bright eyes landed on Su Xiaoxiao, her joy evident. In contrast, Shen Qingao appeared disinterested and lethargic. She truly could not comprehend why her grandfather insisted on bringing her to the Duke's residence, especially since the eldest boy in their family was merely 10 years old. She couldn't even muster the energy to glance at him. Indeed, Shen Qingyao's foremost task was to find a suitable match, as she had reached the age of marriage. With both parents deceased and her grandfather increasingly indifferent, she had no choice but to devise her own plans. Liu had prepared a lavish feast and warmly invited everyone to take their seats. To the left of Su Boheo sat Liu, while to his right was Shen Tianyu, creating the illusion of a happy family. Su Bowen sat next to Liu, holding Su Xiaoxiao in a daze, while Shen Qingyu discreetly settled beside Su Bowen, placing her closer to Su Xiaoxiao. Around the table, each person harbored their own thoughts as they sat down. Su Boheo eagerly lifted his wine glass in a toast to Shen Tianyu. Lord Shen, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to train in the Ministry of War, and also thank Miss Shen for saving my life. The Shen family is akin to my rebirth parents. No, they are your biological parents. Shen Tianyu felt a surge of gratitude and drank heartily. The conversation at the table consisted of trivial pleasantries. Su Bowen wished fervently to eliminate the pair of scoundrels before him, yet he restrained himself. Mindful of his wife and children, Su Boheo attentively served Shen Tianyu a piece of meat, which he trembled to accept. He had a son now. Shen Tianyu cherished that morsel, savoring it as it was the first time his son had fed him. His joy was palpable. Su Xiaoxiao cast a disapproving glance at Shen Tianyu. What's the big deal about eating meat? Be careful with your teeth. Alas! Shen Tianyu winced in pain. It seemed his teeth had cracked. Lord Shen, what troubles you? Liu's concern was unmistakable. Shen Tianyu spat out the piece of meat, revealing 2 distinct imprints on his teeth. Su Boheo was at a loss, genuinely perplexed, as he had only offered a piece of fish. Liu was equally flustered, casting a glare at Zheng Yaxian, hissing. What were you doing? Was there no one monitoring the kitchen? Zheng Yaxian, incredulous, retorted, Mother, who has ever heard of fish meat causing tooth damage? She would not take the blame for this. Perhaps it is that Lord Shen's teeth are already in a poor state. Her blunt remark plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Su Bowen glanced at his daughter, hoping it was merely a coincidence. The instigator, Su Xiaoxiao, innocently sat in her father's embrace, thinking, not my concern. Perhaps Shen Tianyu, too, felt it was unfair to blame the dish, hastily added, it's nothing at all. Just age. Shen Qingyu's attention was wholly on Su Xiaoxiao as she sweetly addressed Liu, Grandmother, I have finished eating. Your little granddaughter is so adorable. May I play with her for a while? Su Bowen tightened his hold on Su Xiaoxiao, replying distantly, Xiaoxiao is shy. To his surprise, Su Xiaoxiao reached out her hand, inching closer to Shen Qingyu. The little sister seemed to want me to hold her. Shen Qingyu stubbornly extended her hand. Liu's smile did not quite reach her eyes. Bowen, let Qingyu take the child for a bit. You should enjoy a drink with your Uncle Shen. In your childhood, he often came to visit you. Su Bowen strained to smile yet did not loosen his grip. Su Xiaoxiao grasped Shen Qingyu's hand. If you want to play, let us play together. Shen Tianyu chimed in. The 2 children get along splendidly. Let them enjoy some time together. Qingyu is quite steady, you need not worry. Reluctantly, Su Bowen released his hold. His gaze never straying from Su Xiaoxiao. Observing this, Su Boheo rose and clasped Su Bowen's shoulder. Brother, I have caused you no small trouble over the years. In the past, I was foolish, but I shall not misbehave again. Let us drink to that. Liu and Shin Tianyu joined in to ease the tension. And after Su Bowen downed a glass of wine, Shin Qingyu was already playing with Su Xiaoxiao on a chair beside the dining hall. With her back to the others, Shin Qingyu's previously radiant smile now turned frigid as she reached for Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Last time, she had noticed that the bracelet had shrunk, resting around Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Su Xiaoxiao was tickled and erupted into giggles. Liu remarked cheerfully, "They are truly enjoying themselves. Qingyu is such a good child. It is thanks to her that Boheo is safe." Seeing Su Xiaoxiao so happy, Su Bowen felt a little relieved, after all. Shin Qingyu was merely a 10-year-old child in his own house, unlikely to engage in any inappropriate behavior. Shin Qingyu's fingers brushed against the red thread around Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Her eyes sparkling with delight, the bracelet's space was within her grasp. Su Xiaoxiao continued to giggle, yet a subtle energy gathered around the shrunk bracelet. Greedily, Shin Qingyu clutched the ring-sized bracelet. In an instant, it felt as if her hand was melting, yet externally, she displayed no signs of distress. Could it be that the bracelet had already recognized Su Xiaoxiao as its master? That was impossible. The demon clan had sought the bracelet for years. Even if they obtained it, they could barely harness its energy, for the bracelet was akin to a lifeless object, incapable of protecting its owner. Silently, she gathered her energy. Flames igniting in her hand, demonic fire, a force of immense power. She must possess the bracelet as space. However, the once blazing bracelet now emanated an icy chill. A millennium of condensed spiritual power. Before she could approach, the flames in Shin Qingyu's hand extinguished entirely. The overwhelming cold surged towards her. While her hand appeared unharmed, it was frozen within, rendering her immobile. Caught between ice and fire, Shin Qingyu felt an agonizing torment, her heart clawed at by despair. Had she not possessed the bloodline of the demon clan, she would have already been reduced to ashes. Though she was fortunate to still be alive, her right hand remained paralyzed, as if her veins were alternately freezing and melting, a torment akin to purgatory. Shin Qingyu's eyes glinted with malice. Unable to directly seize the bracelet, she resolved to sever the cord instead. The bracelet's space was her ultimate goal. Chapter 52. The caring little cotton-padded jacket Shin Qingyu switched to her left hand and exerted all her strength to tug at the red string. Su Xiaoxiao watched her warily, cradling her beloved milk bottle. As long as her milk bottle was not taken away, everything else was inconsequential. Shin Qingyu felt as though she were hallucinating. The red string had suddenly transformed into a shimmering little dragon, fiercely biting her arm. Startled, Shin Qingyu stumbled back, tripping over a chair and plummeting into the pond with a splash. Xiaoxiao! Su Bowen heard the commotion and broke into a cold sweat, discarding his wine cup as he rushed towards the pond. Eek! Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head, gazing at the rippling water and wondering aloud. Why did sister jump into the water? Is it fun in there? Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao was unharmed, Su Bowen finally regained his composure and swiftly scooped her into his arms, gently comforting her. Xiaoxiao, you weren't frightened, were you? It's my fault for letting you be with others. Liu Shi and Shin Tianyu arrived late and, upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao safe and sound, realized that it was not her who had fallen into the water. Grandfather, save me. Shin Qingyu felt something in the pond continuously pulling at her, preventing her from rising. Someone, quickly rescue Miss Shin. Liu Shi glanced at Shin Tianyu and hurriedly beckoned the servants to jump into the water. Liu Shi shot an annoyed glare at Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao is far too thoughtless. How could she push her sister into the water? Su Bowen, infuriated yet amused, retorted, Mother, your words are quite amusing. Xiaoxiao can barely sit up. How could she possibly push Miss Shin? It was indeed Miss Shin who insisted on playing with Xiaoxiao. only to abandon her by the water's edge. One wonders what her intentions were. Witnessing his granddaughter in a state of panic, Shen Tianyu felt a surge of anger and sternly remarked, "Su Shitzi, as a guest, your indifference this evening has been quite intolerable. Now that a child is in the water, in peril, you still utter such flippant words, which is truly a disgrace to the Duke's household." Su Bowen scoffed, "Miss Shen, cease your flailing. The pond's water is not even waist-deep. Keep struggling and it will soon evaporate." The household servants were puzzled as to why Miss Shen did not simply stand up, but instead remained in the water, wailing as if performing a farce. "There's something in the water. Save me, grandfather." Shen Qingyu felt her limbs entangled by an unseen force, rendering her unable to rise. As she struggled desperately, it took considerable effort for the servants to approach her. This was clearly a bottomless abyss. How could Su Bowen claim it was merely a small pond? "Miss Shen, rise." As the servants drew near, the mysterious force that held her vanished in an instant. The pond regained its tranquility, revealing that indeed, the water was only knee-deep. Shen Tianyu found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that Shen Qingyu had genuinely been frightened. "I wasn't frightened. It was rather fun. But fine, let us give father some face." Su Xiaoxiao pouted, feigning tears. This little cotton-padded jacket was indeed quite considerate, and Su Bowen struggled to suppress a smile. He quickly embraced his daughter and turned away, fearing that any delay would lead him to burst into laughter. "Let us go find mother." Suddenly, sounds erupted behind them as Su Boheo and Lu Sher scrambled. "Lord Shen, are you unhurt?" He kissed Su Xiaoxiao on her round cheek, unable to contain his appreciation for having such a remarkable and caring daughter. Shen Tianyu, having lost 2 teeth, was now plagued by intermittent weakness in his legs. Shen Qingyu, with severely injured hands and having been attacked by an unknown creature in the water, now harbored a fear of water. The meal concluded on an unhappy note. Su Boheo, somewhat irked, remarked, "Mother, it was unnecessary to summon my brother. He must be thinking that Lord Shen favors me and is deliberately seeking trouble." Lu Sher wholeheartedly agreed. Realizing her son had finally garnered Su Bowen's respect after all these years. Observing her grandfather and half-sister in such disarray, Shen Qingyu felt increasingly dissatisfied. She could not comprehend why they were so eager to seek out trouble, especially him. When had he become so compassionate? Even taking it upon himself to help care for children? It was truly embarrassing. "Be silent." Shen Tianyu snapped in irritation. One glance at Shen Qingyu confirmed that her scheme had failed. Now he was even more convinced of Shen Qingyu's words. Indeed, Su Bowen's little darling possessed some peculiarities. The miraculous recovery of Liyu Tong and the Crown Prince's affliction, coupled with the Emperor's ritual for rain that alleviated the drought in Dasha, were already quite extraordinary. If she were to gain the Emperor's favor, the Su family would ascend rapidly, even drawing in his arch-nemesis, Zhao Antai's family, to share in the glory. Why should Zhao Antai enjoy the blessings of children around him while he could not even safeguard his legitimate son, who could not even call him father? If news of his affair with Lu Sher were to leak, Su Bowen might very well flay him alive. The child must be eliminated, while ensuring that Su Bowen and the Zhao clan were spared. "Grandfather, it is the granddaughter at fault." Shen Qingyu cast aside her usual pride. Speaking in a tone of remorse and self-blame, she underestimated her own worth. Shen Tianyu glanced at his eldest granddaughter, increasingly convinced of her foolishness, preoccupied only with her own schemes and anxious about her marriage prospects. Should the Shen family fall from grace, what sort of promising match could she hope for? "Deliver this letter to Mabe, and the sooner, the better." In the shadows, Shen Tianyu's gaze turned sinister. After all, the child was merely a small nuisance, incapable of stirring any significant waves. The autumn morning breeze carried a hint of chill. Su Bowen, clad in court attire, dismounted nimbly, handing the reins to a servant as he strode purposefully towards the Hall of Governance. Other courtiers hurried from all corners of the capital to congregate at the palace gate, hastening to attend the morning assembly. Minister of Works Zheng Yi jogged to catch up with him. "Good morning, Su Shitzi." Su Bowen promptly returned the greeting, "Good morning." Minister Liu. Zheng Yi leaned in closer and remarked, with your achievements in bandit suppression and your daughter's favor with the emperor, you are not far from promotion. Zhou Huayan from the Ministry of War interjected sarcastically, not just promotion. I believe Su Shitzi is not far from inheriting the Duke's title. Have you ever seen a daughter being embraced by the emperor at a sacrificial ceremony? I hear the emperor frequently summons your daughter to the palace for entertainment. Truly. Some are born with silver spoons, while others toil for decades. Chapter 53. Urgent news from the south. Zheng Yi, fearing the wrath of Su Bowen, attempted to persuade Zhou Huayan, but to his surprise, Su Bowen showed no signs of anger. Instead, he smirked and remarked, Is Lord Liu envious? Why not hasten to have a child yourself? Who knows, you might save yourself a decade of toil. Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot that Lord Zhou is incapable of bearing children. Zhou Huayan, rendered speechless by anger, was well aware that his injury in the martial arts arena had compromised his ability to father offspring. After Su Bowen's taunt, he graciously bowed to Zheng Yi and departed with an air of nonchalance. Zheng Yi shook his head and said, Lord Zhou, you are merely courting humiliation. He then swept away, leaving Zhou Huayan seething with frustration. Having diligently served in the Ministry of War for nearly 2 decades, Zhou Huayan had finally attained the rank of a junior official, and he had hoped for a promotion to the position of deputy minister. However, yesterday, Minister Shen personally conveyed to him the emperor's intention to elevate Su Bowen. Despite Su Bowen holding a noble title, his official rank was merely that of a 6th-grade official in the Ministry of War, and Zhou could not fathom how he could be bypassed. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Su Bowen, known for his fiery temperament, had seemingly provoked him today to incite a public blunder, yet to his astonishment, Zhou remained unfazed by the provocation. Zheng Yi found it peculiar. Based on his understanding of Su Bowen, he had anticipated that Zhou Huayan would suffer a beating today. The stagnation in Zhou's career was undoubtedly linked to his temperament, and yet Su Bowen had exhibited an unexpected change in demeanor. Having learned from his daughter about the potential perils facing his family, Su Bowen felt apprehensive and could no longer act impulsively as he once did. He managed to endure dining with Liu and Minister Shen, dismissing any notion that he had risen to power through his daughter's influence. Moreover, Zhou Huayan's words rang true. It was indeed through his daughter's connection to the emperor that he was granted permission to attend court, and he secretly wished Zhou's assertions to be true. Previously indifferent to power, he now yearned for strength, to protect his family and avenge his mother. Standing at the rear of the assembly, Su Bowen could scarcely hear the discussions at the front, yet he stood upright, exuding both respect and humility. Minister Shen Tianyu, holding a tablet, approached to make a report, and upon hearing Su Bowen's name, all eyes turned toward him. The heir of the Duke of Jin, young and accomplished, has made significant contributions in suppressing banditry, and I believe he deserves commendation. Stepping forward, Su Bowen bowed and replied, The Duke's household is deeply favored by the Emperor. Serving the nation and alleviating the Emperor's burdens is my duty, and I dare not claim any credit for it. The Emperor clapped his hands and smiled. The Duke of Jin is valiant in battle. In the campaign at the border town, he dealt a severe blow to the enemy. For over a decade, peace has prevailed in the region. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. This time, Su Bowen has achieved a resounding victory against the bandits, and he shall be rewarded. Suddenly, an anxious young eunuch rushed into the Hall of Governance, and Su Bowen caught a glimpse of him carrying an urgent military report. The news is grave. Banditry has erupted anew in the southern regions. Zhang Hu, leading his men, has slaughtered the villages at the foot of Heifeng Mountain, leaving no survivors among the hundreds. The eunuch's voice rang out urgently, silencing the hall, where a pin drop could be heard. Su Bowen's heart sank. The villagers beneath Heifeng Mountain were those who had sought refuge from the bandits, the downtrodden oppressed by local officials. He had repeatedly petitioned the emperor on behalf of the bandits of Heifeng Mountain, even putting his life on the line to vouch for them, which had led to the emperor's agreement to commute Zhang Hu's death sentence. Now Zhang Hu should be on his way to exile in Lingnan, even if he had escaped. It was inconceivable that he would resort to village slaughter. There had to be more to this story. The emperor looked towards Su Bowen and inquired, "My dear Su, the situation regarding the banditry at Hefeng Mountain is under your jurisdiction. Do you have anything to say?" Minister Lu Quandao interjected. "We have just received word that Zhang Hu has killed the escorting soldiers and has vanished without a trace." Zhou Huayan stepped forward, asserting, "The military report clearly states that Zhang Hu massacred the villagers of Hefeng. It was Su Bowen who risked everything to vouch for Zhang Hu, claiming his influence in the southern regions was substantial and that his execution would surely incite further conflict. Now, with hundreds of innocent lives lost, how shall Su Bowen account for this?" The emperor turned to Shen Tianyu and asked, "Su Bowen is one of yours in the Ministry of War. What is your opinion on this matter?" Shen Tianyu replied firmly, "Though Su Bowen is my subordinate, he has indeed mishandled this situation. Now that a tragedy has occurred, someone must be held accountable to provide justice for the deceased citizens. I beseech the emperor to relieve him of his duties in the Ministry of War and imprison him in the dungeons. As his superior, I too bear responsibility, and I willingly accept a year's salary reduction. Furthermore, we must dispatch capable individuals to swiftly capture Zhang Hu and his remaining cohorts." The emperor cast a cold gaze over the assembly and asked, "What are the opinions of the rest of you?" A heavy silence fell over the hall. It was clear that Su Bowen was in deep trouble, yet no one dared to step forward to kick him while he was down. The emperor's recent favoritism toward the Duke of Zhen had stirred envy, leaving everyone wary of his thoughts. Those who might wish to plead for Su Bowen's sake hesitated, knowing that the emperor's mind was difficult to read, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The emperor, accustomed to their pretense of ignorance, patiently asked, "Minister Tang, what do you think of Shen's proposal?" Minister Tang replied, "I believe Minister Shen's suggestion is rather hasty. As of now, Zhang Hu has not been apprehended, and it remains uncertain whether the villagers of Hefeng were indeed killed by him. To imprison Su Bowen without concrete evidence is rather reckless. I propose that we must ascertain the truth of this matter, uncover the perpetrator's identity and motives. Anyone capable of slaughtering unarmed civilians is either a villain of the highest order or possesses insidious ambitions. We must ensure clarity in this situation." The emperor nodded in agreement. Minister Tang speaks wisely, yet this incident is intricately tied to Su Bowen. For now, let us relieve him of his position. Lu Quandao, dispatch someone to the southern regions immediately and ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated, providing an account to the villagers of Hefeng. Finally, the previously silent crown prince's tutor, Zhao Antai, spoke up, "Your Majesty, I earnestly request that Su Bowen accompany the officials from the Ministry of Personnel. Having spent 6 months combating banditry in the southern regions, he possesses a deeper understanding of the area, facilitating the pursuit of the fugitives." Oh Huayan sarcastically remarked, "Minister Zhao, Su Bowen is already a prisoner at our feet. Allowing him to accompany them only serves to provide him with an opportunity to escape along the way, does it not?" Chapter 54. Re-entering the southern frontier, Zhao Antai spoke with calm assurance, "Your Majesty, though I am the father-in-law of Su Bowen, my intentions are devoid of any personal motives. The southern frontier is characterized by its treacherous terrain and pervasive miasma. Without a guide, it would be perilous for the officials of the Ministry of Personnel to advance." Zhao Antai, as the Crown Prince's grand tutor and a renowned advisor of the Great Shua, had previously impeached half of the court's officials. Yet none believed the accusations of partiality and corruption against him. Shen Tianyu interjected, "He guarantees with his life that Zhang Hu will not oppose the court again. Yet Zhang Hu has swiftly slaughtered over 100 villagers. According to the laws of Great Shua, Su Bowen must be detained for trial. Are there truly no capable individuals to pursue the culprit?" With his father-in-law's guidance, Su Bowen immediately knelt and declared, "Your Majesty, the bandits of Hefeng Mountain in the southern frontier are not as heinous as rumored. The bandit leader, Zhang Hu, only robs the wealthy and corrupt officials. Taking only their riches and sparing lives, he is held in high esteem locally. My repeated petitions for Your Majesty to spare him from execution are not solely based on his lack of capital offenses. but also because in the hearts of the southern people, he is not a bandit, but a great hero who punishes the wicked. To avoid inciting public outrage, he was sentenced to exile. The villagers of Heifeng are under his protection. He could not possibly be responsible for the massacre. I humbly request your majesty allow me to return to the southern frontier to investigate the truth of this matter and redeem myself. Zhou Huayan, who feared Su Bowen might usurp his position, seethed. Is Su Shizhi suggesting that your majesty's governance is flawed by honoring a bandit as a great hero? The issues of the southern frontier had persisted for years, situated as it was in a remote area. Before Emperor Xiaoda's ascension, Great Shua had long been weakened. It took 5 arduous years for Duke Jinghua to expel the iron cavalry of the Great Yin from the southern frontier. For decades, the region was governed by local officials. Although Emperor Xiaoda had worked diligently in recent years, strengthening the nation, the officials of the southern frontier acted independently, gradually evading the emperor's control. Emperor Xiaoda then turned to Grand Tutor Tang. What is your perspective? Now in his 60s, Grand Tutor Tang was a veteran of 3 reigns, having played a pivotal role in the struggle for succession, earning the emperor's utmost respect. Without even glancing at Su Bowen, he thundered, "To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. This approach is most suitable." Thus, Su Bowen was destined to tread the path to the southern frontier once more. Yet this time, he would not be a general leading a campaign against bandits, but rather a convict whose every action required reporting to the Ministry of Personnel. Zhao Wanwei, wiping her tears, lamented, "How could such a calamity arise? How could Zhang Hu repay kindness with malice, leading to the wrongful death of so many innocent lives?" Su Bowen embraced Zhao Wanwei gently, whispering reassurances. "Zhang Hu is a man of loyalty and righteousness. The perpetrators of the massacre could not possibly be him. I fear for his safety now. Doesn't that mean he will die without a witness?" Zhao Wanwei's anxiety deepened. "Rest assured, there will be traces left behind. Thanks to my father-in-law and Grand Tutor Tang, otherwise I would be awaiting death in a prison cell, unable to pursue the truth myself. But alas, I fear I must trouble you at home once more." As the couple shared a tender farewell, Lian Xiao entered to announce, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Su Bowen went out to welcome him personally. "Your Highness, the circumstances are delicate. I am in a state of disgrace, and it would be prudent to avoid association so as not to implicate you." As usual, the Crown Prince presented a food box, saying, "This is for Xiaoxiao. Today, I have brought a friend for you, Minister Su." Su Bowen's eyes widened in surprise at the figure behind the Crown Prince as he prepared to pay his respects. He was stopped by the individual. They conversed in the study for quite some time before departing. "If my father's affairs are not resolved, my brother the Crown Prince cannot come. It's so frustrating. My father has to go far away again and cannot enjoy the delicacies brought by my brother the Crown Prince." Gu Huayu patted Su Xiaoxiao's head with a tinge of sympathy. Children should not be burdened with such worries, but should grow up carefree. Su Xiaoxiao lamented that she could no longer ride on her father's shoulders or indulge in the treats sent by her brother the Crown Prince, expressing her discontent most vocally. Sitting on the rug, she tugged at the red string around her neck, which unexpectedly came to life, slithering down her clothing, the diminutive bracelet resembling its collar. Wanwei gasped, gripping Su Bowen's thigh tightly, trembling as she stammered, "My dear, am I seeing things? What is that?" Suppressing the pain in his thigh, Su Bowen removed Wanwei's hairpin, preparing himself. "It must be a snake. Do not make a sound, or you'll frighten Xiaoxiao." Su Xiaoxiao seized the red snake, bringing it close to her face and chattering excitedly. Had it not been for Su Bowen's restraint, Zhao Wanwei would have rushed over, fearing for Xiaoxiao's safety. "Little Red, go ask the birds from the southern frontier who killed the villagers and where Zhang Hu is now." She could have inquired herself, had she not yet learned to walk. In an instant, the red creature darted out of the window. Zhao Wanwei murmured softly, "That does not resemble a snake." Su Bowen succinctly replied, "Indeed, it resembles a dragon." "Is our daughter speaking to a dragon?" Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, feeling guilty, and fumbled with the milk bottle for an excuse. "It's not that I wanted to keep it. Little Red came on its own, and it has no owner and is quite pitiful. Zhao Wanwei, noticing her daughter's demeanor, hurriedly scooped her up, saying, Xiaoxiao, is that your pet? How about we make it a little house? It's quite eerie to have it hanging around your neck all the time. Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, and she nodded earnestly. Sister's parrot has a cage, and brother's big yellow dog has a doghouse. Little Red needs a house too. Bowen stayed up half the night crafting a small house for Little Red. Compared to seeking Zhao Wanwei, he felt much calmer. Xiaoxiao was no ordinary child, and this pet that came on its own was certainly not mundane. It could very well be a mythical beast. Chapter 55. The unsightly character of the noble on the following day, before dawn. Xiaoxiao was roused from her slumber by the gentle nudging of the little red snake. She quickly sprang to life. Zhao Wanwei and Bowen had only just settled down when the commotion from the adjacent cot became unmistakably clear. Zhao Wanwei attempted to rise to tend to Xiaoxiao, but Bowen restrained her, reasoning that their daughter was such a heavy sleeper that she would surely wish to avoid their discovery at this early hour. At that moment, the little red snake was coiled at the head of Xiaoxiao's bed, its mouth opening and closing as if engaged in conversation with her. The villagers were actually slain by the soldiers from Nanjing. How outrageous! Zhang, who has suffered severe injuries and is recuperating in a place called Heishuizhai in the southern county. How shall I alert father? Xiaoxiao found herself in a quandary. Despite consuming numerous morsels, she had not gained any skills. She could neither walk nor speak. And aside from her round belly, she exhibited no signs of growth whatsoever. Disheartened, she patted her little tummy. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she beamed at the little red snake and chattered excitedly, though the content of her words remained a mystery. The snake merely shook its head and, in the end, was so startled that it tumbled from the cot. Unfazed, Xiaoxiao continued her animated tirade. Using her hands and feet to prop herself up against the railing, her small face scrunched in a mock-scolding expression that resembled a reprimand. The little snake, now on the ground and overwhelmed by her chastisement, nodded in submission and swam over to the nearby table, staring blankly at the inkstone. Eventually, it picked up a piece of paper with its mouth to show Xiaoxiao, who nodded in satisfaction. Now father will know where to find someone. Just as the little red snake was about to descend from the table, Xiaoxiao directed another stream of instructions at it, causing the snake to look quite pitiful as it grasped its own tail and carefully slid down from the table. It turned out that Xiaoxiao was instructing it not to spread ink stains everywhere. Let us sleep a little longer. We can send father off in the morning. With this thought, she soon drifted back into slumber. Zhao Wanwei whispered to Bowen, I didn't even notice that creature was on Xiaoxiao's neck. How careless of me. What if it had bitten her? Bowen, however, was not so pessimistic. He chuckled. It seems to get along quite well with Xiaoxiao. Look, it can even bathe itself. It possesses a certain intelligence. As long as Xiaoxiao is fond of it, we shall keep it. Indeed, thanks to the snake, they now knew Zhanghu's whereabouts, preventing them from being entirely in the dark upon their arrival in the southern region. Reflecting on this, Zhao Wanwei began to regard the little snake as a spirit beast. Bowen embraced his wife a bit tighter, suppressing his own unease, and reassured her, with our little treasure Xiaoxiao around, I am confident all will be well. Changhe has made considerable progress lately and has not caused any trouble at the academy. Under Kong Luan's guidance, his studies have improved significantly. Yet, I cannot help but worry about Lingxi. She is so mature for her age, always considering others. I had planned to find her a suitable match in the coming days. But with this incident, I fear the families I had in mind may now have changed their minds. As the first rays of sunlight filtered into the courtyard, Bowen playfully pinched Xiaoxiao's little nose, saying, Xiaoxiao, wake up now. Let father hold you. I must embark on a long journey. With great effort, Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, rubbing them while thinking, Fortunately, father called me. The little red snake is so unreliable. Did father see the note on the table? To reassure Xiaoxiao, he intentionally carried her to the table and picked up the cryptic scribbles, staring at them for quite some time without deriving their meaning. Wanwei, come take a look at this. What do you make of it? He had no choice but to seek his wife's assistance. Zhao Wanwei, equally perplexed, had overheard the message Xiaoxiao intended to convey but dared not speak up, fearing she might upset Xiaoxiao with an incorrect interpretation. What nonsense has the little red snake written? Neither of us can comprehend it. Playing dead will not help, it will ruin my plans. Just wait until I deal with you. Su Xiaoxiao glared at the note, convinced it was quite clear, wondering why her parents could not understand it. Crying will not help, you'll be in for it later. Xiaoxiao tugged at the red string around her neck. Zhao Wanyue's eyelids twitched. She worried that the tugging might harm the little snake. Su Changhe, reluctant to part from his father, tugged his sister along to their parents' room. Upon seeing them lost in thought over the piece of paper, he snatched it away and exclaimed, "Murderers, soldiers. Zhang Hu Heiyun Jai." Father, who wrote this? It looks so ugly. Su Bowen and Zhao Wanwei exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in unison, "We have no idea." However, there is indeed a Heishui Zhai in the southern region. Someone must be trying to alert me to seek Zhang Hu there. And the murderers are soldiers. Su Xiaoxiao felt anxious for them, lamenting that they had only grasped part of the message. Just as Su Chang'e was about to remind his father, Su Bowen silenced him with a glance, saying, "Surely, there is a benefactor aiding us. Now father likely knows who has harmed the villagers and where to find Zhang Hu." Who could have sent father this message? Su Chang'e wondered aloud. Wanwen nodded vigorously. Lingxi is right. This is our family's great benefactor. Seeing her father successfully receive the signal, Su Xiaoxiao rejoiced, dancing with delight. "I did it. I am truly remarkable." Su Lingxi and Su Chang'e exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that with Xiaoxiao around, they would always transform misfortune into fortune, and this time, surely, father would be safe. Zhao Wanwei accompanied the children as they escorted Su Bowen to the city gate. She handed over his belongings and, taking Xiaoxiao from his arms, forced a smile, saying, "We will wait for your swift return." Su Chang'e thumped his chest, declaring, "Father, do not worry. While you are away, I will take good care of mother, my sister, and my little sister." At that moment, Wang Tonghe, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and Zhou Huayan, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, awaited him at the city gate. Huayan could hardly believe that after a few critical remarks about Su Bowen in the court, Master Shin insisted he accompany Su Bowen to the southern region, claiming that resolving this matter would guarantee his promotion. Chapter 56, A Brawl as Su Bowen departed. The Duke of Zhenguo's residence grew increasingly desolate. The Crown Prince had not visited the manor for several days, nor had the Emperor summoned Su Xiaoxiao to the palace. Those who had previously sought to ingratiate themselves with the Duke's household had scattered like birds and beasts. Zhao Wanyu had anticipated this turn of events. The families that had previously agreed to exchange marriage contracts with Ling Shi had suddenly changed their minds, leaving her feeling remorseful towards her daughter. However, Su Lingxi took it in stride, reassuring her mother that such influential families were not necessarily desirable suitors. Nevertheless, as Su Lingxi matured, the urgency of arranging a marriage loomed. If she remained unbetrothed, she risked becoming an old maid. Zhao Wanyu felt compelled to seek the assistance of the Grand Princess to keep an eye on potential suitors. Su Changhe, already troubled by his father's affairs, found himself further beleaguered by others who reveled in his misfortune. After searching patiently for a considerable time, he remained empty-handed, and his servant, Ji Xiang, was equally perplexed. He had distinctly witnessed his master place his homework into his satchel that morning. A close friend, Xiao Yi, discreetly informed him, "Just now, Sun Dekai rummaged through your desk. It seems he has taken your work to pay you on." Su Changhe cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yi. His family had prospered through generations of commerce, a status that had rendered him the target of disdain at the academy. His admission had been secured by his father's generous donations, and he was constantly reminded to avoid trouble. Sun Dekai, whose status was even lower than his own, had somehow gained entry into the institution. Initially bullied, Su Changhe had lent him assistance on several occasions, but Sun Dekai seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge. becoming Pei Yuan's lackey and daily tormenting Su Changhe. Previously, the favor shown to the Su family by the crown prince and the emperor had tempered the excesses of those envious of Su Changhe, who possessed a domineering nature that discouraged retaliation. However, in the current climate, stripped of their protective influence, rival students had rallied around Pei Yuan, eager to make Su Changhe their target. Having been alerted by Xiao Yi, Su Changhe set down his satchel and approached Sun Dekai directly, coldly inquiring, "Did you just search through my desk?" Sun Dekai, shrinking back, caught sight of Pei Yuan and gained a measure of courage, straightening his posture. "What did you see me searching your desk with? A criminal's son like you has no right to make such a fuss. Do you still consider yourself the unruly lord under the crown prince's protection?" Fists clenched, Su Changhe retorted fiercely, "Mind your words and return my homework." Sun Dekai sneered, "You claim it was not you, yet you are merely the son of a criminal. Must I remain silent?" After learning that his mother was the biological daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, Sun Dekai's resentment towards Su Changhe intensified, believing that Su Changhe's wealth and status were rightfully his. Yet he found himself with nothing, even as he reluctantly entered Yulin Academy, where he became a subject of ridicule. In a bid to oppose Su Changhe, he had ingratiated himself with Pei Yuan, even demeaning himself to grovel and bark like a dog, thereby securing a place on the fringes of Pei Yuan's circle, where he became a scapegoat for others' frustrations. Early that morning, he had feigned casualness in discussing with Pei Yuan, "I heard Su Changhe's father has fallen into disgrace and been sent to the southern frontier. Even the crown prince has not visited the Su residence in days. It seems the Su family's fortunes have come to an end." "Your information is quite astute. The Su family is destined for ruin. I heard the grandson of the Minister of Rights is seeking to marry his sister, and he has already sent gifts to the Ministry of Revenue," Pei Yuan replied, seemingly unfazed. Seeing Pei Yuan unperturbed, Su Changhe suggested, "Young Master Pei, I often hear you being accused of bullying. Shall we not teach him a lesson?" Pei Yuan, bored and seeking amusement, replied, "Since we have nothing better to do, why not indulge him?" Sun Dekai, producing a stack of homework, maliciously declared, "Without your assignments, let us see how he explains himself." With the homework in Pei Yuan's possession, Sun Dekai felt emboldened, convinced that Su Changhe would not dare retaliate, and added, "You, a criminal son, have relied on your sister's misfortunes for a modicum of favor. Do you truly see yourself as important?" Su Changhe had been enduring the taunts merely to spare his mother anxiety, but the insult toward his father and the reference to his sister pushed him beyond tolerance. He struck Sun Dekai with a powerful blow, causing blood to spill from his nose and mouth. Grasping Sun Dekai's hair, he demanded, "Where's my homework?" Pei Yuan approached lazily, mockingly saying, "Su Changhe, are you looking for this? If you're willing to grovel before me like Sun Dekai, I shall return it." With a cold laugh, Su Changhe retorted, "You truly are a dog. If you adore them so, I shall oblige." With that, he charged at Pei Yuan, who proved no match for him and was quickly subdued. In pain, Pei Yuan shouted to his attendant and lackeys, "Are you all dead? Why do you not intervene?" A swarm of students surged forward, engaging in a scuffle with Su Changhe. Ji Xiang, witnessing his master being bullied, rolled up his sleeves and joined the fray without hesitation. Xiao Yi, fearing for Su Changhe's safety, discreetly sought the teacher, who ultimately intervened to separate the combatants. The teacher, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "What madness is this? This is no place for your unruliness." With blood staining his face, Sun Dekai falsely claimed, "Su Changhe struck me first." Young Master Pei intervened, and in his frenzy, he even attacked young Master Pei. The other students could not stand by and did not help. Ji Xiang protested, "He only sought to return my young master's homework." And it was Sun Dekai who instigated the conflict. Turning to Su Changhe, the teacher inquired, "Did you strike first?" Su Changhe defiantly replied, "They have gone too far. They deserve to be punished." When dealing with scoundrels, one need not resort to gentlemanly conduct. The teacher raised his voice. "Then I shall summon your mother to discuss this matter." Instantly deflated, Su Changhe muttered, "Fine, let them copy. I fear no one." behind the teacher. Sun Dekai smirked, delighting in Su Changhe's predicament. The teacher then turned to Pei Yuan, stating, "You all are complicit in this disturbance. You shall each copy the Analects 10 times. Pei Yuan, equally indignant, retorted, "Teacher, I have been assaulted. I demand justice." The teacher remained silent, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Dekai. Chapter 57. The true dog. Sun Dekai hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, it was Su Changhe who struck me first. I did nothing." Tang Yongning, who had been quietly reading, set down his book and nonchalantly replied, "Clearly, it was you who handed Su Changhe's homework to Pei Yuan. Now you wish to extricate yourself from this mess?" After bowing to the master, he resumed his reading. The master sighed and remarked, "Sun Dekai, you truly are a hopeless case. Even copying the Analects proves too challenging for you. Perhaps you should attempt to transcribe the 1,000-character classic instead." The others chuckled at the master's jest. After all, the 1,000-character classic was typically read by toddlers. Alas, Sun Dekai had begun his studies late and possessed mediocre talent. Had he applied himself diligently, he might have achieved the status of a scholar. Yet his mind was filled with mischief, and he showed little interest in his studies. Were it not for Shintianyo's pressure, the dean would never have accepted him. In the classroom, all the students, except for Xiao Yi and Tang Yongning, were burdened with a substantial amount of homework, casting a pall over the entire academy. Sun Dekai, still unwilling to concede, shouted at Xiao Yi, "Xiao Yi, it must have been you who reported me, otherwise, the master wouldn't have arrived so swiftly." "Pei Gongzi, it is Xiao Yi who has caused you to be punished." Tang Yongning, displeased, set down his book and retorted, "It was I who summoned the master." "Pei Yuan, surely you are not so foolish as to let Sun Dekai, this dimwit, deceive you twice and use you as a pawn." Pei Yuan scratched his head, realizing in exasperation that he had been made a fool of by Sun Dekai. He approached Sun Dekai, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and with a beaming smile said, "Dekai, wait for me after class. I have a gift for you." Pei Yuan had never spoken so amicably to him, leaving Sun Dekai feeling uneasy, yet he dared not provoke him, as he was the grandson of Tang Taisher. After class, Pei Yuan indeed awaited Sun Dekai, instructing him to bark like a dog for half a day and even publicly performing the act of gnawing on bones, eliciting astonished glances from the others. In the end, Pei Yuan tossed a silver ingot at him, stepping on his back as he declared, "A dog should behave like a dog. Do not presume to make decisions on behalf of your master." Scram! Given his humble origins, Sun Dekai already harbored feelings of inferiority. He had hoped that associating with Pei Yuan would elevate his status, yet he had now become the laughingstock of the entire academy. With everyone aware that he was akin to a dog, he felt as though he was less than a dog, bringing shame to the scholarly community. From now on, he resolved to avoid such company. The students shunned him as if he carried a plague. Sun Dekai, feeling stifled, sat on the ground for a long time without rising. When his father Zhou Quan came to fetch him, he failed to notice his son's bruised face and tearful eyes, instead spotting the silver ingot on the ground. Goodness! This silver must be worth 10 taels. He picked it up and bit it, exclaiming, "Authentic. My son, you have done well. Studying has its rewards." Sun Dekai, in despair, shouted, "All you care about is money. Do you not realize this is the reward for barking like a dog and gnawing on bones?" Quan looked at his son in confusion. "What are you shouting about? You earn 10 taels for barking like a dog." Wei Vi struck gold. "Ask if his family needs an old dog. I could do it too." He then demonstrated a few barks. Sun Dekai wished he could vanish into the ground. It was all Su Changhe's family's fault, along with his grandmother. If she had not replaced his mother, she would never have brought home such a useless son. He would not be so foolish and could have been a respected young master like Su Changhe or Tang Yongning, a favored disciple of the master. But now, he was treated like a clown, pointed at by others. His father cared only for the 10 taels of silver, entirely oblivious to his plight. Disgusted, he hastened away, leaving Zhou Quan behind. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, his dissatisfaction grew, and he kicked over the beans drying in the sun, frightening his sister Sun Ying into tears. "What is wrong with you? Why are you kicking the beans?" Sun Caidie scolded, emerging only to see her son's bruised face. She dropped her work and rushed to him, asking, "Who on earth beat you like this? Tell your mother. I will make your grandmother seek vengeance." Sun Ditsai, irritated, pushed Sun Ying aside. Grandmother, what good does it do to mention her? When was the last time she sent us money or gifts? She probably thinks she has the emperor's favor and has long forgotten us. Even if she knew I was beaten by that fraud Su Changhe, she would not lift a finger for me. They are all deceivers. Sun Ditsai kicked again, this time breaking the fence of the chicken coop, causing the old hen to scatter in a frenzy. Sun Caidie, left alone to witness the chaos, lamented the yard now littered with chicken droppings. Since the last incident, their mother had indeed become less generous. The silver she provided was only a few taels, hardly sufficient. She resolved to pay her mother a visit. If she refused to give money, she would reveal the whole story. Suddenly, her daughter, who had been crying inconsolably, stopped. Sun Caidie turned to see the little girl attempting to eat chicken droppings. Furious, Sun Caidie exclaimed, "Zhang Ma, where have you been? The young lady is eating chicken droppings, and you haven't even checked on her." Zhang Ma, dropping the seeds she was holding, muttered, "What young lady? You haven't paid me for 3 months. Do you expect me to work like a horse for you? She is just a country girl, pretending to be a young lady." With that, she strolled out of the kitchen, coldly stating, "Here I am, all alone, cooking and tending to the child. You should lend a hand as well." After that, she disdainfully lifted Sun Ying from the ground and tossed her into a basin of water. Then, slapping her forehead, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot the chicken soup. Madam, please wash the young lady up while I serve the soup to the young master." Sun Caidie opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, tending to her daughter instead. If Zhang Ma were not bound by a contract with Liu Shi, she would have left long ago. Now, every household chore depended on her. She could not afford to offend anyone. If she truly abandoned her duties, she would be the one to do all the work. After sipping the bland chicken soup, Sun Caidie tossed aside her spoon and said, "You watch over the young lady. I will step out for a moment." She headed alone toward the Duke of Zhengua's residence. Zhang Ma spat at her, penny pincher, acting like a big shot. She regretted not staying quietly in Lady Zhao's courtyard. She wouldn't have to endure such burdens now. After class, Su Changhe specifically arranged to meet Xiao Yi to wait for Tang Yongning. Although the Tang family had no dealings with the Duke of Zhengua, he was a man of gratitude and felt compelled to express his thanks to Tang Yongning. Chapter 58. They did not take advantage of it, accompanied by his young servant. Tang Yongning slowly exited the academy. Even in the sweltering heat, he donned thick clothing and coughed intermittently, clearly not in good health. Before he climbed into his carriage, Su Changhe called out to him, "Young Master Tang, I am grateful for your assistance today. Were it not for you, Pei Yuan would surely hold a grudge against Xiao Yi. You have aided me, and from now on, we shall be friends." Tang Yongning, with a tranquil expression, replied, "I merely spoke the truth. There is no need for gratitude, young Master Su." Xiao Yi wished to express his gratitude as well, but being naturally timid, he struggled to find the right words, ultimately settling for a smile towards Tang Yongning. Tang Yongning nodded slightly in farewell and boarded his carriage, continuing on his way. Jixiang pouted and remarked, "Young Master Tang is rather aloof. You and young Master Xiao waited for him for so long, and he just leaves like that." Su Changhe chuckled and responded, "Young Master Tang may have a reserved nature, but his character is exemplary. He is the grandson of the Grand Tutor and has never bullied anyone. He helped us today, and henceforth he shall be my friend." Xiao Yi sighed as he watched the carriage depart, saying, "Changhe, you may be overly enthusiastic. Young Master Tang might not share your sentiments." Unfazed, Su Changhe retorted, "Whether he wishes it or not is of little consequence. I have already accepted him as a friend, just as you did with me back then. Look at us now. We have become good friends." Understanding that Su Chang'e was wary of his mother, Xiao quickly ascended into his own carriage. Su Chang'e and Jixiang mounted their horses and sped away. As they passed Tang Yongning's carriage, Su Chang'e deliberately slowed down and called out, "Brother Tang, see you tomorrow." Before hastily departing, Tang Yongning's servant muttered, "Young Master Su certainly treats us as if we are close, aware that our families do not associate. Yet he addresses you as a brother. He is not of your kind." However, Tang Yongning lifted the curtain of his carriage, smiling as he observed Su Chang'e's vigorous departure. Musing a friend? How intriguing. Upon nearing his home, Su Chang'e dismounted and handed his horse to Jixiang, then stealthily scaled the wall into the yard. Quietly slipping into his own quarters, his mother was surely waiting at the front door. As long as he remained indoors, she would remain oblivious to his brawl. He pushed open the door and gulped down a cup of tea, flopping onto his bed and exclaiming, "Finally, I can lie down. My bones feel as if they might crumble." Yet he was soon met with his mother's booming voice, "Su Chang'e, get up this instant." Startled, he bolted upright to find Zhao Wanqing standing at the foot of his bed, brandishing a rolling pin, her expression filled with fury. "Mother, how did you get in here without making a sound?" Su Chang'e thought he might perish from embarrassment. "Please, do not be angry. I wasn't fighting. I merely fell off my horse." Zhao Wanqing, noticing his bruised eyes, swollen cheeks, and tattered clothes, felt her heart ache, tears welling in her eyes. Xiaoxiao had been broadcasting the day's events at home, and it was rumored that the news of Su Chang'e's fight spread from the academy's crickets to the sycamore tree at the entrance, where a yellow oriole related to the peony flower at the state security office. Xiaoxiao had spent the entire day beneath the peony. Zhao Wanqing had heard Xiaoxiao say that Sun Dicai claimed her brother was the son of a criminal, and that he had fiercely beaten both Pei Yuan and Sun Dicai to a pulp. She had intended to frighten Su Chang'e. But little did she know he had ended up looking worse for wear. Seeing his mother cry, Su Chang'e panicked, wishing instead that she would scold him. "Mother, please do not cry. I promise I will not do this again." Zhao Wanqing discarded the rolling pin and carefully applied ointment to his wounds, asking, "Does it hurt?" Su Chang'e nonchalantly replied, "Mother, it's just a little scraped skin. It does not hurt." Yet, he could feel the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Zhao Wanqing's heart ached for him. She wished the pain were hers. As she tended to his wounds, she admonished, "Be more cautious in the future. If you cannot win, run away. They are many, and how can you and Jixiang possibly contend with them?" Su Chang'e chuckled, So you already know." "Do not worry. They did not fare well either, especially Pei Yuan and Sun Dicai. They are injured worse than I, rest assured. Pei Yuan will not dare to inform the elder of this, as our teacher has already reprimanded him." Zhao Wanqing sighed. "Your teacher is worried about this matter on your behalf. You should ease his concerns and not trouble him daily." Su Chang'e disagreed with his mother's assessment, saying, "Mother, do you not always teach me not to provoke trouble, yet also not to shy away from it? Sun Dicai insulted father and spoke ill of my sister. I simply could not endure it. Pei Yuan was foolish to be manipulated by Sun Dicai. In times like these, we must not bow our heads, or they will truly believe father has committed wrongdoing." Zhao Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter her son's reasoning. She smiled and said, "My son has grown up. He knows how to handle his mother. However, you have offended your classmates like a fighting cock. Who will be your friend henceforth?" Su Chang'e was untroubled, waving his hand dismissively. "What you say is nonsense, mother. I only dealt with those who deserved it. We are simply not aligned in our principles." Thankfully, Tang Yongning spoke up for us today, preventing Xiao from being implicated. I have already recognized Tang Yongning as my friend, though he has yet to agree. I feel we are of the same ilk. The Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter was the lawful wife of the Duke of State Security, who died in childbirth. Years later, the Duke fell ill and was sent to the hot springs for recuperation, severing ties between the Tang and Su families. According to Xiaoxiao, the Grand Tutor was the maternal grandfather of Su Bowen. Su Bowen had only Liu as a relative since childhood, and now even that mother was a mere facade. Zhao Wanqing understood how deeply Su Bowen yearned for familial affection, and knowing that the Grand Tutor had cherished his daughter. This matter had long been a source of concern for the couple. Now that the elders were aging, even if they could not recognize each other at present, they ought to reach out to the Tang family to express their filial piety. The Grand Tutor had spoken on Bowen South's behalf in court, and Tang Yongning had testified for Changhe in the academy. These two matters were sufficient for her to pay a visit to express her gratitude. As Zhao Wanqing exited Su Changhe's courtyard, she encountered her daughter Su Lingxi arriving with Xiaoxiao. "Mother, I brought Xiaoxiao to see Changhe." "Indeed. I am going to treat his injuries." That cricket only spoke half the truth. Had I known my brother was at a disadvantage, I would have sent Xiaohong to deal with them long ago. Zhao Wanqing felt her heart racing. Her son was already so combative, and now her half-year-old daughter was the same. What a restless future lay ahead. Chapter 59. Remarkable acting. Zhao Wanwei cast a subtle glance at Su Lingxi, suggesting, "Then take Xiaoxiao to see. Let her understand that fighting is not a commendable act." Is mother hinting at me? After all, I am still young. Fighting is far from my concern. Zhao Wanwei sighed silently, choosing to pretend she hadn't heard. Upon seeing his sister, Su Changhe felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly pulled the blanket over his head. Has my brother lost his face? Did he not claim victory? Had I known, I would have lent him a hand. Listening to Su Xiaoxiao's inner monologue only deepened Su Changhe's sense of shame. Su Lingxi lifted the blanket and remarked, "If you are not afraid of fighting, why shy away now? Let me see your injuries." Su Lingxi was genuinely concerned for her brother. Yet upon witnessing his bruised left eye and swollen right cheek, she could not suppress her laughter, nearly causing Su Xiaoxiao to tumble to the ground. Goodness! To be beaten to such a state and still claim victory. If he weren't my own brother, I would have simply cast him aside. Su Changhe did not feel as desperate while being beaten, but it was evident that he had a true sister, one to mock him and the other to show disdain. Acknowledging her loud laughter, Su Lingxi gently reassured him, "Do not be angry. Sister did not mean it in that way. It's truly amusing." "Haha, you look like a one-eyed panda. It's absolutely hilarious. Are you really my own sister and sister?" Su Changhe felt genuinely hurt and desired to see for himself if he truly appeared so ridiculous. He threw off the blanket and stormed over to the mirror, only to be taken aback by his reflection. His forehead was swollen, his left eye resembling a lump of coal, and aside from the white of his eye, not a single part was unblemished. His left cheek was somewhat better, with merely 3 claw marks, yet the right side was a pitiful sight, swollen larger than a steamed bun. He had once mocked Sun Dicai for resembling a pig's head, never anticipating he would look even worse. No wonder Jixiang and Xiao Yi had persistently advised him to wait until his injuries healed before thanking Tang Yongning. Now he understood why they looked at him with pity. Su Changhe slumped to the ground, truly feeling sorry for Tang Yongning. How could he, in such a state, boldly declare his desire to befriend him without sending him fleeing in terror? Su Lingxi had never seen her brother so dejected and was quite distressed. "Changhe, is there anywhere that hurts? Shall I apply more medicine? I feel unwell everywhere, particularly in my heart. I even arranged to meet Tang Yongning at the academy tomorrow. In this condition, how can I face anyone? They have already seen me today. Why worry about face now? Isn't it a bit late for that?" Su Lingxi agreed wholeheartedly, adding, "They saw you today. By night, the swelling won't be that drastic. They will likely still recognize you. Are you both sincerely trying to irritate me? Sister, you need not feel obligated to comfort me." Su Changhe had lost even the will to cry. It was only then that Su Xiaoxiao recalled she had not come merely to mock her brother. "Oh, how could I forget? I am here to tend to my brother's injuries. These superficial wounds? I can heal them with a breath. There's no reason for you to feel down. However, in this condition, you're rather amusing. Should I heal you again tomorrow?" Su Lingxi was aware that Su Changhe could discern Xiaoxiao's thoughts and shot him a glance, choosing to remain silent. Su Chang'e sprang up from the floor, suppressing his pain as he embraced Xiaoxiao in a playful manner. Xiaoxiao, brother is in great pain. I wonder if I might suffer through the night. I know you are the best and won't mock me like sister does. Oh, it truly hurts. Su Chang'e's exaggerated performance was nearly too much for Su Lingxi to bear, yet Xiaoxiao was thoroughly charmed by it. She felt a twinge of guilt. Actually, I find it even more amusing than sister does. Does it hurt a lot, brother? Xiaoxiao can help with it. Indeed. Su Xiaoxiao hugged Su Chang'e's face and blew gently. He felt a wave of refreshing energy wash over him, imbued with a hint of milk fragrance, instantly. His burning cheeks ceased to hurt, and the pain in other areas dissipated, filling his body with vitality. Su Chang'e could sense the magic of Xiaoxiao's touch, while Su Lingxi observed this miraculous moment with her own eyes. After only a few gentle blows from Xiaoxiao, the swelling on his forehead diminished. The bruising on his cheeks receded, the claw marks vanished, restoring his usual appearance, save for the left eye, which remained darkened. Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around Su Chang'e's neck, inspecting his eyes from left to right. Perhaps it would be more entertaining if the eye took a few days to heal. Su Lingxi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Her sister was quite mischievous, rivaling Chang'e in mischief. Su Chang'e panicked. Sister, we cannot do this. A good deed must be carried through to the end. Xiaoxiao, my eye hurts so much that I can barely open it. He lamented, covering his eyes. That's impossible. My healing powers are unmatched. They absolutely cannot fail. It must be that those ruffians struck too hard and injured your eye. Just wait. I will make them pay for hurting my brother tonight. Su Chang'e truly did not require his sister to avenge him. He merely wished to restore his handsome appearance for the morrow's meeting. Xiaoxiao, help brother with his eye. It hurts so much. Now he was genuinely in pain, feeling heartache. What a pity. You look quite handsome like this. Xiaoxiao reluctantly blew once more in front of Su Chang'e's eyes, finally revealing their original state. Xiaoxiao, you are amazing. When you blow, brother feels no pain at all. Su Chang'e embraced Xiaoxiao and stole a glance in the mirror. How did he seem even more handsome than before? He must have done many good deeds in his past life to have such an extraordinary sister like Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao beamed with pride. I can do so much more. From now on, I will protect you. Su Lingxi gave her a thumbs up. I never anticipated such remarkable acting. Su Chang'e, turning his back to Xiaoxiao, made a shushing gesture, thinking how easily children could be appeased. Seeing her brother was no longer in distress, Su Lingxi declared, I shall take Xiaoxiao to find mother. You are well enough now. You should hasten to copy the Analects 10 times, as mother will not grant you leave. Su Lingxi could read Su Chang'e's thoughts with a single glance. She hurriedly led Xiaoxiao away, knowing that if they lingered any longer, the secret of Xiaoxiao's ability to hear thoughts would be exposed, and what would they do if Xiaoxiao decided to cease her revelations? After all, it was merely copying books. If necessary, they could forego sleep. Chapter 60. A collective affliction of the eyes that night. Su Chang'e persevered until the rooster crowed, finally completing the task assigned by his teacher. When Jixiang came to call him, he was astounded. Young master, how is it that your face has improved so quickly, though your eyes still seem a bit sluggish? Wait, weren't you injured in your left eye? Why does your right eye look so lackluster as well? Su Chang'e glanced at the mirror. It was not an injury, but rather the consequence of a sleepless night. He examined Jixiang and, perplexed, asked, Your injury has healed quite rapidly as well. Have you been holding on to Xiaoxiao? Jixiang smiled bashfully and replied, Last night, the young lady gave me a pill, claiming it had remarkable effects on injuries. The third young lady seemed in high spirits and insisted that I hold her. She is so fragrant and adorable. Su Chang'e shot him a disapproving look. Look at you, so lacking in composure. However, Xiaoxiao is indeed charming. Upon arriving at the schoolhouse, they found only Xiaoyi and Tang Yongning present in their class. Where is everyone? Su Chang'e inquired. Only Pei Yuan and Sun Dicai are seriously injured and may take leave. The others should be fine. Their fighting prowess isn't that formidable. I don't know, replied Tang Yongning, barely lifting his head. All the other students have inexplicably developed eye ailments. It's said their eyes are so swollen they cannot open them. The teacher even asked the imperial physician to carefully examine Pei Yuan to see if it's contagious. It shouldn't be contagious, Tang Yongning asserted, not even lifting his gaze. He had experience with such matters. If it were contagious, he would be the first to succumb, as he had always been frail. A mere sneeze from another would leave him bedridden with a severe cold. Since he was still perfectly fine, he was certain the eye affliction would not spread. Xiaoyi muttered to himself, "It's quite strange. How did they all suddenly develop eye ailments? If the teacher hadn't sent me personally to confirm, I would have suspected they were merely slacking off. Have you noticed? Those on leave are all the ones who fought with Changhe yesterday. You fought too. Why are you unscathed? Your injury healed so quickly?" Su Changhe interrupted Xiaoyi. "Wait, are you saying everyone who fought with me yesterday has developed eye ailments?" "Yes." Xiaoyi nodded vigorously. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Changhe. He had performed excessively during the show last night, and Xiaoxiao, believing his eye injury to be severe, had vowed to take revenge on those who had struck him. Could this possibly be her handiwork? He hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel the implausible thought. It was impossible. No matter how capable Xiaoxiao was, she could hardly be expected to handle so many people at once. "You still haven't told me how your injury healed so quickly. Yesterday, you looked like a pig's head. I thought you wouldn't come today," Xiaoyi pressed curiously. Su Changhe chuckled. "My mother applied a very potent medicine, and besides, my injury wasn't that serious to begin with." Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. "What kind of medicine is it? Is there a prescription? My family has a medical clinic. We could research it and produce it in bulk for sale. We could split the profits, 70-30. Su Changhe chuckled inwardly. This was a miraculous medicine from his sister, invaluable even with wealth. Externally, he feigned regret. "Unfortunately, my mother said that the medicine was gifted by a great person and there's only a small vial. Moreover, it would be quite unethical to disclose the prescription." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi had no choice but to relent. Outside, Jixiang, who had been waiting, regretted eating such remarkable medicine. Had he known, he would have refrained. It was a waste to give such precious medicine to a servant. Though Tang Yongning remained engrossed in his book, he too was genuinely curious about how Su Changhe had healed so swiftly. Hearing it was due to a pill, he marveled at the medicine's extraordinary effects. Not wishing to continue the topic, Su Changhe pulled Xiaoyi to sit beside Tang Yongning, seeking to strike up a conversation. "Brother Tang, there is something here I don't quite understand. Could you elucidate it for me?" Tang Yongning, devoid of any expression, accepted the book and said, "Here?" Xiaoyi widened his eyes. He had just explained this very section to Su Changhe 2 days prior. Had Changhe been rendered foolish? Clearly. Before Xiaoyi could finish, Su Changhe covered his mouth. "Clearly, you too do not understand. So why be polite? Let us all listen together." Thus, Su Changhe frequently posed questions to Tang Yongning, managing to pry open his reticent demeanor and forge a friendship, but that is a tale for another time. Sun Caidie tucked the money into her bosom and complained, "Mother, do you no longer wish to acknowledge me? The sum you provide is dwindling. Dekai has been beaten so badly, yet you say nothing about dealing with that little scoundrel Su Changhe." Lu's heart was heavy with unuttered grievances. For years, the expenses of the Duke's residence had largely relied on Zhao Wanyu's dowry. Now that she had received her dowry, she was indifferent to household matters. Her private savings had all gone to cover Sun Caidie's expenditures. Maintaining the Duke's household with its meager resources and her share as a noblewoman was already a formidable task. Seeing her daughter so ungrateful, Lu felt a surge of displeasure. "You dare say? If it weren't for your antics at Nanju Pavilion, Zhao Wanyu would never have discovered that we took all the profits from her shop. Now that she has reclaimed her shops and lands, how could I possibly have any extra funds? This is all my coffin money. You and Zhou Quan must learn to economize, or you shall drag me down." Sun Caidie, sensing her mother's anger, dared not retort directly, saying, "Mother, I believe it would be best to eliminate Zhao Wanyu early, then there would be no further issues." Liu pondered for a moment and whispered a few words to son Caidie, who grinned widely. Mother, you truly have a way. This is more satisfying than killing her. Having received Liu's instructions, son Caidie no longer felt that 100 taels of silver was a meager sum. She joyfully slipped out through the corner gate. As she departed, Baizhi informed Zhao Wanyu of her arrival. Money can make the world go round. The maidservants in Liu's courtyard had been bribed by Baizhi, ensuring that any stirring of events would swiftly reach Zhao Wanyu. Madam, Liu and son Caidie spoke for quite a while, but she dismissed everyone. So I couldn't hear the specifics, she reported. Zhao Wanyu paused her needlework, speaking with calm assurance. No need to worry. Someone is keeping an eye on son Caidie. Nothing will go awry. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall pay a visit to the Grand Preceptor's residence. Chapter 61. The elixir proves feudal. Zhao Wanwei had long harbored the desire to establish a connection between Su Bowen and the Tang family, for blood ties run deep. How comforting it would be for the esteemed elder couple to know that their daughter still had living kin. Yet, despite her intentions, she felt completely unmoored. Although Grand Tutor Tang had spoken a word of fairness for Bowen in the court, it was merely a matter of principle. Tang Yoning's testimony on behalf of Chang'e stemmed solely from good upbringing. With decades of estrangement between the families and her own public identity as a Liu family daughter-in-law, her eagerness to connect seemed almost futile, as she might not even gain entry to the Grand Tutor's residence. As the legitimate daughter of the Jing'an Marquis, Zhao Wanwei had seen much throughout her life, yet this time she found herself in a state of disarray. She changed her attire repeatedly, each time grappling with whether it was too plain or too flamboyant, and her jewelry was switched out in succession, either too understated or overly ostentatious. Lian Xiao teased, Madam, even when meeting the Emperor and Empress, I have never seen you so meticulous. Zhao Wanwei sighed softly. You wouldn't understand. The Grand Tutor is a paragon of virtue, and the matriarch is renowned in her own right. I must exercise caution. Is Lingxi ready? Su Lingxi appeared in a delicate green gown, adorned with a single gold hairpin, embodying simplicity and tranquility. Zhao Wanwen nodded in satisfaction. Our Lingxi has grown up. Having never witnessed her mother's apprehension before, Lingxi, through the heartfelt whispers of Xiaoxiao, began to surmise the nature of their connection to the Tang family, thus understanding her mother's unease. She retrieved a gold stepshake from the jewelry box, placing it in her mother's hair, smiling. This is perfect, elegant, and dignified. Yet Zhao Wanwei remained unconvinced. Could it be too ostentatious? Not at all. It is just right. Mother, even an unappealing daughter-in-law must seek her in-law's approval. Besides, you are graceful and refined. There is nothing to be anxious about. Zhao Wanwei felt a hint of insinuation in her daughter's words, but chose not to probe further, responding merely with a gentle smile. You do have a sharp tongue. Baizhi had already dressed Su Xiaoxiao and was now diligently styling her sparse hair into small bunches. Mother is simply worrying unnecessarily. If she fears not being allowed through the Tang residence's gates, the invitation is already on its way. Zhao Wanwei and Su Lingxi exchanged puzzled glances. How could the Tang family possibly come to invite them? Even a personal visit might not guarantee entry. As they pondered, the door attendant indeed reported that the Tang family's chief steward had arrived. Zhao Wanwei, now convinced of Xiaoxiao's words, welcomed the steward, Tang Shun, along with her two daughters. Before Zhao Wanwei could engage in pleasantries, the steward knelt down, exclaiming, Madam Zhao, I know this visit is presumptuous, but in urgent circumstances, I implore you to save us. Confounded, Zhao Wanwei hastily assisted him to his feet, inquiring, Why such formality, Tang steward? Speak plainly. Hearing from the young master that the madam possesses a miraculous pill capable of healing wounds, akin to a divine remedy, we have come to beseech your assistance. It should not have been my place as a servant to come, but the elder and matriarch are deeply grieved and have fallen ill. And with the madam needing to care for the master, I had no choice but to make this journey. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Wanwei's heart skipped a beat. Is Lord Tang injured? After all, this Lord Tang is none other than Bowen's own uncle. Though anxious, she felt powerless. She possessed no miraculous pills. Su Lingxi, however, understood. Xiaoxiao had treated Su Chonghe and Ji Xiang's injuries. Fearing Ji Xiang might think too much, she had given him a black sesame pill. Could the so-called divine remedy mentioned by the steward refer to the black sesame pill? Just as Zhao Wanwei was about to decline, Su Lingxi stopped her, indicating that it depended on whether Xiaoxiao could manage it. Indeed, Xiaoxiao's heart whispered, calculating the situation, "Uncle has but a short time left. I fear this scare may also affect my little cousin. I do have life-saving elixirs in my bracelet space, but how to present them to Mother?" Xiaoxiao patted her heart, nodding with a sense of accomplishment. "Mother is truly clever to think of me. This saves a great deal of trouble." Wanwei then asked, "Can you treat Lord Tang's injury? He is a person of great significance to your father." Although Xiaoxiao was aware of the Tang family's connection to their own, Zhao Wanwei still felt the need to inquire, for Xiaoxiao was exceedingly astute and caution was warranted. Xiaoxiao nodded again. Mother is indeed wise. She has discovered that the Tang family is father's maternal family. Fear not, with me here. None of our family shall be left behind. Zhao Wanwei felt a pang of shame. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao, she would have remained ignorant of the Liu family's sordid nature and would never have been able to find kin for her husband. Zhao Wanwei gently encouraged, "Then let us take you to the Tang residence, and you can treat Lord Tang." Xiaoxiao obediently nodded, though anxiety gnawed at her insides. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, it will soon be too late. Zhao Wanwei and Su Lingxi dared not delay any longer, swiftly taking Xiaoxiao to the Tang family's carriage, urging the driver to hasten. Tang Shan observed this, thinking to himself how commendable the Su family's madam was, despite lacking familial ties or prior acquaintance. She was genuinely invested in the matter, far more considerate than Liu Shi. Upon entering, Xiaoxiao noticed the Tang residence shrouded in ominous clouds. According to the script, the presence of the Grand Tutor's family would obstruct the protagonist's plans, thus Tang Yanjuan's fall would take the Tang bloodline with him. Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh. From the moment I was born, I was destined to follow the narrative of this life. There is no way I shall allow my ancestral family to perish unjustly. With a flick of her hand, she dispersed the dark energy lingering in the room, allowing sunlight to pour in and breathe life into the courtyard. Tang Shan hurriedly announced, "Madam, I have brought Lady Zhao." Zhao Wanwei and Su Lingxi respectfully greeted Lady Qi. "Greetings, Lady Qi." Lady Qi hurriedly returned the gesture, apologizing. "I am truly sorry for the abruptness of this visit, but alas, it seems that even a divine elixir may be of little use now." Lady Qi's heart was in turmoil, having failed to notice that while she was bowing, Zhao Wanwei and her daughters had already performed the proper courtesies, a sign of respect for their elders. Chapter 62. The turmoil of the Tang residence after finally having family members, all of whom are benevolent souls. How could Su Xiaoxiao bear to see them come to harm? With Su Xiaoxiao's unwavering confidence, Zhao Wanwei felt bolstered and declared, "Madam Qi, since we have arrived, let us pay a visit to Lord Tang. Perhaps there is still a chance for salvation." Madam Qi, with no reservations, promptly led the way. Upon reaching the door, Wanwei expressed a humble request. "Madam Qi, I have a small favor to ask. This medicine is precious, and it would be best if no one else were present when administering it. May only Su Xiaoxiao and I enter?" Understanding her intentions, Madam Qi dismissed the attending servants and waited outside as Zhao Wanwei carried Su Xiaoxiao inside, kindly closing the door behind them. Seeing her aunt-in-law's worried expression, Su Lingxi offered reassurance. "Madam Qi, fret not. The esteemed Grand Tutor is highly regarded, and Lord Tang is devoted to his country. He will surely be granted divine favor." Madam Qi forced a smile, replying, "Thank you, Miss Su." Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwei had placed Su Xiaoxiao next to Tang Yanjun. Su Xiaoxiao's brows knitted tightly. Who penned this wretched script that paved the way for the protagonists, subjecting her uncle to such agonizing suffering? Severed meridians and scorched organs, what kind of imagination could conjure such a fate from a mere fall? Noticing Su Xiaoxiao's solemn demeanor, Zhao Wanwei grew concerned, only to see Su Xiaoxiao turn away, bending down to search for something. She produced a bright red pill, gesturing animatedly to Zhao Wanwei. How do I tell mother that this is for the young master of the Tang family? By lineage, she ought to refer to Tang Yongning as uncle, but she found it disagreeable, considering he was only a few years her senior. Comprehending her thoughts, Zhao Wanwei teasingly asked, "Is this meant for Lord Tang?" This would imply it was for others in the household, including the grand tutor. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. The grand tutor knows his son is fine. He will recover soon. Is it for the matriarch? Again, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. The matriarch is indeed in a serious condition. But with a bit of my spiritual energy, she will be fine. Mother, it is for Tang Yongning. Zhao Wanwei was reluctant to accept this, realizing that it seemed illogical to consider a child like Tang Yongning for such remedies. If the author of the script caught wind of this, it would be troublesome. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's anxious gestures, she ventured, "It can't possibly be for the young master of the Tang family, can it?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. "Finally, you guessed correctly. My head feels like it might spin off." Zhao Wanwei chuckled, lifting Su Xiaoxiao and opening the door for Madame Qi to enter. What news? Despite the physician's grim prognosis, Madame Qi remained hopeful. Zhao Wanwei, her eyes sparkling with encouragement, replied, "He appears to be improving. Madam, do come in and see." Hearing this, Madame Qi hurriedly approached Tang Yanjun, who now breathed steadily, a stark contrast to his earlier state of near death. Grasping Zhao Wanyue's hand, Madame Qi instinctively knelt to express her gratitude, but Zhao Wanwei halted her, aware that such an act was too much for her. Yet, Madame Qi insisted, "Madame Zhao, you are truly our savior. You deserve this gratitude." Just as Madame Qi felt a flicker of relief, her worry surged anew. Without delay, she instructed the steward to summon the physician once more and rushed to her son's quarters. Zhao Wanwei, cradling the pill Su Xiaoxiao had given her, followed closely behind. Upon entering, they found Tang Yongning lying motionless, his complexion ashen. Finally unable to contain her emotions, Madame Qi broke into sobs. "Why must my life be so fraught with suffering? Our family, both young and old, is plagued by illness and injury. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do?" Tears streamed down Zhao Wanyue's cheeks as she witnessed the Tang family's plight. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao's elixir, Tang Yanjun would have perished. The prospects for Tang Yongning appeared equally bleak. The grand tutor and his wife would be forced to endure the sorrow of burying their own child, a burden too heavy to bear. It was heart-wrenching to see Madame Qi, still youthful herself, shouldering all this grief. The physician, his expression laden with sorrow, remarked it was initially just a case of heat affecting the heart, leading to a bout of vomiting blood. However, young Master Tang is constitutionally weak and suffers from a cold body. Standard remedies cannot be applied. Now, the stagnation of blood has blocked his heart's pulse, and I regret to say I am powerless to assist. Upon hearing this, Madame Qi turned to the physician. Desperately grasping his sleeve, "I implore you, save my son. If you can restore him, I will serve you as a servant in the Grand Tutor's household to repay your kindness." The physician gently extricated himself from her grasp, sorrowfully stating, "Madam, I truly lack the ability to help. I must take my leave." Cradling her unconscious son, Madame Qi murmured to herself, "From birth, you have been understanding. Aside from your frail health, you have never troubled us. Our family has nurtured you with hopes for your eternal safety. Oh heavens! The Tang family has always been charitable and upright. Why can you not grant them peace?" Not only Zhao Wanwei and Su Lingxi, but even Su Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sorrow at Madame Qi's words. Zhao Wanwei steadied Madame Qi's shoulder, suggesting, "Madam, I still possess a pill. Shall we give it a try for young Master Qi?" Madame Qi nodded fervently. If this pill could save Yanjun, it surely could also save Yongning. Zhao Wanwei produced the pill, its vibrant orange-red hue gleaming, unmistakably a rare treasure. However, as a stick of incense burned down, Tang Yongning showed no signs of improvement. And Zhao Wanyue's heart sank. Tang Yanjun had responded almost immediately to the medicine. How could Yoning remain unresponsive for so long? Su Lingxi felt anxious as well. Though it was their first meeting, she had heard much about this talented young man from Su Changhe, who had been mentioning him daily. To lose such a remarkable individual at such a tender age must cause his mother great anguish. Su Xiaoxiao, cradling her milk jug, observed Tang Yongning intently, sensing that he was no ordinary child. Chapter 63. Children surrounding the knees. Half an hour had passed, and Tang Yongning's eyelids fluttered, his hands stirred slightly. Su Lingxi exclaimed with excitement, "Mother, Lady Qi, it seems that young Master Tang is awakening." Lady Qi, her gaze vacant, regained her composure and turned her attention to her son. Indeed, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon hearing that his father was gravely ill, a rush of blood surged within Tang Yongning, an obstruction forming at his chest, soon rendering him breathless. He gradually lost consciousness, feeling an intense chill engulfing him, as if he were descending into an icy abyss, slowly sealing him away. Time slipped away unnoticed until a warm force entered his body, lingering within, gradually thawing his frozen form. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a tumultuous upheaval inside him, as if the burdens that had lodged in his chest were about to erupt. A metallic taste filled his mouth, compelling him to vomit, and to his astonishment, a mass resembling a fist-sized chunk of dark purple, amber-like blood emerged. "Yongning, are you all right? Why are you throwing up again?" Lady Qi nearly lost her composure in fright. Su Xiaoxiao, her tense heart finally easing, remarked, "It's good that he expelled it. This is the root of his ailment." It's peculiar, though, how can an ordinary person withstand such cold? Hearing that Tang Yongning was out of danger, Awanwei casually speculated, it must be the pressure from that mass that caused young Master Tang to fall into a coma. Now that it has been expelled, he should be fine. After all, there are several court physicians in the residence. Let them check his pulse. Upon learning of Tang Yanjun's serious injury, the emperor dispatched half of the imperial medical team to assist. Presently, there was one in the old lord's room, one in the old lady's chamber, and another just exiting Tang Yongning's quarters, who was promptly redirected to Tang Yanjun's room. Although he appeared to be at death's door, there was a sudden feeling of revival, akin to a withered tree blossoming anew. The physician attending to Tang Yanjun, perplexed, sent for reinforcements. It was indeed a miracle. The esteemed Lord Tang was fortunate. Although he had not yet regained consciousness, his pulse and breathing were remarkably stable, indicating he was no longer in peril. As the two physicians marveled, they were soon summoned to Tang Yongning's room. "Physicians, our young master has awakened and expelled something. The lady requests your presence to examine him." The physician responsible for Tang Yongning felt a sense of foreboding. With the father recovering, the son was in a state of panic. What an extraordinary situation. He again took Tang Yongning's pulse, his jaw dropping in astonishment. "Su, come and see this." The other physician, having completed the examination, stated, "Young Master Tang is perfectly fine. There is nothing to worry about. Isn't it strange? Just a moment ago, his condition was dire," Su replied. "Were it not for Lord Tang's miraculous recovery, I would suspect you misdiagnosed him. Young Master Tang is completely well." Overwhelmed with joy, Lady Qi wept. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. She then expressed heartfelt gratitude to Zhao Wanwei. "Thanks to your elixir, you are benefactors of the Tang family. I shall remember this kindness." The two physicians, baffled by the miraculous recoveries of both Tang Yanjun and Tang Yongning, exchanged glances. "Let us visit the old tutor. We must see if he and the old lady have also inexplicably recovered. This would be a true miracle." They hurriedly investigated, and upon hearing that both her son and grandson were safe, the old tutor felt his illness lift significantly, insisting on rising to check for himself. The old lady, having lost her daughter in middle age, had succumbed to despair over the years, her health deteriorating. Upon receiving the disheartening news of her son's imminent demise, she had nearly given up, relying solely on ginseng soup to sustain her. Having consumed 2 precious elixirs, the Tang household found themselves indebted beyond measure. "Lady Qi, wishing to save her mother-in-law, found herself at a loss for words. Zhao Wanwei, uncertain of the origin of Su Xiaoxiao's pills, realized they could not be easily acquired. She wondered what sacrifices Xiaoxiao had made. Furthermore, with only 2 pills produced, there must have been considerations. How could she request more? With a tinge of guilt, she said, "Lady Qi, this medicine was merely a stroke of fortune. I have only 2 remaining. As for the old lady, I am truly unable to assist further." Lady Qi, already overwhelmed with gratitude, felt a pang of sorrow for her mother-in-law, a kind and loving elder. Was there truly no hope for her? The current empress was Lady Qi's elder sister. How could the Tang family remain unaware of this? When Tang Yanjun fell ill, Tang Yongning had insisted they seek elixirs from the Duke of the State. Lady Qi had long anticipated this connection, yet given her mother-in-law's condition, who would dare to broach the subject? Now that Zhao Wanwei had initiated the conversation, she was eager to seize the opportunity, exclaiming, "That would be splendid. I have always worried about spreading illness to the children, but was hesitant to voice this concern." Zhao Wanwei smiled gently. "The old lady is deeply blessed. For these young ones to visit is their fortune. Lingxi, you should accompany them to pay your respects to the old lady." Su Lingxi understood that her mother wished for her to represent her father in visiting their great-grandmother. With the 2 gravely ill members of the Tang family miraculously recovering, the physicians refrained from making any definitive statements. The old lady is trapped in her own mental anguish, reluctant to awaken. Her body has always been weak. If she can awaken, it should not pose a significant issue. Lady Qi instructed the steward to offer tea to the 4 physicians. They were indispensable at the moment. Zhao Wanwei sat beside the old lady with Su Xiaoxiao, who grasped the old lady's hand, sensing her vitality slowly ebbing away. As Su Xiaoxiao pondered, she gradually succumbed to slumber, guided by Zhao Wanwei's presence. Observing the child asleep, Lady Qi remarked, "The child is exhausted. Lady Zhao, please take her to the guest room to rest for a while." Su Lingxi, concerned that her mother's words might disturb Xiaoxiao's dreams, softly suggested, "Xiaoxiao feels at peace after seeing the old lady. Let her stay a while longer." Zhao Wanwen nodded in agreement, and Lady Qi ceased to press the matter. Having visited his son and grandson, the Grand Tutor felt somewhat reassured, assisted into the old lady's room, where he found her peacefully holding a small child's hand, resting serenely. Beside her sat a girl of 13 or 14, with Lady Qi and Lady Zhao keeping vigil nearby. The Grand Tutor felt a pang in his heart, reflecting on how, had their eldest daughter still been alive, he might have been surrounded by grandchildren at this moment, with grandchildren to care for him. Zhao Wanwei and Lady Qi hurried to pay their respects, but were halted by the Grand Tutor's raised hand. A clever young servant brought a chair, allowing the Grand Tutor to sit beside the old lady, joining the others in their watch. Chapter 64. A direct seizure. Madame Tang wandered through the mist, her left hand grasping her daughter's and her right hand holding her son's. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the children had vanished from her side. She searched frantically, and at last she spotted her son galloping towards her on horseback. Panic-stricken, she shouted, "Be careful, slow down." But despite her pleas, her son fell from the horse, bloodied and broken. No matter how hard she tried, she could not awaken him, and soon both the horse and her son disappeared from view. Suddenly, from a distance, a faint whimper reached her ears. "It hurts, I'm so cold." Upon hearing this, the old lady recognized her daughter's voice. She followed the sound and called out, "Xiaoer, is that you?" The young woman looked up and smiled at her. Indeed, it was her beloved Xiaoer. Tears streamed down the old lady's face. The years had passed so swiftly, and all she could remember was her daughter's radiant youth. "Xiaoer, I have missed you dearly. Have you come to take me with you?" Xiaoer took her mother's hand and led her deeper into the mist. "Xiaoer is gone, but your grandchild is well. He awaits the chance to call you grandmother." Though the child did not speak, Madame Tang could hear his voice. "Is Xiaoer's child still here?" The old lady trembled as she asked. Xiaoer glanced at the child. nodded at her, then waved goodbye to her mother and brother, vanishing into the fog. "Xiaoer!" the old lady cried out, suddenly jolted awake, rousing Xiaoxiao alongside her. "Mother!" Upon awakening, the old lady saw Qi Shi and Prince Gu Huayan watching her anxiously, along with Gu Huayan and two unfamiliar faces. In her hand, she still held the tiny hand of an infant. Madame Tang looked at Xiaoxiao, affectionately stroking her head. "Child, you have saved me. Where is Yanjun? Has he awakened?" Just then, a servant reported, "The master has awakened," and his first words were to inquire after the old lady. Old Master Tang was already aware of the pill's circumstances and insisted on performing grand rites for Zhao Wanyu's family. Despite her futile attempts to dissuade him, Xiaoxiao pressed her temples, exclaiming, "Grand Ancestor, this is not fitting. She is your granddaughter-in-law. If you bow to her, it will shorten her life." Gu Huayu was taken aback. If she was a granddaughter-in-law, did that not mean Su Bowen? He had no time to ponder further, urgently grasping the old master's arm, saying, "Master, this is hardly a way to express gratitude. Madame Zhao is nearly frightened to death. And even the emperor would not have you kneel." Zhao Wanyu wiped the sweat from her brow, grateful for the prince's timely intervention. "Your Highness, your blessings are profound. And with countless merits, this bow could bring misfortune to my mother." Wait a moment. Zhao's clan could hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. But what of the Tang family? Observing the old master closely, she noted his serious expression. They have saved the Tang family, so a bow is certainly warranted. "What brings you and why here?" Given the old master's reaction, it seemed they could not hear, likely due to the distant blood ties. "The emperor and empress are worried about you, so they sent us to check on you. Had it not been for our status, they would have come in person," Gu Huayu explained, his gaze fixed on Xiaoxiao, who had grown considerably since their last meeting. "Come, let your elder brother embrace you," Gu Huayu said with an endearing smile. Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, puffed her cheeks, and turned her face away. "Humph. It's been ages since you brought me any delicacies or even a trinket. How ungrateful. You think you can just hug me?" Zhao Wenyu felt a pang of concern. After all, he was the prince. Thankfully, he could not hear her thoughts, or else the repercussions would be dire. The prince, aware of Xiaoxiao's displeasure, attempted to appease her. "Have you been upset, Xiaoxiao? Though I haven't visited. The imperial kitchen has been tirelessly crafting new dishes just for you. Would you like to join us in the palace shortly?" Gu Huayan chimed in. "Sister, on my birthday, I received a sack of luminous pearls from Mother, and I saved some for you. Come to the palace with us." Zhao Wanyu declined graciously. "I appreciate the prince's and the 9th prince's kindness, but my father's situation remains uncertain, and it may not be appropriate for Xiaoxiao to enter the palace. If Mother doesn't allow it, then I want to go. Who cares? You've neglected me for so long, I'm upset." Xiaoxiao pouted, her cheeks sore from puffing. The old master chuckled. "Stealing my people here, you'll have to wait your turn. Madame Zhao and her party have worked hard all day. They must stay for a meal. Xiu, please ensure Madame Zhao is well taken care of." Though feeling joyous, the old lady appeared somewhat fatigued. Zhao Wanyu hurriedly placed Xiaoxiao into the old master's embrace. "You should thank the old master," Xiaoxiao declared. "One must bestow some spiritual energy upon the old master. Those who truly understand me, including my mother, I was just thinking of granting the old master some protective energy," Xiaoxiao said, dancing in the old master's arms. Seizing the moment, she lightly patted his shoulder, and the old master felt invigorated, his spirits suddenly lifted. Seeing Xiaoxiao finish her antics, Gu Huayu swiftly took her away, declaring, "Let Madame Zhao dine. Xiaoxiao is coming with me." Qi Shi smiled helplessly. "I thought the prince was composed. I didn't expect him to be so playful." The old master laughed heartily. "The prince is indeed stable. Having someone to enliven him is a blessing." Zhao Wanyu awkwardly smiled. "So much has transpired at your esteemed residence today. Madame Qi must be exhausted. Lingxi and I shall not impose any further." Seeing Zhao Wanyu insist on leaving, the old master did not press her. acknowledging that today was not suitable for hosting guests. Then I shall not insist, Madame Zhao. Once my daughter-in-law recovers, I will personally visit to express my gratitude. Bao Wanyu offered polite refusals, and Qixer personally took her hand to escort her out of the residence. My dear sister. Today's generous provision of medicine was crucial in safeguarding the Tang family. Such kindness cannot go unacknowledged. In the future, should you require assistance, both the Tang and Qi families shall lend their utmost support. If I have neglected you today, I promise to personally express my gratitude another time. Zhao Wanyu dared not claim credit, knowing it was Xiaoxiao's merit. She merely stated, the medicine was serendipitously acquired, and it seems it was meant for this day. Ultimately, it is the accumulated merits of the old master and the old lady over the years that have granted me this fortune. Chapter 65. Playing along, Xiaoxiao could hardly fathom that she had been taken away by Gu Huayu. While she missed the exquisite dishes of the palace, she was a girl of principles. As soon as she boarded the crown prince's carriage, she began to wail. Am I so easy to bully just because I'm a child? You promised to bring me delicious food every day, and it's been ages since I've seen any. I must cry to scare you. Gu Huayu glanced at the tearless Xiaoxiao, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked with feigned regret, it seems that Xiaoxiao truly does not wish to go. What a pity. For the imperial chef has prepared roasted pigeon and venison today. Shall we return Xiaoxiao to Madame Zhao and let little Gio enjoy those delicacies instead? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao's cries abruptly ceased. Roasted pigeon? Venison? I've never tasted those. They say dragon meat is in the heavens and venison is on the earth. It must be delicious, right? Anxiously, she pleaded, I was just pretending to cry. I won't cry anymore. Take me to eat roasted pigeon. Gu Huayu showed no signs of stopping. And as Xiaoxiao clutched his attire, she nearly lost her composure. It was Gu Huayan who, in his attentiveness, suggested, Brother, since sister has stopped crying, why don't we take her into the palace? Finally, Gu Huayu relented and looked at Xiaoxiao. I understand that you're upset. How about I take you to enjoy some delicious food as an apology, dear sister? Xiaoxiao found a way to save face. All right. For the sake of the roasted pigeon and venison, I shall forgive you. And what about the night pearl? Little Gio seems a bit foolish. Will he remember to bring it for me? Gu Huayu could hardly contain his amusement. How endearing this girl was. Of course, I have it all prepared. Xiaoxiao sighed. It is truly a blessing to befriend the wealthy. I recall during my birthday, my brothers pooled their last savings just to buy me a bowl of beef noodles. Having been born with a silver spoon, Gu Huayu could hardly imagine needing to crowdfund for a mere bowl of noodles. He looked at Xiaoxiao with affection. Realizing why she relished food so much, she had endured such hardship in the past. He gently tousled the little bun atop her head, saying earnestly, from now on, your elder brother the crown prince will take you to savor the finest delicacies in the world. Gu Huayan, equally determined, added, Little Gio will gather all the beautiful and valuable things for you. Upon entering the palace gates, Gu Huayu placed Xiaoxiao into a delicate bamboo basket, which had initially been meant for carrying items. It now served its purpose perfectly. He instructed Xiaoxiao, be quiet. I will take you to the Hall of Governance to meet father. Gu Huayan questioned curiously, why sneak sister into the palace? To prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from discovering her. Gu Huayu replied succinctly. To little Gio, this explanation sufficed. Emperor Xiaoda's eyes sparkled with delight. So you have seen Xiaoxiao. How is she? Has she grown taller? It's all those scheming rascals' fault that I must be so cautious about bringing Xiaoxiao into the palace. Seeing his father's irritation, Gu Huayan approached with a grin. Father, my brother and I have brought you a gift that you will surely love. Unmoved, Emperor Xiaoda retorted, no gift can compare to Xiaoxiao, my little joy. I have been lacking appetite lately without seeing her eat. Gu Huayan opened the lid, exclaiming, Father, look at this. Giggling, Xiaoxiao drooled with excitement at the sight of her beloved food. The emperor quickly lifted her into his arms, then cautiously inquired, no one discovered her, right? Gu Huayu assured him, "We brought her from the Grand Tutor's residence, concealed in the basket. No one noticed." Unsurprisingly, Xiaoxiao indulged in a grand feast within the palace. Perhaps it was because her grandfather had once told her in a dream that she was destined to be a blessing for the dynasty, ensuring its prosperity for a century. That was why the emperor cherished her so. As a ruler, his primary concern was the benefit of the realm. And he would never admit to harboring paternal feelings for a child who was neither kin nor acquaintance. That evening, a shadowy figure monitoring Sun Caidie reported back, revealing that she had brought an aging man from the South Wind Pavilion and lodged him at an inn. Lian Xiao scoffed, "Truly, like mother, like daughter. Why would she seek out an old man?" Wanwei shook her head. "Things may not be as simple as you think. Sun Caidie and that man must be up to something." Disgusted, Zhao Wanwei found the mother-daughter duo to be exceedingly malicious. Such underhanded tactics reflected a severe lack of virtue. Coincidentally, Su Lingxi was also in the room, playing with Xiaoxiao. Not wanting to taint her ears with such filth, Zhao Wanwei suggested, "Lingxi, take your sister out to play. I need to speak with Lian Xiao." However, Su Lingxi refused to budge, insisting that Bai Ji carry Xiaoxiao away. With a serious expression, she declared, "Daughter understands that mother wishes to protect me, but have you considered that such vile schemes could one day ensnare me? Mother, let us devise a plan to counter them together." Wanwei pondered this and realized that, having been cherished like a precious gem by her parents and brothers, she had grown naïve. It was high time for her to learn about the treachery of the world. Su Lingxi added, "Mother, I think we need to increase our defenses in the courtyard, ensuring no one can enter." Zhao Wanwei smiled. "Lingxi, while we may evade this time, there will be future threats. We cannot remain on the defensive. Sometimes, we must take the initiative to strike down our foes." "What do you mean, mother?" Su Lingxi sensed a shift in her mother's demeanor, one that contrasted sharply with her usual gentle nature. Zhao Wanyue's eyes glinted with cold determination. "We shall play along." Chapter 66. The uniformly blinded youth. While Zhao Wanwei was devising strategies to deal with the Liu family and Sun Caidie, Su Chonghe unexpectedly became the center of attention in the academy. This situation can be traced back to a recent altercation. Pei Yuan's grandfather was the prime minister of the Great Shu, holding a status equal to that of the esteemed Tang Laosher. For decades, the two had engaged in a quiet rivalry, each striving for supremacy, yet their contest yielded no discernible victor. The sole distinction lay in the fortunes of their descendants. Tang Laosher's lineage had dwindled, his beloved daughter had passed away at a young age, and only the birth of his son, Tang Yanjun, had ensured the continuation of the Tang family line. In contrast, the Pei family thrived, a fact that Pei Yuan had often taken pride in before his association with Tang Yongning, a notorious prodigy. Tang Yongning's grandson was infamous for being a reckless troublemaker, causing chaos daily in the academy. His elevated status shielded him from repercussions, leaving the parents of the tormented children too intimidated to confront him, lest they face the wrath of the Pei household. Consequently, Pei Chongqing, the prime minister, exercised strict discipline over his grandson. Whenever he reprimanded Tang Yongning, Pei Guangming, Pei Yuan's father, was required to be present. This was due to Pei Yuan's propensity for mischief. His grandfather's attempts at correction often ended in frustration, necessitating Pei Guangming to step in and administer punishment, only to be chastised himself for his ineffective parenting. Pei Yuan's grandmother, however, had a soft spot for her younger son, Pei Guangming, and her grandson, Pei Yuan. Thus, it became her paramount duty to shield Pei Yuan from scrutiny. With her protective charm, Pei Yuan managed to conceal his bruises for 3 days without arousing his grandfather's suspicion. Alas, her influence had its limits. Pei Chongqing had a habit of randomly checking his grandson's academic progress, and the next day, he could not evade scrutiny. To make matters worse, Pei Yuan's eyes were severely swollen. Despite numerous visits from doctors who could find no discernible issue, he was prescribed various herbal remedies that only exacerbated his condition. The Pei household was in a frenzy, constantly on edge and desperate to keep Pei Chongqing in the dark, living in a state of perpetual trepidation. Pei Yuan's attendant. A Fu became the target of frustration, frequently reprimanded by both the grandmother and mother for failing to keep a watchful eye on the young master. A Fu could only endure the blame silently, his conscience clear, knowing full well that he had no control over Pei Yuan's escapades. Upon hearing from another attendant about Su Changhe's extraordinary healing remedies, A Fu felt a glimmer of hope. Despite being the one most severely beaten, Pei Yuan had heard that Su Changhe had miraculously recovered without a trace of injury. His close friends, Xiao Yi and Tang Yongning, must have received the same treatment, as they showed no signs of affliction. A Fu, seizing upon this information, relayed it to Pei Yuan, who was now filled with dread at the prospect of his grandfather discovering his injuries. He instructed A Fu to procure the medicine at any cost. A Fu, with a grimace, replied that he had already approached Su Changhe, who insisted that anyone seeking the medicine must personally visit him at Wuli village the following morning. Pei Yuan was reluctant, but the thought of losing his life overshadowed any embarrassment. Bowing to Su Changhe was a small price to pay for survival. Thus, he locked his room and climbed out of the window. Upon arriving at Wuli village, Pei Yuan found Su Changhe absent, but was met by a lineup of his followers, each sporting similar injuries, their eyes reduced to mere slits. Panic surged within him. Were they all here for the medicine? Surely, a precious remedy could not be so easily distributed. Su Changhe was known for his resolute demeanor, and Pei Yuan feared he might impose a first-come-first-served policy, jeopardizing his chances. However, seeing his pure submissive demeanor eased Pei Yuan's anxiety. He smiled and said, "So you all seek the medicine as well? Please, form a line behind me according to our earlier arrangement." The moment he spoke, those who had intended to curry favor were suddenly hesitant, not wanting to disrupt the order or risk being relegated to the back of the line. A procession of elegantly dressed young gentlemen stood in a neat row, a sight to behold from behind. Fortunately, Su Changhe had chosen a secluded location, with only a few farmers passing by, who couldn't help but speculate about the gathering. Where did so many noble young masters come from? Why are they standing in line? Seems rather foolish, doesn't it? Let's move closer to find out. Goodness, why do they all have eyes like slits? What a shame. Such fine garments wasted. The young masters collectively sighed in embarrassment, aware of how their appearance was being ridiculed. After standing for what felt like an eternity, their legs growing weary, none dared to move, fearing disruption of their formation. Pei Yuan, at the forefront, was unbothered by such concerns. He occasionally shifted his stance, unintentionally causing the line to sway, attracting the attention of several curious onlookers. Finally, Su Changhe arrived, accompanied by Ji Xiong, pushing a small cart. The crowd's spirits lifted, for the presence of a cart indicated a plentiful supply of remedies. However, as they drew nearer, confusion set in. The cart seemed to contain something other than medicine, something that appeared to move. "Is that a child?" one exclaimed, and upon closer inspection, it indeed was a child. Su Changhe is teasing us once more. Chapter 67. Black Sesame Pills. Pei Yuan and his companions endured a long wait, becoming the subject of amusement for others as they failed to encounter the miraculous elixir. Their frustration reached a level that words could scarcely articulate upon seeing Su Changhe, breathless and pushing a small child along. They clenched their fists, yet remained resolute, refraining from action. Su Changhe glanced at them with disdain. "Why are you all waiting for me? You could have chosen a less peculiar appearance." Their faces were already shameful enough, and to sport such flamboyant looks was truly embarrassing. Pei Yuan, reminded of his irritable grandfather, quickly dismissed the sting of Su Changhe's remarks. Taking a deep breath, he inquired in a congenial tone, "Su Changhe, have you brought the medicine? How much for each pill?" Su Changhe pointed to the large gourd at Ji Xiong's waist and proclaimed, "There's plenty of medicine. But I'm not selling. If you want it, you must agree to one of my conditions." This statement elicited gasps from the crowd. As young masters accustomed to wealth, they preferred straightforward transactions, money for goods, a clear exchange without debts. The notion of negotiating terms was unsettling, especially when the one proposing it was Su Changhe. Known for his sharp tongue, Pei Yuan's voice trembled slightly. What condition? Su Changhe nonchalantly replied, It's nothing too significant. My father has encountered some troubles, and our household, once bustling, is now deserted. I fear for my mother's spirits, so I would appreciate it if your mothers could visit our residence, share some tea with her, and bring a bit of cheer. Is that all? Pei Yuan found it hard to believe. An astute observer interjected, Su Changhe, that seems a bit unreasonable. Your father has fallen from grace. If the emperor and the crown prince are not visiting, who would dare to do so? Anyone who does would be opposing the emperor. Indeed, another added, My grandmother has proclaimed the end of the Duke of State's house. You wish to drag us down with you. You're overthinking this, Su Changhe retorted. Tang Taisher is aware, and his daughter-in-law, Madame Qi, intends to visit as well. My mother enjoys company. I merely wish to uplift her spirits. Of course. If you prefer not to, that's your choice. Those willing may collect the pills from Jixiang, guaranteed to cure. Pei Yuan hesitated, knowing the long-standing rivalry between Tang Taisher and his grandfather. He felt inadequate. Attending would mean enduring the disdain of Madame Qi. However, if his grandmother went, it would be different. As the matriarch, her presence would command respect, and she might be grateful to the one who healed her grandson. Pei Yuan contemplated the implications. Meanwhile, someone had already approached Jixiang for the pills. His father, a minor official, would consider a visit to the Duke of State's residence a tremendous honor. His mother would be grateful for the opportunity. Jixiang, clutching the gourd, felt a pang of sympathy. His young master was being extravagant, giving away such precious items for merely a meal. Reluctantly, he produced a pill and handed it to a waiting individual, who eagerly swallowed it. Su Changhe looked at Su Xiaoxiao, silently praying, Sister, please don't falter at this critical moment. We agreed that once the black sesame pill was given, you would heal her. Heaven knows the effort it took for him to communicate with the usually silent Xiaoxiao. For their mother's sake, Xiaoxiao should not disappoint. After all, she had merely blown on her injury and had recovered. Xiaoxiao lay in the carriage, disdainfully thinking, Do these people even deserve my breath? Su Changhe's thoughts were singular. This is it. We are finished. He watched as Xiaoxiao waved at the individual, inwardly murmuring, You're getting off easy this time. Instantly, the individual's eyes brightened, and their injuries healed. Ecstatic, they jumped around, exclaiming, I'm cured. This medicine is miraculous. Seeing this, the crowd lost all hesitation. The doctor had declared the cause of the ailment unknown. No one could endure life squinting forever. They surged toward Jixiang, trampling Pei Yuan in the process. When he finally regained his footing, Jixiang was surrounded. Fearing the pills would run out, Pei Yuan pushed through the throng, losing a shoe in the process, but ultimately securing a pill. He placed the pill in his mouth, savoring its peculiar flavor. Strange. Why does it taste like black sesame pills? He queried a nearby person. The individual hesitated, initially agreeing but then reconsidered. How could these possibly have such effects? It said that Pei Changxiang's family bears bitter fruit, and it seems this is indeed true. Pei Yuan is a fool. Are you addressing me? Pei Yuan lifted his foot from the person beneath him and kicked them lightly. The individual, suppressing disdain, replied, Young Master Tang, if it were truly black sesame pills, you wouldn't have lost your shoe. Pei Yuan pondered this logic. How could they be black sesame pills? They had all consumed them, yet no one felt better. Several voiced their concerns to Su Changhe in a frenzy. Calm down. We must wait for Xiaoxiao. Each pill must take effect in turn, Su Changhe asserted with confidence. Yet his eyes kept darting toward Xiaoxiao. With so many present, could she handle it? He had not anticipated that apart from Sun Desai, everyone else would arrive. Have I improved? Look at me, he asked eagerly. Young master, you're well. You truly are. Jixiang nearly bowed in gratitude to Su Changhe. Brothers, since everyone is healed, remember to have your mothers visit my home tomorrow evening. The group bowed in thanks. Longhe brother, certainly. However, Pei Yuan's gaze was fixed on Su Xiaoxiao in the cart, captivated by her charm. Enviously, he remarked, Su Changhe, may I hold your sister? Su Changhe immediately shielded her protectively. This is my sister. Why should I let you hold her? Pei Yuan, with a cheeky grin, replied, if you allow me to hold her, I shall persuade my grandmother to visit your home to express her gratitude. Chapter 68. This little rascal, my grandmother's influence is far greater than that of the Qi family. If my grandmother were to visit, no one would dare to underestimate your mother, Pei Yuan articulated with conviction. Su Changhe merely wished to invite everyone for a gathering at his home to enjoy a play. However, it has become apparent that people have been avoiding his family lately. If the ladies from the Grand Tutors and the Prime Minister's households were to pay a visit, those who look down on others would surely think twice before giving his mother and sister any trouble. Su Changhe pondered for a moment and replied, that depends on whether my sister is willing. Xiaoxiao, Master Pei wishes to embrace you. Would you be inclined? Pei Yuan, according to the narrative, has always adhered to a path of moderation and has remained unaffected in the end. My brother nearly faced humiliation to the point of death at Nifeng Pavilion, and it was Pei Yuan who saved his life. So, let me grant you a hug. Consider it a favor in return for my brother. Su Xiaoxiao, ever obedient, extended her small hand, and Pei Yuan, elated, hastily scooped her up, momentarily forgetting that he was barefoot. Su Changhe, your sister is far more endearing than you, he remarked. As Su Changhe contemplated Xiaoxiao's heartfelt words, he recalled that Pei Yuan had indeed once rescued him. Although Pei Yuan may be domineering and reckless, Su Changhe is a person who believes in repaying kindness, and unconsciously, his tone softened a bit towards Pei Yuan. She is my sister, naturally charming. Gazing at the handsome Pei Yuan, Xiaoxiao could not help but exclaim, no wonder he appears somewhat dim-witted. His intellect has yet to awaken. Nevertheless, he possesses good taste. Recognizing my charm, hence I shall assist him in awakening his mind, lest he be used as a pawn by others daily. With that thought, Xiaoxiao swiftly snatched a small insect from the air and stuffed it into Pei Yuan's nose. Pei Yuan wanted to scratch at his nose, but with Xiaoxiao in his arms, he endured it. Ah Fu was horrified and exclaimed, young master, there is a bug in your nose. Pei Yuan shot him a glance. What are you making such a fuss about? What if you frighten Xiaoxiao? You are quite fortunate. That is an awakening bug. It will circle through your orifices and soon make you smarter, Ah Fu added. Su Changhe gazed enviously at Su Xiaoxiao. Are we still family? Such a marvelous thing. And you only bestow it upon Pei Yuan, whom you barely know. I need it too. Such a splendid gift has been squandered on this little rascal. Young master, are you all right? Ah Fu still felt uneasy. His young master, who would usually panic at the slightest of disturbances, was surprisingly calm today. Pei Yuan took a moment to assess himself. Fortunately, the initial itch in his nose faded quickly, and he felt clearer-headed. He thought, if she were to hug him again, what would happen if Xiaoxiao, in a moment of whimsy, gifted him something else? Su Changhe shook his head. You bully the weak daily. I refuse to let my sister play with you. You might corrupt her. Pei Yuan gazed at the soft and sweet Su Xiaoxiao with fondness. Surely, she would not appreciate a brother who constantly bullies others. Pei Yuan, eager to please, said, I promise not to bully anyone anymore. Will you bring your sister out to play with me? Su Changhe contemplated seriously, thinking, if you could truly amend your bullying ways, I would agree to this. He dared not enter through the front door nor even the side gate, opting instead to crawl through a dog hole with Ah Fu. The window of his room was still open. As Pei Yuan climbed onto Ah Fu's back and awkwardly entered the room, both his grandmother, Lady Pei, and his mother were present. Lady Pei was initially anxious. No matter how unworthy her son may be, he was still flesh and blood. She had endured considerable distress these past few days, and if Pei Chenxiang discovered that he had been fighting again, it would surely result in a severe punishment. The mere thought of it made her head spin. Lady Pei, resolute, pushed Pei Yuan towards the window once more. Yuaner, why not escape through that dog hole and hide for a while? I will bear the brunt of it with your grandfather. Pei Yuan cast a grateful glance at his grandmother. In critical moments, she was indeed a pillar of support. Without further ado, he swung one leg over the windowsill. Grandmother. I'm leaving now. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. You wretched boy, where do you think you're hiding? You haven't come to me for 3 days to check your homework. Have you grown wings? Pei Yuan found himself precariously perched on the windowsill, unable to decide whether to go up or down. Lady Pei glared at him. Look at what you've forced Yuan to become. He is sick and unable to open his eyes. How can he do homework? Pei Chenxiang glanced at his wife and, exasperated, replied, Pei Yuan is obstinately foolish. It's all your indulgence. His illness has left him unable to open his eyes, yet I see you are blind yourself. Only then did Pei's mother scrutinize her son more closely and murmured to her mother-in-law, Mother, how has Yuan's eye condition improved? Even his injuries seem to have healed. Lady Pei observed closely and indeed found that her grandson bore no marks of injury on his face, and his eyes had regained their brightness, even appearing more spirited than before his ailment. Pei Chenxiang sighed, enough of this charade. Pei Yuan, come down immediately. I shall be waiting for you in the study. If you cannot answer my questions today, you shall face the family's punishment. With that, he swept away dramatically, leaving a scene of chaos. Grandmother, Pei Yuan cried, tears threatening to spill. After Pei Chenxiang left, Pei Yuan's father, having been to see him, strode in and kicked him, calling for grandmother is useless. Hurry up, or I shall beat you senseless. Who understands? He is already over 30. In the government office, he holds considerable authority, yet at home, every time his son causes trouble, he must bear the consequences. This little rascal, why not escape more deftly? It's remarkable how he has delayed for so long. He truly is a hopeless case. He simply dragged Pei Guangming along, fuming, come on, you good for nothing. Grandmother, save me. Mother, save me. Pei Yuan cried in despair. Lady Pei and her daughter-in-law were still preoccupied, perplexed by how he had suddenly healed, paying little heed to Pei Yuan's pleas. Mother, this is truly bizarre. I thought Yuan would be disfigured, yet he is well. Lady Pei nodded in agreement. The doctor refused to come, saying his eye condition was peculiar. How has he recovered? Pei Yuan surrendered to his fate, feeling certain that he must have been adopted. Chapter 69. Is there any left? Pei Yuan was thrown out of the house by his father. He stumbled to his feet, quietly wiping off the hay and mud he had accumulated while crawling through the dog hole, and made an effort to smooth out the wrinkles on his clothing, only to realize that he was wearing only one shoe. The other had been lost during the scuffle for the pills. What are you dawdling for? You'd better perform well today. Pei Guangming was even more anxious than Pei Yuan. He had arranged to meet his colleagues for drinks and would be the subject of ridicule if he failed to show up again. With his head hung low, Pei Yuan entered the place he dreaded even in nightmares, his grandfather's study. Grandfather. Pei Yuan spoke, his heart filled with trepidation. The anger of the Prime Minister had dissipated significantly along the way. He had been trying to self-soothe, thinking that with so many descendants, it was quite normal for one or two to be lacking in talent. Fortunately, he was still vigorous, and that unique offspring from old Tang's family was indeed remarkable, albeit frail. Regardless, he felt he had triumphed. He would rather compete fiercely with Tang Taisher's numerous progeny than feel he was abusing his authority. He habitually picked up the ruler and tapped it lightly against his palm. What has the sage taught recently? To review the old and learn the new, Pei Yuan replied. Means we must revisit what we have learned before and glean new insights from it. Such a person is fit to be a teacher. Upon uttering this, Pei Yuan shivered. How could something so simple have seemed so obscure before? The Prime Minister hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to leave well enough alone to avoid further frustration. However, he reconsidered, thinking of the trouble Pei Yuan and his unfortunate father had faced, and decided to press on. What does this mean? He asked. A gentleman does not compete for trivial matters. If there is a competition, it is akin to archery, humble greetings before ascending the platform, and toasting each other after the contest. Even in competition, one remains a gentleman. Pei Yuan answered without hesitation. This means that a gentleman has nothing worthy to quarrel over, should there be competition. It is akin to archery. Before ascending, one bows in humility and after the contest, toasts each other. Thus, even in contention, one remains a gentleman. The Prime Minister's ruler fell to the table, his eyes wide with astonishment. Who taught you this? Pei Yuan was perplexed. Naturally, it was the sage. Though he has yet to cover this material in detail, I merely read through it. How then do you grasp its meaning? The Prime Minister could not believe he had come to this understanding on his own. Pei Yuan wondered aloud, have I spoken correctly? How curious. I could not fathom it before, yet today it suddenly seems clear. Seeing his bewilderment, Pei Yuan surmised that he had merely stumbled upon the right answer at a critical moment and stated solemnly, "You, my boy. Knowing what you know and not knowing what you do not know, that is true knowledge." The Prime Minister eagerly pulled Pei Yuan closer, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Yuan, you have finally grasped it. Ha ha ha, smoke is rising from the ancestral grave of the Pei family. Guangming, come here. Pei Guangming, who had been anxiously pacing at the door, nearly fell over in surprise. What a name to have, Guangming. All my brightness seems to have been overshadowed by this boy. Guangming, you have a fine son. The Prime Minister's words prompted Pei Guangming to instinctively kneel down. Father, please do not be angry. It is my failure in teaching. I willingly accept punishment. Pei Yuan covered his eyes, peeking at his father through his fingers, wondering why he was kneeling for no reason when his grandfather had not yet expressed anger. Such an act was wasted and would have to be repeated later. The Prime Minister looked quizzically at his son. Why are you kneeling? A man's knees are worth gold. This must be fear of your wife's influence. Pei Guangming dared not reply, his heart in turmoil. Is it fear of my wife that leads to success? I fear not only her, but also my father. The Prime Minister, unusually gentle, said, Why are you still kneeling? Today is a joyous occasion. Pei Yuan answered remarkably well, at 10 years old. You could not have tackled such difficult questions. Pei Guangming stood up, trembling. He answered well? Father, you cannot be serious. He has always found it safer to remain kneeling, lest his knees buckle. The Prime Minister affectionately placed his arm around Pei Yuan's shoulder. Tell your grandfather, why the sudden improvement? Truly, it feels as if 3 days apart has made me see you in a new light. It merely means that 3 days apart. Pei Yuan interrupted. No need for further examination. Today has sufficed, and we may reserve more for tomorrow. The late-arriving Lady Pei and the younger Lady Pei were taken aback by the scene before them. Lady Pei patted her daughter-in-law. Ling, am I seeing things? How can your father be so close to Pei Yuan? The younger Lady Pei rubbed her eyes again, confirming the scene was indeed real. Mother, are we witnessing a ghost today? One strange occurrence after another. Lady Pei shot a disapproving glance at her daughter-in-law. I see you resemble a ghost. Your father must have preemptively subdued Yuan to prevent him from escaping. The younger Lady Pei found her mother-in-law's reasoning quite sound and replied, Then you must hurry. Otherwise, your grandson will be in trouble again. Do I need you to remind me? Lady Pei shot her daughter-in-law a look before hastily moving forward, with the younger Lady Pei quickly following. Pei Yuan was lost in thought, pondering how he had suddenly become so clever. Could it be due to being beaten by Su Changhe? Unlikely. Until this morning, his mind had still been buzzing, and he was fortunate not to have been rendered dull. Yes. After taking that pill this morning, not only had his injuries healed, but it seemed his mind had also sharpened. Previously, he had no idea how to crawl through the dog hole. Each time, his grandfather had caught him at the main entrance. Pei Yuan exclaimed, It must be because I took the magical pill from Su Changhe. It surely is. Do you have any more left? Both the Prime Minister and Pei Guangming asked in unison. Chapter 70. The ancestral tomb is emitting smoke. Pei Yuan gazed incredulously at his grandfather and father. What are you thinking? The father-son duo soon realized their own greed. The fact that their grandson could possess even a single piece of such a treasure was already a stroke of good fortune. Pei the Prime Minister felt a twinge of regret, thinking, Old Tang's son and grandson have both received one. This round, I have lost. Pei's grandmother kicked him lightly, exclaiming, At your age, still acting like a child. What do you even have to compare with Ting Taisher? Greed leads to ruin. Pei Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. recalling his grandfather's earlier lesson that a gentleman does not engage in rivalry. You should not only have shown respect to Tang Taisher before the contest, but you haven't even spoken to him properly in ages. That hardly embodies the spirit of a gentleman. Pei Guangming felt his moment of hope extinguished by his son's harsh words. You little rascal, why bring up such things? If you don't want to live well, why drag your father down with you? What use is your tongue after decades of grievances? The Prime Minister's expression darkened, and Pei's grandmother delivered another kick. Look at you. Even your grandson is more enlightened. Because of you, how many years have I not seen Tang's matriarch? After receiving a reprimand, Pei the Prime Minister became more subdued and sought a way out. Indeed, Yuan has gained insight and can apply his learning. My dear, the smoke from our ancestral tombs signifies a time for ancestral worship. Yes, ancestral worship. Finally, Yuan won't be punished anymore. Pei's grandmother, exhausted from her daily duties, felt a sense of relief. Not so fast. Pei Yuan interjected repeatedly. I promised Su Chonghe that my grandmother would visit their home tomorrow to express gratitude. We should conduct the ancestral worship afterward. His voice grew softer, realizing he was pushing his luck. The Prime Minister nodded approvingly. Such a significant matter warrants thanks. I've heard the Tang family will also be attending. We must not fall behind. Linger, you should accompany your mother. Pei's grandmother sighed, feeling exasperated by her husband's relentless competitive spirit. I cannot believe this old man. I've heard the medicine is extremely precious and can cure numerous ailments. Yuan's injuries have healed, and his wits have returned. Indeed, we must express our gratitude, and not just casually. With a decisive wave of her hand, Pei's grandmother instructed, Linger, come with me to the storeroom and find some suitable gifts. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Duke of Zhen's residence to convey our thanks. Pei Guangming felt a sense of pride. His son had finally made something of himself, and he would no longer face punishment from his father. Joy filled the air. Master, auspiciously reminded, you're healed, and tomorrow, you must return to school. You still have 10 passages of the Analects to memorize. At the Duke of Zhen's residence, Su Xiaoxiao was engaged in a battle with the jerky sent by the Crown Prince. It was undeniably fragrant, yet quite tough, and she had been gnawing on it all morning, uncertain if any had actually made it into her stomach. Lian Xiao remarked, the Imperial kitchen is truly exceptional. It specializes in delivering food that is both visible and tangible yet remains just out of reach, making it perfect for the third young lady. Awanyu observed her daughter, whose face was smeared with drool, and smiled indulgently. This child, unable to speak properly, has already developed such habits. What will become of her in the future? With her hands full of jerky, Su Xiaoxiao could offer no protest, merely thinking to herself, no. I have always loved food and wealth, and now I also adore my mother. I will not become unruly. Zhao Wanyu chuckled, appreciating her child's thoughtfulness. What news is there from the other side? Lian Xiao replied, the matriarch has scheduled a banquet for tomorrow evening, and the second lady is preparing the feast. I expect her to visit us shortly. As anticipated, Liu Shi arrived not long after. In just 6 months, she appeared considerably aged. Since Zhao Wanyu entered the household, she had not had to concern herself with anything. Every matter was meticulously managed, and Zhao Wanyu's dowry shop was under her careful guidance. Supporting son Caidie and her family, Zhao Wanyu had been diligently attending to domestic affairs, and the two women standing together looked more like sisters than mother and daughter-in-law. In contrast, Zhao Wanyu, who had previously been sheltered from domestic chores, had taken on the responsibilities of managing the household, effectively revitalizing the once declining marquisate. While she had become somewhat haggard, her marriage was harmonious and her children well-behaved. Her spirit and appearance had even improved since her wedding day. The stark contrast left Liu Shi fuming, standing beside Zhao Wanyu. Sun Caidie resembled a maid next to a young lady. Zhao Wanyu smiled warmly. Mother, what brings you here? I thought you might be disturbed by the noise, so I did not dare to visit you to avoid causing disruption. Liu Shi feigned a smile. You are busy with the children. We are family and do not require such formalities. I have come to discuss something important. Liu Shi is no longer a child. And the marriage proposal from the Duke of Dun's residence has been withdrawn. We cannot keep delaying matters for her. Tomorrow evening, I've invited some old friends over for tea. Please bring Liu Shi along to meet them. Perhaps someone among them will take a liking to her. Zhao Wanyu internally scoffed. Knowing the caliber of guests Liu Shi would invite, it felt as though she were merely setting a trap for her. However, she maintained a facade of gratitude. How thoughtful of you, mother. As it happens, Madame Qi from the Taisha residence will also be visiting tomorrow, so we can have a gathering. Liu Shi smiled with feigned sincerity. Wonderful. The more, the merrier. It has been ages since our household has been so lively. More people mean more excitement. Just wait until you see Madame Qi. You'll find it impossible to clear your name once you are in her presence. Zhao Wanyu replied docilely. Should I prepare a few more dishes? Su Changhe rushed in. Mother, merely adding a few dishes won't suffice. Some of my classmates' mothers have also said they will come to our house tomorrow. Zhao Wanyu felt her eyelids twitching. You little rascal, have you stirred up trouble again? Why are they coming here? Su Changhe hurriedly denied it. No. I just helped them with a small favor. Their mothers want to thank you for your excellent parenting skills. When you felt uneasy, there was something about his words that did not sit right with her. Liu Shi recalled Sun Caidie mentioning that Su Changhe had gotten into a fight with the entire class. Wasn't he that trouble? This was a perfect opportunity for them to see the consequences of poorly laid foundations. She chimed in, Wanyu, what are you saying? Guests are guests. Even if they come seeking trouble, can we really turn them away? With Bo Wen's incident, everyone has been avoiding us. This is a chance to lighten the mood. Wanyu obediently replied, I will follow your wishes, mother. Chapter 71. A convergence on a narrow path on the following day. The Duke of Town's residence prepared a lavish banquet early on, and several ladies acquainted with Liu arrived as promised. Liu's maternal family was of little consequence. She had initially been a concubine, only elevated to the status of the principal wife after the demise of the legitimate wife and the birth of her son. Consequently, the prominent ladies of the capital looked down upon her. The few she invited were all from humble beginnings, and though they had not been in touch for years, they felt obligated to attend, albeit with a sense of dissatisfaction. Now, witnessing the grandeur of the Duke of Town's residence, they felt a pang of envy. Especially as her son had committed a transgression, what was there to be proud of? When it was rumored that there were treasures to be had, the elderly ladies genuinely warmed up to the idea, accompanying Liu to select some jewelry before preparing to take their seats. Suddenly, a young servant announced, the venerable matriarch of the Grand Tutor's residence and Lady Qi have arrived. Although they came for Zhao Wanyu, Liu felt compelled to put on a show before her old acquaintances. Please make yourselves comfortable. I shall greet the Grand Tutor's matriarch. The group of elderly ladies reflected on their past. In our youth, we were not better off than her. Who would have thought that becoming a concubine would yield such fortune? Truly, some are born to different fates. One of them remarked that selecting a husband was an art. And the Grand Tutor's matriarch personally coming to visit suggested that her family's matters were not too dire. Marrying into their family could indeed be a favorable match. As they spoke, the matriarch of the Grand Tutor's residence and the matriarch of the chancellor's residence were announced. The crowd murmured in astonishment. These two had never been seen together at any gathering apart from court banquets. Their presence underscored the significance of the Duke of Town's residence, contradicting rumors of its impending downfall, as it appeared to be thriving instead. Outside the Duke of Town's residence, an increasing number of carriages arrived, belonging to the female relatives of Su Changhe's classmates. Having heard that a miraculous remedy from the Duke of Town had cured her child's sudden ailment, they insisted on expressing their gratitude. Yet, the current circumstances of the Duke's household made them hesitant, although their children insisted on visiting, leading them to linger outside. Seeing the Grand Tutor's matriarch and the Chancellor's matriarch enter, they could no longer hesitate and followed suit. The Minister of Revenue's wife has arrived. The Minister of Right's wife has arrived. The Clerk of the Central Secretariat's wife has arrived. The young servant at the entrance nearly hoarsed his voice from calling out the arrivals. What a day it was, with so many esteemed guests. Zhao Wanyu had not intended for such a commotion. Particularly since there was no evidence to expose Lu's true nature, she wished to avoid making a scene. However, when Lady Qi sent an invitation insisting on expressing her gratitude, she felt she could not refuse. Changhe mentioned that classmates' families would be attending, but she had not anticipated such an impressive turnout, including the Chancellor's wife and many other distinguished ladies. What a nuisance Changhe had become. After ushering in the Grand Tutor's matriarch and Lady Qi, Dao Wanyu braced herself to welcome the Chancellor's matriarch, determined to refrain from retorting or retaliating, simply allowing the matriarch to vent her frustrations. To her surprise, the Chancellor's matriarch greeted her with an overwhelming warmth, taking her hand and exclaiming, "Madame Zhao, you must be an exceptional teacher. Your Changhe has grown to be so loyal and generous. Ling Er, you must learn from Madame Zhao about her parenting methods." Lady Pei smiled sincerely. "Mother, I wish to learn as well. Please do share your insights, Madame Zhao." Awanyu's smile froze in place, for the matriarch's words sounded like a veiled jab. Considering that her Chang he had recently beaten the matriarch's grandson to the point of being unable to attend school, the matriarch's restraint was perhaps a testament to her grace. Dao Wanyu, adopting a humble tone, replied, "You flatter me, Madame Pei. My son's behavior is indeed my failing. I shall discipline him properly." The matriarch replied with a benevolent smile, "Ling Er, look at Madame Zhao. She is so modest. You should take note." Zhao Wanyu felt an overwhelming urge to disappear, while Lady Pei remained unfazed and continued, "We rushed here today and brought a small token of our appreciation. Though modest, it carries deep sentiment. I hope Madame Zhao will not take offense." Zhao Wanyu was utterly bewildered. To seek trouble while presenting gifts? Surely these offerings were not meant to be malicious. Thankfully, Lady Pei soon sent in the gifts, which included priceless writing materials, a complete set of gold headdresses, numerous gem-encrusted adornments, several jade bangles, exquisite silks, and rare medicinal herbs like ginseng and snow lotus. The sheer opulence of the gifts was staggering, rivaling those presented by the Grand Tutor's matriarch. Dao Wanyu was left astounded. She could understand the Grand Tutor's matriarch expressing gratitude for saving her life, but what was the Chancellor's matriarch trying to convey? She stammered, "Madame Pei, you truly overwhelm me with such generous gifts. I am unworthy to accept this. You have raised a fine son, and these offerings are well-deserved. May the children play together more often." Just as Zhao Wanyu was grappling with the situation, Su Chonghe arrived unexpectedly, having successfully summoned both his grandmother and mother. Despite his youth, Su Chonghe exhibited no signs of timidity, confidently greeting the Chancellor's matriarch and Lady Pei, and inviting his mother to attend to their seating while he went to welcome his classmates. Indeed, Pei Yuan and others had also come, prompting Zhao Wanyu to quickly arrange several tables in the outer courtyard for Su Chonghe to host them. She advised him, "Feel free to make any arrangements you deem necessary, but remember, you are still young and must not drink." Afterward, she personally led the Chancellor's matriarch and others into the inner courtyard, realizing that the matriarch was genuinely not seeking confrontation. What had Changhe accomplished? Meanwhile, the Grand Tutor's matriarch was engaged in conversation with Liu when she saw the Chancellor's matriarch approach, her expression stiffening as if confronted on a narrow path. Chapter 72. A Grand Reconciliation. Zhao Wanwei felt a buzzing in her head. The entire capital was aware of the long-standing animosity between Tang Taisher and Pei Chengxiang. The two families had refrained from associating with one another, and now that the two matriarchs found themselves face to face, it was nothing short of a battlefield. With Lady Tang taking the lead, she could hardly relegate Lady Pei to a corner. Zhao Wanwei made a bold decision to add a table beside Lady Tang, allowing both women to sit side by side. Humph. Lady Tang turned her back. Humph. Lady Pei was equally unyielding, and the two ignored each other. The other ladies present paid their respects to the two elders, maintaining a respectful silence, each too apprehensive to speak first. Liu Shi remained particularly mute, both out of guilt and because these two were her elders, especially Lady Tang, who had never looked kindly upon her due to the association with Tang Xiaoer. The old friends she had invited could only be seated at the lowest table, so she opted to join them at the end, reasoning that whatever conflict arose between the two matriarchs was of no concern to her, and Zhao Wanyue's discomfort would bring her some relief. Zhao Wanwei, at a loss, instructed the servants to serve the dishes and summoned a troupe of performers, hoping to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Yet, the two elderly ladies remained obstinately at odds. Sitting at the lower end, Xiaoxiao, casually gnawing on a bone, remarked, "If they sing a play about the peach, plum, and May blossoms, surely the two grandmothers will be reminded of their youthful camaraderie and will reconcile." Su Lingxi's eyes flickered. The tale of the peach, plum, and May blossoms recounted the story of the High Sisters. Was it possible that Lady Tang and Lady Pei had once been friends? Quietly departing her seat, Su Lingxi conveyed this thought to her mother. Although Zhao Wanwei was unaware of the matriarch's past, she trusted her daughter's insight and promptly instructed the troupe to perform the play. As anticipated, when the lead actress began to sing, both elderly ladies were drawn to the stage, and as the performance progressed, Lady Tang even produced a handkerchief to dab at her tears. Lady Pei, too, felt her eyes welling up as she coldly remarked, "Who are you putting on this emotional display for? If one did not know better, they might think you were deeply sentimental." Lady Tang was undeterred, raising an eyebrow. "If I were not sentimental, I would not have forgotten my past sisters after marrying. Back then, we swore that men would come after our sisters, yet here you are, having turned your back on me after marriage." Lady Pei exploded. "How dare you speak of turning your back? It is you who has disavowed our friendship. I sent you countless invitations, yet you refused to see me." The more Lady Tang reflected, the more incensed she became. "You may have invited me on the 1st of the month, but I waited for you at Dafu Temple for 3 days without a word from you. Even if Tang Lu triumphed over your Pei-san in the imperial examination, that is a matter for the men. As sisters for so many years, do you truly have such a heart of stone?" Lady Pei was perplexed. "Dafu Temple? When did you tell me you were waiting there?" "I was too preoccupied with the examination results to celebrate with Pei Lu and had Autumn Ling send you a message that I was at Dafu Temple waiting for you. When you did not arrive for 1 day, then 2, I intended to visit the Pei residence, but you sent Autumn Ling with my gift, telling me you never wished to see me again." Now, recalling those words, Lady Tang felt her heart constrict. Autumn Ling had claimed you no longer wished to meet. Upon uttering this, both matriarchs finally reached an epiphany. Autumn Ling. She had been the source of their misunderstanding. Lady Pei trembled with anger. "We treated her like a beloved sister. Why would she do such a thing?" Lady Tang, having come to a realization, responded, "It is only our fault for placing too much trust in her. Our families are of higher standing, and while our husbands competed in the same examination, Tang Lu won the top prize while Pei Er came second, leaving her husband in the lower ranks. We were overly concerned with the rivalry between the first and second that we neglected her feelings. Tang Lu and Pei Er had never seen eye to eye, so it was only natural for us to be cautious. Even so, Tang Lu and Pei Er had always looked out for their family. How could she allow us to be misled for decades? I truly misjudged her." Lady Pei could only curse under her breath. Lady Tang chuckled. "Your temper remains as fierce as in our youth, a testament to Pei Er's genuine affection for you, allowing you to remain so free-spirited for all these years." Lady Pei's eyes blazed. "And Tang Lu is not obedient to you? If he were unkind to you, I would not care if you acknowledged me. I would storm into the Tang residence and confront her." Lady Tang's eyes brimmed with tears. "It is my failure as an elder sister that has allowed us to misunderstand each other for so long." Lady Pei offered her handkerchief to wipe Lady Tang's tears, teasing, "You still cry so easily. At least you learned the truth before it was too late." Lady Tang playfully slapped her, admonishing, "At your age, you should be more careful with your words." The two shared a knowing smile, finally dispelling years of hostility. Madame Qi and young Madame Pei were so engrossed in listening that they had forgotten the performance, eager to learn of the fascinating history between their mothers-in-law. The other ladies, seated further away, could not discern the details of the conversation, but observed the escalating emotions, first appearing to argue and then to cry. With Lady Pei even comforting Lady Tang. Everyone was captivated, and the once exquisite banquet lost its allure. Finally, Lady Tang removed a gold hairpin from her head and placed it in Lady Pei's hair, while Lady Pei took off her jade bracelet and adorned Lady Tang's wrist with it. The two held hands, smiling as they listened to the performance. This was utterly astonishing. Xiaoxiao clapped her hands in delight, a global reconciliation. Such a momentous occasion deserves a toast. Zhao Wanwei found her daughter's sentiment quite profound and raised her glass. It is truly a privilege to have everyone present today, and what is more remarkable is the newfound bond between the two venerable ladies. As their junior, it is my honor to propose a toast to you both. As Zhao Wanwei drank from her glass, Liu Shi smiled with satisfaction, raising her own glass to finish it in one gulp. Zhao Wanwei, your streak of good fortune is about to come to an end. Chapter 73. Caught in the act, the two elderly ladies, Tang and Pei, exchanged a smile that dissolved their grievances, and they warmly engaged Zhao Wanyu in conversation, expressing gratitude for her role in clarifying misunderstandings. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, as the gathering comprised solely of women who felt at ease to share drinks and laughter. Zhao Wanyu indulged in several more cups, and upon shaking the wine jug before her, she discovered it empty. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her steps became somewhat unsteady. After bidding farewell to the two matriarchs, she floated out of the banquet hall. An elderly woman beside Liu remarked, "You spoil your daughter-in-law too much, with guests present. How could she drink to excess?" Liu, with an air of generosity, replied, "She has been troubled lately. Let her be." The woman felt embarrassed, retorting, "Sister, you are far too indulgent." Liu simply smiled, enjoying the sweet nectar of the day's libations, partaking in several more drinks and a feast of dishes. As she contemplated how to amplify the evening's revelry, a sudden churn in her stomach compelled her to hastily leave the table. Noticing Liu's discomfort, her second daughter-in-law, Zheng Yixian, hurried over, and Liu, struck by inspiration, instructed her, "These ladies are my close friends. After this performance, take them to your elder sister-in-law's quarters and have her discreetly present the gifts prepared for them." The elderly women shared a knowing glance. It was impractical to bestow gifts upon all the guests. After a song concluded, before Zheng Yixian could speak, some guests grew restless, urging her to quickly inquire about the gifts from Zhao Wanyu. Upon reaching the courtyard, they saw Lian Xiao assisting Zhao Wanyu out. "Sister-in-law, Mother said she prepared gifts for the ladies and instructed me to bring them to collect," she announced. Zhao Wanyu, perplexed, responded, "Gifts? Mother did not mention anything to me. Perhaps she has had too much to drink. The gifts must be in her room. Let us go ask her." Several elderly women were displeased, grumbling, "Is this how the Duke's residence treats its guests? Whether there are gifts or not, why drag us around like this?" Zhao Wanyu quickly reassured them, "Aunties, you misunderstand. Mother's preparations will surely be exceptional. If I acted on my own, I fear she might think me petty." Upon hearing this, the women were eager to receive 2 gifts for their trouble, and they insisted, "Gifts are of little consequence. We should check on your well-being first." Zhao Wanyu expressed her gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, dear aunts." The group laughed and chatted as they made their way to Liu's courtyard, where the elderly ladies hurried, fearing they might miss out on something valuable. The courtyard was cloaked in darkness, and even the gatekeeper was nowhere to be found. Zhao Wanyu furrowed her brow. "Where are the servants? Is this how they attend to the matriarch? Sister-in-law, as you assist mother in managing the household, you ought to pay more attention to these matters." With a frown, she added, "Let us discuss this later. Mother is unwell, and the courtyard is unlit. With no attendants, we must ensure she does not trip." The elderly women, enviously whispering, thought how fortunate Liu was to have married into a prominent family, with a dowry that seemed mountainous and a daughter-in-law so considerate. It was said that the young master's wife treated the matriarch with greater care than her own mother, and it was evident that such praise was warranted. Zhao Wanyu sighed, Father has been ill for so long. Mother has shouldered the household alone at such a young age. So, it is only natural for me to be dutiful. Upon hearing this, the women felt less inclined to envy Liu, recognizing that at less than 20, she had already endured widowhood. Regardless of her wealth and status, her life was undoubtedly burdensome. Jiang Xian, wishing to divert the conversation from the flattery directed at Zhao Wanyu, interjected, "Oh, do you hear that? There seems to be some commotion inside." Indeed. Hurried breaths echoed from within. Wanyu, lantern in hand, exclaimed, "Could it be that mother has fallen and cannot rise? Hurry, someone. Bring the light." She rushed into Liu's room. The others stood frozen in shock, for there lay Liu, unclothed, entwined with a man of considerable age, lost in an intimate embrace. One glance revealed the man's striking appearance. The elderly women were unable to tear their eyes away, astounded by Liu's audacity. Zhao Wanyu, astonished, questioned, "Mother, what are you doing?" Liu, suddenly aware, felt a rush of clarity, realizing the absurdity of her actions. She had intended to confront Zhao Wanyu, but found herself entangled in this scandal. Uncertain of how this man had come to be there, she felt a surge of vitality, abandoning all restraint. In a moment of impulsiveness, Liu pushed the man away and shouted, "Get out, all of you." Bai Ji rushed in. Panic-stricken, "Madam, it's terrible. We discovered 2 people in compromising positions in the old lady's chamber." Hearing the commotion, Lian Xiao remarked, "The madam drank too much and insisted on visiting the old lady. There must be something amiss." Concerned for Zhao Wanyu, both Tang and Pei hurried to check, and the guests dared not linger, hastening to Liu's courtyard. They arrived just in time to see Sun Kai die and a man in disarray, while Liu hid beneath the covers, too ashamed to show herself. Liu, in a frenzy, cried out, "Zhao Wanyu, you plotted against me." Zhao Wanyu, feeling wronged, replied, "Mother, I am aware of your struggles over the years. Father has remained unconscious and you have sent him to a distant estate. Yet today, with so many esteemed guests, you should have exercised some restraint. We must consider the dignity of our duke's residence, as well as the reputations of Bo Wan and the children." Her words underscored Liu's long-standing indiscretions, alluding to how the duke had been sent away to recuperate merely to relieve Liu of her obligations. The seemingly glamorous life of Liu was revealed to be fraught with scandal. Chapter 74. The elderly lady's mischief. Liu sure wished to defend herself, yet bereft of attire. She found herself unable to rise and confront Zhao Wanyu. Thus, she could only wrap herself in a blanket and exclaim, "Zhao Wanyu, your heart is truly cruel. You intentionally invited so many people to ensnare me." Zhao Wanyu feigned innocence, replying, "Mother-in-law, you witnessed it yourself today. No one held a knife to your throat, forcing you to leave the table mid-meal while you clandestinely met with that old man. You. Liu Shi was so enraged that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. The matriarchs, Lady Tang and Lady Pei, exchanged glances and solemnly remarked, "A woman of such esteemed rank, so devoid of shame. It is indeed a testament to Wan Yu's filial piety that she hurriedly came to check on you, fearing for your well-being. Who could have anticipated your eagerness? Do you not fear that your descendants will be humiliated before others?" Lady Pei was even more direct, stating, "What a disgrace. A splendid banquet ruined without reason. The truth of this matter is as clear as day. Since I am here, I shall ensure that no innocent person suffers unjustly." Liu Shi, hasten to don that garment of modesty. "You are a disgrace." Inarticulately, Liu Shi protested, "I am truly being wronged. This is all a scheme devised by Zhao Wanyu." Lian Xiao retorted, "Old lady, as the saying goes, catch the thief red-handed. You claim our lady has wronged you. But why not investigate the origins of this rogue man?" Lian Xiao, be silent. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Let this matter rest, Zhao Wanyu interjected, bearing a demeanor of dignified endurance. Lady Pei objected, "How can we let this slide? The young lady speaks truth. As a woman of high rank, she has forsaken her marital duties, and this has transcended familial matters." Lady Pei did not consider herself an outsider and, observing Liu Shi's disdain towards Zhao Wanyu, took it upon herself to support the latter. Bring that shameless man before me. I wish to know who he is. Lady Pei nearly spat out her tea upon hearing the man's words. What? You were paid to come to the Duke's residence? Could it be that this is indeed Zhao Wanyu's doing? The old man continued. She offered me 20 taels of silver, claiming the other party was a beauty in her 30s. Who could have imagined she was an elderly lady even older than I? Lady Pei was left speechless. 20 taels was no small sum, and it could be said that it was an old ox courting a tender calf. Lady Tang, however, grasped the crux of the matter. The only women in the Duke's residence in their 30s were Zhao Wanyu and Zheng Xian. Could it be that they were plotting against their own benefactor, Zhao Wanyu? With a stern expression, she inquired, Who summoned you? Zhou Quan from East Village and his wife, Sun Caidie. He blurted out, explaining that her husband frequently visited the brothel across from them, and he had often seen her lurking about. He realized that the individuals before him were not ordinary folk and had no desire to offend them. Bai Ji quietly murmured, Old lady, the one caught in the inner chamber is indeed Sun Caidie. She even claimed to be your own daughter. Bai Ji's voice was soft, yet it was perfectly audible to the two elder ladies. Lady Pei widened her eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this was not merely a scandal, but also involved the potential revelation of a hidden illegitimate child. Lady Tang shot her a sideways glance, recognizing that the situation had escalated. Fortunately, none of this implicated Zhao Wanyu. It was clear to any discerning observer that Liu Shi harbored animosity towards Zhao Wanyu, treating her as an enemy. Thus, it was only fitting to seek retribution on behalf of their benefactor. Hong Yi, let us go and confront the Sun Caidie, Lady Tang declared, remaining cautious and deciding to interrogate her privately first. Should the revelations prove detrimental to Zhao Wanyu, they could act swiftly. Years had passed. Yet upon hearing Su Ruping call her by her maiden name, Lady Pei felt as if she were once again teaming up with her sister against an adversary. With enthusiasm, Lady Pei exclaimed, Let us go. This old frame of mine has not exercised in ages. Su Xiaoxiao, having gnawed on dried meat until her jaw ached, set it aside and took a hearty swig from the milk jug, exclaiming, With these two grandmothers present, there is no need for mother to intervene. Liu Shi and Sun Caidie's schemes shall be unveiled. Su Ling she exchanged glances with Zhao Wanyu, realizing that the two elder ladies were so exuberant that they could not be dissuaded, and thus they decided to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Unbeknownst to Sun Caidie, who had merely delivered the old man from Nanfeng Pavilion to Zhao Wanyu's courtyard and then quietly departed through a side gate, she found herself entangled in an absurd situation with a filthy groom. Zhao Wanyu was equally perplexed as to why Sun Caidie lingered. The old man was swiftly subdued by the shadow guards and brought to Liu Shi's room. The wine Liu Shi had consumed was replaced with one intended for Zhao Wanyu, a fitting twist of fate. Su Xiaoxiao belched contentedly. Patting her belly and giggling, Lady Pei drew a dagger from her waist, twirling it skillfully. You had best confess to me. I have not used this knife in many years, and my hands are itching. Sun Caidie was already terrified, stammering, I know nothing. I swear I am innocent. There are ghosts here. Ghosts? Lady Pei retorted, If you do not cooperate, I shall carve innumerable wounds upon you until your last drop of blood flows, leaving you more fearsome than any specter. As she spoke, the blade grazed Sun Caidie's wrist, drawing forth a trickle of crimson. Lady Tang, unable to bear it any longer, shook her head and said, Why frighten her so? Sun Caidie looked towards Lady Tang, seeing her as a savior, ready to plead for mercy, only to hear Lady Tang propose, Why not summon Zhou Quan from East Village to identify his wife? The one who has intruded upon the Duke's residence and engaged in illicit activities? Lady Pei interjected, Would that not be unwise? Might it lead to her being cast aside? Lady Tang responded, Surely it is better than allowing her to bleed out, becoming a lifeless husk amidst endless torment. Sun Caidie thought to herself, This is no benevolent savior. She is a demon demanding a life. Zhao Wanyu, Qi Shi, and Lady Pei's daughter all gasped at the two elder ladies' audacity. Sun Caidie, overwhelmed by their banter, cried out in desperation, No, please. I will do whatever you ask. Just spare me further torment. And thus, the matter reached an anticlimactic conclusion, leaving Lady Pei unsatisfied as she sheathed her dagger and inquired, "The old man from Nanfeng Pavilion, was he brought here by you?" Sun Caidie nodded obediently yes. "Who did you intend for him to harm?" Chapter 75. A casual gesture of inscription. Sun Caidie, harboring a glimmer of hope, replied, "I do not know." "The name of the Rakshasa judge?" "It belonged to a cross-dressing constable from 50 years ago, renowned for silencing the cries of children at night, instilling fear in all who heard it." Sun Caidie, not particularly astute, pondered for a moment, realizing the age did indeed match. Trembling with fear, she exclaimed, "I confess. We poisoned Zhao Wanyue's wine, intending to ruin her reputation amidst the throngs today." As she beheld the gleaming knife in the hand of old Madame Pei, Sun Caidie could no longer withstand the pressure and, with her eyes closed, confessed, "It was the Duchess who instructed me to find you, so she could rightfully divorce you and claim your dowry." Zhao Wanwei, taken aback, retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Impossible. My mother has treated me with utmost kindness, as if I were her own daughter. For over a decade, I have served her with care and dedication. How could she resort to such vile schemes to ensnare me?" "You speak nonsense." Sun Caidie burst into laughter. "She regards you as her daughter? Do you think you deserve such affection? Your husband is a bastard. She would never consider you her own. She dreams of your demise." "I am her true daughter, and all the wealth and glory of the Duke's residence rightfully belong to me. You would do well to release me, lest my mother seeks vengeance upon you." Old Madame Pei, stunned, gasped, "Your mother is Liu? Are you serious?" She could not fathom that a biological daughter would seek to betray her mother in such a manner. "It is indeed true. Otherwise, how could I roam freely within the Duke's residence? Elderly woman, it would be wise to treat me with respect. My biological father holds considerable power, and perhaps upon my elevation as the Duke's legitimate daughter, I may grant you a merciful end." Zhao Wanwei, intentionally baiting her, retorted, "You are deluded. Su Bowen is the Duke's legitimate son and is destined to inherit the Duke's estate. You, a filth from the gutters, should cease your ramblings." Sun Caidie continued her tirade. Had it not been for the fact that Su Bowen is a boy, he would have perished alongside his ill-fated mother long ago. He ought to dwell in obscurity, forever deprived of light, while I am the true daughter of the Duchess. Su Xiaoxiao nestled in Su Lingxi's embrace, observing calmly yet silently cheering. This truth-telling talisman indeed proves effective. The more one speaks, the more one reveals. At that moment, Su Lingxi comprehended why Sun Caidie had divulged Liu's secrets. Hearing this, old Madame Tang's heart raced with excitement as she asked, "Repeat that. Whose child is Su Bowen?" Sun Caidie, fully aware of the consequences, could not restrain her tongue. "He is the child of the Duke's legitimate wife, Tang Xiaoer. My mother, unwilling to accept that the legitimate wife was pregnant, deceived the Duke into believing she too was with child. While the Duke was away on campaign, she sought to leave a child behind. Had I been a boy, Su Bowen would not have survived to this day." Old Madame Tang, trembling with emotion, questioned, "Xiaoxiao did not die from childbirth. Her child is alive. Is this true?" She never anticipated that the gossip would circle back to her. Zhao Wanwei and she both noticed old Madame Tang's unusual demeanor and quietly positioned themselves beside her for support. Old Madame Pei, infuriated by Sun Caidie's words, tightened her grip on her throat, demanding, "What did you say?" "Tang Xiaoxiao was harmed by that wretched concubine." Despite years of estrangement, in her heart, Tang Xiaoxiao was her beloved niece. Sun Caidie struggled to breathe, nodding frantically, but the enraged old Madame Pei, oblivious to her distress, continued her interrogation. "Speak." As Sun Caidie neared asphyxiation, Su Lingxi timely interjected, "Old Madame Pei, perhaps it is your grip that prevents her from speaking." Only then did old Madame Pei realize her error and pushed Sun Caidie away, commanding, "Speak." With bitterness, Sun Caidie retorted, "The Duke's heart belongs solely to Tang Xiaoxiao. If my mother had not acted thus, she would have remained forever in obscurity. Old Madame Pei was nearly beside herself with rage, kicking out in fury, "You vile creature." Old Madame Tang, summoning her strength, coldly declared, "Hongya, go interrogate Liu and ensure justice for Xiaoer." Only then did old Madame Pei release Sun Caidie. Softly speaking to old Madame Tang, Ru Ping, "Do not be agitated. The child still lives, and this is a good sign. Let us uncover the truth together." Xiaoxiao yawned. It seems the truth is about to be revealed. I intended to wait until I could speak to settle accounts with them. But who knew that mother and our two grandmothers would be so formidable, solving the case without me? Zhao Wanwei felt a mix of emotions, realizing that without Xiaoxiao, she would have remained ignorant of her own fate and the truth of her father's lineage. It was indeed her daughter who had unraveled the mystery. Zhao Wanwei, wishing to shield her daughters from sordid affairs, said to Su Lingxi, "Lingxi, your sister is tired. Take her to rest. The adults will handle matters here." "But mother, here," Su Lingxi insisted, unwilling to leave her mother alone. Old Madame Tang nodded in approval towards Zhao Wanwei, acknowledging that it was indeed inappropriate for the children to remain, and lovingly said, "Go on. I am here with old Madame Pei. Your mother will not suffer any harm." With the elder's words, Su Lingxi ceased her objections, bowed, and said, "Then I shall trouble both madams." Su Xiaoxiao, determined, protested, "No. I am not tired. I can endure. I want to hear Liu confess her misdeeds." Su Lingxi gently reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, mother has matters to attend to. We must obey her wishes." Reluctantly, Su Xiaoxiao doodled in the air and tossed a truth-telling talisman towards Liu's quarters, saying, "If we must leave, let us first ensure Liu reveals all her misdeeds." Su Lingxi patted Xiaoxiao, "You are such a good sister." Watching Su Lingxi lead Xiaoxiao away, old Madame Tang, supported by Zhao Wanwei and Qi, made her way to Liu's courtyard. Young Madame Pei intended to assist her mother-in-law, but old Madame Pei seized the collapsed Sun Caidie, exclaiming, "Bring this wretch forth for questioning." Liu, now dressed, was under the watchful eyes of the maids beside old Madame Pei. Old Madame Tang, suppressing her fury, demanded, "Liu, how did my daughter Tang Xiaoer truly die?" Liu, panic-stricken and guilt-ridden, replied, "She died from complications during childbirth." Chapter 76. The truth revealed. Madame Pei forcefully thrust Sun Caidie before her and admonished, "Cease your futile struggles. Your daughter has already confessed." Liu, upon seeing Sun Caidie in their grasp, became increasingly flustered and disoriented. Yet, being a cunning old fox, she darkened her expression and retorted, "I do not know her. This incident is undoubtedly a scheme devised by Zhao Wanwei." Her glare at Sun Caidie was filled with a mix of anger and disappointment. Sun Caidie realized the enormity of the calamity she had caused. She never intended to betray her mother, but found herself unable to restrain her tongue. "I did not wish for this. However, uttering falsehoods causes me great discomfort, compelling my lips to reveal the truth against my will. I am utterly powerless." Silence. As soon as Liu's words fell, she felt as though swarms of insects were gnawing at her insides, igniting both pain and itchiness. Her mouth uncontrollably opened, confessing, "It was I who swapped her prenatal medicine with safflower, leading to her premature and tragic demise." At this revelation, Madame Tang nearly fainted from the anguish. Her daughter had indeed fallen victim to the machinations of this venomous woman. Liu, in horror, clamped her hands over her mouth, incredulous that she had revealed the truth. Zhao Wanwei, recognizing that the truth-telling spell was in effect, hastily inquired, "Madame Tang was already at term. What became of her child?" Liu bit her lip, rendered speechless, knowing nothing of what to say. Yet a tremendous force pried open her lips, spilling forth her innermost thoughts. "Heaven is truly unjust. Why must Tang Xiaoer be born into privilege, receiving all the adoration and care from her parents, while I, merely of lesser lineage, am relegated to the role of a concubine, constantly subjected to humiliation?" Madame Qi, as the head matriarch, deemed Liu's treatment harsh enough and queried, "The head matriarch has shown you compassion. Why do you repay her with schemes?" Liu scoffed, "Compassion? She personally delivered Su Bingquan to my chambers. Yet as soon as she departed, he warned me not to harbor delusions, for his heart belonged solely to that wretched Tang Xiaoer. They conspired together to humiliate me. I was unwilling to accept this degradation, so I lit aphrodisiac incense in my room, yet he preferred to plunge himself into cold water rather than touch me. I resorted to administering a sleeping potion to create the illusion of intimacy. When Tang Xiaoer fell pregnant, he was consumed by anxiety. I bribed a doctor to claim that I too was with child, yet all he could utter was "take care of yourself." My resentment grew. His indifference led me to seek affection elsewhere, and 3 months later, I finally conceived a child of my own. Observing Madame Tang's heightened emotions, Zhao Wanwei understood that only by reassuring her that her grandson remained unharmed could she alleviate her distress. Thus, she pressed. "So the child you carried is not of the Duke's bloodline. You have yet to tell me what became of Madame Tang's child." Lu's eyes brimmed with fury. Tang Xiaoer had already suffered severe bleeding and fainted, yet somehow found the strength to awaken and gave birth to a son. Initially, I deceived Su Bingquan into believing I was pregnant, and now the time had come for my own delivery. However, my child was only 6 months along and also a boy, whom I chose to keep. Later, I bore a daughter, and to secure my position as the Duke's consort, I had no choice but to place her in the care of another while nurturing the son of my adversary. At this juncture, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Thankfully, Xiaoer's child was indeed alive. Madame Qi hastily comforted Madame Tang. "Mother, did you hear? Eldest sister's child is alive. It's Su Shitzi." Madame Tang finally wept openly. "Xiaoer, my poor daughter, you have suffered so greatly. Heaven has eyes in this lifetime. I shall see your child once more." Madame Pei, sharing in her friend's sorrow, delivered a sharp kick to Lu's chest and demanded, "Who is your paramour?" "The Duke is robust. How could he suddenly fall ill and lose consciousness? Did you have a hand in this?" Lu, having shared the full account of Su Bowen's lineage, realized her demise was imminent. Fortunately, she had not yet revealed Shintianyo's identity. No one knew that Su Boheo was not of the Su bloodline. Su Boheo was her only son, and even in death, she could not disclose this truth. With steely resolve, Lu bit through her own tongue, ensuring that no force could compel her to utter another word. Yet, for Madame Tang, this was sufficient. She trembled as she stroked Zhao Wanyue's head, saying, "Good child. It turns out you are my granddaughter-in-law. Heaven has indeed delivered. Xiaoer, you have a noble daughter-in-law who has saved our Tang family." Zhao Wanwei, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy. "Grandmother, your granddaughter-in-law bows before you." Once Madame Tang and Zhao Wanwei regained their composure, Madame Pei remarked, rupeeing, although Lu cannot speak. "Her daughter can still articulate. With so many present today, we must make this matter known far and wide, exposing Lu's true nature and vindicating Xiaoer and Bowen's family." Under the influence of the truth-telling spell, Sun Caidie recounted everything she knew before the gathered ladies, eliciting gasps of disbelief. No one had anticipated Lu's duplicitous nature, poisoning the matriarch while preserving her own offspring. Zhao Wanwei, desiring to turn the tables on Lu and tarnish her reputation, was astounded by the support from both Madame Tang and Madame Pei, along with Xin Xiaoxiao's covert assistance, as they resolved a dilemma she had long struggled to address. With an apologetic demeanor, she addressed the assembly. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance you witnessed upon your first visit. It was truly neglectful of me. Once I have tidied the chaos at home, I shall host a grand feast to properly entertain you all." The guests waved their hands dismissively. "Madame Zhao, you are too gracious. Your esteemed son bestowed us with a miraculous remedy that cured our little one's ailment. We came to express our gratitude. To witness the truth of Su Shitzi's lineage is indeed a privilege. Once you have settled your affairs, we shall reconvene." As the ladies departed, Madame Pei gazed vacantly and asked, "Linger, did they all receive the miraculous pill from Shanghai?" The mother and daughter-in-law chimed in unison. "Then you honor must be the dullest of them all." Chapter 77, The Steamed Bun? No, it's the antidote. Although the old matriarch Pei felt regret for her grandson, Her predominant sentiment was one of joy for the old matriarch Tang. Son Caidie and Liu were both imprisoned, and the elderly acquaintances Liu had invited, upon learning of her transgressions, no longer dared to covet any gifts. They simply hoped the Duke's household would not take their actions to heart. Just as they contemplated a discreet escape, they were halted by Zhao Wanyu, who said, "How can I allow my aunts to leave empty-handed? Ling Qiao, bring the gifts." Ling Qiao presented each elderly woman with a golden hairpin, exquisite in style and quality, something they could hardly aspire to possess. The women were taken aback, and one remarked, "Sister Liu truly should not have acted so recklessly. If she had treated the heir and his wife well, the secrets of decades past might never have surfaced, and she could have lived out her days in splendor." What nonsense! Someone interjected, cautioning her against her indiscretion, causing the woman to fall silent. Yet, all were acutely aware that Liu was foolish. Having seized the position of the Duke's wife, she should have kept the secret buried deep within her heart, allowing her to live in peace. Alas, she had squandered a winning hand. Moreover, the news would spread throughout the capital by the next day, revealing that Liu was not the biological mother of Su Bowen. Rather, he was born of the legitimate wife, Tang Xiaoer. Zheng Yaxian felt as though this day stretched longer than a lifetime. The scandal of her mother-in-law caught in adultery was already sensational, but there was more to come. Her eldest brother was not born of their mother, and with such shameless actions from her mother-in-law, her life alongside Su Boheo under Su Bowen and Zhao Wanyu would undoubtedly become more challenging. She fumed at the realization that Liu had been so miserly towards her, having lavished all good fortune upon her biological daughter. How pitiful she was, having previously courted Liu's favor, only to now seek Zhao Wanyu's goodwill. Her fate seemed most unfortunate. After bidding farewell to the two elderly matriarchs, Zhao Wanyu felt utterly numb. The day had been nothing short of extraordinary. Zheng Yaxian offered her support, saying, "Sister-in-law, I never imagined my mother-in-law to be such a person. How furious will my brother and Boheo be upon learning this?" Zhao Wanyu, having overheard Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts, surmised that Su Boheo and Su Bowen were likely not half-brothers. Liu was desperately trying to silence her, evidently to protect Su Boheo. Zhao Wanyu was in no rush to deal with Zheng Yaxian. She deemed her rather dim-witted. Although Su Boheo was a scoundrel, he treated her with respect. She knew that any course of action would require evidence and a consultation with Su Bowen's perspective. This statement served as a reassurance for Zheng Yaxian. For the time being, Zhao Wanyu had not deemed her an outsider. The following day, the entire capital buzzed with news of the Duke's wife plotting against the legitimate wife, abandoning her children in a bid to eliminate the heir's wife, with whispers suggesting that the Duke had fallen ill after discovering the illicit affair. Upon hearing the news, Shen Tianyu fell from his chair, his face pale with shock. Shen Qingyu dismissed the attendants and helped him up, saying, "Grandfather, I have already investigated." Liu and her daughter were afflicted by a truth-telling curse. However, she was clever enough to bite her tongue and take her own life to protect her son. Though she lives, she can no longer speak. Shen Tianyu cared little for Liu's fate. Her death would be a boon. He urgently inquired, "Is that curse truly so powerful?" The curse, known as the truth spell, compelled those afflicted to answer any question posed to them unless they could no longer speak. Shen Qingyu admired Liu's audacity to take such desperate measures. Shen Tianyu was filled with dread. If someone were to cast that spell upon him, he would be entirely at their mercy. Sensing her grandfather's fear, Shen Qingyu calmly reassured him, "There is no need for alarm, grandfather. I possess a means to counter the truth spell. If you consume this, it will render the spell ineffective." As she spoke, she produced a bun-sized black orb. Despite his skepticism, Shen Tianyu had no choice but to try it. Reluctantly, he asked, "Must I consume the entire thing? Will it truly work?" To his surprise, Shen Tianyu expressed disdain. She retorted, "If you are unwilling to eat it, perhaps they won't trace anything back to you." He refrained from questioning how Shen Qingyu was privy to these long-buried secrets. She possessed a certain aptitude. And the unfolding events were increasingly bizarre. He had to trust her. Xintianyu hastily took a bite, nearly losing a few teeth due to its hardness. Forcing him to chew slowly, Xinqingyu felt a twinge of guilt, aware that the texture of the antidote left much to be desired. Grandfather, perhaps you should skip court today and take a leave of absence? Now devoid of secrets in front of Xinqingyu, he spoke freely. If you send someone to silence her, it may leave evidence. Leave this matter to me. Liu has suffered greatly. It is reasonable for her to go mad. As for Sun Caidie, she knows too much, but should be out of your reach. Should we spare her? Xinqingyu sensed that her grandfather wished to protect this daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Xintianyu declared, "Those two foolish women are more a hindrance than a help. Let them go mad." Xinqingyu was quite satisfied with this partner in crime. Decisive action was indeed the best course. Then I shall take care of it. Xintianyu uneasily asked, "Are you certain you don't need me to arrange for your imprisonment?" Xinqingyu exuded confidence. "I have my methods. You should go to court." Clutching his precious antidote, Xintianyu instructed his attendants to prepare a water flask, and he set off in the carriage, nibbling away. Chapter 78. Frightened to madness, within Xinqingyu's body resided the soul of the holy maiden from the demonic sect, and entering the prison proved to be a rather effortless endeavor. Owing to Liu's noble decree, the guards did not impose any particular hardships upon her. They even tended to her bleeding tongue and confined her together with Sun Caidie. Devoid of her previous support, Sun Caidie was in a state of frantic despair. Ignoring the gravity of their plight, she implored, "Mother, what shall we do now? Will father come to rescue us?" Who is father, after all? Liu's wounds throbbed with excruciating pain, and her heart felt as though it had turned to ash. She merely closed her eyes, remaining utterly still. It was not that she lacked compassion for her daughter and grandchildren, but given the dire circumstances, her own survival was in jeopardy. And it was implausible for her to protect Sun Caidie's family. Her only wish now was for Xintianyu to safeguard Su Boheo, preserving their sole heir. At this moment, she could not fathom how her own mouth had become uncontrollable. Sun Caidie continued to chatter incessantly, prompting Liu to silently part her bloodied lips. This sight terrified Sun Caidie, causing her to retreat in fear, and she dared not utter another word. The prison fell into a hushed silence as the mother and daughter huddled in their respective corners, trembling with cold. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing all within the jail to succumb to slumber, leaving only Liu and her daughter awake. "Mother, what is that?" Sun Caidie asked in terror as she observed the encroaching shadow. Liu lifted her gaze to behold a grotesque creature with 5 heads drawing near, each mouth dripping with viscous, repugnant saliva. The heads passed through the prison door, looming before them. When Liu locked eyes with one of the creatures, she felt as though her very essence was being drawn into it. Tang Xiaoxiao, drenched in blood, stood before her, chillingly declaring, "Wretched woman, pay with your life." With that, her nails, longer than her fingers, lunged toward Liu's throat. Liu sought to evade, but found no refuge. She attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. In a frantic dash, she collided with the imposing figure of Duke Su Bingquan, who brandished a sword, his face a mask of fury. "Poisonous vixen! How dare you slay my beloved wife and endanger my child? I shall cleave you in two." With that, he swung his sword at her relentlessly. Liu could not evade the strike. The blade pierced her body, causing her to writhe in agony while only muffled cries escaped her lips. Yet, this torment was far from over. Tang Xiaoxiao transformed into a vision of beauty, while Su Bingquan cradled their child in one arm and embraced Tang Xiaoxiao with the other, presenting a scene of familial bliss before her. This tableau was a greater torment than facing death at Su Bingquan's hands. Liu struggled to rise, yearning to tear them apart. But they laughed and walked away, never casting a glance in her direction. Hatred consumed her. She could not allow Su Bingquan and Tang Xiaoxiao to be united. Never. She had preserved Su Bingquan's life not only for the sake of waiting for Su Boheo to mature, but also to prevent the two from crossing paths in the afterlife. She wished to separate them, to ensure they could never meet again across lifetimes. Yet now, they were together, and Lu's spirit shattered in an instant, screaming in madness. She could not accept that, despite her scheming and toil to become Su Bingquan's concubine, he had eyes only for Tang Xiaoer. How could General Su possibly favor a lowly-born concubine like you? Do not harbor such delusions. A wanton woman, even in death, you shall remain a wandering spirit. Barred from the ancestral tomb of the Duke's household. Those cruel words transformed into venomous serpents, gnawing at Lu's very being. Fear clouded her eyes, and she clawed at her flesh, leaving no part of her unscathed. Mother, what is happening? Please do not frighten me. Son Caidie cried out from a distance, too afraid to approach. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Lu turned her gaze toward Son Caidie and, in a sudden frenzy, lunged at her, biting and clawing. Lu had completely lost her mind, and Son Caidie, terrified by her mother's horrifying transformation, succumbed to madness as well. The five-headed beast possessed the power to ensnare the soul, awakening the deepest fears within. Thus, Lu was driven mad by her own inner demons. Meanwhile, Xin Tianyu struggled through the arduous task of consuming a massive pill capable of counteracting the truth-revealing talisman. It was a concoction so distasteful that one might liken it to chewing wax. Xin Tianyu found it even more repulsive than wax. It was dry and hard, reeking of an overpowering odor, and he had to down an entire pot of water to force the pill down. The coachman and attendants exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Lord Shen had suddenly developed a taste for coarse grains, making them hesitant to produce the white bread and pickles they carried, feeling it improper for a servant to eat better than their master. The happenings at the Duke's residence had become common knowledge among the court. Many officials had their wives gossiping about the events all night, revealing the details of the affair. Numerous gentlemen found themselves dragged from their beds to face inquiries about whether they had secretly favored concubines over their wives or if there were illicit affairs outside. Some even speculated that, due to their husbands' misdeeds, they had conspired with a mistress to swap their own children. How else could they be so foolish? In short, among the court officials, few managed to sleep soundly that night, all appearing with dark circles under their eyes. In contrast, the emperor, residing in the depths of the palace, learned of the matter only when Grand Minister Tang requested to interrogate Liu and Son Caidie, seeking justice for his deceased daughter. I always thought Su Bowen bore a striking resemblance to Grand Minister Tang Yanjun. It turns out they are indeed family, murmured the bystanders. You cannot deny. Su Shitzi walks just like the young Grand Minister Tang. Grand Minister Tang felt increasingly assured that Su Bowen was his grandson, realizing that the familiar sensation he felt upon seeing Su Bowen was due to the bloodline of his daughter. The emperor, deeply moved, commanded the chief of the capital's magistrate, Xia Yicheng, to oversee the investigation. Xia Yicheng, appearing troubled, replied, "Your Majesty, this case cannot be adjudicated." The emperor erupted in fury, preposterous. How can a magistrate declare that a case cannot be tried? Are you idle all day? With calmness, Xia Yicheng responded. This case cannot proceed due to the sudden madness of the key witnesses, Liu and Son Caidie. I received this news only while on my way to court. The murmurs among the crowd ensued. With the witnesses gone, who can verify the identity of Su Shitzi? Yet it would not be difficult. Locating Liu's lover would clarify everything. Chapter 79. A fart to fame upon hearing the news of the search for Liu's paramour. Xin Tianyu felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Earlier that morning, after consuming an oversized pill and drinking copious amounts of water, he sensed that the arid pill was gradually being diluted within him, multiplying in discomfort. His anxiety led to a spasm in his stomach, accompanied by a cacophony of gurgling sounds. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he knew he could not delay any longer. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the imperial court, swiftly filling the air with a noxious stench. Without awaiting the emperor's approval, he bolted for the exit in search of a restroom. Yet, within the confines of the palace, locating such a facility proved to be a daunting task. Xin Tianyu, unwilling to act recklessly, proceeded cautiously. The palace maids and eunuchs regarded him with curious glances until one steward approached and inquired, "Lord Shen, what is it that you seek?" With little regard for his dignity, Xintianyu replied candidly, "Esteemed eunuch, I am in search of a restroom." Before the steward could provide directions, Xintianyu could no longer contain himself. Another alarming noise erupted, followed by an overpowering stench that nearly incapacitated the steward. Covering his nose in disgust, the steward remarked, "What is the meaning of this, Lord Shen? Forgive my indisposition. I must take my leave." Xintianyu had never felt such humiliation. With that, he dashed out of the palace gates. The steward's assistant stood in stunned silence. Did Lord Shen just soil himself? The steward, still pinching his nose, grumbled, "What a dreadful morning. Ensure this path is thoroughly cleaned and scented. We cannot offend the Emperor's senses." Meanwhile, within the Hall of Diligent Governance, numerous palace attendants were dispersing incense to mask the odor, not due to the Emperor's fastidiousness, but because Xintianyu's flatulence had proven excessively potent, causing two frail officials to faint from the stench. To safeguard the well-being of the officials, the Emperor instructed the Minister of Justice, Xia Yicheng, to keep a close watch on the Liu mother and daughter, ensuring that any inquiry conducted would be thorough. He also reassured Grand Tutor Tang regarding Su Bowen's lineage as it pertained to the continuation of their bloodline, and hurriedly adjourned the court due to the unbearable stench. The coachman muttered under his breath, "What on earth smells so foul? Has someone's latrine exploded?" The attendant, having just expelled his breakfast in response, was about to join in the lament when yet another muffled noise emanated from the carriage, intensifying the already overwhelming odor. "Isn't it fragrant?" Su Chang'e waved a large chicken leg enticingly before Su Xiaoxiao, who, having stayed up late the previous night, had yet to fully awaken. "Where is that delightful aroma coming from?" Su Xiaoxiao's senses were suddenly ignited. "Wow, a chicken leg!" She could not contain her excitement as saliva began to pool. Su Chang'e, with a glimmer of pride in his eyes, reveled in the attention his sister garnered, earning him admiration from all his classmates, even the likes of Pei Yuan, who proclaimed his allegiance to Su Chang'e. Thus, upon hearing from their mother that Xiaoxiao had sprouted several teeth and could now gnaw on a chicken leg, Su Chang'e eagerly came to express his gratitude. As Xiaoxiao stirred awake, he cheerfully urged, "Xiaoxiao, let Baizhi help you wash your face. We are about to feast on chicken legs." Baizhi had been waiting and quickly assisted Su Xiaoxiao in changing her attire. Upon removing her nightgown, Baizhi gasped, "Xiaoxiao, where's your pendant?" Though unaware that the pendant was a miniature jade bracelet gifted by the princess, they knew it was precious and typically worn daily. Concerned that it might have been taken amidst the crowd yesterday, Baizhi's urgency grew. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively touched her neck and found it bare. Baizhi, anxious, sent a little maid to inform Zhao Wanqing while she hurried to dress Xiaoxiao. "What is the rush? Little Hong is probably just off playing. It's unfair. She can come and go freely while I need help dressing. But I have a chicken leg to enjoy, and little Hong is missing out, huh?" Su Xiaoxiao's exuberant voice echoed through the room, easily audible to Su Chang'e, yet he comprehended none of it. He was well aware of the pendant's origin. The bracelet had been shrunk, and he and his sister had marveled at it for quite some time. Yet, the notion that the pendant could venture off on its own was beyond his belief, and he resolved to search for it promptly. When Zhao Wanqing arrived, the room was in disarray as everyone sought the pendant. Having witnessed the pendant transform into a small snake, she assured them, "Do not fret, it cannot be lost. You all may leave." She dismissed the little maidens. With a chicken leg in hand, Su Xiaoxiao was wholly preoccupied, oblivious to everything else as she focused intently on her meal. Baizhi, however, remained anxious, exclaiming, "It was a gift from the princess. Losing it would be unfortunate." Just then, a red object flew through the window, heading straight for Su Xiaoxiao's neck. While Baizhi failed to notice, Su Chang'e saw it clearly and rushed forward. Fearing for his sister's safety, he grasped the red object, which resembled a small snake yet was not, adorned with tiny horns and whiskers. It writhed in his grip. And though he claimed to be unafraid, he mustered the courage to declare, "Creature, do not harm my sister," before it could disguise itself as a red string. It was seized, letting out a pained cry that only Xiaoxiao could hear. "Master, please tell your brother to release me. I am in agony." The creature lamented. Fully engrossed in her chicken leg, Xiaoxiao remained oblivious, unwilling to acknowledge the pleas. The creature, in great distress, begged, "If you do not save me soon, I shall have to use my spiritual power." Suddenly serious, Xiaoxiao snatched the creature from Su Chang'a's grasp and, with indignation, tossed it onto the ground. "How dare you threaten me? Have you lost your mind?" The creature, appearing pitiful, protested, "I would never threaten you. I was merely pleading. I woke early to assist you in dealing with Shintianyu, yet this is how you treat me? It saddens me greatly." The creature began to weep. Chapter 80. My pet is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Zhao Wanwei and Su Chang'e could not hear the voice of Xiaohong, but they observed that after the little creature fell to the ground, it lifted its head slightly, gazing pitifully at Xiaoxiao, and began to cry. Despite its small size, the tears flowed abundantly, soon soaking a significant area of the ground. Zhao Wanwei was genuinely concerned that if it continued to weep, it might transform the space into a lake. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaohong and exclaimed, "You pranked Shintianyu. How did you do it? Tell me all about it." Xiaohong's mouth opened and closed as if recounting the tale, prompting Xiaoxiao to laugh heartily. "Xiaohong, you truly embody the spirit of the spirit beast I have taken in. Did that laxative work?" Ha ha ha, he let out a fart during court, and oh my. The Hall of Governance became a stench-ridden place. He even soiled himself along the way. How amusing. I would love to see the emperor's expression. Su Xiaoxiao was in fits of laughter while Zhao Wanwei and Su Chang'e stood dumbfounded. Did they truly comprehend what had just been said? Shen Xiangshu had embarrassed the emperor and all the officials with a fart during court, and had even soiled his pants. Xiaohong continued to make feeble sounds, and Su Xiaoxiao immediately put on a serious face, concealing a chicken leg in her embrace. "I didn't send you to do that. So why should I share my chicken leg with you?" Wanwei felt a pang of regret. It was a brand new outfit, and it was being used to hide a chicken leg. Xiaohong protested earnestly, nodding its head in response. Finally, Su Xiaoxiao softened her tone. "Fine. I will give you a chicken bone later." Zhao Wanwei, Su Chang'e, and Xiaohong were all taken aback. They had seen stingy individuals, but nothing compared to this. "What? You dare compare my sister's parrot and my brother's dog with yourself? They chose to be kept as pets willingly, while you cling to me desperately. There's no meat for you, only bones. Take it or leave it." Su Xiaoxiao glared at Xiaohong, who hung its head in dejection and began to cry once more. Su Chang'e felt that their pets were incomparable. If he had a pet as spirited as Xiaohong, he would give up meat for life, allowing his pet to feast instead. Xiaoxiao was truly oblivious to her good fortune. Perhaps feeling that her words had gone too far, Su Xiaoxiao bent down to comfort Xiaohong, saying, "Aren't you also unaware of the blessings you possess? Only you get to eat my leftover bones. Others wouldn't even receive that." Xiaohong seemed to be swayed, flying to hang around Su Xiaoxiao's neck once again. After enjoying the scene, Su Chang'e pretended to be astonished and remarked, "Xiaoxiao isn't afraid of it. Could it be your pet?" Both the girl and the dragon nodded in agreement, signaling their approval. It truly looked magnificent, akin to a dragon. Su Chang'e marveled, "May I touch it?" Xiaohong's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved to finally be recognized for its worth. Su Xiaoxiao lightly tapped Xiaohong on the head, saying, "What's there to be excited about? You are a dragon. So let my brother touch you." Xiaohong immediately halted its tears and obediently leaned towards Su Chang'e. Surprised by the attention, Su Chang'e cautiously reached out to stroke Xiaohong. After being scolded by Su Xiaoxiao, Xiaohong hung limply around her neck, appearing utterly dejected. Su Chang'e realized that it was indeed a dragon and was left astounded, almost dropping his jaw. He tentatively inquired, "Xiaoxiao, what does your pet eat? Would chicken legs suffice?" Xiaohong straightened up immediately, nodding enthusiastically. Chicken legs would be perfect. Su Xiaoxiao eagerly agreed, "Yay, I can share my chicken legs with Xiaohong." Zhao Wanwei, Su Chang'e, Xiaohong, "Whoa, it's unfair. Even my pet's food is being snatched away." Su Xiaoxiao gave it another slap, saying, crying, crying. Always crying. You are a spirit beast after all. Show some spirit. I will save you some meat later. Wanwei, not daring to neglect the spirit beast, immediately summoned a platter of chicken legs. The small but spirited Su Xiaoxiao protectively shielded the platter. Mine, mine, all mine. Xiao Hong, with your size. You are most suited to eat bones. Wanwei was not lenient with her, handing one chicken leg to Su Xiaoxiao while placing the rest in front of Xiao Hong. Xiaoxiao, you are so small. You can't eat too much. Xiao Hong stared incredulously at the chicken legs before it, nearly moved to tears. Since finding its master, it had only eaten leftovers, but today it finally had a great chicken leg of its own. Before indulging, Xiao Hong politely bowed to Zhao Wanwei, acknowledging her kindness. Mother, how can this little dragon consume 3 large chicken legs? Su Changhe mused, thinking he could spare a couple for himself. Xiao Hong skillfully coiled its tail around a chicken leg and deftly brought it to its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the meat was gone, and the chicken bones were left intact. The same swift method was employed for the other 2 chicken legs, devoured in mere moments. Seeing Xiao Hong's voracious appetite, Wanwei felt a pang of guilt, realizing it must be struggling with hunger alongside Su Xiaoxiao, and hurriedly ordered more chicken legs to be brought out. With only 4 incisors, Su Xiaoxiao had barely made a dent in her first leg when Xiao Hong finished off 2 more. When Su Lingxi arrived, she was greeted by the sight of a small girl and a small dragon engrossed in devouring chicken legs, with a mountain of chicken bones beside them. Noticing Su Changhe's astonished expression, he earnestly introduced, "This is Xiaoxiao's pet. It is entirely crimson. Let us just call it Little Hong for now." He congratulated himself for his cleverness, nearly revealing its true name. Su Lingxi looked at the diminutive Xiao Hong in astonishment and asked, "Please tell me that all of these bones are from its meals?" Su Xiaoxiao quietly sighed. Xiao Hong is a 5-clawed golden dragon, its true form stretching 9 zhang long. This mere chicken leg is hardly enough to satisfy its hunger. Wanwei felt her eyelids twitch. With such appetites, the Duke of the State could hardly afford to keep one. Su Lingxi and Su Changhe could only envy. In this world, who else could keep a 5-clawed golden dragon as a pet but Su Xiaoxiao? However, Xiao Hong's cultivation is quite advanced. It no longer relies on food for sustenance, merely indulging its cravings. Don't eat too much, save some for me. The latter part was clearly directed at Xiao Hong. Seeing them about to bicker again, Wanwei decisively declared, "Bring all the chicken legs away. They are both children and will suffer from indigestion if they eat too much." Xiao Hong was quite indignant. It was thousands of years old, after all. Yet, aside from Su Xiaoxiao, no one else could hear its protests. Chapter 81. Achieving success through one's own efforts. Su Changhe and Su Lingxi expressed their astonishment at how long they had cared for the pet Xiaoxiao without realizing its significance. Su Changhe inquired of Zhao Wanyu, "Mother, where does Xiaoxiao keep this dragon?" Zhao Wanyu shrugged, "This is my first encounter with it today. Only Xiaoxiao holds the answer to that mystery." At just 7 months old, Xiaoxiao, seeing her elder siblings so enamored with her pet, felt an overwhelming urge to showcase it. She reached out to stroke the little red dragon's head, saying, "It has eaten its chicken leg. Let it perform for you." The little dragon, seemingly quite loquacious, began to converse with Xiaoxiao. "These are my closest kin. There's no need to hide them. Just be cautious around outsiders. What I fear most is their timidity, which might lead to their demise." The 3 women exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the wisdom in Xiaoxiao's words. Prudence is always prudent. Receiving her cue, the little dragon leaped into the air, landing gracefully around Xiaoxiao's neck, where it bit onto its own mouth and transformed into an ordinary red string. Su Lingxi, realizing the connection, exclaimed in delight. So the collar on the little dragon was actually Xiaoxiao's pendant. How marvelous! Su Changhe, still skeptical, scrutinized the red string multiple times, unable to accept the possibility that it was indeed the dragon's transformation. The little dragon, feeling uncomfortable from the scrutiny, lifted its head. its crimson eyes shimmering with an imposing power and authority. Su Changhe shivered involuntarily and sheepishly conceded, "Fine, I believe you." Xiaoxiao, reveling in the mischief, laughed, "Brother is scared." Ha ha ha. Just then, Lian Qiao arrived with news that Madame Zhao, the wife of the Jing'an Marquis, along with her eldest son Zhao Hongjing and the eldest daughter-in-law Qian, had come to visit. Upon hearing of her mother and brother's arrival, Zhao Wanyu hurriedly took the children to greet them. "Mother, brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Please come inside." Madame Zhao, with a pained expression, remarked, "I've heard the news. Liu's family attempted to harm you again last night. Just thinking about it terrifies me. If she had succeeded, your life would have been utterly ruined. It is all my fault for believing her to be virtuous, only to discover her heart is as venomous as a serpent's." Zhao Wanyu quickly reassured her mother, "Look, I am perfectly fine. Nothing has happened." Qian, maintaining a stern countenance, added, "Indeed, Wanyu is well and unharmed. She hasn't suffered any significant grievances." Zhao Wanyu remained silent. Dao Hongya shot Qian a disapproving glare. "If you cannot speak kindly, then silence is preferable. I told you not to accompany us, yet you insisted on coming. Are you deliberately trying to vex Wanyu?" Although Zhao Wanyu held reservations about Qian, she recognized her as family and a guest. So she attempted to smooth over the situation. "Brother, sister-in-law is forthright and means no harm." Upon hearing this, Qian retorted, "Having been with you for over 20 years, I still find Wanyu more understanding than you. I am simply blunt." Zhao Hongjing, visibly agitated, stomped his foot, while Madame Zhao, recalling Xiaoxiao's sentiments, recognized the trouble Qian had caused her family in a past life and felt little fondness for her. She remarked, "You are not blunt. You simply came into this world without your wits." Xiaoxiao interjected playfully, "Ha ha ha, grandmother's fighting spirit remains strong." Qian, taking a moment to process, asked, "Mother, are you implying that I lack intelligence?" Madame Zhao nearly succumbed to exasperation, realizing her past blindness in defending Qian while undermining Liyu, who she once regarded as a refined young lady, oblivious to Qian's foolishness. Zhao Hongya coldly instructed Qian to refrain from speaking further, then turned to comfort his mother. "Mother, do not stoop to her level. We must not lose sight of our priorities." Madame Zhao smacked her forehead. "Look at me. So angered by your wife that I forgot the important matters." Qian attempted to assert that she had not angered Madame Zhao, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Zhao Hongya. Wanyu then inquired, "Mother and brother, is there something specific that brings you here?" With a sigh, Madame Zhao replied, "It pertains to the issue of Bowen's lineage. Liu and her daughter have suddenly gone mad, leaving us unable to interrogate them. Although the old Madame Tang was informed yesterday, without evidence, it is understandable that they would hesitate to acknowledge him. I genuinely worry for you all." Unbeknownst to Madame Zhao, rumors circulated that Liu had driven Zhao Wanyu to madness out of fear that Su Bowen's true identity would be revealed. Zhao Wanyu understood her mother's concern regarding the Tang family's potential rejection of Bowen, which would jeopardize his position as the heir to the Duke of the State. However, she remained unperturbed, smiling brightly as she said, "Time has passed. Liu is the sole witness to the truth. Given the current circumstances, if the Tang family refuses to acknowledge him, we cannot contest it. Even if Bowen loses his title, or even his official position, it matters not. We are healthy and prosperous, with ample resources to ensure our well-being." Madame Zhao sighed. "It is not as simple as you believe. Losing one's status means severing ties with the upper echelons of society. Lingxi and Changhe's marriage prospects could be adversely affected." Su Lingxi responded calmly, "Grandmother, there is no need for concern. Joining a prominent family is not inherently advantageous. Marrying into a family of lesser status can sometimes be more honorable. Besides, I have no desire to marry. I simply wish to stay home with Mother." Madame Zhao, initially startled by Su Lingxi's declaration of disinterest in marriage, found herself unable to suppress a chuckle at Su Changhe's response. "You two are still young. unaware of the complexities of life. It is not as easy as you think. That one you also laughed, while their views may seem fanciful. There is no cause for alarm. By the way, how are my second brother and sister-in-law faring? Thou one you furrowed her brows. I fear my second brother has once again fallen under her control. Madame Zhao chuckled. Your second brother has grown quite assertive. He told by Shuang, my wife is unwell, and your presence here disturbs her recovery. If you truly find it inconvenient to stay with a woman, I have several colleagues your age who are either divorced or widowed. Of good character and background, I can introduce you. Did my second brother really say that? I am surprised. How is my sister-in-law? I have heard she is unwell, which worries me. Chapter 82. Why don't you marry yourself? And heir is doing well. She is expecting a baby. Upon hearing this, the Hawanyu looked at her mother with a curious gaze. Mrs. Zhao subtly nodded, her eyes curved with a smile as she said, Your second sister-in-law is fine. The doctor confirmed her pregnancy. Your second brother is quite anxious, unsure if this child will be a boy or a girl. Yun Shu and your second brother have always wanted a daughter. If only they knew an heir was expecting a little sister, how delighted they would be. I personally prayed to the goddess of fertility, requesting her to ensure an heir has a little girl. Everyone present, except for Qianshi, couldn't help but glance at Xiaoxiao. When she asked the Dragon King for rain, it was said she was conversing with divine beings. Now she seemed to be in touch with the goddess of fertility. How many celestial beings did Xiaoxiao know? Yet, the protagonist, Xiaoxiao, sat quietly on the mat, diligently sipping from her milk bottle. Xiaoxiao was a bit bewildered. Why are my maternal relatives looking at me like that? I haven't wet my pants. Awanyu was startled. What does Big Brother mean by that? Where are you going? Zhao Hongyi smiled slightly and replied, To Shieling for disaster relief. The Emperor has ordered me to assist with the recovery efforts. Shieling. That was even farther than the southern frontier, and recently there had been frequent earthquakes. Big Brother, please be careful. Thou Wanyu expressed her concern. However, the Emperor's orders were hard to refuse, and as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Works, it was only natural for him to serve the court. She could only urge her brother to take extra precautions. Zhao Hongyi laughed heartily. Do not worry, I am your elder brother and can certainly take care of myself. Upon hearing that Zhao Hongyi was going to Shieling, Xiaoxiao put down her milk. Uncle, you must be cautious of someone named Jiao Heir. He has replaced all the construction materials with inferior goods. After a minor earthquake, all the buildings, bridges, and embankments constructed over the year were destroyed overnight. And Uncle was wrongfully accused of embezzling disaster relief funds and imprisoned. Xiaoxiao sighed. What a dire situation. How can I inform Uncle? Should I send Xiaohong to leave a note at Uncle's house in the middle of the night? What if Uncle doesn't believe it? The little girl's brows were furrowed in worry. Seeing Xiaoxiao so anxious, Zhao Wenyu felt a pang of sympathy and said, Big Brother, as you oversee the recovery efforts, you must be vigilant about the materials. If someone with ulterior motives finds a loophole, it would not only affect your career but also harm the people of Shieling. Zhao Hongyi nodded in agreement. Sister, your reminder is wise. I will thoroughly inspect all materials and strive to achieve great things. Mrs. Zhao added, merely ensuring the quality of materials is insufficient. One must also investigate the backgrounds of subordinates, especially those unfamiliar faces who can access the materials. It is best to replace them with trustworthy individuals. Xiaoxiao was taken aback, but aren't they all mere pawns? Any small fry could seriously injure them. How could they be so formidable? If that's the case, who can still tamper with anything? Well, I have nothing to do with it. With that thought, she felt unburdened and returned to her milk. These blood relatives were filled with deep emotions. It was not their prowess, but rather Xiaoxiao who had saved them. Moreover, she had come with an important matter to discuss. Your brother's favor with the Emperor is a great thing. We shall await his victorious return. I have come today to discuss a significant matter with you. Mrs. Zhao glanced coldly at Qianshi and said, What significant matter could you have? Qianshi, unbothered, cheerfully replied, Mother, isn't Ling Shi's marriage a significant matter? Zhao Hongyi snorted. Ling Shi's marriage is managed by my sister. Why are you meddling? Qian Shi, undeterred, replied, as Ling Shi's aunt, how can I not be concerned? Wan Yu, my cousin who is a minister in the Ministry of Revenue, is anxious. He has a son, handsome and well-bred, seeking to marry Ling Shi. Zhao Hongya's expression darkened. Isn't that boy already married a few years ago? He must be around 20 by now. Hearing this, both Mrs. Zhao and Zhao Wanyu's expressions changed. Yet, Qian Shi remained cheerful. That was ages ago. His wife was frail and passed away a few months back. Our Ling Shi is an excellent girl. Marrying her, she would certainly be groomed to be the head of the household. Zhao Wanyu, weighing familial ties, could no longer tolerate such humiliation towards her daughter and coldly stated, this matter need not concern you, sister-in-law. I have my own plans for Ling Shi's marriage. Qian Shi had already made promises to her cousin. She insisted, Wan Yu, as Ling Shi's aunt, how could I harm her? My nephew, although older, has experienced marriage and knows how to care for someone. Moreover, with the situation in the southern frontier still uncertain, who among the prominent families would wish to marry Ling Shi? I am the one, out of familial kindness, who sought this match for her, the son of the Minister of Revenue, with a bright future ahead. Many young ladies are eager to marry him. Xiaoxiao, infuriated, threw her milk bottle down, puffed her cheeks, and glared at Qian Shi. If it sounds so good, why don't you marry him yourself? Your nephew is cruel and perverse. His deceased wife was tortured to death by him. Mrs. Zhao, enraged, retorted, your nephew's wife indeed died of illness. It couldn't possibly be from torture. Let me make this clear. Ling Shi's marriage is not for you to meddle in. You should abandon this idea regarding your nephew. Mother, it is not that I speak harshly, but if Ling Shi misses this opportunity, she may never find such a good family again. Qian Shi genuinely believed this was a favorable match. If it weren't for the respect shown to Zhao Wanyu by the old matriarchs, her cousin would not even consider Su Ling Shi. Zhao Wanyu, hearing of the man's character, had long been upset and directly stated, sister-in-law, if Ling Shi cannot be married off, I will support her for life. She will never marry your nephew, so you should give up this notion. Qian Shi, growing anxious, exclaimed, you truly do not know what is good for you. I spoke with my cousin. This matter will surely succeed. How can I explain this now? Mrs. Zhao, grabbing a teacup nearby, hurled it. My granddaughter, on what basis do you agree to this? I should never have brought you here. You can leave. Seeing their anger, Qian Shi stormed out, cursing, leave if you must. Who would want to stay here? Just a child of an unknown background. Zhao Hongyi attempted to chase after her but was stopped by Zhao Wanyu, urging him to let it be. However, they were interrupted by Lian Xiao's announcement. Madam, the Grand Tutor Tang and his party have arrived. Chapter 83, A Genuine Kinship. The esteemed Minister Tang personally visited, which was indeed a momentous occasion, prompting everyone present to hastily adjust their attire and prepare to greet him. Minister Tang appeared vigorous, while the matron of the Tang family wore a benevolent expression, urging everyone to rise and dispense with formalities, as they had come to acknowledge kinship. She inquired whether they would be willing to fulfill the humble desire of two elderly souls yearning for the company of grandchildren. Zhao Wanyu felt a jolt of surprise. The Tang family was of such distinguished lineage. How could they so casually acknowledge a relationship? The purity of bloodline was of paramount importance. Hesitant, Zhao Wanyu began, Minister, the origins of Bowen remain unclear. The matron interjected, you saved my entire family that day, and I had contemplated this union, but refrained due to the ties between our families. However, since Liu claims Bowen is Xiao heir's child, then he is indeed Xiao heir's child. Wanyu, you do not harbor any disdain for us old folks, do you? Zhao Wanyu, overwhelmed with gratitude, realized that with the Tang family's acknowledgement of this engagement, no one would dare question Su Bowen's identity any longer. Furthermore, Xiaoxiao had mentioned that Bowen was the grandson of Minister Tang, which could not possibly be erroneous. She quickly replied, your words are far too gracious, dear matron. To be your grandson's wife is indeed a fortune that Wanyu has earned over several lifetimes. The matron's eyes sparkled with joy. Silly child. You are already my granddaughter-in-law. Why still call me matron? Su Lingxi and Su Chonghe also respectfully paid their respects. The elderly couple, filled with excitement, assisted them one by one. Meanwhile, in Zhao Hongye's embrace, Su Xiaoxiao pondered. Although the Tang family is compassionate and does not delve too deeply into matters, I still feel uneasy. If only the minister could see the birthmark on my brother's arm. Upon hearing the mention of a birthmark, Su Changhe thought it simple enough. When Minister Tang approached to assist him, he deliberately rolled up his sleeve, showcasing the birthmark in front of the minister. Changhe, do not be rude. Wan Yu chided her son softly, noticing his mischief. Minister Tang, however, took hold of Su Changhe's arm, scrutinizing the mark intently, and then trembled as he exclaimed, Madam, Bowen is indeed Xiao Er's child. Look, Changhe has the same plum blossom birthmark. Upon hearing this, the matron, Tang Yanjun, and Qi were quick to gather around to observe. Even Tang Yongning, who had been quietly standing aside, turned to look at Su Changhe's arm, noting that the birthmark was identical to his own. Lady Zhao, perplexed, approached and asked, Matron Tang, this birthmark has been present since Changhe's birth, and his sister Ling Shi also possesses one. What is the significance of this? Qi, chuckling, explained. The Tang lineage bears this birthmark. With this evidence, no one can claim that Bowen is not the elder sister's child. Minister Tang, filled with excitement, proclaimed, Heaven has eyes, allowing me in my lifetime to find Xiao Er's child. Madam, you are now a great-grandmother. The matron wiped her tears, saying, Indeed. I never imagined I would live to see this day. She hurried to offer comfort. Mother, this is wonderful news. Take care of your health. Tang Yanjun explained to Zhao Hongye, the matter concerning my elder sister has deeply affected our mother. Her health has suffered for many years, but she has only recently begun to recover. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanyu felt a surge of concern and stepped forward to offer her reassurances. Su Xiaoxiao, observing the matron's laughter, remarked, What is there to hurry about? The other day, I bestowed spiritual energy upon both grandmothers. They are in excellent health now and could easily live to 99. With that, Zhao Wanyu felt her worries dissipate, and she welcomed them into the house. The Tang family had come specifically to acknowledge kinship, preparing over 10 carts of gifts. Zhao Wanyu repeatedly declined, stating, Just a few days ago, my grandmother and uncle brought numerous fine items. It would be inappropriate to accept more. Qi, while instructing the servants to bring in the gifts, said, You and Bowen have endured so much hardship while caring for the children. What are these gifts in comparison? From now on, the entire Tang and Qi households are your family, here to support you. The matron shot a disapproving glance at Minister Tang. You merely indulge in idle talk. After all, was it not you who hastily sent Bowen off to the southern frontier? Who knows how many dangers he faced along the way? The matron genuinely cared for her grandson, having revered the murderer of his mother as a loving figure. How could he be so pitiful? Minister Tang, in a leisurely manner, replied, What do you understand? The issues in the southern frontier are clearly a setup. If Bowen does not investigate himself, others are either coerced or tempted. Who would genuinely strive to uncover the truth? Had he known Bowen was his grandson earlier, he would have certainly assigned him several capable aides. The matron felt reassured and turned to Zhao Wanyu, asking, With Bowen absent, I can only ask your opinion on this matter. Liu and her daughter have both gone mad. According to the laws of Deshua, such individuals cannot be executed, so shall we simply imprison them? Zhao Wanyu reflected on Su Xiaoxiao's cleverness. This was a plan to hand Liu over to Sun Caidie as husband and son, which was far preferable to imprisonment. Tang Yongning and Su Changhe continued to amuse Su Xiaoxiao. Su Changhe, feeling disheartened, lamented, Tang Yongning, Can I no longer be your friend? Tang Yongning, puzzled, wondered why he had shifted from being indifferent to now considering him a good friend, only to hear such a statement. Chapter 84, She is not my wife. Tang Yongning was perplexed. Why can't you be friends with me anymore? Sun Changhe replied earnestly. You are now my elder cousin. How can we remain friends? Tang Yongning was taken aback. We are of similar age and schoolmates. What does being cousins matter? Let us simply be friends. Sun Chang'e exhaled deeply. You said it yourself. From now on, we shall be brothers. You must not impose the elder's authority upon me. Tang Yongning felt speechless, realizing that this fellow was merely afraid of being overshadowed. He chuckled. All right, henceforth, we shall consider ourselves brothers. He was delighted to have a friend again. Xiaoxiao, overhearing their discussion of familial hierarchy, became anxious. If Tang Yongning is my elder cousin, then Prince Brother is his younger cousin, which means Prince Brother is also my elder. No, I cannot allow them to gain such an advantage. Xiaoxiao pondered seriously, unaware that Tang Yongning was curiously observing her. Chang'e, your sister is truly adorable. I wish I had a sister as well. You have no hope of that. Your mother is carrying a brother, Xiaoxiao retorted without a moment's thought. She had just seen the lively child within Qi's womb. Sun Chang'e, feeling pleased, replied, Don't hold out hope for a sister. Your mother can indeed provide you with another brother. Tang Yongning perked up. Really? A brother would be fine as well. Perhaps a brother is even better. Sun Chang'e was displeased. What is wrong with having a sister? Sisters are 1,000 times better than brothers. Tang Yongning sighed. It's not that I think sisters are undesirable, but my health is frail, and I do not know how long I will last. If I had a brother, he could uphold the Tang family, caring for my grandfather, grandmother, and father. Sun Chang'e was taken aback by Tang Yongning's pessimism. Yet he recognized the gravity of Tang Yongning's health and was at a loss for how to console him. Rest assured, you have consumed my elixir. All your chronic ailments have long since been healed. You shall not meet an untimely demise. It would be a pity for someone as handsome as you to perish. Sun Chang'e cast a glance at Xiaoxiao, thinking his sister was quite the beauty enthusiast. Brother, you truly know how to comfort. Every word you speak is true. Tang Yongning smiled. If that is the case, it is indeed for the best. Ever since I took the pills sent by your mother, I have felt significantly better. Xiaoxiao, feeling smug, thought, of course, before I arrived, you were destined to be mere fodder, and naturally, your lives were short-lived. Now that I am here to protect you, you will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Sun Chang'e wholeheartedly agreed, and said to Tang Yongning, Trust me. You will be just fine. Let me share a secret. Ever since Xiaoxiao joined our family, we have indeed turned bad luck into good fortune. She is our family's treasure. You should embrace her often, and you will surely enjoy health and happiness. Tang Yongning doubted that merely holding a baby could change one's fate. But Xiaoxiao was undeniably adorable. He, feeling grateful for Sun Chang'e's kindness, took Xiaoxiao into his arms and said, Chang'e, since Xiaoxiao is so delightful, you should bring her to the Tang residence more often to see grandmother. Seeing Xiaoxiao will surely lift her spirits and improve her health. Sun Chang'e readily agreed. There's no problem with that. Previously, the threshold of the Tang family was too high for us to approach, but now that we are family, it will come naturally. The two families, the Su and the Tang, had finally seen the clouds part and the moon emerge. However, misfortunes continued to plague the Sun family. Sun Ditsai's eyesight had deteriorated, worsening progressively. He raged at home, and Zhou Quan was somewhat intimidated by his son. After all, attending Yulin Academy meant he was acquainted with influential individuals, providing future avenues for connections. Zhou Quan was not concerned about son Caidie's safety. He feared she might squander their wealth on her own enjoyment, which only intensified his anxiety. Sun Ditsai's eyesight had long been poor, and his temper was worsening. He shouted, Didn't I ask you to fetch a doctor? Are you truly hoping for my blindness? Zhou Quan, feeling impatient, retorted, Seeing a doctor requires money. Your mother has gone who knows where to find a wild man. What can I do? Just bear with it. Sun Ditsai already looked down on his father, and hearing him speak ill of his mother only fueled his resentment. You should be quiet. If you hadn't squandered all the family money, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. O Quan did not back down, scoffing, Do not just blame me. You spend dozens of taels a month on food, drink, and entertainment. You are the one who spends the most. I am the eldest son of the Sun family. It is only natural for me to spend. You, an outsider with no skills, have no semblance of a father. The father and son began to exchange harsh words and insults. Eventually, it was unclear who initiated the physical altercation, but they soon found themselves locked in a fierce struggle. Just as they were entangled in their brawl, someone began to pound on the door with great force. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door. A voice called from outside. Zhou Quan, irritable, replied. What is all the noise? We are in the middle of a fight. We have no time. The person outside was unyielding. We are officials. If you do not open the door, we will break it down. Both father and son paused, surprised that their quarrel had drawn the attention of the authorities. Zhou Quan hurriedly ran to the door. Officer, we were just having a bit of fun. We weren't fighting. The official, bemused, asked sternly. Is this the home of Sun Caidie? Indeed, it is the home of Sun Caidie. I am her husband. Zhou Quan thought that perhaps Sun Caidie had successfully arranged something significant, sending someone to fetch them to enjoy a life of luxury. What madness is this? Zhou Quan could hardly believe it. He peered past the official and saw Sun Caidie and Liu Shi, disheveled and in a pitiful state, standing behind him, continuously giggling foolishly. Zhou Quan could not discern whether they were genuinely mad or merely pretending, but seeing Liu Shi in such a state indicated that their secret had been exposed, rendering them of no value. He anxiously attempted to close the door. No, she is not my wife. Chapter 85. The wealth left to you, the officer. Not delving deeply into the matter, merely inquired, You are not the husband of Sun Caidie, hence this house does not belong to you. The official records clearly state that the property is owned by Sun Caidie. Beside him, a burly man with a thick beard interjected. Since he is not the master of the house, why waste words? Orders from above are explicit. These two must be properly accommodated, and this squatter must be removed. As he spoke, two men seized Zhou Quan, intending to throw him out. Zhou Quan struggled vehemently, exclaiming, On what grounds do you detain me? This house rightfully belongs to me. The officer retorted, The house is Sun Caidie's, and her name is the only one on the deed. You have no relation to her. Thus you cannot reside here. With that, they unceremoniously ejected him from the premises. In a panic, Zhou Quan pleaded, Officer, I am indeed Sun Caidie's husband. My son is here, and I have a daughter as well. Our neighbors can attest to this. The officer, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, asked, Then recognize her well, this is your wife, is it not? Yes, indeed, Zhou Quan hastily affirmed. Then sign here, and you shall be responsible for these two from now on. We will conduct regular inspections, as she is the rightful owner of the house. Zhou Quan, not being foolish, knew he could not take in two mad women without any ulterior motive. He would not acknowledge Sun Caidie if it were not for the house. The property belonged to Sun Caidie, and the elderly woman was her mother. As the great Xue dynasty governed with filial piety, if he did not wish to care for her mother, he ought to leave swiftly. The court would send someone to take over. The officer had been expressly instructed to ensure that Zhou Quan felt justified in taking these two in. How he treated them was irrelevant, but they could not be abandoned. These officers were astute, aware that someone above was deliberately testing them. Yet, they had brought it upon themselves. The offenses committed by these two truly warranted their fate. Zhou Quan's not-so-bright mind raced rapidly. If he did not take in Liu Shi, he would be cast out, homeless. Retaining the property was preferable, even if it meant accommodating two mad women. The officer had merely stated that he must take them in. He could consider them as two extra dogs in the yard for the time being. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Quan feigned sorrow, saying, Alas, it truly is my mother-in-law. How has she come to this? I failed to recognize her at first. I will sign. Rest assured, officer, I shall care for them well. Once the door closed, Zhou Quan's demeanor changed instantly. He impatiently remarked, You two cannot really be mad, or are you merely pretending? Sun Caidie's gaze was vacant as she spotted chicken droppings on the ground and lunged for them, exclaiming, Pearls! Precious pearls! Liu Shi stood dazed, mumbling, Damn you! Even in death, you cannot be together. No, absolutely not. Zhou Quan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He kicked them both, shoving them into a corner, angrily muttering, "What a nuisance." Once the officer departed, Sun Ditsai emerged to ask, "What was all that commotion about?" Zhou Quan scoffed, "Stop acting like a young master. Your mother and Liu Shi have both lost their minds. From now on, we must fend for ourselves. Let me be clear. Do not rely on me. I am struggling myself." Sun Ditsai was struck with a thunderous realization. Both Sun Caidie and Liu Shi had gone mad. Who could he depend on now? His eyes were becoming increasingly swollen, and he could hardly see. Without Liu Shi's support, how would he manage his daily needs? He staggered towards Liu Shi, unwilling to accept his fate. "Grandmother, look at me. I am Ditsai. I need silver for my eyes. I need silver to study. Bring me the money." Liu Shi's gaze lifted. Upon seeing Sun Ditsai, she screamed as if confronted by a ghost. Do not come near. I have realized my wrongs. Spare me." She began to kowtow repeatedly, as though the grandson she cherished had transformed into a demon. Sun Ditsai's expression grew colder as he turned to Sun Caidie. "Mother." "It is me, Ditsai. Wake up. Where is the money? You must give it to me. I will make something of myself and honor you." Sun Caidie tilted her head, looking at him with sudden clarity. "Ditsai, my son, I have money. Come, let us go get it." A spark of hope ignited in Sun Ditsai's dim eyes. "I always knew you cared for me. Where is it?" Sun Caidie whispered conspiratorially. "Shh, quietly now. Do not let anyone find out." Sun Ditsai replied eagerly, quietly. He followed her to the chicken coop, eyes brimming with anticipation as Sun Caidie busily rummaged beside the nest. Zhou Quan, seething with fury, exclaimed, "I knew you were keeping secrets from me. Who would have thought you hid the money here?" He abruptly pushed Sun Caidie aside and leaned in. Sun Ditsai would not allow him to succeed. He rushed forward, engaging Zhou Quan in a struggle. As the two fought, Sun Caidie dove back towards the chicken nest, hurriedly stuffing items into her embrace. Quan and Sun Ditsai were locked in a fierce tussle, each pulling at the other's hair and tearing at garments, both sustaining injuries. In a fit of desperation, Sun Ditsai picked up a stone and struck Zhou Quan on the forehead, rendering him momentarily incapacitated, allowing Sun Ditsai to break free. Mad with urgency, Sun Ditsai lunged at Sun Caidie, pleading, "Give it to me, all of it." Sun Caidie hastily shoved what she had into his arms, insisting, "Hide it well. Do not let anyone discover it." Sun Ditsai felt the weight of his pockets, realizing they were suspiciously light. Instinctively, he reached in, only to find his hands coated in the sticky filth of chicken droppings. Furious and humiliated, Sun Ditsai shoved Sun Caidie away, finally understanding the source of the foul smell. This so-called treasure was nothing but a pile of excrement. "You crazy woman, are you mocking me? Where's the money?" he shouted, on the verge of breaking down. Sun Caidie, ignoring her injuries, rushed back to Sun Ditsai, attempting to shove the droppings into his pockets while chiding, "Ditsai, this is all treasure. You cannot just throw it away. This is meant for you." Sun Ditsai kicked her several times in rage, declaring, "Stay away from me, you madwoman." Zhou Quan, nursing a bleeding head, could not suppress his laughter. Did you not want your mother to give you treasure? Why toss it aside? You ought to pick it up and hide it." In a fit of exasperation, Sun Ditsai kicked Zhou Quan and shouted furiously, "Zhang Ma, hurry, bring me water for a bath." Chapter 86. Instant Karma. Zhang Ma, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "It has been months since you last provided me with my monthly allowance. Have you truly mistaken me for your servant? I shall make it clear, unless my payment is settled, I shall do nothing. You, assigned slave bound for eternity to my household, dare to demand a stipend? How audacious!" Sun Ditsai, like a rabid dog, attempted to strike Zhang Ma. However, she, being a robust laborer, deftly evaded him, causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. Although Zhou Quan had just quarreled with his son, he found himself agreeing with Sun Ditsai's sentiment. Zhang Ma indeed ought to serve as their family's eternal servant, and how dare she flaunt her authority before her master? Struggling to his feet, He seized a nearby wooden stick and swung it at Zhang Ma, shouting, "You wretched servant, have you lost sight of your true place in just a few days?" Upon witnessing his unsteady stance, Zhang Ma sneered, "A parasite who feeds off others, and yet you presume to be a master? If you possess any real ability, produce the contract binding me to servitude, and I shall acknowledge you as my lord. You insolent servant, I shall strike you down." Zhou Quan bellowed. But Zhang Ma hardly exerted herself to evade him. Having indulged in vice and excess, Zhou Quan was in no condition to land a blow. He collapsed before he could reach her, rendered unconscious. Unable to rouse Zhang Ma, Sun Dicai cursed and retreated to wash himself. He could not endure living under such humiliation indefinitely. After much contemplation, Zhang Ma resolved to leave this dismal place. Liu and Sun Caidie had gone mad, and Zhou Quan and Sun Dicai were mere blustering fools, incapable of hindering her. With 3 heavy bundles in tow, Zhang Ma exited the house. Sun Yingying, sensing a change, began to wail. Zhang Ma glanced at the frail girl, feeling a twinge of compassion. Though she had little affection for Sun Yingying, she was the only one capable of providing her with sustenance. Once Zhang Ma departed, the small courtyard of Sun Caidie's home fell into desolation. Since the incident with his mother, Sun Dicai had become severely blind, now reduced to a sightless wretch. Liu and Sun Caidie scavenged for whatever scraps they could find, while Zhou Quan spent his meager funds and soon had no income. He turned his attention to his son, who, during good harvests, could occasionally provide a bun, while during poor harvests, he would face violent beatings. Relying solely on Sun Dicai's begging would not suffice to sustain Zhou Quan. Thus, he set his sights on Liu and Sun Caidie. Yet, the 2 madwomen were of little use. Zhou Quan racked his brain but could not devise a solution. He considered abandoning them, but the officials came monthly to check on their presence. Initially, Zhou Quan would clean them up to present them decently. However, realizing the officials merely glanced and departed, he soon neglected their appearance, leaving them to rest beside the henhouse. Though they had lost their sanity, they still understood the concepts of warmth and coldness, gathering scraps of hay and rags to make their own makeshift abode. Due to Zhou Quan's constant beatings, they lived in fear of him, cowering in corners upon his approach, covered in fleas and filth, worse off than stray dogs. Unable to devise a means for them to earn money, Zhou Quan sent Sun Dicai out to beg and retreated to a nearby tavern. He ordered a jug of cheap wine and a plate of peanuts, savoring his drink while neglecting the disappearance of his daughter, instead becoming engrossed in the chatter of those around him. Another patron, without hesitation, took the money and remarked, "You're quite something, aging like fine wine." They shared a knowing laugh. The disheveled man, after a hearty drink, departed cheerfully, prompting jests from others nearby. "Urga, you truly know how to scheme. Letting your own wife go for a few coins. You've fallen into the clutches of greed." Urga took pride in his actions, retorting, "What do you mean letting her go? I received payment for this." Zhou Quan realized what Urga was implying and pondered his own household, which contained 2 ready subjects. Their madness was of little concern. He frequented establishments of ill repute and knew of the dubious substances that, once administered, would render them compliant. Liu was not yet 50, although aging. Her life of luxury had preserved some of her allure. Sun Caidie, while plain, was young enough to be made presentable. They shared their living quarters with chickens, their bodies infested with lice and fleas, emanating a foul odor. Zhou Quan devised a plan. He bound the 2 women with rope and submerged them in the courtyard pond for half a day before retrieving them. Their hair was a tangled mess, unmanageable, and lacking the patience to groom them, he simply shaved their heads. Realizing too late that he had acted hastily, how could a woman attract attention without hair? He had no choice but to accept the consequences. An idea struck him. He purchased 2 monks' robes and dressed them in the garments, giving them the appearance of flirtatious nuns. However, the lingering stench remained unbearable. Thus, he locked Liu and Sun Caidie inside, igniting a large quantity of low-quality incense, which smothered the foul odor overnight. Satisfied with his efforts, Zhou Quan ventured into the streets to attract customers. Being a rogue, he was well acquainted with others of his ilk, And soon enough, there were those willing to partake in his new venture. Due to the low cost, patrons were unfazed by Liu and her daughter's impaired faculties. After consuming the illicit substances, they became markedly more docile. Within days, the Sun family's courtyard gained a small measure of notoriety, even drawing lines of customers. When Zhao Wanwei heard this news, her world shattered. Forcing her son to beg and allowing her wife and mother to entertain clients, what kind of scoundrel was Sun Caidie? Lian Xiao exclaimed with indignation, "This is what one calls instant karma." Chapter 87. The innocence of youth. Zhao Wanwei is no saint, while Liu's family currently elicits pity. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao altering the fate of the entire family, they would have long since met with demise, their children harmed, and their kin slaughtered. The fact that she has managed to refrain from trampling upon Liu and Sun Caidie is a testament to her cultivated character. She calmly stated, "Let the people over there withdraw. It is a waste of resources to expend for a few unrelated individuals. As for the young girl from the Sun family, that child, only a few months older than Xiaoxiao, remains utterly unaware of the turmoil surrounding her. Unlike Sun Dekhai and Sun Caidie, who are steeped in malevolence, Zhao Wanwei could not help but inquire about her fate. The child was taken by the old maid and smuggled out of the city to be sold to a trafficker, presumably to be further exploited," the Dark Guard reported earnestly. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wanwei spoke again, "Keep an eye on her. If a kind family purchases her, let her go. If she falls into the hands of ill-intentioned people, buy her back and find her a gentle and ordinary household where she can live a peaceful life." The Dark Guard accepted the order, but Bai Shi, perplexed, asked, "Madam, why concern yourself with the child's fate when they have harmed you so?" Zhao Wanwei sighed. "The young are innocent. Though her parents and brothers may be selfish and wicked, she knows nothing of their misdeeds. In truth, beyond this rationale." Zhao Wanwei wished to accumulate some merit on Xiaoxiao's behalf. Xiaoxiao, who possesses foresight, might not be aware of how her own future could be influenced. Since Xiaoxiao's birth, Zhao Wanwei had been donating offerings in her name each month, and during the 1st and 15th days, she established porridge kitchens to provide for the homeless children in the capital. Even when Zhao Hongya went to assist with the disaster relief in Xiling, she contributed 2,000 taels of silver under Xiaoxiao's name to aid the children there. Zhao Wanwei felt satisfied with her actions. She did not pry further nor allow the Dark Guard to investigate anymore. Let the child have her second chance at life. This was nothing short of a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Unable to accept reality, he sought solace in drink, becoming intoxicated to the point of delirium. Upon awakening, he found himself in an inn, sitting beside the Minister of War, Shen Tianyu. Su Boheo jolted awake, the alcohol dispelling his stupor. Stammering, he offered his respects to Shen Tianyu, who, lacking his usual authority, regarded him with a benevolent expression and inquired, "You are awake?" With such a mother, Su Boheo felt he had lost all dignity to remain in the capital. He expressed boundless gratitude to Shen Tianyu, believing this kindness was due to the friendship between Shen and his father. In truth, Shen Tianyu was uncertain how long he could conceal this matter. Sending Su Boheo to the northern frontier was the only way to ensure his safety. Even if the truth came to light, the distance would shield them. And he simply wished to preserve the bloodline. Titles and ranks had become aspirations unattainable. Su Boheo left only a letter behind. Zhang Yaxian, soul lost, sought out Zhao Wanwei, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Wanwei gently patted her hand. Boheo has always been idle. His decision to go to the border for training is indeed a good thing. I understand, but what am I to do now? Zhao Wanwei felt genuine anxiety. With her mother-in-law gone and her husband departed, her current status within this household was profoundly awkward. Zhang Yaxian, though somewhat slow-witted, harbored no ill intentions. Zhao Wanwei had never intended to confront her, saying, "Just stay in the residence and take good care of Changming. Or, if you feel you lack support, I can provide you with a farm and 2 shops. Learn to manage them, and you and your son will have a foundation to rely upon." Is this for real? Zhang Yaxian's eyes sparkled with hope. She had long desired a shop, having sought Liu for assistance in vain, and now Zhao Wanwei had acquiesced. Zhao Wanwei smiled. Of course it is genuine. However, once you acquire the shops, you must manage them well. Any profits are yours, and losses I shall not concern myself with. A woman must possess some skills to stand on her own. Choose whichever farm you wish. After some contemplation, Zhang Yaxian asked, Sister-in-law, may I have the farm in the western suburb? I have heard there is a private school there that operates quite well, and I wish for Changming to attend. You know he cannot go to a place like Yulin Academy. Very well. Zhao Wanwei readily agreed. Zhang Yaxian was not as foolish as she often appeared. Recognizing the need to educate her child, I will select 2 prosperous shops for you. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to come to me. Sister-in-law, I have one more request. I wish to move Changming to the farm. This will facilitate his education and help him understand his identity. Zhang Yaxian believed Su Boheo's erratic behavior stemmed from a lack of clarity regarding his own identity, having indulged in his mother's favoritism. Rumors circulated outside, claiming Su Boheo was not the offspring of the Duke, and regardless of their truth, the current heads of the household were Zhao Wanwei and Su Bowen. Liu bore a grudge against them, having nearly harmed Zhao Wanwei and Su Xiaoxiao. No matter how magnanimous they might be, they could not genuinely regard Changming as kin. With a farm and shops as their support, it was prudent to distance themselves from such strife. Zhao Wanwei felt a sense of relief. Su Boheo's departure was a blessing, as was Zhang Yaxian's relocation. As long as they led a peaceful life, the sins wrought by Liu would be repaid by her own hand. Zhang Yaxian bowed to Zhao Wanwei with Changming in tow, gathered her belongings, and moved to the farm. Along the way, she instructed the 3-year-old Su Changming, You must remember the kindness of the lady. She has given us a chance at life. In a tender voice, the young child replied, Mother, I understand. Grandmother did wrong, and father no longer wants us. Do not cry, for I will protect you. Chapter 88. The Princess's Joy. The marriage of Lingxi requires your utmost attention, dear madam. It is not a matter of high lineage, but rather the integrity of character and the purity of family values that must be prioritized. For only then will Lingxi not suffer any grievances in her union. We must adhere to the principle of quality over quantity. As for Changhe, he is indeed a clever child, albeit rather unruly. He needs to be restrained a bit more. I noticed that the young nobleman Kong Wan was able to manage him well while he was copying texts at our residence. Perhaps they should spend more time together. Should he prove to be too mischievous, you may certainly discipline him a few times to instill some sense into him. Su Changhe rubbed his backside, thinking to himself how truly paternal this was. After all, he had endured his fair share of spankings. It's my turn, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her little feet dancing with excitement. Xiaoxiao has grown a few more teeth, hasn't she? I wonder if she has been sulking about not being able to enjoy the delicacies from the imperial kitchen due to my affairs. In Nanjing, there is a fruit covered in fine fuzz, bright green and sweet, soft and sticky inside, perfect for children. I've sent a basket with a messenger, and it should arrive in the capital just in time for her to enjoy. Make sure to give some to Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao perked up, her ears twitching at the mention of the fruit, her joy evident as she clapped her hands. Father is so kind. He brought me fruit. Su Changhe felt a pang of envy. While Xiaoxiao received exotic fruits, he was stuck with bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. This family had its own peculiarities. While the world favored sons, there's cherished daughters. Please extend my regards to your family and the Tang household, dear madam. Everything is well in Nanjing, and matters are beginning to take shape, but the nights are long and arduous. Su Xiaoxiao ceased her reading, her brow furrowing as she pondered. The nights in Nanjing are longer than those in the capital. No wonder father says he needs to hold mother to sleep soundly. I, too, sleep more peacefully when I'm with mother. Zhao Wanyu, who had been listening earnestly, was taken aback by the sudden shift in tone, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head in silence. Su Lingxi and Su Changhe exchanged amused glances at their mother, who was blushing, and they left under the pretense of needing to attend to something. It was quite unexpected to see their usually stern father display such affection towards their mother. Xiaoxiao, puzzled, looked at her mother and siblings. What are they laughing about? Did I miss something wonderful? Unable to contain themselves, Su Lingxi and Su Chonghe burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the oblivious Bai Shi, still flustered, remarked, "Madam, why is your face so red? Have you caught a chill?" Zhao Wanyu replied, "Thank you for your concern. You are quite kind." Just then, a servant announced that young Master Kong Wan had come to borrow books again, prompting Zhao Wanyu to straighten up and coldly instruct, "Su Chonghe, young Master Kong has arrived. Accompany him to the study and learn from him what it means to be composed." Understanding his mother's embarrassment, he complied and departed. She then called Su Lingxi back, saying, "The Grand Princess has sent several letters requesting my presence at her residence. I hesitated due to fears that your father's situation might implicate her. But this morning she sent someone to urge me. If I do not go today, she may come to the door herself. Change into some appropriate attire and accompany Xiaoxiao with me. Consider it a brief respite. To visit Andy the Grand Princess? That's wonderful. I can also bestow some spiritual energy upon the little sister in her belly. Soon, I will have 2 little sisters. How delightful!" Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Lost in her own excitement, Awenyu felt a jolt of surprise. The Grand Princess was with child. No wonder she hadn't rushed to the Duke of Town's residence. However, the imperial physician had said that she had sustained injuries during the birth of Yutong, which had rendered her unable to conceive again. This unexpected pregnancy, would it pose any risks to her health? Upon receiving this news, Zhao Wanyu could no longer remain seated. She hastily prepared herself and made her way to the Grand Princess's residence. The Grand Princess, with a stern expression, spoke in a low voice, "I thought Miss Zhao would never set foot in my palace again." Zhao Wanyu, with utmost deference, replied, "Your Highness, you are magnanimous. Surely you will not hold my previous hesitations against me. I have brought your favorite emerald buns as an apology. You wouldn't possibly hold a grudge over such a small matter, would you?" The Grand Princess swallowed hard, her voice icy. "You think a few buns will win me over? Let me be clear, were it not for Lingxi and Xiaoxiao, I would not have even allowed you to enter." Though she spoke thus, she had already linked her arm with Zhao Wanyu's, guiding her toward the main hall. Reflecting on the situation, the Grand Princess felt a surge of anger. "Zhao Wanyu, are you foolish? I am the Grand Princess. I can protect you." Zhao Wanyu felt warmth in her heart. The Grand Princess was still as protective as in their childhood. She inquired with concern, "You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight lately. Are you unwell?" Zhao Wanyu waved her hand dismissively. "You are a young lady. Do not trouble yourself with such worries." The Grand Princess smiled, saying, "Do not heed your mother's words. Those 2 are trusted attendants of the Empress Dowager. And just yesterday, they remarked on Lingxi's intelligence. If you were here, you could certainly be of great assistance. Consider it helping your aunt." Chapter 89. Is it too late to return? After bidding farewell to Su Lingxi, the Grand Princess eagerly beckoned Zhao Wanyu to sit beside her and exclaimed, "Quickly bring me the jade dumplings you made. I have been longing for them these past few days." Zhao Wanyu handed over the dumplings, gazing at the Grand Princess, who was devoid of grace, and affectionately said, "Take your time eating. Why do you savor them so much?" The Grand Princess paused only after devouring 4 dumplings, exclaiming, "You cannot fathom how miserable I have been lately. Everything I consume turns to nausea. I could retch up my bile." "What troubles you, Your Highness?" Zhao Wanyu dared not overstep, knowing that the Grand Princess's inability to conceive was a thorn in her heart. The Grand Princess looked at Zhao Wanyu with an air of mystery and declared, "You could never guess. I am with child." Although Zhao Wanyu had mentally prepared for this news, she was still elated for the Grand Princess. "Is it true? That is truly a momentous blessing. Have you consulted the physician? Will your body be able to endure this?" "The physician has examined me and declared all to be well, save for my inability to keep food down," the Grand Princess replied, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhao Wanyu felt an increasing sense of guilt. "You should have informed me of your pregnancy. I have been burdening you with my worries daily. Had I known, I would have visited you sooner and not troubled you at all." You adore my cooking, do you not? I shall come daily to prepare meals for you. That is unnecessary. You need only bring Xiaoxiao to amuse me from time to time, the Grand Princess said, dismissing the attendants and leaning closer to Zhao Wanyu. Whispering, I believe this child is a blessing bestowed upon me by Xiaoxiao. Zhao Wanyu was puzzled. How could the Grand Princess hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts? The Grand Princess continued, one night, I dreamt of my mother, who urged me to express my gratitude to Xiaoxiao, even suggesting I revere her as a deity. Alarmed, Wanyu quickly stood, exclaiming, Your Highness, Xiaoxiao is still but a child. She cannot bear such exaltation. The Grand Princess gently pressed her back into her seat, saying, Do not be so apprehensive. Perhaps my mother's words were exaggerated. Yet ever since Xiaoxiao visited my home, everything has gone smoothly. Not only has Yu Tang flourished, but even the prince consort has been more attentive to me, now that I am with child. I must express my gratitude to Xiaoxiao. How shall you show your gratitude? Have you received more precious gifts? Xiaoxiao eagerly interjected, stretching her hands, wanting the Grand Princess to embrace her. The Grand Princess was inclined to do so, but was halted by Zhao Wanyu, who cautioned, Your Highness, you must not exert yourself, merely hold Xiaoxiao's hand. Based on her experience, Zhao Wanyu knew that Xiaoxiao could transmit her energy without direct contact. Holding hands would suffice. Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to share some energy with the Grand Princess, who indeed appeared rejuvenated. Cheerfully, she remarked, Xiaoxiao is truly a treasure. I have felt lethargic lately, yet upon seeing her, I feel invigorated. I have only eaten 4 dumplings, and I am already hungry again. Now you see how well I am. What reward shall you bestow upon me? Xiaoxiao did not forget this point. Just then, Liu Tang entered. Transformed after months apart, his youthful innocence replaced by a spirited demeanor. He elegantly bowed, saying, I have come to see my mother and Lady Zhao. The Grand Princess beamed with joy. Why are you so sweaty? How was your day at the Guozijian? Liu Tang chuckled sheepishly. The teacher tested me, saying I have made some progress. Upon hearing that Xiaoxiao was here, I hurried to see her. The Grand Princess laughed heartily. Then take Xiaoxiao to the courtyard to play. Bring along a few maids and servants. Mother, a remarkable acrobatic troupe has arrived in the capital. The Crown Prince and Xiaojiao have invited me to join them. May I take Xiaoxiao with me? Liu Tang asked, aware that his inquiry might be presumptuous. Casting a cautious glance at Zhao Wanyu, Tang Yongning, Su Changhe, and Pei Yuan will also attend. With Changhe there, Xiaoxiao will not feel out of place. The Grand Princess gently inquired, Are you all going? Does Xiaoxiao wish to join? Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I want to go. I love lively gatherings. The Grand Princess chuckled, Since you all wish to go, alas, I cannot decide. This matter must be discussed with Aunt Zhao. Turning to Zhao Wanyu, she asked, Are you willing to part with your precious daughter to accompany Yu Tang? Zhao Wanyu, understanding Xiaoxiao's spirited nature, knew she could not prevent her from going, especially since it was Liu Tang who requested her presence. Very well, I shall trouble you, young masterly. Liu Tang gratefully thanked Zhao Wanyu and the Grand Princess, then instructed the servants to prepare Xiaoxiao's spare clothing, filled 2 flasks with milk, and gathered a variety of treats suitable for Xiaoxiao before finally taking her out. As they exited the estate, they spotted the carriage of the 9th Prince approaching rapidly. To avoid unnecessary complications, the Crown Prince had borrowed the 9th Prince's carriage. Liu Tang, observing the hurried descent of the Crown Prince, inquired, Did we not agree to meet in the east of the city? Why are you here in such haste? The Crown Prince replied nonchalantly, I was bored. So I decided to come directly to fetch you. The 9th Prince, Gu Huaiyan, interjected. The Crown Prince first went to the Duke of State's residence to collect Xiaoxiao. Upon learning she was here, he rushed over without delay. I nearly ran myself sick. The Crown Prince coolly remarked, If you are feeling unwell, why not rest at your aunt's residence? Liu Tang was puzzled. If you went to the Duke of State's residence, did Su Changhe accompany you? Gu Huaiyan quickly covered his mouth, realizing he could not disclose that Su Changhe had followed the carriage for an entire street without the Crown Prince allowing it to stop. Though unaware of the reason for his silence, he understood that mentioning it would lead to dire consequences. Xiaoxiao, come here for a hug from your uncle. Gu Huayu called out, extending his arms. Liu Tang good-naturedly handed Xiaoxiao over to Gu Huayu, saying, Xiaoxiao is familiar with you. You may take her in your carriage. Holding Xiaoxiao, Gu Huayu felt a sense of reassurance. The 9th prince's carriage is spacious. Let us sit together. I know you adore Xiaoxiao. We shall go together, with the attendants following. I also love Sister Xiaoxiao. Gu Huayan chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Chapter 90. The juggling performance. Gu Huayu found it utterly amusing. How could Xiaoxiao be so endearing? Usually quite carefree, Gu Huayan noticed something amiss in Xiaoxiao's expression. He extended his chubby little hand and said, Sister Xiaoxiao, please don't be unhappy. There are many delightful treats and fun activities outside. Shall I buy you some candied hawthorn? Oh, and the juggling troupe can perform astonishing feats. The idea of astonishing feats sounds rather mundane, but for the sake of the candied hawthorn, I suppose I shall go and see. Su Xiaoxiao was clearly intrigued by Gu Huayan's words, her eyes sparkling, though she stubbornly maintained her discontent. Gu Huayu merely smiled in silence as the 3 brothers escorted Su Xiaoxiao to the carriage, heading toward the bustling city center. Liyu Tong teased, Your Highness. For someone so composed and cautious, the juggling troupe should hardly captivate your interest. Little Jiao insisted on causing a ruckus, but at 9 years old, Gu Huayu remained unfazed, appearing more mature than Liyu Tong. Gu Huayan thought to himself, so I am merely here to bear the blame. It was clearly my second brother who informed me of the remarkable juggling troupe in the capital, coaxing me into persuading our mother to allow us to leave the palace. How did it come to this? Being utilized in such a manner indicated that he possessed value. Although Gu Huayan was just over 3 years of age, he was not foolish. Besides, his elder brother studied diligently every day. It was only right for him to take him out to see the world. Gu Huayu appeared calm and collected, but internally he was calculating the origins of this juggling troupe, which had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, their backgrounds astonishingly clean, leaving no trace of suspicion. Overnight, they gained fame in the capital. The extent of their publicity was evident. Reports from the secret guards indicated that their motives were not financial, which raised many eyebrows. He had originally intended to warn Su Chang'e against bringing Xiaoxiao along, but upon reflection, he realized that although Xiaoxiao could not speak, she would find countless ways to know the truth. It would be safer to keep her close, especially since he had set up a comprehensive network of protection around her. He hurried over, concerned for his cousin Yutong's innocence. Should anything happen while he was with Xiaoxiao, it would be disastrous. He felt an inexplicable fondness for Su Xiaoxiao, and their father constantly reminded him to safeguard the foundation of the Dasha dynasty, insisting that he take good care of Su Xiaoxiao, emphasizing that any affection shown was not excessive. The place was teeming with people, and even with Su Xiaoxiao riding on Liu Tong's shoulders, she could see nothing. The 9th prince fared even worse, only able to witness a parade of posteriors before him. Su Chang'e squeezed into the crowd like an eel, raising his voice. What are you all watching? Pei Yuan has already reserved the best seats for viewing. Let us go. Indeed, Pei Yuan was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid. This spot offered an unobstructed view of the performance. Gu Huayan settled comfortably in his seat and remarked, Pei Yuan, why did you not mention such a splendid location sooner? I've been staring at backsides for ages and inhaling quite a bit of unpleasantness. Su Chang'e shrugged. I chased after your carriage to tell you this, but who knew you would ride off so swiftly? Gu Huayan glanced at his second brother, while Gu Huayu calmly picked up a milk jug to offer Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are you thirsty? Have some milk. Before Gu Huayan could process the moment, he was captivated by the resounding drumbeats as the performance officially commenced. The performers took to the stage wearing masks and peculiar attire, slowly beginning to dance. However, their movements were markedly different from those of Dasha, imbued with an inexplicable sinister aura. Pei Yuan tossed a peanut into his mouth and lazily commented, This seems more like a shamanic dance. It's not nearly as wondrous as rumored. Tang Yongning, sitting upright, remarked, It appears to resemble a ritual. This juggling troupe is rather peculiar. Xiaoxiao cast a fleeting glance, but was quickly drawn to the towering skewers of candied hawthorn in the crowd. Wow, candied hawthorn! My master said he would buy me some once we descended the mountain, but alas, I departed before we could reach the base. I long to taste the flavor of candied hawthorn. Xiaoxiao pointed excitedly, with her heartfelt wishes echoing a sense of longing. Gu Huayu was about to call for someone to purchase it, but Su Changhe had already gracefully leapt off the platform, exclaiming, "Xiaoxiao, wait here. I'll go get you some candied hawthorn." Gu Huayu silently lowered his hand, realizing that the role of a doting brother also required speed. At least my brother understands me. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao regarded Su Changhe as a great hero. With a mere glance, Gu Huayu instructed the secret guards to protect Su Changhe. For this great hero was merely 10 years old, still just a child. What was a bit of candied hawthorn? Let Xiaoxiao indulge to her heart's content. Among those present, including Tang Yongning and the Crown Prince, everyone held a stick of candied hawthorn, finally embodying the essence of childhood. As Su Xiaoxiao took a lick of her candied hawthorn, tears streamed down her cheeks. So this is the taste of candied hawthorn. She gazed at the dirty little children below the platform, enviously eyeing her, and couldn't help but reflect, before meeting my master, I was just like them. Now my master is gone, but I have my brothers, many brothers. Thankfully. She added the part about having many brothers, otherwise, our little prince would surely be consumed by jealousy. Su Changhe, moved by Xiaoxiao's heartfelt sentiment, nearly succumbed to tears himself, pondering how something as simple as candied hawthorn could evoke such emotions. Gu Huayu, feeling a pang of sympathy, said to Su Changhe, "Brother Changhe, why not share the remaining candied hawthorn with those children below? Let it be a reward for the Su Xiaoxiao who once could not enjoy it." The poor children who received the candied hawthorn clutched it as if it were a treasure, profusely thanking Su Changhe and Pei Yuan. Once the candied hawthorn had been distributed, the eerie opening dance finally concluded. Next, a young maiden dressed lightly led a magnificent tiger onto the stage, the stark visual contrast sending the audience into a frenzy of excitement and screams. "The tiger! She is truly leading a real tiger!" exclaimed the 9th prince. Although he had seen many tigers in the beast park, he had never encountered one so docile. The tiger obediently performed tricks, leaping through rings of fire and riding a unicycle, earning continuous applause from the audience. Suddenly, the docile tiger broke free from the maiden's grasp, opening its massive jaws wide and lunging directly toward the platform where Su Xiaoxiao and the others sat. Chapter 91. The ancient artifact. As the tiger lunged directly towards Su Xiaoxiao, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. And Gu Huayu along with Su Changhe swiftly positioned themselves in front of her. Su Xiaoxiao mentally protested, "What are you two doing? Step aside and let me see what it intends." Her small hands tugged incessantly at their sleeves, attempting to pull them away. Gu Huayu was witnessing firsthand the audacity of youth, for although the distance from the stands to the stage was considerable, the tiger leapt effortlessly across the gap. Both Su Changhe and Gu Huayu were already sweating, with Gu Huayu's hidden guards aiming their arrows at the tiger's vital points. However, the fearsome beast gradually came to a halt, closing its mouth and swaying its head, resembling a large domestic cat as it turned its gaze towards them. "Let me see what is happening." Su Xiaoxiao was frantic, unable to discern the situation. Noticing the threat had dissipated, Gu Huayu discreetly gestured for his guards to hold their positions, allowing him and Su Changhe to step aside. The audience fell silent, uncertain of the tiger's behavior. The young woman, who was the tiger's tamer, concealed her surprise and gracefully approached the tiger, enthusiastically proclaiming, "Our tiger is no ordinary creature. Its sudden docility signifies that it has encountered a person of pure goodness. The one chosen by the tiger may partake in our performance and experience the marvels of our tricks." As she spoke, her gaze fixated on Su Xiaoxiao. "Today's fortunate one is an adorable little darling." The crowd watched with wary eyes, and Su Changhe scoffed, "Fortunate one? My sister is just a child. Do you intend for her to become the tiger's meal?" The young woman laughed heartily. "Dear young sir, You misunderstand. She is to participate in the next act, the transformation. To allay Su Changhe's concerns, the woman led the tiger off the stage, and an elderly man with a head of white hair stepped forward, cradling a small rabbit in his hands. He spoke slowly. Today, I shall demonstrate my renowned skill, and I have heard that our spotted tiger has selected tonight's lucky participant. Let us see who has won the tiger's favor. Tang Yongning, with a neutral expression, remarked, "We are merely here for entertainment. Do not bother us with your theatrics." Su Xiaoxiao was his little niece, and he would not allow anyone to exploit her. The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Young sir, do remain calm. Allow me to finish my words. The one chosen by the tiger is indeed a valued guest in our troupe, a rare opportunity." Pei Yuan burst into laughter. "Old man, do you believe that we, seated here, would care for your trifling opportunity?" The old man replied unperturbed, "My dear young sir, you may not lack for wealth, but today, this opportunity is an extraordinary treasure that cannot be bought with mere gold." A voice from the crowd shouted, "You're just boasting. If you had such a treasure, why would you be here performing at your age?" The audience echoed in agreement. The old man merely smiled. "Let us see the treasure first, then you may speak." With a flourish of his hand, a servant appeared bearing a tray with a sword. The scabbard was worn and ancient, evoking murmurs of skepticism from the crowd. "It's just a broken sword. What's so special about it?" The old man lifted the sword, declaring, "This sword is known as the moon-cutting sword, an ancient artifact. I travel far and wide in search of a worthy individual to bestow it upon, to ensure it finds a worthy home." Gu Huayu and his companions showed little interest. Even if the sword were truly an ancient artifact, they would not risk Su Xiaoxiao's safety. Yet Su Xiaoxiao's eyes remained fixed on the sword, her excitement palpable. She waved her little hands enthusiastically, babbling incoherently. Pei Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Changhe, what does your sister mean? Does she want to try it?" Su Changhe replied, "Perhaps Xiaoxiao is fond of that sword." Pei Yuan chuckled, "That's easily remedied. I shall go play with her." He began to step down from the stand. The old man interjected, "The one chosen by the tiger is that girl. No one can replace her." Pei Yuan retorted, "Nonsense. You simply find her charming and wish to take her away." This time, Gu Huayu and the others found merit in Pei Yuan's words. The old man's expression turned regretful. "Indeed, the girl is quite young, yet this performance poses no danger. Allow me to demonstrate for you. If you are still unwilling, I shall seek another worthy individual for the sword." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the sword vanished from sight. As Su Xiaoxiao contemplated this, the old man on stage covered the rabbit with a black cloth, muttering incantations. When he unveiled the cloth again, his hands were empty. The audience erupted in excitement, clamoring for another demonstration. The young lords pondered whether to allow the little girl a chance. However, the old man's patience was wearing thin. "If you do not participate, I shall take the sword." The audience below surged with anticipation. The old man shook his head. "This troupe relies on the spotted tiger for its success. I must act according to its will. Alas, today's performance must end here. Please return in 3 days." It was only a matter of participating in the act. We were robbed of the chance to witness. The audience murmured discontentedly, blaming Gu Huayu and his companions for their misfortune. Gu Huayu remained unfazed. "Let us depart." As he spoke, the crowd, though reluctant, dared not defy the prince and obediently began to rise, preparing to leave. "I cannot leave. My moon-cutting sword has yet to be in my possession. It is the only token left by my master." Su Xiaoxiao protested, unwilling to depart now that she had seen the sword. She understood the trap laid before her but was willingly drawn into it. Chapter 92. The vanished Xiaoxiao. "Quickly let me go up. I must find Zhan Yu." Su Xiaoxiao's heart was in a frenzy, desperate to scream, unable to speak or walk. Her frustration reached a boiling point. She resorted to her ultimate weapon, tears. With outstretched arms towards the stage, she cried vehemently. Su Changhe sighed inwardly. It seemed Xiaoxiao genuinely yearned for that sword. Gu Huayu paused, contemplating that Xiaoxiao had endured so much in her previous life. That master must have held great significance for her. He could not bear to see her in such distress. With so many hidden guards, surely it would be manageable. The others were also swayed by Xiaoxiao's heart-wrenching cries, hesitating over whether to let her give it a try. Gu Huaiyan spoke up, his voice sweet and innocent. Second brother. Let me accompany Xiaoxiao. She must really want to experience the magic firsthand. He then addressed the old man. I will join my sister for some fun. She is too young and needs someone to hold her. I am only 3 years old, still a child, and the spotted tiger won't mind. The old man, initially anxious they would leave, was taken aback by this unexpected turn and hastily agreed. Observing the child's demeanor, he recognized her as a fated one for the ancient artifact. In that case, the two of you may ascend the stage together. Gu Huaiyu interjected. Wait, I have a condition. Once my brother and sister are on stage, hand the ancient sword to my sister. The performance can wait. The old man readily consented, of course. The sword was in a dilapidated state, covered in gray-green rust, and he found nothing remarkable about it. Su Xiaoxiao cast a grateful glance at Gu Huaiyu. Indeed, my brother the prince understands me best. Yet, Gu Huaiyu remained slightly apprehensive, his brow furrowed with concern. Su Changhe felt a chill in his heart. Could he still call her his sister? The marvelous enlightenment pill she had given Pei Yuan, the admiration she bestowed upon the prince, and now the 9th prince, who was of similar age, would accompany her on stage today, paving the way for future companionship. The bond of childhood friends was forming. And there were Liyu, Tong, and Tang Yongning, all eyeing her enviously. His sister was about to be taken away. While Su Changhe lamented, Gu Huaiyan had already scampered up to the stage, holding Su Xiaoxiao in his arms. He ignored his jealousy, keeping his gaze fixed on her, fearful of any mishap. Su Xiaoxiao grumbled to herself. What is this 9th prince doing here? I still have to keep an eye on you. Gu Huaiyu, who had been tense, couldn't help but smile slightly. This girl was even dismissive of the 9th prince. Gu Huaiyan struggled to lift Su Xiaoxiao onto the stage, finding it challenging as she was a glutton, but he refused to accept help. Clutching the treasured sword, Su Xiaoxiao held it tightly. As the black cloth covered her head, Gu Huaiyan gently reassured her. Do not fear, sister. I will protect you. Rolling her eyes, Su Xiaoxiao retorted, who is protecting whom is still up for debate. But this brother isn't bad. Let's protect each other from now on. Su Changhe facepalmed, this sister's overzealous protectiveness. None noticed that when the Zhanyu sword came into Su Xiaoxiao's possession, its rust began to fade, gradually revealing its brilliance. The old man once again muttered incantations towards the black cloth, and when it was lifted, only he remained on stage. He smiled faintly and smashed something to the ground, causing a thick cloud of smoke to billow, obscuring all vision. Quickly find Xiaoxiao and the 9th prince, Gu Huaiyu commanded, and the hidden guards surged forth, scouring the stage from top to bottom. They even dismantled the stage, but found nothing. The juggling troupe had inexplicably vanished. It dawned on them that they had been deceived. The troupe had come for Xiaoxiao. Gu Huaiyu felt as though, at that moment, he and Xiaoxiao had plunged into a vast black abyss, plummeting without end, until they landed heavily on the ground. Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Gu Huaiyan, despite feeling as though his backside had cracked with pain, first inquired after his sister's well-being. He fished a fire stick from his pocket, lit it to take a look, and nearly fainted from fright. They were inside a carriage. And even more alarming was that it was being pulled by a great black bear, an actual bear. Gu Huaiyan plopped back down onto the carriage, trembling, and said, Xiaoxiao, do not be afraid, we will play dead. Brother says bears do not eat the dead. Su Xiaoxiao patted Gu Huaiyan and flashed him a sweet smile. Poor child. You're so terrified. Don't worry, with me here, it can't hurt you. Suddenly, someone kicked her hard, jolting her awake. Infuriated, Su Xiaoxiao thought, I was dreaming of roasted chicken, and just as it was ready, I didn't even get a bite. This is too much. Drawing the Zhanyu sword. The sword's overwhelming aura stirred the air as it neared her assailant, sending him sprawling several feet back, blood spewing from his mouth. "Master, that girl has a formidable sword. We cannot approach her," a man gruffly reported. "Useless fools, you can't even handle a child," he retorted, striding forward. Yet, before he could reach Xiaoxiao, he was hurled back. A woman helped him up, seething. She actually activated the Zhanyu sword. Heaven knows how much effort I poured into it, blood, offerings, polishing, and months of toil, and it remained inert. Yet, in Xiaoxiao's hands, it was activated effortlessly. Xiaoxiao was puzzled. In her previous life, she had possessed immense power, yet had been unable to reveal the sword as true form. Why was it different today? Whatever the case, this is a good fortune. Overthinking will only lead to headaches. But what now? The one inside is Gu Huayan. How could these fools have captured him? Losing a child is one thing, but losing the beloved youngest son of the Empress? They would turn the capital upside down. The man exclaimed in panic. Chapter 93, 500 Taels of Silver. No. 5 roasted chickens, the woman sinisterly remarked. Doesn't that leave you with a means to vent your frustrations? Rest assured, this place is quite secluded. Even if they turn the capital upside down, they will not discover it. Such a wicked person. Xiaoxiao scoffed. What does it matter if they can't find us? We cannot even approach her. Did you not say that sword was merely a worthless piece of metal? The man, evidently losing his patience, responded. The woman defiantly declared. She's merely a little child. Surely we can handle her. Yet inwardly, she was in a state of panic, for this seemingly innocent child was indeed a formidable opponent. Listening to their conversation, Xiaoxiao realized they did not regard her as an outsider. Since they had come, why not invite them in? With that thought, she sheathed the moonslaying sword and went to rouse the slumbering Gu Huayan. Awakened, Gu Huayan found himself and Xiaoxiao trapped in a labyrinthine cave, instantly losing all drowsiness. "Mother, second brother, come save me." The 3-year-old was utterly terrified. Xiaoxiao looked at him, exasperated by his tears. Children were indeed troublesome. Outside, the 2 individuals sensed the sword's aura had diminished and rushed in, intent on seizing the moonslaying sword. Activated. The sword could cleave mountains and forge paths. Who could resist such power? However, the once unremarkable sword now felt impossibly heavy, rendering it immovable. "Let me try," said the man. Yet the outcome was the same. Both exerted their utmost strength, yet the sword did not budge an inch. Kind-hearted, Xiaoxiao casually picked up the moonslaying sword, babbling to herself, "Moonslaying sword, since you're idle, why not entertain them? If they desire the sword, they must offer me 5 roasted chickens." She extended her 5 chubby fingers. Is she asking for money? The man pondered, somewhat perplexed. That must be it. The woman rasped. 500 taels or 5,000. Xiaoxiao was exasperated. Wasn't he this the crown prince and Shen Qingyu? Wearing masks and speaking in rough voices, they thought they could disguise their identities. However, 5,000 taels was excessive. How about just 5 roasted chickens instead? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Upon hearing this, the moonslaying sword became agitated, the sheath unable to contain its fury. Xiaoxiao gently stroked the hilt. Enough, no need to cry. I was merely jesting. We have only met in our past lives. Do you think I am an ancient monster? If 5,000 is out of the question, at least trade me for 5 roasted chickens and some goat milk. The sword, having calmed momentarily, began to shake again. Feeling somewhat deflated, Xiaoxiao quickly regained her composure. If words failed, gestures would suffice. She gesticulated for half a day, but the crown prince and Shen Qingyu only grew more bewildered, utterly clueless as to her intent. Gu Huayan, forgetting his tears, hurried to comfort her. "Sister, do not fret. Second brother and father will surely come to rescue us." Feeling helpless, Xiaoxiao finally resorted to mimicking a chicken's cluck, though it was not quite right. Why are they so dense? Can't they see my gestures? I dreamt of crispy roasted chicken, and didn't he get to taste a single bite? As she grew increasingly frustrated, a voice from the seemingly lifeless little red chimed in. Could it perhaps be that your imitation is lacking? Are you just watching the spectacle? Go on. Use your tail to write that I want 5 roasted chickens. Xiaoxiao fumed, irritated by Little Red's interjection. Little Red promptly fell silent, returning to its active play dead. As an illiterate creature, being asked to write was quite burdensome, especially after its previous ordeal with strange symbols. Will you go or not? If not, I shall chop you up for soup. I won't go, even if you chop me. Aside from the moonslaying sword, no one could hear their quarrel. All that could be seen was Xiaoxiao seated on the ground, occasionally placing her hands on her hips or puffing her cheeks in a most peculiar manner. The crown prince, hidden behind his mask, remarked, "Is this the extraordinary child you spoke of? She appears rather dim-witted." Shen Qingyu, too, expressed doubt. "I find her rather strange." Could it be that she is too frightened to think clearly? You are the dimwit. Your entire family is dim-witted. Roasted chicken, can't you understand? I didn't get a single bite of that delicious roasted chicken in my dream. The more she pondered, the angrier Xiaoxiao became, and ultimately, she burst into tears. Gu Huaiyan, at a loss for how to comfort her, simply joined her in crying. The crown prince, increasingly annoyed by their wailing, declared, "This child is nothing special. We might as well dispose of her." Their original intent had been to eliminate Xiaoxiao and seize the space of the bracelet. Yet Shen Qingyu still wished to acquire the moonslaying sword. However, with the sword in play, they could not harm Xiaoxiao in the slightest. Xiaoxiao's pitiful cries were unbearable for the moonslaying sword, which could only watch in despair. With no other option, it decided to pamper its master. It soared into the air, darting against the hard stone walls, demanding 5 roasted chickens in exchange for the sword. As Gu Huaiyan considered the absurdity of the situation, he nearly burst into laughter. This little rascal had gone through all this trouble not for 500 or 5,000 taels, but merely for 5 roasted chickens? Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, affirming his thoughts. In crucial moments, it was clear that the moonslaying sword was the key. Just look at the elegant script of the moonslaying sword. It is far more beautiful than your scribbled symbols. Xiaoxiao teased, tugging at Little Red's neck. Little Red, already feeling uneasy, was aware that as an ancient divine beast, it was unique in Xiaoxiao's world. However, with the arrival of the moonslaying sword, it sensed a growing threat to its status. Master is so biased. Little Red endured countless hardships to find you, yet your heart belongs solely to the moonslaying sword. Ignoring its complaints, Xiaoxiao's thoughts were only on the roasted chicken she had yet to taste. Shen Qingyu caught sight of the red cord around Xiaoxiao's neck and suddenly had an epiphany. If she acquired the moonslaying sword, she could surely sever the head of that monster and seize the bracelet. "Quick, prepare 5 roasted chickens," she commanded. Xiaoxiao shook her empty milk bottle. Realizing that mere meat would not suffice, she also required cow's milk. As the destined heroine, alongside the clever and valiant Gu Huaiyan, they would conquer the entirety of the Great Shua. Though Gu Huaiyan did not entirely subscribe to Shen Qingyu's notion that Xiaoxiao could unravel all their plans, having witnessed the prowess of the moonslaying sword, he acknowledged that if they could obtain such a divine artifact, soothing the child was certainly worth the effort. Finally, the roasted chickens and cow's milk arrived. At last, Xiaoxiao had her long-desired feast. She pushed a chicken towards Gu Huaiyan, exclaiming, "Hurry, eat. A full belly means more fun." Though Gu Huaiyan could not comprehend her words, his hunger prevailed, and he eagerly tore off a chicken leg to devour. With a tone laced with flattery, Shen Qingyu interjected, "Now that we have both roasted chicken and cow's milk, can we finally have the moonslaying sword?" Chapter 94. Bound together, CP Xiaoxiao was enjoying her meal and casually handed over the moon-slashing sword. The sword, reluctant as ever, was clearly inscribed with instructions for her to take it, so it relented. Shen Qingyu caught the sword, exerting herself, only to find it was not as heavy as before. What a fool, just a few roasted chickens and she gives us the sword. Xiaoxiao, hand over the bracelet, and I shall spare your life. With the moon-slashing sword in hand, Shen Qingyu threatened, the blade now poised at Xiaoxiao's neck. "So, it's for the bracelet." Xiaoxiao scoffed. recalling how she had once used the dark arts of a demonic sect to unlock the bracelet's space, a clear case of taking advantage. Xiaoxiao raised her head, cradling the roasted chicken protectively, grease glistening on her lips. Gu Huai approached, ominously stating, "Why waste words with her? She doesn't understand. Just take it." Xinqingyu hesitated, recalling her previous attempt to snatch it forcefully, where the creature had alternated between freezing and scorching her, nearly crippling her hand. Gu Huai placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, softly assuring, "Since you desire it so much, I shall retrieve it for you." Fear gripped Xinqingyu as she responded with a touch of vulnerability. "No, that thing is very sinister." This display of fragility intensified Gu Huai's protective instincts. Xinqingyu, usually assertive, rarely exhibited such a delicate demeanor, and he finally saw an opportunity to prove himself. "Leave it to me," Gu Huai declared, swiftly pressing down on Xiaoxiao's head while with all his strength he yanked at the red string around her neck. "Ah!" Gu Huai screamed as flesh tore from his hand, exposing bone. "V brother, are you all right?" Xinqingyu exclaimed, aghast. My hand, Gu Huai lamented, entirely losing his earlier gallant demeanor, his words laced with anguish. Seeing him injured ignited a mix of urgency and anger in Xinqingyu, who brandished the moon-slashing sword, aiming it at Xiaoxiao's neck. "Xiaoxiao, you truly are asking for trouble." Xiaoxiao, reveling in the chaos, provocatively extended her neck. "I genuinely wish to see who is mightier, the ancient artifact or the ancient beast. Little Red, moon-slashing, why don't you compete?" For the first time, the artifact and the beast reached a consensus. What sin have we committed to deserve such a master? At that moment, Gu Huaiyan, usually timid and unable to bear the sight of slaughter, unexpectedly stepped in front of Xiaoxiao, trembling and stammering, "You cannot harm my sister, if you wish to kill. Take me instead." Xinqingyu, furious, shoved Gu Huaiyan aside and swung her sword. "Xiaoxiao, prepare to pay with your life." With the moon-slashing sword in her grasp, she was confident she could sever that creature. Little Red tensed, ready to engage, yet the sword's brilliance did not harm it in the slightest. Instead, Xinqingyu was forcefully repelled, the sword slipping from her grasp. "You have no honor. You promised that after giving us roasted chicken and milk, I could wield the moon-slashing sword." Xinqingyu, unable to overpower them, began reasoning. Gu Huaiyan, wiping away his tears, innocently replied, "Didn't we just give it to you? What more do you want?" The moon-slashing sword, in agreement, swayed in the air as if nodding. "You are being too unreasonable." Xinqingyu seethed. Gu Huai, with his bloodied hand raised, fiercely retorted, "Why are you still talking to them? Summon the bears to deal with these two pests. They've ruined my hand. I want them obliterated." Xinqingyu was about to protest further when Gu Huai, in a fit of rage, declared, "Whether it's the sword or the bracelet, we can always cut them open. Can't we retrieve what we need?" Xinqingyu recognized the soundness of his plan, albeit unwilling to admit it. Even if Xiaoxiao was not fully aware, she was still beyond Xinqingyu's capabilities. And what infuriated her most was that Xiaoxiao did not regard her as a worthy opponent. She found herself utterly defenseless. Xinqingyu helped Gu Huai to his feet, gritting her teeth. "Fine, we will do it your way." Their eyes met, and they simultaneously stepped back, revealing a sturdy iron door that separated them from Xiaoxiao. The moon-slashing sword, witnessing this, charged at Xinqingyu, affronted that its master was being bullied as if it were mere decoration. In a surprising act of bravery, Gu Huai shielded Xinqingyu, taking the blow from the blade himself. Despite his exquisite golden armor, he collapsed, unconscious. "Why are you so foolish? Why would you take a blade for me?" Xinqingyu was taken aback by Gu Huai's actions. Born a commoner, her mother held a lowly status. She had lived a life worse than that of a maid. As the holy maiden of the demonic sect, her mother was merely a minor demon who had climbed into the bed of the demon lord. The title of holy maiden brought no benefits, and she was often sacrificed, yet she had the bloodline of the demon lord. From a young age, she had been the scapegoat, always the one discarded. For the first time, someone had recklessly stood in front of her, and in that moment, her heart opened. Gu Huai was no longer just a tool in her story. He was the only one who genuinely cared for her. Do not die. Hold on, I will save you. Shen Qingyu's voice trembled with emotion. The moon-slashing sword. Relentless, pursued Shen Qingyu, who struck the wall in frustration before vanishing through a mechanism. Meanwhile, in the isolated space where Xiaoxiao and the others were trapped, several fierce beasts descended from above. There were spotted tigers from circus acts, a large black bear pulling a cart in the darkness, and even a few hungry wolves. We're finished. Xiaoxiao. Today, we shall become their lunch. My 4th birthday has yet to pass. Gu Huan began to cry again. Look at you, so pathetic. Even if you survived to your 4th birthday, you'd still be a short-lived creature. In the original story, you died before turning 5. Thankfully. Gu Huan could not hear Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely weep in despair. The beasts, attracted by the cries, advanced towards Su Xiaoxiao and her companions, leaving no room for escape. Gu Huai was in such a state of distress, tears streaming down his face, yet as the fierce beasts approached, he rolled up his sleeves, wiped his nose, and declared with a quivering voice, "You may eat me first. I am plump and have plenty of meat." Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself, are all the men in the Gu family brainless? Gu Huai's reckless act of saving Shen Qingyu was unexpected. And while one could rationalize it as them being a bound couple, Gu Huai's folly was somewhat understandable. However, Gu Huan, this little turnip, was truly bewildering. He was terrified yet stood in front of her, but alas, he was of little substance. He wouldn't feed anyone, and should he perish, it would be in vain. As Su Xiaoxiao was lost in her thoughts, a swift and agile wolf arrived first, its gaping maw ready to snap at Gu Huai. Chapter 95. Seizing control, Gu Huan faced death with unwavering courage, shouting, "Xiaoxiao, in the next life, will you still be my sister?" As the words escaped his lips, a blood-soaked head rolled to the ground. Gu Huan opened his eyes to discover that the ravenous wolf's head had been severed cleanly at the neck. A mix of shock and joy filled him. "Xiaoxiao, it's not me who died, but the wolf." Su Xiaoxiao, preoccupied with her thoughts, gazed regretfully at the slain wolf, muttering, "Why must it be so gory? Such a shame to waste a fine wolf pelt." Zhang Yu, feeling despondent, lamented the unchanged greed of its master after so long apart. Xiaoxiao gently stroked Gu Huan's small face, infusing him with a touch of spiritual energy, adding a little more to enhance the ensuing carnage, which would undoubtedly be unsuitable for children. As Xiaoxiao's hand reached out, warmth enveloped Gu Huan's heart, dispelling his fears. And soon his eyelids grew heavy, leading him into slumber. Xiaoxiao, seizing the moment, placed Gu Huan's head atop the lifeless wolf's back, accepting the conditions as they were. She then tugged at the little red around her neck, commanding, "Enough of this charade. If you don't wake up, you'll miss out on the fresh wolf blood." Little Red stretched lazily. "I have no interest in such filthy remnants. It sullies my mouth. That bear and tiger, however, have committed no sins. I might indulge in a taste." Xiaoxiao tugged at Little Red's tail, warning, "If you dare touch those two, I'll chop you up for a chicken stew and feast on a dragon and phoenix banquet." How fickle my master is. Ever since Zhang Yu arrived, I've lost my favor. Little Red shed a couple of tears, showcasing its flair for drama. What nonsense. When have I ever favored you? If not for your persistent following, I wouldn't have taken you in. Xiaoxiao's words pierced like daggers. Zhang Yu quivered with laughter, the entire sword vibrating with mirth. The dazed spotted tiger and the large black bear, lacking the agility of the hungry wolf, lumbered heavily toward Xiaoxiao and her companions, as if their bodies were no longer under their control. Xiaoxiao covered her eyes with her chubby little hands, for this spectacle was not meant for a child to behold. Yet, she did not forget to confide in Little Red and Zhang Yu, "When the time comes, remember to protect the wolf pelt." Moments later, the prison fell silent. Xiaoxiao opened her eyes to find a pile of processed wolf pelts before her, while Zhanyu and Little Red had successfully disposed of the wolf's remains far from sight. Content: Xiaoxiao stored the pelts in her space, planning to craft wolfskin coats and knee pads for her family when winter arrived. The spotted tiger was the first to reach Xiaoxiao, and as she waved her hand, something flicked onto the tiger's forehead. Its once dull eyes sparkled with life, and it continued its slow approach, kneeling before Xiaoxiao. She caressed its soft fur, and it obediently resembled a large cat. For the black bear, Xiaoxiao employed the same method. But upon regaining its senses, the bear erupted in a furious display, repeatedly pounding its belly. Little Red, perched on its ear, remarked, "Silly creature. Your cub has already been born. What are you searching for in your belly?" This comment only sent the bear into further frenzy. Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze upon its eyes, communicating her intent. "Do not fret. I will inquire about where they have placed your cubs." With that, she caught a cockroach, holding it to her ear, nodding occasionally before releasing it and pointing at the iron bars, declaring, "Your cubs are outside. I will lead you to them." The black bear comprehended Xiaoxiao's message, approaching the bars and pulling them apart with force. The spotted tiger nudged Xiaoxiao with its head, prompting her to climb onto its back. The black bear, following her guidance, scooped up Gu Huayan and made its way outside. They traversed a labyrinthine tunnel, with spiders, ants, cockroaches, and bedbugs guiding Xiaoxiao along the path. As she tugged on one of the tiger's ears, it instinctively turned, swiftly leading them to 3 little bear cubs. In a rush, the black bear tossed Gu Huayan onto the tiger's back and rushed to embrace its 3 cubs, emitting soft whimpers that conveyed its longing. The cubs nuzzled eagerly into their mother's embrace, and witnessing the scene, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of yearning for her own mother. Having been away for so long, she wondered if her mother felt as helpless as the black bear. The black bear cast a grateful glance at Xiaoxiao, who waved, "Go now. Take your cubs to the great forest." As she watched the black bear disappear into the distance, Xiaoxiao patted the spotted tiger's head, requesting it to lead her out. "Are you taking me somewhere else?" she inquired, and so she followed the tiger to the deepest part of the tunnel. To her astonishment, she found herself in a gold mine. Xiaoxiao faced a dilemma. While the treasures were undoubtedly splendid, relocating an entire mountain felt too conspicuous. The tiger guided her to a wall, whereupon it pressed its claws against it, causing the wall to open, revealing neatly stacked boxes of gold bricks inside. No wonder Gu Huai had been able to amass an army of hundreds of thousands in such a short period, earning the allegiance of neighboring kingdoms. It was all thanks to this gold mine and the power of currency. If this vast gold deposit were presented to the emperor, he could surely lead Deshua toward prosperity and wealth. Xiaoxiao knew she could not hoard the entire fortune, but surely taking a few boxes would not be amiss. With that thought, Xiaoxiao gently nudged Gu Huayan back to sleep before storing some gold bricks in her space. She was not excessively greedy, only wishing to take a few boxes for herself, yet her habit of gathering had become instinctual. In a moment of distraction, she had emptied the entire treasury. Pondering her next move, Xiaoxiao realized retrieving them again would be cumbersome, and the emperor would have to exert effort to investigate the theft of the gold mine. Therefore, she resolved to leave no traces behind. Hee. Xiaoxiao's mischievous thoughts danced in her mind. "Little Red, erase all signs of habitation here." With a nonchalant tone, she left Little Red behind, casually picking up an unrefined piece of gold ore while cradling Zhanyu and riding out of the cave on the tiger. As they reached the mountain's edge, the ground trembled violently beneath them, and the towering peak suddenly collapsed, shrouding the area in swirling smoke. "Little Red has its merits," Xiaoxiao remarked with genuine appreciation. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the capital, with the Imperial Forest Army, the Golden Guards, and even civil and military officials scouring the streets in search of the lost children. Each city gate was under strict scrutiny, allowing entry but prohibiting exit. Dao Wanwei was on the verge of madness, lamenting the disappearance of her beloved child. Chapter 96. Auspicious Omen. Gu Huayu knelt outside the Hall of Governance, acknowledging his faults, While the Empress's heart nearly shattered, her little Jiao was merely 3 years old. The Emperor, with a furrowed brow, expressed his discontent. I have always regarded you as a man of prudence, entrusting you with the care of Xiaoxiao, yet you have allowed her to go missing. He had never been so worried about anyone. Losing Huayan would have been bearable, but this was Xiaoxiao, the child whose fate was intertwined with the fortunes of the great Shua dynasty. Emperor Xiaoda felt as though the coffin lid of his ancestors was about to burst open, and any moment now, they might rise to seek retribution. Pei Yuan faced a fierce reprimand from the old matriarch. This calamity is surely your doing, is it not? Look at the other children, Crown Prince, Tang Yongning. Each one is steady and reliable. It must be your mischief that led Xiaoxiao astray. Pei Yuan felt utterly wronged. I know Su Xiaoxiao is too young. I wanted to accompany her, but she insisted on going alone. Grandmother, it was nearly me who got lost. Please, spare me from your punishment. The matriarch's whip cracked a few more times. I would rather it were you. Xiaoxiao is so pitiful. She has just recognized her great-grandmother and has gone missing. How heartbroken Lady Tang must be. But grandmother, if I were lost, wouldn't you be heartbroken too? Pei Yuan protested, feeling anxious. However, this was indeed not his fault. In the past, when he was punished, his grandmother always defended him. This was the first time she had taken matters into her own hands. Everyone watched with cold eyes. Not a single soul spoke in his defense. Liyu Tong was not faring much better. After years of confusion, he had finally regained clarity, only for the princess and her husband to dote on him. Yet this incident had also stirred their ire. Yu Tong, you carried Xiaoxiao away from our residence. You must take responsibility for her. How could you let her go missing? Even if she had to go, you should have accompanied her. Now, how am I to explain this to Wanwei and the Empress? The princess, in a state of desperation, sent all the guards, servants, and maids from the palace away, her guilt weighing heavily upon her. The prince comforted her. Do not fret. The city gate inspections are stringent. Xiaoxiao could not have exited the city. You are with child and must not let your emotions run high. Tang Yongning, meanwhile, escaped punishment as the Tang family was too preoccupied with searching for Xiaoxiao to pay him any mind. Yet he felt guilty. He had noticed the juggler troupe was suspicious, yet allowed Xiaoxiao to indulge her whims instead of stopping her. Zhao Wanwei initially held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking Xiaoxiao was safe with the protection of Little Hong and would soon be found. However, as time passed without a trace, she increasingly felt that those involved were targeting Su Xiaoxiao. Chonghe, tell mother again why Xiaoxiao insisted on going, she implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Su Chonghe, witnessing his mother's distress, felt more pained than if he had faced punishment himself. Su Lingxi consoled her mother with words, but her own eyes were secretly swollen from tears. The entire capital was in search of her, yet not a single clue emerged. Even during the sacrificial rites for rain, Xiaoxiao had inadvertently offended the deities. Just as despair enveloped everyone, the city trembled thrice. The emperor promptly summoned the chief astronomer Cheng Xingzhua to divine the omens. Is it truly auspicious? The emperor inquired impatiently. Cheng Xingzhua trembled as he replied, Your Majesty, the omens indicate great fortune. The southeast bears a vibrant aura, signifying immense wealth and nobility. Cheng Xingzhua felt aggrieved. The divination spoke as it did. He explained cautiously, from the celestial signs. The recent tremors in the capital do not seem to stem from geological activity, but rather appear to be man-made. Yet, I cannot fathom who possesses the capability to cause such a tremor. Before long, news arrived that a sudden sinkhole had formed on Longmian Mountain in the southeast, leveling an entire peak. Fortunately, there were no residents nearby, and local officials were dispatched to investigate. The emperor rubbed his temples. Xiaoxiao was still unaccounted for. And now Longmian Mountain had collapsed without warning. Kneeling beside him, Gu Huayu mused, could it be that Su Xiaoxiao and Gu Huayan are on Longmian Mountain? He shared his conjecture with the emperor, who deemed it unlikely. The city gates were barricaded, and those who had abducted Xiaoxiao could not have fled so far. Summoning his courage, Cheng Xingzhua interjected, Your Majesty, There is indeed an overwhelming aura of nobility emanating from the southeast. You should send someone to investigate. The emperor, swayed by the suggestion, seized the opportunity to venture outside the palace in search of Xiaoxiao, mindful of his royal status, yet eager to act. Let us proceed. I shall go incognito and summon Tang Yanjuan and Pei Mingliang, as their son is also involved. Ultimately, the emperor felt guilty for having lost someone so precious, and the presence of others would bolster his courage. Tang Yanjuan and Pei Mingliang wasted no time, arriving promptly at the city outskirts. Zhao Wanwei, upon seeing the crown prince, anxiously inquired, "Is there news of Xiaoxiao?" Gu Huayu had no choice but to respond honestly, "There is still no definitive news. But there has been unusual activity on Longmian Mountain. Chung has stated that the aura there is compelling. We suspect Xiaoxiao may be in that vicinity." Zhao Wenyue's heart plummeted once more. Where could Xiaoxiao be? Resolutely, she declared, "I will accompany you, even if it means searching for a needle in a haystack. I must see it for myself." The group, traveling lightly, hastened toward Longmian Mountain. The emperor, who had not left the palace in ages, found himself embarking on this journey to find Xiaoxiao and little Jiao, reflecting on the pitiful nature of his reign as emperor. During morning court, 5 out of 6 ministers had approached him for funds, as if he possessed mountains of gold, which only fueled his frustration further. Chapter 97. A gift for the emperor. As the emperor pondered, he arrived at the vicinity of Longmian Mountain. The inspecting officials promptly reported that they had discovered 2 young children on the eastern side of Longmian Mountain, dressed quite exquisitely. However, despite their persuasion, the children refused to descend, insisting they would wait for the emperor to fetch them personally. The officials, wary of disturbing what could be the offspring of noble families, chose to keep a close watch while preparing to send a message. Tang Yanjun and Pei Mingliang dared not breathe a word, for it was evident that these were none other than the 9th prince and Su Xiaoxiao. Who among them would dare to request the emperor's personal intervention? These 2 children were truly formidable. "Quickly, take us to see." Gu Huayu, brimming with anticipation, yearned to be reunited with his important companions, Xiao Jiao and Xiaoxiao. Upon arrival, the 2 little ones were enjoying the snacks provided by the patrolling officials. "Sister, this is very sweet. You should try it." Gu Huayan offered a piece of chestnut cake to Su Xiaoxiao, who reciprocated with a piece of peach crisp. The siblings displayed a charming camaraderie, reveling in their delightful interactions. The emperor, witnessing their carefree enjoyment, was seized with fury. While they had turned the capital upside down, here they were picnicking in the wild. "Gu Huayan, you mischievous boy. Who allowed you to bring your sister here?" he thundered. "Xiaoxiao, come, let your uncle emperor see if you are all right." Having stepped out of the palace, the emperor no longer maintained his usual regal demeanor. Gu Huayan, startled, dropped the snack he held, which fell to the ground with a thud. "Wah, wah," he cried out, tears streaming down his face. "Father, I almost couldn't see you again." The emperor was taken aback. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Su Xiaoxiao silently mused, what is 9th brother doing? Wasn't he brave before, always protecting me? Gu Huayu, upon hearing her refer to Gu Huayan as 9th brother, realized that Gu Huayan had finally caught Su Xiaoxiao's attention. After all, he was a precious prince raised in luxury. And having been lost for a day and a night in such a remote area, one could only imagine the trials he faced. The emperor softened his tone. "Enough of the wailing. Look at Xiaoxiao, she isn't crying." Xiaoxiao, with her youthful innocence, longed to be held by her brother and the crown prince. Yet, she considered, while I wish for my brother and the crown prince to hold me, it might bring joy to Uncle Emperor if I reach out to him, thus sparing all my brothers from punishment. Resolute, she pursed her lips, and glistening tears fell like jewels as she extended her hands toward the emperor. The emperor's heart melted, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. How commendable it was that Xiaoxiao sought him first. "Don't cry, Xiaoxiao, your Uncle Emperor is here. Let me see if you are injured. You've grown thin from not seeing you for just a day." Moments ago, Gu Huayan had felt a flicker of warmth from his father, but now he sensed a shift. The emperor was fierce with him yet gentle with Xiaoxiao. He yearned for his father's embrace. "Father, I too wish to be held." Gu Huaiyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Go aside. You truly lack awareness. Xiaoxiao is soft and delicate. I haven't held her in ages." Gu Huaiyu, understanding Xiaoxiao's intentions, quickly embraced Gu Huaiyan. "Be good, Huaiyan. Your sister is small. Do not compete with her. Come here, brother will hold you." Gu Huaiyan's tears transformed into smiles. He preferred his second brother over the emperor. The local officials could hardly believe their ears. This child referred to the emperor as Uncle Emperor. Would they truly have the chance to witness the sovereign's grace in their lifetime? Instantly, a throng of people knelt before the emperor. "What are you digging for? Wouldn't that expose everything? If you must dig, it should be at the mountain before us." Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly pulled out a piece of gold ore from her pocket to present to the emperor. The emperor chuckled, "Ah, Xiaoxiao has prepared a gift for Uncle Emperor." Just as he finished speaking, excitement surged within him. This was no ordinary stone, but gold. Still incredulous, he handed the ore to Tang Yanjun. "Yanjun, come and see what this is." Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly, pointing at the towering mountain before them. "Ong. What a hassle. Did Uncle Emperor understand? This mountain is filled with gold mines. I have already brought a sample." Frustrated, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Su Changhe felt a thrill. Goodness gracious, Xiaoxiao had discovered a gold mine. This was a monumental achievement. Just recently, her uncle lamented the scarcity of funds for disaster relief. This could change everything. Gu Huaiyu, elated, recognized that if a gold mine indeed existed, their impoverished state could be transformed, and the emperor would no longer fret over finances. Yet the emperor remained perplexed, patiently inquiring, "Xiaoxiao, what is it that you desire?" Unable to contain himself, Su Changhe interjected, "Your Majesty, Xiaoxiao likely wishes to inform you that this ore was found in this very mountain." Gu Huaiyu, fearing his father's lack of understanding, added, "If this is true, it is entirely possible that this mountain harbors gold mines." Theoretically sound, yet the emperor found it hard to believe such fortune would fall upon him, a ruler who had always borne the brunt of misfortune. However, upon reflection, since Xiaoxiao's birth, circumstances seemed to shift. Following the successful autumn harvest, the fortunes of the state had begun to improve, and his reputation had grown brighter. If Xiaoxiao claimed there was gold, then surely there was. With a decisive wave of his hand, he instructed the local officials to diligently guard Longmian Mountain and to send skilled workers to conduct a survey. If a gold mine were to be confirmed, many pressing issues could be resolved, and he felt increasingly grateful for Xiaoxiao, whom he wished to embrace endlessly. Though she had a penchant for wealth, she did not wish for such a boon to benefit only herself. To illustrate her point, she withdrew the moon-cutting sword from her pocket, gesturing whimsically. The emperor laughed heartily. "Is this the reason you became lost? You did not even consider how your little pouch could hold both a gold mine and a sword." Others remained oblivious, as Xiaoxiao's playful gestures inadvertently carved several deep gashes into the ground. Chapter 98. The Emperor's Illusions. The casually made openings glimmered with a brilliant golden light under the sun. It was gold. Some individuals, unable to contain their excitement, rushed over and began to dig with their bare hands. The local official, noticing this, stepped in with a swift kick. Such greedy souls. In this vast world, nothing belongs to you but the crown's land. Even if there is gold, it belongs to the court. What are you foolishly pawing at? Though he spoke thus, his heart ached deeply, having served as a local magistrate for nearly a decade. How had he failed to discover this gold mine? It was unfortunate that these mountains were so distant from the provincial capitals, making it inconvenient for the common folk to gather firewood. Had it not been for this recent land collapse, who would have paid attention? If he had unearthed the gold mine himself, it could have led to promotions and wealth. Now, under the emperor's watchful eye, his chance at glory was lost. And so too were the spoils. The emperor, preoccupied with his own matters, handed Su Xiaoxiao over to Gu Huaiyu and personally led the team to excavate the mountain. What they uncovered was astonishing. Just 20 inches beneath the surface lay a vast gold mine that extended throughout the entire mountain. Pei Mingliang, a clever man, knelt reverently before the emperor. Your Majesty, with your diligent governance and deep benevolence, discovering such a large-scale gold mine under your auspices is a divine acknowledgement. A blessing for both the Great Shu and its people. After he initiated this praise, no one dared to remain standing. A multitude knelt on the mountaintop, extolling the emperor's virtues. The emperor straightened his back, recalling the last time they willingly knelt before him was when Xiaoxiao had assisted in praying for rain. He had not erred in listening to his ancestors. Xiaoxiao was indeed a blessing for the Great Shu. With a compassionate expression, the emperor declared, "Everyone, rise. It is my duty to benefit the people. It is only right." Tang Yanjuan found it amusing. Pei Mingliang was exceptionally adept at flattery, yet he could not conceive of any practical matters. Stepping forward, he said, "Your Majesty, the gold mine at Longmian Mountain possesses immense potential. Today, with so many people around, it is inevitable that news may leak. I believe it is imperative to promptly dispatch troops to guard the area. Furthermore, given the preciousness of gold, we cannot ensure that no one will harbor ill intentions and attempt to pilfer some. We must enforce strict military discipline. Any thief, regardless of status, must be executed without mercy. Simultaneously, we should raise the salaries of the guards so they willingly safeguard the court's interests." The emperor nodded in approval. "You speak wisely, Minister Tang. As the Deputy Minister of Revenue, you shall assist the Ministry of Works in overseeing the mining operations, accurately tallying the quantities and ensuring proper documentation and storage." Turning to the local official, he inquired, "What is your name, and what position do you hold?" The official hurriedly bowed. "I am Qian Yuliang, the magistrate of Mian County, located 50 li from Longmian Mountain. As Mian County is the closest to Longmian Mountain, the labor for mining shall be drawn from your county. The court will pay salaries at a rate 10% above the market price. You are responsible for arranging the personnel. And be sure to clearly communicate Minister Tang's strict regulations. Do not allow a desire for small gains to lead to great losses." The emperor elaborated extensively, leaving Qian Yuliang overwhelmed with gratitude. After all, it was the emperor personally delineating such details, a testament to his grandeur. Tang Yanjuan exchanged a glance with Pei Mingliang, keenly aware that the emperor seldom wasted words in the court. Moreover, the emperor added, "For your success in locating the granddaughter of the Duke of the State and the 9th Prince, once the gold mining is completed, further rewards shall be granted." Qian Yuliang was so elated he nearly knocked his head against the ground. Xiaoxiao observed all this with a nonchalant thought. The emperor is quite adept at painting grand illusions. Both Su Changhe and Gu Huaiyan, who had always believed the emperor to be considerate of his subordinates, now felt he was merely crafting illusions for Qian Yuliang. "You must tell father how you and Xiaoxiao came to be here." The two children had not passed through the city gates to reach Longmian Mountain, which raised questions. Gu Huaiyan had longed to recount the tales of their journey, but his father seemed solely interested in Xiaoxiao and the gold mine. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he recounted. "Xiaoxiao and I were hiding under a black cloth, and suddenly we fell into a dark place, then boarded a bear-drawn cart, which took us away and locked us underground." As he spoke, Gu Huaiyan swelled with pride, eagerly anticipating praise from the emperor, only to find the emperor's expression darkening, devoid of any inclination to commend him. "Thus," he continued, "later, many wolves, tigers, and large bears came wanting to eat me, but the wolf's head fell off, and then I fell asleep. When I awoke, Xiaoxiao and I were outside waiting for you." After this lengthy account, Gu Huaiyan's throat was parched, yet his father's expression grew increasingly grim. Su Xiaoxiao patted her heart. "Thank goodness I did not say anything inappropriate." In her space, there was a corner filled with gold bricks. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not anxious. If anyone dared to pilfer even a small amount of gold, they would face dire consequences. Her own fate would be no better. The emperor looked at Gu Huaiyan in silence, pondering the absurdity of the child's tale. Bear-drawn carts, wolves wanting to eat people, tigers, and strange siblings, none of it made sense. It was a mistake to have overestimated his 3-year-old son's capacity for coherent storytelling. However, the fact that the children had vanished for an entire night remained an unsolved mystery. Frustrated, he asked Tang Yanjuan, "Did none of the performers from the troupe that entered get found? Can it be that they sprouted wings and flew away?" Tang Yanjuan was equally perplexed, having searched all suspicious locations without finding a trace. Xiaoxiao yawned. "Those people are likely lying beneath the collapsed mountain." Aside from the eldest prince Gu Huai and Shen Qingyu, no one else had survived. Had it not been for Shen Qingyu's abilities as a saint of the demonic sect, she too would likely have met with a fatal end. Tang Yanjuan struggled to make sense of it all, muttering, "I too find this unfathomable." Pei Mingliang quickly interjected, "What is so unfathomable? I believe the disappearance of these 2 children is a matter of fate." Upon uttering this, he realized his choice of words was improper and hastily added, "Longmian Mountain has stood for hundreds of years, if it weren't for their antics. Who would have thought there was gold within? I believe this is heaven's will, inviting the emperor to visit." Chapter 99. Kindred Spirits. Although Pei Mingliang's words were merely an attempt to curry favor with the emperor, they served as the only explanation available at the moment. The emperor became increasingly convinced that Xiaoxiao was indeed the blessing of the great Shua dynasty. Gu Huayu made it abundantly clear that what they desired was Xiaoxiao, while Gu Huaiyan was merely clinging stubbornly to the situation. The discovery of the gold mine had no bearing on him whatsoever. The emperor resolved that this esteemed child, Xiaoxiao, must be captured. However, how to do so? A marriage proposal would ensure that regardless of which son ascended to the throne, Xiaoxiao would be the empress. Yet, the notion of her becoming empress was subjective. The Su family might not willingly confine their daughter to the imperial palace for life. Moreover, Xiaoxiao had yet to reach the age of 1. Such haste would be imprudent. Perhaps bestowing her the title of princess and bringing her into the palace under the auspices of the empress? However, her parents were both alive and doted on her. Such an act might be deemed overbearing and could potentially upset Xiaoxiao. The emperor found himself in a quandary, pondering how to establish a legitimate connection between Xiaoxiao and the royal family that would ensure her continued protection of the Gu family's legacy. After much contemplation, he found no suitable solution, so he decided to grant favors instead. Su Bowen's status was dubious, yet the Tang family did not seem to mind. However, public opinion could not be silenced. Thus, he resolved to extend further generosity to the Su family. Upon arriving at this conclusion, the emperor felt a great sense of clarity. He was exceedingly fortunate to have encountered such a precious gem in Xiaoxiao. The moment he saw her, he could not contain his tears. "Xiaoxiao, my child. Are you trying to drive your mother to despair?" Startled, Xiaoxiao replied, "Just 1 night away, and mother is so worried. If I were to leave for an adventure, what would happen? I should just get used to it." Zhao Wanwei felt a tightness in her chest. What nonsense was this child uttering? How could she speak of getting used to it after just returning home and already thinking about playing outside? If it weren't for the emperor's presence, Wanwei would have made Xiaoxiao taste the consequences of her behavior, but upon reflection, she realized the child had been abducted and now found her way back. Punishment was out of the question. This spirited child needed proper guidance to avoid causing trouble